An unexpected accident sent the world-class asset management manager Zhang Yang back to the year 2009. In that year, the aftermath of the global financial crisis had yet to fade, and the share market was on the verge of another storm. Relying on the experience of his previous life and his top-tier investment vision, this former financial elite starts again with a principal of only 800 yuan, entering the market and rising step by step amid the surging waves of the stock exchange, eventually becoming one of the most legendary investors in the share market. From personal investing to establishing Shengtian Capital, he begins laying out his capital strategy, participating in global business competition, and building a wealth empire of his own. Watch as this financial expert returns to a golden era, seizing the opportunities of the times and rising against the current to become a legend of capital. Kowloon University of Finance and Economics. In the dormitory building of the investment science major, Zhang Yang turns on the tap at the wash basin, scoops up the icy water, and splashes it onto his face, then quickly raises his head. The young man in the mirror has handsome, well-defined features and a lean, tidy build. The white t-shirt with lettering he is wearing is slightly yellowed at the collar. It is no exaggeration to say that his looks are easily at the level of the most admired boy in the department. Zhang Yang once again scoops up clear water and slaps it onto both sides of his cheeks until they turn faintly red. Only after confirming that this is not a dream but a true rebirth does he finally stop. Yes, Zhang Yang has been reborn. Just 10 minutes earlier, he had still been a fund manager at the world's top asset management firm Bridgewater, primarily responsible for managing the wealth of Chinese Americans in M country, and he was also a somewhat renowned analyst and economist in the financial world. Yet just moments ago, a missile struck the tail of the helicopter he was riding and shattering its dynamic balance, and sending the aircraft plunging straight down. Just when he thought he was about to die, he suddenly opened his eyes to discover that he had returned to 2009, to the time before he had ever gone abroad. The first half of 2009 is the final semester of Zhang Yang's university life. In the spring of that year, Huagua's 4 trillion yuan stimulus plan was fully unleashed, igniting an unprecedented wave of infrastructure construction across the nation and drawing millions of unemployed workers back into the cities. Our country's 75 trillion yen economic revitalization plan also announced its third-phased budget, allocating around 50 trillion yen to infrastructure and people's livelihood. As for M country, the source of the subprime crisis, it took a different approach. Instead of announcing specific spending figures, it simply let the Federal Reserve's printing presses run around the clock. Every nation was scrambling to flee the shadows of the subprime crisis. In his previous life, Zhang Yang accurately foresaw that the global economy would soon embark on a period of rapid ascent, so he resolutely went to M country's Wall Street to make his mark. As for why he did not stay and fight in his home country, the main reason was that the share market offered far less room to maneuver and lacked the rich variety of financial instruments available in the U.S. markets. In the investment world, there is a saying: the share market is the one that protects retail investors the most, and also the one that restricts them the most. For the sake of maximizing profit, Zhang Yang chose to battle on Wall Street. Yet he never imagined that after managing over $10 billion in assets for Bridgewater, he would end up as nothing more than a beast of burden to be discarded once the millstone stopped turning. His ancestors' words prove true: those who are not of our people will never truly share our heart. As a man from Huagua, how could he ever genuinely integrate into a largely Jewish financial circle? Only by fighting on his own soil could he truly safeguard his personal safety. Dorm leader, what are you spacing out for? Time for class. Dorm leader. A plump and a skinny young man step onto the balcony. They are Zhang Yang's roommates. The heavier one is Su Jiafeng, the slimmer one is Chen Xuan. Zhang Yang is the dorm leader of room 308, and they usually address him by that title. From time to time, they also jokingly call him dad or old man, though only when asking him to bring them food. After greeting him, the two of them head into the restroom on the right side of the balcony. What class do we have again? Zhang Yang stops dwelling on the past. The debt he owes Bridgewater will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Securities investment analysis, Su Jiafeng answers without thinking. The sound of flowing water accompanies Chen Xuan's voice as he says, I heard from the class officers that old Wang is planning something. Not sure if it's true. The old Wang he refers to is their securities investment analysis instructor Wang Xingbao. Planning something. What is he planning? Su Jiafeng is stunned for a moment. Chen Xuan snorts. Who knows what he's up to? Anyway, just don't let me delay my graduation or else. Another young man steps onto the balcony. His name is Wang Lu. His hair dyed brown, wearing a pair of silver-framed glasses that give him a gentle, studious look. Or else don't force me to kneel down and beg him not to delay my graduation, Chen Xuan says with a chuckle. Looking at these three faces that are both unfamiliar and intimately familiar, Zhang Yang is overwhelmed. In his previous life, after he went abroad, their contact grew increasingly sparse. Perhaps each was preoccupied with his own life, though a few years later they lost touch entirely. He never expected to see them again. After taking turns using the restroom, the four members of dorm 308 walk down from the dormitory building and head toward the first teaching building. It is the rainy season in March. Hudou has just experienced a heavy downpour and many sections of the Wudong Road campus are still covered with puddles. The air is laced with the earthy scent of wet soil and the fragrance of flowers. Unlike high school's fixed classrooms, the university uses a rotating classroom system requiring students to find the appropriate room for each class. Generally, the counselor will sort out the class schedule a week in advance and send it to the students via email in the form of a document. As seniors, Zhang Yang and his 3 roommates are seasoned veterans and naturally do not get lost. They easily locate the stepped lecture hall where their class is held. Upon entering, they notice that the seats in the first row are almost empty. Starting from the second row, students have settled into seats in small circles. The biggest difference between university and high school is that learning is no longer organized chiefly by class groups, but by small social clusters. There are over 100 people in this lecture hall, yet Zhang Yang can name fewer than 10. But if you asked him to name 20 of his high school classmates, he could grit his teeth and just about manage it. There are still seats over there. Su Jiafeng points to the left side of the second row. Let's go, says Chen Xuan. The 4 of them find empty seats and sit down, their gazes turning toward the multimedia lectern. At this moment, 3 people are standing on the platform. One is their instructor Wang Xingbang, and the other 2 are representatives from Huaxin Securities. The class bell chimes melodiously. As the pleasant bell fades, Wang Xingbang picks up the attendance sheet, and following routine announces, "We will begin roll call. Dong Lulu, present. Meng Junkai, present." One student after another responds as their name is called. The senior year is different from the previous 3. Failing a core course now could delay graduation, so hardly anyone dares skip a major class. Su Jiafeng, present. Zhang Yang, present. 122 should be present. 122 are present. Not bad, no one is absent. Putting away the roster, Wang Xingbang turns his gaze to the man and woman beside him and continues. "We will not cover the textbook material in this session. Instead, the 2 fund managers from Huaxin Securities, Tao Yuan and Yu Shuxue, will assign your practical internship task. Let's give them a round of applause." Applause erupts throughout the lecture hall. Wearing a white dress shirt and appearing to be in his early 30s, Tao Yuan steps up to the gooseneck microphone and greets them. "Fellow juniors and juniors, it is an honor to return to our alma mater and meet you all." Applause breaks out once more. Huaxin Securities is the largest securities firm in the country with assets under management reaching into the trillions. Those who manage to enter Huaxin Securities are all outstanding among their peers. When the applause subsides, Tao Yuan explains his purpose as graduation approached. "I once felt the same confusion about the future as you do now. After years of hard work, your senior brother Tao and senior sister you now have the ability to offer you some shelter from the storm. On behalf of Huaxin Securities, we would like to launch a simulated trading challenge for all of you. We invite you to participate in a 45-day Huaxin simulated trading competition. This is a nationwide event, fair and impartial. Students who rank in the top 10 by return rate will receive a referral opportunity for an internship at Huaxin Securities." Rustling. As soon as they heard there was a chance to intern at Huaxin Securities, the lecture hall erupted. Excitement flashed across the students' faces and a fervent longing gleamed in their eyes. Huaxin Securities was anything but ordinary. Its largest shareholder was Huagua Huaxin Finance, a subsidiary of Huaxin Group, and Huaxin Group was a bona fide central state-owned enterprise. To enter Huaxin Securities was akin to joining the national team. If I could get into Huaxin Securities, I can't even imagine how blissful that would be. I heard that Huaxin Securities is full of top-tier experts. If we could work on such a platform, the future would be boundless. The key is gaining access to vast amounts of information. That's priceless." The students were beside themselves with excitement, voices rising in overlapping chatter. Sitting next to Zhang Yang, Su Jiafeng clenched his fists and said in a low, solemn tone, "If I can work at Huaxin Securities, this lifetime will have been worth it." "Same here. My life would be worth it too. If you all think it's worth it, then mine is worth it as well." Chen Xuan and Wang Lu chimed in, following the trend. At Hudou University of Finance and Economics, the investment major was the flagship program. Landing a job at an ordinary securities firm was not particularly difficult. Huaxin Securities, however, was different. A top-tier firm like that did not lack talent to get in, usually required connections. This opportunity was extraordinarily rare. Unlike the others' excitement, Zhang Yang remained relatively calm. In his previous life, he had also taken part in this Huaxin simulated trading competition. In just 19 trading days, he grew the initial capital of 1 million to 2.27 million, a return of 127, ranking first among the majors. Yet since he had never intended to build his career domestically, as the 45-day competition drew to a close, he deliberately emptied the account, relinquishing the opportunity to other students. "Perhaps I can use this simulated account to accumulate my first pool of capital for entering the market," Zhang Yang murmured inwardly. He had no intention of interning at Huaxin Securities, nor did he feel any need to. According to the securities law, practitioners at stock exchanges, securities firms, and securities registration and clearing institutions were prohibited from directly or indirectly trading stocks. And why was it stipulated so? The reason was straightforward. Fund managers possessed professional advantages, had relatively easy access to information, and controlled vast sums of capital. If they were allowed to trade stocks for themselves, they might exploit insider information, disrupting market order. But simply the fear was that they would use the investors' money to seek private gain. Zhang Yang had no desire to become a fund manager. The constraints were too great. To amass wealth, entering the market as a retail investor was the optimal path for him. Students, please calm down. I'll explain the specific rules. Tao Yuan pressed his hands downward to signal for silence, then continued speaking. Let me remind you once more, the duration of this simulated trading competition is 45 days with an initial capital of 1 million. The market will officially open tomorrow. You may operate through Huaxin Securities web platform. If any of you have yet to register a securities account, you can apply online or at an offline branch in these coming days. At this point, he turned his gaze toward Professor Wang Xingbang, his tone tinged with deference. I'll have to trouble you later, Professor Wang, to compile the list of accounts and send it to my email for registration. No problem, Wang Xingbang nodded slightly. Although it was a simulated account, each participant would have a corresponding ID. Collecting and registering these ensured the fairness of the competition. After responding, Wang Xingbang looked toward the students in the lecture hall and added fuel to the fire. You've all heard it. The competition lasts only 45 days. I hope you give it your all and take it seriously. Furthermore, this competition also serves as the final quiz for our course, Securities Investment Analysis. Those of you who have lost too many points in usual assessments must seize this opportunity. The implication was clear. Those whose theoretical knowledge was lacking could use this quiz to bridge the gap. Anyone who has been to university knows the failing threshold is 60 points, which already includes classroom participation scores. What were classroom participation scores? Put bluntly, as long as you showed up to class, you could earn them. With 15 points allocated to participation, instructors could often pull up some students whose theoretical knowledge fell short at the end of the term. At this moment, every student in the lecture hall realized the importance of this simulated trading competition, and their expressions grew increasingly solemn. All right. Remembering something, Wang Xingbang added, students who do not have a computer can go to computer room No. 3 or the 6th floor of the library. I've already requested that the school keep them open 24 hours a day. Although about 80% of the investment major students were local to Hudo, not everyone could afford a computer. Precisely because of this consideration, Wang Xingbang had applied to the school to open the computer room and the 6th floor of the library, allowing students from the investment major with fewer resources to make use of them. After the three people on the podium spoke for a few more minutes about points to note, the class was dismissed early, leaving the students to move about freely. Some rushed back to their dormitories. Some paired up to go to the computer room or the library. Without exception, they all wanted to seize this hard-won opportunity. The thin, slight Chen Chuan turned to Zhang Yang and the other dorm mates, asking, "Brothers, do you have Huaxin Securities accounts yet?" "I'm using Guotai," replied Su Jiafeng. With a smile at the corner of his lips, Wang Lu pushed up his silver-rimmed glasses, a hint of pride in his voice. "I have a Huaxin Securities account. I'm with Chong." Zhang Yang had just started to speak when a melodious female voice cut him off. "Zhang Yang, which sector of a shares do you favor most?" The speaker was a dominant older sister, type about 1.72 meters tall, wearing a white fitted short-sleeve undershirt paired with loose wide-leg pants. Her figure was alluring with pronounced curves. Her name was He Jing, widely acknowledged as the campus belle of the investment major. Even within the entire Hudo University of Finance and Economics, she ranked among the top beauties. Beside He Jing stood another girl with a single ponytail, pure and sweet in appearance. She was Su Zhiyuo, and at this moment, she was looking at Zhang Yang with pleading eyes, muttering, save me, this child doesn't want to fail the course and delay graduation." "Infrastructure," Zhang Yang replied without even thinking. The state's 4 trillion yuan stimulus was being poured into infrastructure. Favoring that sector was perfectly reasonable. "Any individual stock recommendations?" He Jing asked again. Zhang Yang had been the top scorer in theoretical exams for the investment major 3 years running. His investment opinions could practically serve as model answers. Before Zhang Yang could respond, Wang Lu coughed twice to interrupt. "Senior brother Tao gave us this opportunity to test the depth of our cohort's trading skills. For the great campus belle, he'd blatantly take a shortcut. It's not quite appropriate, is it? You want to take a shortcut through our dorm leader, yet you won't let our dorm leader take a shortcut through you. Honestly," Chen Chuan chimed in with a mischievous grin. Glancing at Su Zhiyuo beside, He Jing, Su Jiafeng quickly smoothed things over. All right, we're all classmates here. Jokes shouldn't be taken too far. Let's skip the stock recommendations. If losses occur, I wouldn't be able to shoulder the consequences," Zhang Yang said with a faint smile. Then he added, "But if you just want to avoid failing the course, you can pay more attention to stocks in the automobile sector." In the following 2 days, all 122 students majoring in investment at Hudo University of Finance opened their Huaxin Securities accounts, with Professor Wang Xingbang submitting the registration. Dormitory 308. Left side of the entrance. Su Jiafeng, shirtless with a cigarette in his mouth, was using available information channels to look up stocks related to rebar and concrete. With optimism about the 4 trillion plan boosting infrastructure, discussions about infrastructure naturally included rebar and concrete. Chen Chuan did not expect to enter Huaxin Securities. He merely wished to avoid failing a course, thus opting for the more stable automotive sector, which was recommended by Zhang Yang, the academic achiever. As for Wang Lu, he did not focus on sectors or concepts, but rather followed the market's enthusiasm to speculate on concepts. What is the leaderboard? The top 5 stocks with a price deviation of more than 7, the top 5 with an amplitude of 15, the top 5 with a turnover rate of 20A, and stocks with a price fluctuation exceeding 20 for 3 consecutive days will appear on the list. In addition to individual stock information, the top 5 brokerage firms with the largest buy and sell amounts are also disclosed. It is worth mentioning that stocks appearing on the leaderboard often lack performance support, making them susceptible to market speculation. If it is an index stock, starting with Zhong, controlling its price movement is exceedingly difficult, requiring an astronomical amount of capital. The leaderboard can also be understood as a capital leaderboard where market funds speculate, leading either to continuous price increases or total crashes. Nice. Sealed board. The sealing of St. Zhu Feng made Wang Lu unable to resist snapping his fingers. Hearing the commotion, Chen Chuan hurried over and asked, "How much did you earn?" 15,000 yuan. Wang Lu looked at the 900 shares on the buy limit and excitedly said, "There was a 900 share buy limit right at the opening. Perhaps we can eat consecutive boards." Unfortunately, the maximum increase for ST stocks is 5. Even if we eat 10 consecutive boards, that's only over 60 points. Sigh. It's only been 2 days. You should be the first in our major to eat consecutive boards. If you enter Huaxin Securities, don't forget your brothers. Su Jiafeng also chimed in. That's for sure. Wang Lu glanced at Zhang Yang, who was typing on his keyboard, and asked, "How has your individual stock performed these past 2 days?" "It's all right." Zhang Yang had not been constantly watching the market. After 5 minutes of trading, he glanced at Bao Steel and Jianghuai Automobile, both showing increasing volumes. Unlike his roommates who used a simulated account, he was using both a real and simulated account. His other real account had only 800 yuan, 500 yuan of which was used to buy 1 lot, or 100 shares of Bao Steel, while 300 yuan was used to buy Jianghuai Automobile. As for the simulated account with 1 million yuan at Huaxin, he had gone all in on Bao Steel at the end of yesterday's trade. As the leading steel company, Bao Steel is the most direct beneficiary of this round of 4 trillion infrastructure investments, making its rise inevitable. Compared to the fluctuations in the stock market, he was more focused on completing his initial capital accumulation. As a financial practitioner, Zhang Yang understood the importance of initial capital. For example, if you enter the market with 1,000 yuan, even with a 100 increase, it only becomes 2,000. However, if you enter with 1 million yuan, even with just a 5 increase, you gain 5,000. What does all right mean? Chen Chuan curious leaned closer to look at Zhang Yang's computer screen. Zhang Yang did not hesitate and openly displayed the earnings from his simulated account. Damn, did you go all in on Bao Steel? Chen Chuan's surprised voice immediately drew Su Jiafeng and Wang Lu to come and watch. Zhang Yang's simulated account showed a floating profit of 2,300, and Bao Steel stock exhibited a trend of opening low and rising during the morning of March 10th. You did that. Wang Lu thought he was aggressive enough, but did not expect Zhang Yang to be even more so. He entered with 3,000 into St. Zhu Feng, and a 5 return spread over 1 million capital was merely 1.5. But Zhang Yang. He went all in with 1 million on Bao Steel, and 2,300 represented a total return rate of 2.3A, which was a full 0.8 higher than his. Impressive. Su Jiafeng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He had also added Bao Steel to his watch list over the past 2 days, but only bought 2,000 too afraid to operate like Zhang Yang. Truly the bold are talented. He marveled inwardly. Chen Chuan quickly handed over a cigarette, chuckling, "If the class leader enters Huaxin Securities, don't forget the brothers who shared hardships with you. Rest assured, brotherhood is in my heart." Zhang Yang had just taken the cigarette when Chen Chuan hurriedly pulled out a lighter from his pocket. Click. The cigarette was lit. Having accustomed himself to Western cigarettes, this puff of Lihua was undeniably strong. While Zhang Yang went all in on Bao Steel, Su Jiafeng, Chen Chuan, and Wang Lu also chose to buy in the morning. By 1 p.m., when the market opened, Bao Steel's price fluctuation remained between 1.24 and 1.3 for over 10 minutes. Since they did not buy at the market's low point, they did not benefit much from the rise. While the 3 roommates were focused on the market in the dormitory, Zhang Yang had already taken his laptop to the library. The library at the Wudong Road campus has 7 floors. The 1st to 4th floors are reading rooms. The 5th is a personal study area. The 6th is for academic displays, and the top floor is a group study area. Zhang Yang headed straight to the 6th floor, where there was a financial data analysis room, allowing him to type away on the keyboard and mouse without restraint. After finding a seat, he immediately opened Tableau, a visual business intelligence software, to import the data. Tableau, Oracle BI, and C-Sense are currently mainstream BI business intelligence software. Compared to the most basic Excel spreadsheets, BI software can integrate data from various sources and formats within a company, such as sales, finance, production, etc., forming a unified data view and avoiding data silos. Moreover, the data it produces is more intuitive, making it understandable even for data novices. In his past life as a fund manager at Bridgewater, Zhang Yang frequently worked with data. Mastering BI software is merely the foundation for becoming a financial analyst. To become a big bull, one must also know how to use Hyperion Planning or Oracle Essbase for financial data analysis, along with Capital IQ Pro for valuation. Compared to stock trading, the income of data analysts is stable. Even Warren Buffett, the stock god, relies on data provided by Moody's before making judgments about the financial market. What Zhang Yang needed to do now was simple: organize the existing data, filter out potential stocks, and create visual tables to provide to interested students. Excluding himself, there were 121 others in the investment major, all potential clients. Even if he charged only 30 yuan for one issue with 50 subscriptions, the income would amount to 1500 yuan. With his current capital of 800 yuan, to earn 1500 yuan in the stock market, he would need a staggering return of 187.5. What does a 187.5 return rate mean? Warren Buffett's annual return is 25, and although his capital is large, a 25 annual return is already impressive. With only 800 yuan in capital, he would never attempt to double it through the stock market, but would first focus on accumulating initial capital. After all, human energy is limited and the effort must be commensurate with the return. As Zhang Yang was still organizing data in the library, the students majoring in investment studies had mixed feelings. Some had captured the rising stocks, while others were already facing losses. In front of dormitory 308, the 4 students from dormitory 307 collectively fell into a pitfall. Who said the infrastructure sector would always rise? China railway construction shouldn't be like this. It surprisingly shows a trend of declining volume. Once it breaks the sideways movement, it might plummet and cause panic. So what should we do? Sell it and switch to other infrastructure stocks. After a brief discussion, they decided to adjust their portfolio and switch stocks. Their current losses were only a few thousand yuan, which was just a drop in the bucket for their 1 million yuan simulated capital. Meanwhile, in another location in the girls' dormitory building, dormitory 201, He Jing, dressed only in a tank top that exposed her delicate shoulders, was gripping the mouse, her gaze fixed on her laptop screen. The stock she had purchased was Chang'an Automobile, amounting to 100 yuan. As a top-performing female student, consistently ranking in the top 5 of her major, the reason she consulted Zhang Yang the day before was mainly to confirm whether their thoughts aligned so she could secure the internship opportunity at Huaxin Securities. For someone with local connections, this opportunity might be easily accessible. However, she came from Shaanxi, with both parents being teachers, and her family could not provide any assistance in her pursuit of a finance job. She had been eyeing Chang'an Automobile for a long time. Before the subprime mortgage crisis, its highest stock price was 24.58 yuan. After a year and a half of plummeting prices, the stock price dropped to a low of 3.4 yuan, representing a staggering decline of 86.17, clearly in an oversold state. Due to the uncertainty at the bottom and the lack of technical support, she only chose to invest 100 yuan, waiting for the news from the quarterly report to unfold. It is worth mentioning that both Zhang Yang and He Jing were optimistic about the automotive sector because on January 14, 2009, the state issued the Automobile Industry Adjustment and Revitalization Plan, which not only mentioned lowering the vehicle purchase tax, but also implementing policies like rural automobile subsidies. Compared to He Jing's cautious approach, her 3 roommates were more aggressive. For instance, Su Zhua, who wore a single ponytail and a white tank top, decided to invest 700 yuan in an ETF fund related to the automotive sector, reserving another 300 yuan for future purchases. The other 2 roommates were likewise heavily investing in automotive infrastructure and consumer sectors. After all, they had learned professional knowledge and would not blindly invest in uncertain sectors. As days passed, the returns of the 122 students in investment studies began to diverge, with the highest losses recorded by Lai Weijia. He had believed the market rumors and went Allen on Rongfeng Holdings. After hitting 2 upper limits, the secretary of the board came forward to clarify that there would be no major business adjustments recently. Then came 4 consecutive daily limit drops, making it impossible for him to exit, resulting in a total return rate of 20, with losses as high as 200 yuan. The top 3 in terms of returns were Wang Lu, Su Jiafeng, and He Jing, while Zhang Yang, who had not been actively trading, ranked 17th in the class. In the Investment Studies Teacher's Office, Professor Wang Xingbang looked at the daily submitted return data with satisfaction and nodded, saying in 5 trading days 12 students achieved a return rate of over 10. The quality of this group of students is quite remarkable. Another instructor, Chang Guotao, also nodded slightly, analyzing Wang Lu must have been trading on the board, achieving a 24 return, leading the second place, Su Jiafeng, by 9. What about Zhang Yang? Another teacher inquired. Wang Xingbang scrolled through the statistics table and responded 7. Overall, that's not bad. 7. The teacher's eyes flashed with disappointment, but then relaxed, saying it seems that practice is the true test, theory is merely supplementary. It's not over until the end, anything can happen. Chang Guotao chuckled. He had great confidence in Zhang Yang because the subject he taught was financial market analysis, and in the past 3 years' final exams Zhang Yang had scored above 90. He did not know the difficulty of other subjects, but he intentionally made financial market analysis challenging. Achieving a score of 60 was already quite remarkable. A score above 90 indicated that Zhang Yang had developed a unique understanding of the market. Understanding the underlying rules of financial market operations was crucial for capitalizing on the market, which is why he held great confidence in Zhang Yang. While several teachers were chatting in the office, all 121 students in the investment studies major, except Zhang Yang, received a special email. The email's title was bluntly titled, "After escaping the subprime mortgage crisis, the share market is about to unleash potential sectors. Issue 1 cent," from Zhang Yang's 163 email. Ding dong. He-Jing's laptop popped up a notification for a new email with a sound. She clicked to open it and discovered that the sender was the familiar acquaintance Zhang Yang. What is this guy up to? She felt a little confused. As soon as Su Zhuo saw the email, she immediately raised her voice, saying, "Hey girls, Zhang Yang suddenly sent me a market analysis email. Does he like me? He sent it to me too. I received it as well. Do you think it's possible that he likes all three of us?" This comment poured cold water on her two roommates. Upon learning it was a mass email, Su Zhuo took a sip from the Coca-Cola on the table, trying to mask her embarrassment, and added, "Maybe it's just for me. He specially wrapped this dumpling." Oh, Lan Cece, with short and neat hair and a few freckles on her face, had quickly skimmed through the email and teased, "He indeed sent this email for your money." The long trailing tone made Su Zhuo want to hit someone. However, the other person was from the sports club, so she chose to avoid confrontation. He-Jing quickly scrolled through the attached files of the email. The attached document contained macroeconomic data focusing on various countries' economies and stimulus policies. It included not only the CPI Consumer Price Index, non-farm employment data, and unemployment rates, but also pointed out 4 major directions that might recover first after the subprime mortgage crisis. At the end of the attached document, there was a note written by Zhang Yang. Organizing data requires a significant amount of time and effort. If you wish to subscribe to the second issue of the Market Research Report and Sector Analysis, please call 134-9457 or add QQ 158-5771. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. Is he selling data? He-Jing squinted. She couldn't understand what Zhang Yang was trying to do. All the students in investment studies were fighting for internship spots at Huaxin Securities, and this guy was acting. To get to the bottom of it, she opened QQ and messaged Zhang Yang. He-Jing, how much? Shortly after, Zhang Yang replied, "Zhang Yang, do you want to buy the Domestic Market Research Report or the Potential Sector Analysis?" He-Jing stared at the message for a while, then quickly typed both. Zhang Yang, 300 yuan. He-Jing, He-Jing, He-Jing. A series of question marks filled the chat window as He-Jing had considered 50, thought about 100, but never expected it to be 300 yuan. To put it into perspective, the subscription price for market analysis reports from Bridgewater, Moody's, and Nomura is only around $7 per issue, about $40 for a monthly subscription. Zhang Yang's price was even higher than that of well-known financial institutions. Zhang Yang's exorbitant pricing made He-Jing feel as if he was treating her like a fool. Zhang Yang, a total of 10 reports, 30 yuan each. This is a detailed file screenshot. Think it over before contacting me. Zhang Yang image. JPG. Zhang Yang's pricing of 30 yuan wasn't arbitrary. Moody's and Nomura's analysts are indeed top-notch in the industry, but their main analysis focus is on developed countries like the US, Japan, and Europe. In simpler terms, Zhang Yang's research reports are more suitable for Chinese investors. Upon seeing that one report was 30 yuan, He-Jing finally calmed down. She clicked on the screenshot Zhang Yang sent, which displayed 10 research report files on her desktop, including reports on domestic market analysis and potential sector analyses prefixed with energy consumption, automotive infrastructure, and home appliances. To buy or not to buy, He-Jing felt a bit conflicted. The price of 30 yuan per report wasn't high. It was only about $39. In the interest of reason, she decided not to buy them all, but instead chose to spend 60 yuan to purchase reports on the automotive and infrastructure sectors to test the waters. As the email containing the research reports was sent, Zhang Yang's QQ notification sound rang incessantly. His dorm mate Chun Chuan even called him directly to inquire about the details. "Bro, did you switch careers and become a financial analyst?" He cut straight to the point. "Life's tough. I'm just trying to earn some extra money. Want to support your best bro." Zhang Yang replied half-jokingly. Though he had spent over a week compiling these reports, he would still prepare a special version for Chen Chuan, if Chen insisted on getting them for free. After all, they'd shared a dorm for 4 years. Chen Chuan paused thoughtfully before asking, "Where are you right now?" "The finance room on the 6th floor of the library. I'll be there in a minute." Moments later, Chen Chuan arrived at the financial analysis room with Wang Lu and Su Jiafeng. The moment the four met, Wang Lu blurted out in awe, "Dorm leader, you've been hiding your talents. Who knew you'd turn analyst? No wonder you've been leaving early and returning late lately. I assumed you were having philosophical discussions with your younger sister. Turns out you've just been holed up in the library." Chen Chuan feigned heartbreak while Su Jiafeng cut straight to the chase, pulling out 2 crimson red banknotes and asked, a brother launching a venture deserves full support. How much for the consumer sector and non-ferrous metals research reports? 30 yuan each. But since we're dorm mates, 2 reports for 50 yuan is fine. No sooner had Zhang Yang spoken than Chen Chuan eagerly asked, can I get them for free? Of course, Zhang Yang smiled calmly, then laid out the condition. You'll have to bring me lunch and dinner for 2 weeks. Then I'll just pay. Chen Chuan instantly sobered up. He knew full well Zhang Yang never skipped breakfast. Bringing him lunch and dinner was manageable, but breakfast? That might as well be a death sentence. After all, that meant waking up for 8 a.m. classes every day for 2 weeks. No one could endure that. Consumer goods, banking, non-ferrous metals, and security sector reports. Exactly 100 yuan. Su Jiafeng handed Zhang Yang a crisp 100 yuan note. He fully appreciated how arduous crafting such reports truly was. Back in their market analysis class, the professor had assigned an Excel-based data table project. Su had labored over it for nearly a week before finally turning to Zhang Yang for help. I'll take the defense industry report. And I'll take infrastructure. Chen Chuan and Wang Lu also paid up 30 yuan apiece to back their dorm leader's entrepreneurial venture. To them it wasn't much, less than 2 days' worth of meals. Moreover, as finance majors, they recognized the macro-level report Zhang Yang had mass-distributed was genuinely worth the price. Its extraordinary depth saved them hours of data retrieval. Having collected the payments, Zhang Yang immediately emailed the market research reports to his 3 dorm mates via NetEase mail, and threw in an exclusive screening list of obscure stocks as a token of gratitude for their support. By nightfall, Shanghai was drenched in another torrential downpour. Fierce winds howled, raindrops the size of soybeans drummed steadily against the dormitory balcony. Tap, tap, tap. Just before lights out, 21 students had purchased Zhang Yang's reports, yielding a net income of 1,200 yuan. That number was modest, merely 1/6 of the 122 students enrolled in investment studies. Most buyers simply wanted to give it a try. Adding the 1,200 yuan to the 800 yuan already in his stock trading account, Zhang Yang's initial capital had reached 2,000 yuan. In 2009, 2,000 yuan equaled a month's salary for an average Shanghai worker, and for a student, it was nothing short of a fortune. Zhang Yang felt no urgency regarding report sales. Instead, he leisurely soaked his feet and climbed into bed. Like a bullet fired from a rifle, impact takes time, so does influence. While Zhang Yang slept, Lai Weijia, the worst-performing student in his cohort with losses exceeding 20%, was burning the midnight oil, poring over the sector-specific research reports he'd purchased for 300 yuan. He was Zhang Yang's first subscriber to every single report. Why had he subscribed to all of them? The answer was simple. He desperately wanted to land a position at Huaxin Securities. Though a native of Shanghai, his parents ran a restaurant, offering no connections whatsoever within the financial industry. Lai Weijia, perennially ranking near the bottom of his class, knew full well that competing head-in with top students using conventional strategies would lead only to defeat. He needed a different path. That was precisely why he'd fallen for market rumors and gone all in on Rongfeng Holding, only to suffer 4 consecutive daily limits down, wiping out his entire 20% profit and plunging him another 20% into the red. Initially, he'd resigned himself to failure until Zhang Yang's report reignited his hope. He bought one report, then another, finally subscribing to all 10. Zhang Yang's sector reports were exceptionally thorough. Take steel, for instance. He not only listed the top 10 promising stocks, but also analyzed technical indicators, news catalysts, and market sentiment, with all supporting data presented through clear visual charts. Lai Weijia didn't accept them blindly. He cross-checked every claim, and was stunned to discover Zhang Yang's uncanny accuracy across all 10 reports, not a single error. It's practically a foolproof guide. At midnight, after finishing the 8th report, Lai Weijia couldn't suppress his amazement, and finally grasped the chasm separating himself from academic elites. 8 reports covered 80 stocks, 30 showed unmistakable technical buy signals. The rest, though lacking volume surges, carried strong news-driven or sentiment-driven catalysts, ideal candidates for watch lists. By the time he finished all 10 reports, dawn had broken unnoticed. It was Friday, the final trading day of the week. At 9:15 a.m., the opening auction began. China's A-share opening auction consists of 2 phases from 9:15 to 9:20 a.m. Orders may be placed or cancelled, but no trades occur. Many mischievous, or simply bored, traders place limit-up or limit-down orders, then cancel them at 9:1950 a.m. But once the clock hits 9:20 a.m., the system locks all orders. Cancellation is no longer permitted. For example, suppose a stock closed yesterday at 10 yuan, and you placed a nominal yuan buy order at 11 yuan. Its limit-up price at 9:15 a.m. If you fail to cancel it before 9:20 a.m., the system will enforce execution. Every seller may fill your order at 11 yuan until your full nominal yuan allocation is exhausted. Back to the auction from 9:20 to 9:05 a.m. Automatic matching occurs from 9:25 to 9:30 a.m. The market pauses for consolidation. Formal trading begins at 9:30 a.m. The auction's most critical function is to determine the next day's opening price, based on overnight news development. Without hesitation, Lai Weijia sold all his Rongfeng Holding shares during the auction at a 6% discount. When formal trading commenced, the automotive sector indeed split sharply along capital lines, as Zhang Yang's report had forecast. Recent buzz around the automotive industry adjustment and revitalization plan had drawn hordes of retail investors into the sector. To profit, major players needed those same investors to sell near the bottom. Under what conditions would retail investors capitulate? The crudest method: brutal downward pressure. Yet given the sector's massive scale and strong policy tailwinds, such blunt force selling was simply unrealistic. In response, institutional players employed a subtler, slower-cutting strategy. First, they smashed through apparent support levels, then they entered prolonged sideways consolidation, eroding investor patience while lowering their own average holding costs via intraday trading. Finally, they broke the consolidation pattern downward, before launching a sharp-shaped rebound. This slow knife approach succeeds because retail investors worldwide share one universal trait: blind faith in technical indicators. For small-cap stocks, any indicator can be manipulated. Golden crosses, death crosses, turnover rates, volume spikes. None reflect organic market forces. Capital fragmentation, institutional exodus, yet retail participation surging. This confirms entry into a technical consolidation phase. Lai Weijia watched the chart intently, and the moment the intraday line turned upward, he committed his entire portfolio to Jianghuai Automobile. His simulated account mirrored real-time prices without influencing actual market dynamics, eliminating funding variables. Then the intraday line dipped another 1%. At last, the institutional players unleashed a violent rally. By market close, Jianghuai Automobile had risen 3.4% with a 7.9% intraday range, rekindling Lai Weijia's confidence. With over a month remaining, he stood a real chance of climbing into the top 10. April 1st, April Fool's Day. The schedule of the Huaxin simulation trading competition has passed more than half, and Zhang Yang still hasn't chosen to trade. His 1 million simulation funds remain with Baosteel. Throughout the entire month of March, Baosteel's total increase was 9.33. However, since Zhang Yang entered the market on the 9th, he perfectly avoided the short-term peak of the previous week, achieving a total return of 12.7, which means his simulated account has already seen a floating profit of 127,000. As for his real investment, his cumulative input is 420 yuan, with 70 invested in Baosteel, 20 in Jianghuai Automobile, and the remaining 10 in Huaguo Bank. By the end of the morning session on April 1st, the real investment increase was 15.22, with a floating profit of 639.24, bringing the total account funds to 4839. Zhang Yang understood clearly that this round of shares was a bottom repair market, which generally does not require active. What is a bottom repair market? To put it simply, it is a phase of value return. Due to the impact of the subprime mortgage crisis, most companies in a shares have been severely undervalued. The current rise is merely a return to normal value ranges. If you trade at this moment, it is very likely that you will miss out and incur losses. The time when active trading is truly necessary is when the market value returns and there is capital differentiation entering a technical bull or bear market. Zhang Yang's passive trading still kept his yield within the top 30 professionals. Many students of investment theory, upon learning that Zhang Yang had not traded for over 20 days and had reached the top 30 merely through Baosteel's rise, eagerly chose to follow suit. As for the market research reports priced at 30 yuan each, they were gradually accepted by the students. It is worth mentioning that since Lai Weijia subscribed to the reports entirely, his yield has returned to positive territory, achieving a 2.9 return yesterday, placing him within the top 100 professionals. Although he was still at the tail end, last week's yield made him the first. The sudden turnaround left teachers like Wang Xingbang and Chang Boitao astonished. After all, Lai Weijia had incurred a 20 loss in the first 6 trading days, which later rose to 26. Now able to turn losses into profits can only be described as a dark horse. As for the students in the top 20, they felt immense pressure because each other's yields were closely contested. The first place, He Jing, led the second place, Su Jiafeng, by only 4 in yield. Meanwhile, Wang Lu, who had led significantly in the first week, was now ranked 9th after chasing stocks on the Dragon and Tiger list and suffering multiple losses. With half the competition completed, everyone began to use all their strategies, some even resorting to connections to gather insider information. On the 6th floor of the Hukai Library in the financial analysis room, Zhang Yang sat upright, continually striking the keyboard, with a cup of coffee on his right. With Lai Weijia, He Jing, and Su Jiafeng as his spokespersons, his market segment report business was thriving. In just half a month, he earned 340 yuan from selling data, and it is noteworthy that his client base consists of only 121 students. The key point is that some of them pooled resources in their dormitory to buy, while others shared pirated versions to seize the market. Selling 340 Huaguo coins made him quite satisfied. As the afternoon approached 3 o'clock, he stretched lazily and clicked the left mouse button to check the market trends for the day. The shares on April 1st remained strong, with both the banking and securities sectors making strides. This was a clear signal of oversold valuation repair. Why do I say this? The banking and securities sectors are like a seesaw. When banks rise, securities often fall or remain flat. If the securities sector rises, banks are likely to fall or remain flat. This is because banks are defensive sectors. Only when market sentiment is low and there are signals of peaks do funds seek safety and enter. Securities, on the other hand, are offensive sectors because the performance of securities companies is directly linked to the stock market. When the stock market thrives, their performance naturally rises, but if the market experiences a major recession, the performance of securities companies will also be dismal. This is also the reason why the securities sector is referred to as the flag bearer of the bull market. Of course, there are no absolutes in the share market. After all, most retail investors who are new to shares often choose the four major banks they are familiar with. The continuous influx of market funds will also break theoretical rules. However, this is also the allure of the stock market. Its uncertainty drives countless investors to madness. How do you watch the market here? A pleasant female voice reached Zhang Yang's ears, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance reminiscent of jasmine blooms in early June. Zhang Yang turned to see He Jing. Today He Jing was still dressed provocatively, wearing a loose floral t-shirt paired with short denim shorts, her voluptuous legs extremely eye-catching. Just taking a look at the closing moments. As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, He Jing immediately replied, "Indeed, after not trading for over 20 days, how could one keep an eye on the market? May I sit here?" she asked again. Zhang Yang smiled lightly and said, "Of course." After receiving Zhang Yang's permission, He Jing sat down to his right. To find this man's hiding place, she had gone through various inquiries and finally learned Zhang Yang's exact location. After sitting down, she looked at Zhang Yang with curious eyes and asked, "By the way, why have you not traded for over 20 days? Don't you want to intern at Huaxin Securities?" "I don't want to," Zhang Yang answered succinctly. Although fund managers appear glamorous managing billions in assets, their annual salary cap is in the millions. He has higher aspirations, and entering Huaxin Securities would only bind him. He Jing, "Why? I prefer to control the trading actively rather than being bound by constraints." Zhang Yang provided. He Jing was not foolish and naturally understood what Zhang Yang was trying to express. After all, the securities law stipulates that personnel from stock exchanges, securities companies, and securities registration and settlement institutions are not allowed to buy or sell stocks directly or indirectly. Entering a securities company guarantees stable income, but sometimes one may be at the mercy of circumstances. Not entering a securities company allows one to rely on their own skills for a living. He Jing had also considered going solo, but reality was harsh. The mountaintop waterfall of 2007 made her realize the importance of stable income. "Do you really want to enter Huaxin Securities?" Zhang Yang suddenly asked. Of course, Huaxin Securities is a top-tier brokerage backed by a prominent central enterprise. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He Jing did not hide her longing for Huaxin Securities. It was her dream company. "Buy more of my sector research reports, and it'll guarantee you get in." Zhang Yang smiled lightly. "Are you that confident?" He Jing raised her delicate brows. Zhang Yang's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with confidence as he said, "Of course." The two locked eyes, and He Jing felt as if she was meeting Zhang Yang for the first time. He had been relatively reserved before, but now he was, as his name suggested, confident, extroverted, and flamboyant. Outside the financial analysis room in the self-study area, Wang Lu, who usually prided himself on being the last gentleman of Pudong, couldn't help but curse. "Damn, no wonder the dorm president is never in the dorm. It turns out he's dating He Jing. This is bad. He's really found a shortcut." Next to him, Chuan was filled with envy. "At least it's He Jing, thank goodness." Su Jiafeng let out a sigh of relief. His crush on Su Zhao wasn't a recent development. They not only shared the same hometown, but also a love for. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was obscured by dark clouds, and a gentle breeze blew. Zhang Yang, carrying his laptop, left the library with He Jing and headed to classroom 409 in the first teaching building for microeconomics. As it was graduation season, there were barely any classes throughout the week, and even if there were, they were only one session, either in the afternoon or morning. The two walked through the campus, attracting quite a few glances. Zhang Yang was originally quite handsome, a campus heartthrob, and now with He Jing, who stood at 172 cm with a model-like figure beside him, it was hard not to attract attention. "Looks like I need to check the Who Finance Forum," Zhang Yang thought as he noticed someone taking pictures, yet he felt no particular stir within. He didn't care about others' opinions. Focusing on his own matters was what a man should do. As they approached the first teaching building, a young man around 168 cm tall and wearing a black cap suddenly blocked their path. "Brother Yang, is it convenient?" "Who are you?" The young man's appearance was too ordinary, belonging to the category of generic faces, and Zhang Yang had no recollection of him. "Am Lai Weijia, the one who contacted you a few days ago about subscribing to the market research reports and mentioned wanting to do a monthly subscription?" Lai Weijia introduced himself briefly. "Oh, it's you." Zhang Yang suddenly realized. With over 100 students in the investment major, he truly couldn't remember all his classmates, especially since the two had little interaction before. "What do you need me for?" Zhang Yang got straight to the point as class was about to start, and he didn't want to be late. Lai Weijia glanced at He Jing beside him, then turned to Zhang Yang and said, "Can we talk privately for a moment?" "Class is about to start, you two talk." He Jing said as she understood they needed to discuss something private and tactful. Once He Jing walked away, Zhang Yang immediately asked, "So what is it?" "I want to ask you to be my proxy for an exam." As soon as Lai Weijie finished speaking, Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, instantly understanding his intentions. He lowered his voice and said, "After class, wait for me in the finance analysis room on the 6th floor of the library." "All right." Lai Weijie silently took note. The role of a proxy was quite common in university campuses, having developed into a complete industrial chain penetrating various aspects. Not to mention on campus, even for professional exams, there were those who dared to hire proxies. Since Lai Weijie had dared to bring it up, Zhang Yang wanted to know his offer. Marx's Capital also mentions that if capital has a 50% profit, it will take risks. If it has a 100% profit, it will dare to trample on all laws. If it has a 300% profit, it will commit any crime, even risking death by hanging. This statement from Capital actually reflects the underlying logic of the world, or rather human nature. As long as the profit is substantial enough, there will always be people willing to break the rules. Determining whether a person is an adult is not based on the age on their ID, but on when they can understand the meaning of the phrase. As long as you can bear the consequences, you can do anything. This also highlights the biggest difference between society and campus, between students and working individuals. Classroom 409. The microeconomics class. The instructor Chen Jiafa, whose hair was already turning gray and who wore stiff black-rimmed glasses, was diligently reviewing basic knowledge with the students. This subject primarily studies individual economic units, such as single consumers, single producers, and the economic behaviors and interrelationships of these units. Since the market consists of countless individuals, understanding individual economic behavior and their interrelations is essential to better understand the market. This is somewhat akin to studying human cells, though only by understanding the specific functions of human cells can we better understand humanity itself. Chen Jiafa lightly clicked his mouse, and the projector displayed data and demand tables. He glanced at the screen and said, "As shown, the usual function of the linear demand function is gap, where A and beta are constants and A beta 0. The corresponding demand curve is a straight line. Now let's look at the demand table. When the price of a product is 1 yuan, the corresponding demand is 700. When the price is 2 yuan, the demand is 600. And when the price is 3 yuan, the demand has dropped to 500. At this point, he looked at the students in the classroom and asked, "This was covered in the first semester of freshman year. Can anyone tell me the demand theorem for this product?" He Jing glanced at Zhang Yang out of the corner of her eye, seeing that he was still typing on his laptop. She took the initiative to answer the question. Under the condition that other factors remain constant, if the price of a product rises, the demand for that product decreases. If the price falls, the demand for that product increases. The price and demand for this product move in opposite directions, indicating that it is not a daily necessity or has substitutes. The rise in price corresponds to a decrease in demand. Exactly. Chen Jiafa looked at He Jing appreciatively and continued, "In the case of a single product that can be substituted or eliminated, a price increase will lead to a decrease in demand in the opposite direction." As soon as he finished speaking, he changed the subject and asked, "If the price of a single product rises but demand does not decrease, as investment majors, what should you do?" "Stock up." Wang Lu was the first to answer. "Why?" Chen Jiafa pressed on. "If the price of a product rises and market demand increases abnormally, it means it has irreplaceability. Such a situation may arise due to issues in the supply chain, but it could also be due to external factors like war or natural disasters." Wang Lu paused for half a second, then continued, "Regardless of the situation, as long as it is confirmed to be a daily necessity, stocking up is not a loss." "What if it is market speculation?" He Jing replied calmly, providing an example. In the early days of the SARS outbreak in 2003, there were rumors in the market that iodized salt could prevent SARS, which not only led to an abnormal rise in salt prices, but also triggered a nationwide rush to buy salt. As I mentioned earlier, as long as it is confirmed to be a daily necessity, one can stock up in advance to prevent running out later. Even if it turns out to be a rumor, one can still sell it at a discount later. Wang Lu adjusted his glasses and defended himself. From an investment perspective, selling at a discount already indicates. He Jing replied, lightly, "Both of your answers were excellent." Chen Jiafa stood up to mediate, saying, "One approached it from the perspective of market scarcity, the other from an investment standpoint. Both are correct. As the saying goes, knowledge changes fate. Knowledge is not just a single facet, but has multiple dimensions. Everyone's cognitive dimensions and starting points for problem solving differ. Even with the same knowledge base, the outcomes can be entirely opposite." In the teaching method, where the teacher asks questions and students respond, this microeconomics class came to a quiet end as the bell rang. As it was already evening, many students would first go to the cafeteria for dinner before returning to their dorms. Upon hearing the bell, Lai Weijie hurriedly left the classroom and headed to the finance analysis room on the 6th floor of the library. "The cafeteria has opened. Oh, what does the dorm leader say?" Chen Chuan asked. "It's still too early to eat and going to the library. Do you want to join it?" Zhang Yang inquired. "I'm not going to. I've arranged to meet Rua in the computer room to review," said Su Jiafeng, who was ready to give up after 4 years of being timid as graduation approached. I also arranged to meet a girl from the accounting college, Wang Lu said with a calm smile. What? No way you all aren't planning to become single anymore, are you? Chen Chuan was a bit taken aback. You need to try harder. This is about not leaving regrets for youth, Su Jiafeng and Wang Lu both stated. It was April 1st, and in 2 or 3 months they would be members of society. If they didn't express their feelings now, they might truly miss their chance. To this Zhang Yang also echoed, pursue boldly, who at worst cut losses in time. Under the persuasion of his 3 roommates, Chen Chuan returned to the dormitory alone, lit a Li Kun's cigarette, and fell into thought. Confessing during graduation season is certainly not a loss. But who to confess to? He thought for a while, but couldn't find a suitable candidate, mainly because his social circle was narrow. He couldn't even gather 20 girls among his QQ friends. Forget it, I won't think about it, I'll just go for it first. Chen Chuan quickly took out 2 tissues, opened his computer, and entered flight mode. In the library's financial analysis room, Lai Weijie paced back and forth, occasionally glancing towards the door with a sense of urgency in his eyes. Today he made a serious mistake by failing to take profits in time, resulting in an overall account return of only 0 when the automotive sector surged and then fell in the afternoon. Though he still made a profit in the end, time was running short for him. The deadline for the Huaxin simulation stock competition is April 22nd, and with the weekends off, there are only 15 trading days left. Currently the top 10 returns are around 30, and to turn the tide, he needs to boost his return rate to over. This means that in the next 15 trading days, Lai Weijie's simulated account needs to increase by 46.81 to achieve an overall increase of 50, averaging a daily increase of 3.12, which is nearly impossible for him. However, he didn't want to lose the opportunity to intern at Huaxin Securities, so he ultimately thought of asking Zhang Yang to help him with the trading. In his view, Zhang Yang, who has written so many market research reports, must have a deep understanding of the share market, and since Zhang Yang is recognized as a top student in their field, he might be able to pull it off. Knock knock. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zhang Yang knocked on the door frame and strode into the financial analysis room. Seeing Zhang Yang arrive, Lai Weijie quickly stepped forward to greet him, saying, "Finally, you made it, Brother Yang. Let's talk over here." "I got held up on the way," Zhang Yang replied with a faint smile. Earlier, a junior sister, Tang Yingxia, suddenly suggested going out to watch a movie and discuss trading strategies all night, but naturally, he had turned her down without mercy. Zhang Yang wasn't being arrogant or dismissive of her looks. Rather, he believed that at this stage he should prioritize his career. As the saying goes, money gives a hero courage, and children are a parent's pride. The first part translates to, with money a person can face life's challenges with greater courage and confidence, realizing their. In his past life, Zhang Yang managed hundreds of millions of dollars in assets for Chinese people in the United States and was a top-tier fund manager. His success in business attracted attention from supermodels of the Kardashian family, daughters of Jewish nobility, and princesses from European royal families, giving him the confidence to navigate between desires. Now reborn, he understands how to maximize profits. Using prime time for indulgence and trivial matters of love, in Zhang Yang's view, is no less wasteful than buying into the medical and electric sectors during this bullish market. The two moved to a corner of the financial analysis room. After confirming there was no one else around, Lai Weijie got straight to the point, saying, "I want to make it into the top 10 of the Huaxin simulation stock competition. Brother Yang, name your price." "You give me a price," Zhang Yang replied without surprise, having already guessed Lai Weijie's intention. His words also implicitly accepted that he could help Lai Weijie into the top 10. "Is 10,000 okay?" Lai Weijie hesitated for a moment, his confidence in the offer clearly lacking. Earlier in class, Zhang Yang had flipped through the other person's profile. When he enrolled as a freshman, everyone filled out an information form, and from that form, he learned that this guy was a genuine Shanghai lord from Pudong. "What do you think?" Zhang Yang asked back calmly. For students, 1,000 yuan is indeed a significant amount. Even 10 years later, for a college student, 1,000 yuan would still be a substantial sum. But since he was a Shanghai lord, having money means he could spend freely. Realizing Zhang Yang was displeased, Lai Weijie quickly amended 3,000. "I'll offer 3,000. That's all my savings. Flat rate 4,000. Zhang Yang had a rough idea of Lai Weijie's bottom line and made his offer. "How about 3,500? I really don't have that much money." Lai Weijie appeared somewhat awkward. He still had 4,600 left in his account, but in 2 days it was his girlfriend's birthday, and he had to prepare a gift. 6,000 yuan is more than enough for an ordinary person's birthday. However, for a local rich girl who grew up in Shanghai, 6,000 yuan wouldn't even buy a limited edition LV bag. Lai Weijie had also promised his girlfriend a LV bag and a gold necklace for her birthday. 4,000 is really not much. Once you shed this student identity, you'll understand how hard it is to get into a top-tier securities company. Zhang Yang did not relent, and added, "If you're uncertain, you can call your parents. I'm sure they can make the right decision." The implication was clear. He was suggesting Lai Weijie ask his family for money. If the other party's family was well informed, they would definitely pay this amount, as providing funds is essentially an investment. If the family refused to provide the money, and Lai Weijie truly couldn't come up with it, Zhang Yang might consider lowering his offer slightly. Lai Weijie was silent for a few seconds, still unsure. "Give me some time, I need to think carefully." Take your time, but there are only 15 trading days left until the competition deadline. The later it gets, the more expensive it will be. With that, Zhang Yang sat down in the study area of the analysis room. He opened his laptop and continued to gather publicly available market information, preparing relevant sector research reports. After much hesitation, Lai Weijie decided to call his mother, who was in business. In a while the call connected. Xiaojia, what's the matter? Lai Weijie explained everything in detail, including how bright his future would be if he entered Huaxin Securities. After listening, Lei's mother immediately decided that's fine. 4000 is not much. Have him give me his bank card number, and he'll transfer it to him shortly. He'll ask him in a bit. If money can solve the problem, then it's not a problem, you know. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Lai Weijie returned to the study area and lowered his voice, saying, Brother Yang, what's your bank card number? He'll have my mom transfer the money to you. Transfer the money from your card, and remember to note it as the service fee for the Huaxin Securities simulation stock competition trading. Zhang Yang had considered everything thoroughly. Without a note, the other party could potentially sue to recover the large transfer. However, as long as the transfer was noted with the relevant information and evidence of the trading behavior was documented, it would be futile for the other party to take it to court, as a labor relationship had already been established requiring payment of the corresponding fee. Lai Weijie understood Zhang Yang's concerns and nodded, saying, how about this, Brother Yang? They'll give you 2000 now. After the competition ends on April 22nd, if I make it into the top 10, it'll give you the remaining 2000. Sounds good. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. They were discussing business, and since it was business, both parties had to be satisfied. Expecting the other to pay the full amount was unrealistic. Send me your card number, and it'll go to an ATM to transfer the money. I sent it to you on QQ. Then I won't disturb your work any longer. Hey, race to our pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Lai Weijie hurriedly left. Zhang Yang continued typing until 6:30, finally finishing the latest infrastructure sector market research report before leisurely leaving the financial analysis room. The next day, at 8:30, Zhang Yang's Nokia 3250, charging on the table, vibrated twice, and he could clearly feel it from his upper bunk. Half awake, he got out of bed and picked up his phone to check. Dear customer, your construction bank account ending in 2389 received a transfer of 2000 Huawei currency on April 2nd, 2009 at 8:29 a.m. with a usable balance of 20294 yuan. Remarks: labor fee for managing the Huaxin Securities simulation competition. 20,000 in hand. Zhang Yang felt elated. It must be said that making quick money through shortcuts was indeed however, earning quick money also carries risks. If their teacher finds out, or if senior brothers from Huaxin Securities discover it, both Lai Weijie and he might be disqualified from the competition. But the risk is proportional to the reward, and Zhang Yang was willing to take that risk. Although they had already violated the competition rules, as long as they could bear the consequences, they could act on their own. This principle is not limited to competitions, it applies to society as well. For instance, on the highway, parking is not allowed, but if your bladder is about to burst and it severely affects your driving safety, yet there are still dozens of kilometers to the next service area. In such situations, as long as you can bear the consequences of being penalized, you can indeed pull over on the emergency lane to relieve yourself and save your bladder. The biggest difference between students and workers is that the former often adhere to rules rigidly, while the latter tend to be more flexible. After washing up, Zhang Yang took his laptop to the cafeteria, swiftly resolving his hunger issue, before heading to the library. Upon entering, he noticed that many students preparing for their graduate exams had already settled down to study. In addition to those preparing for exams, there were also job seekers, those studying for certificates, and some couples enjoying quiet moments together. Zhang Yang headed straight to the 6th floor to the self-study area of the finance analysis room. After plugging in his laptop and connecting to the library's wired network, he logged on to QQ, and indeed, there was an unread message from Lai Weijie. Lai Weijie, did you receive the money? Yes, Zhang Yang typed back. Cough. The cough notification sound from QQ rang out. Lai Weijie, then log into my securities account. I will log back in at 3 o'clock when the market closes. Last night, Lai Weijie had already sent Zhang Yang the account number, password, and trading password for the securities account, which Zhang Yang had saved. Opening the Huaxin Securities platform webpage, Zhang Yang logged out of his account and smoothly entered Lai Weijie's account number and password. The mouse clicked confirm. The webpage redirected to the account page. Lai Weijie had 0 funds in his actual trading account, and no trading records, likely because he had opened the Huaxin Securities account recently to participate in the competition. Switching to the simulation account, the total account funds were 1031900 yuan with a total return rate of 3.19. This performance was quite unimpressive in the field of Shanghai finance. However, one must not forget that he had initially experienced a maximum drawdown of 26. Now with this return rate, it could be considered a comeback against the odds. Lai Weijie held shares worth 4.0 yuan in Bayo Steel, 2.0 yuan in Zhanghuai Automobile, and 3.0 yuan in Hade, with an account capital investment rate of 87.38, almost fully invested. The remaining 1.30 yuan, Zhang Yang speculated, was likely for intraday trading. What is intraday trading? As is well known, stock prices fluctuate in real time. Suppose a stock opens and drops 4. If you choose to cut losses and sell everything, and then it hits the daily limit down, buying back the corresponding stock at a 10 position would be equivalent to executing a reverse T, avoiding a 6 decline. As for a positive T, you need to hold the corresponding stock because the shares trade on a T1 basis, requiring. Of course, there are also T0 ETF funds. Now suppose you want to execute a positive T. When a stock opens and plummets or fluctuates downwards during the day, you choose to increase your position by buying in, and when the stock price rises, you sell the additional shares, completing a positive T. Whether it's a reverse T or a positive T, their essence is to lower the cost of holding. As the market opened for collective bidding at 920, Bastille and Haid both showed a high opening of 1.4 and 1.9. Since it's a simulation account and does not enter the actual market, the trades would be executed directly by the system. The reason Zhang Yang sold Bastille and Haid was straightforward: their valuations had been restored and the market's positive sentiments had already been digested. Moreover, after several trading days of fluctuations, short-term top signals had appeared. Zhang Yang admired Warren Buffett's investment style. Like retail investors, he preferred to build positions at the bottom and then trade to reduce costs. However, unlike retail investors who do not shed tears until they see the coffin, he would be the first to cash out when the market was at its hottest. Every few years, someone would question Buffett's trading, believing he had grown old and missed opportunities. Yet the result is that while he might miss out on 20, he accurately avoids a drop of 50, or even more, allowing him to remain unscathed during each economic crisis. Not making the last cent is Buffett's habit. The market officially opened at 930. The outcome was as Zhang Yang anticipated. Haid surged to a 3 increase before turning downward, erasing all gains by 954. Zhang Yang had included Haid in his market research report. It was a real estate company in Kainan province. In the 2008 annual report, the net profit attributable to the parent company was 29.08 million, a year-on-year increase of 17.22, with an earnings per share of 0.1923, up 17.78 year-on-year. However, the debt ratio was as high as 40.82, which was understandable considering the impact of the subprime mortgage crisis on the economy. That said, Zhang Yang found no remarkable points about this company. All its data was quite mediocre. If one had to point out a highlight, it would be that it was a real estate company directly benefiting from the 4 trillion plan. However, merely relying on the 4 trillion plan could not justify an extraordinary 81 increase within 5 months. Therefore, Zhang Yang categorized this stock as one driven by market speculation. As for Bayo Steel, it was also a direct beneficiary of the 4 trillion plan. Unlike real estate companies, it had a broader business scope as a provider of infrastructure materials. Moreover, compared to its peak in 2007, it had dropped nearly 77.8, making it a long-term hold. However, long-term investments require time, and Zhang Yang only had 15 trading days to operate. This long-term stock could only be sold. In recent days, he had also noticed that the automobile sector was showing signs of activity. The government's subsidy policy for rural car purchases had an almost immediate effect, and car manufacturers like Shanghai Automotive Industry Corporation, formerly known as SAIC, and Great Wall Motors had already reported noticeable improvements in their first quarter results, which added future expectations to the bulk commodity consumption market. Zhang Yang opened his automotive sector research report looking for actionable targets. He had been keeping up with the automotive market and had categorized the information in detail. After a quick search, he swiftly entered a 6-digit stock code, muttering Chang'an Automobile's fund differentiation is currently in a technical horizontal fluctuation with considerable room for operation. Chang'an Automobile is a legitimate state-owned enterprise and a subsidiary of the China Weaponry Equipment Group, boasting a strong background. On February 7, 2009, Chang'an Automobile announced the news of the second-generation passenger car Yuan, which officially began assembly production at the 5th factory and took the lead in pre-sales in the Mountain City market. On March 18 of the same year, Chang'an Yuan was officially launched, offering 4 models: basic, comfortable, luxury, and premium, with a guiding price range starting from 539 to 609,000 yuan. Yuan is the 4th cell phone brand sedan of Chang'an Automobile, following Binbin Jiexuan and Zhixiang, with the slogan stylish, easy to drive, and fuel efficient. In addition, Chang'an Automobile's shares were suspended from trading on October 10, 2008, when the company announced that it was planning significant matters involving major asset restructuring. This suspension lasted nearly 5 months, resuming trading on February 16, 2009. During the 5-month suspension, various speculations circulated in the market. 2 of the more credible speculations were: 1. Repurchase of shares for cancellation. 2. Integration of the downstream automotive parts industry chain. Many investors are familiar with the shares, but few can explain what shares are. The official name of shares is Huagua Currency Special Stock, also known as Domestic Listed Foreign Investment Shares, which refers to shares issued by joint stock companies to overseas investors and listed within Huagua. Chang'an Automobile's shares were issued on September 28, 1996, totaling 250 million shares. As the domestic capital market was not fully opened at the time, the shares were created to alleviate the funding shortage and promote domestic enterprise reform and economic development. Due to these expectations, the market had very high hopes for Chang'an Automobile. In the first month after resuming trading, the increase in February 2009 reached 75.48, with the stock price soaring to 13.98 in the second month, resulting in a cumulative increase of over 89.46 in 2 months. The dramatic rise in the stock price during the second month corresponded to the strong sales of the US Young model and confirmed the market speculation regarding the repurchase of shares. Now in the third month since Chang'an Automobile resumed trading, the market has fully digested the two favorable news items: repurchase of shares and major asset restructuring, leading to a clear differentiation in the funding landscape, which is a good thing for Zhang Yang. Why is this a good thing? A differentiated funding environment implies a horizontal market oscillation. True trading experts thrive in such conditions. What captivates people in the stock market is precisely the top operation during horizontal oscillation, a pathway for top trading experts. Horizontal trading is also relatively fair, providing a perfect opportunity for small investors to profit. When it comes to bottom fishing, you can never know when the bottom is reached, and how can you compete with institutions that have insider information? As for chasing highs, institutions and retail investors also share similar advantages. Horizontal trading resembles a racing curve. Speed in the curve is genuine speed. Of course, horizontal trading is not about random top operations. First, one must assess whether there is bottom support in the area as well as the conditions of funding and performance. Taking Chang'an Automobile as an example, after being suspended for 5 months, it released 2 favorable news items coupled with subsidies from the rural automotive policy, leading to a total of 3 positive drivers. Furthermore, after experiencing the stock market crash of 2007, its decline was 86.17, clearly entering an oversold state necessitating a valuation repair. With an improving macro environment and increased demand in the bulk commodity market, future performance is also strongly supported. In 2 months, it recorded an increase of 89.46, and Zhang Yang believes this is merely a valuation repair, not a peak performance. It is also worth noting that Chang'an Automobile's stock price dropped from 24.58 yuan to a low of 3.4 yuan, a decline of 86.17. However, after resuming trading in February, the stock price at 3.4 yuan saw a rise of 89.46, while its price was only 6.44 yuan. Why do the rise and fall percentages appear similar, yet the stock prices differ so significantly? This is because the large base during a stock price drop results in a significant absolute amount of decline, while the base during an increase is smaller. Even if the percentage increase is the same, the absolute amount of increase is also smaller, leading to a considerable difference in stock prices compared to previous highs. Many stock traders also fall into the misconception that a 5 drop today, followed by a 5 rise tomorrow, will break even, which is actually incorrect. Using the formula for calculation, let the initial price be 1. After a 5 drop, the price becomes 1.15. Let the percentage increase be x. To return to the original price of 1, we set 0.95, 1x1. Solving the equation gives x10, 9510, 0526, or 5.26. This means that a 5 drop requires a 5.26 rise to recover the original investment, which is also why many people feel inexplicably at a loss. Throughout the morning session, Zhang Yang only executed 2 trades, each with a purchase of 50,000. As the market opened at 1 p.m., he continued to look for low points amidst the oscillation. Meanwhile, he kept a close eye on the banking and securities indices. The banking index represents market stability, while the securities index indicates market trends. If either shows directional fluctuations, he will immediately halt operations and wait for clarity in the trend. At 1:34 p.m., he purchased 10000. At 1:52 p.m., he bought another 10000. At 2:30 p.m., he purchased another 10000. In the closing auction at 3 p.m., he bought 10000. During the process of accumulating amidst the oscillation, Zhang Yang also executed a trade involving Zhonghua Automobile, selling at a high point for 200 and buying back all at 2:22 p.m., securing a floating profit of 1.4. After the market closed, Zhang Yang sent a message to Lai Weijia on QQ stating, "Today is done. Let me take a look." Lai Weijia quickly replied. He hurriedly logged into his securities account, switched to the simulated account, and when he saw that his total gain for the day was 0.77, he couldn't help but question Zhang Yang's capabilities. After much hesitation, he sent a QQ message asking, "Brother Yang, there are only 14 trading days left, and the total gain is only 3.96. Are you sure you can achieve a total return of 50? Currently, the gain is short by 46.04. If averaged over 14 trading days, it would be 3.28, which is the minimum required increase. Zhang Yang, don't worry, if I don't make it to the top 10, I will refund you in full." Lai Weijia, "Okay, brother, I am counting on you. If we can make it to the professional top 10, I will add 200 yuan as a bonus." Zhang Yang, "Rest assured, no problem. Closing the chat window, Lai Weijia looked at the total returns in his securities account, realizing he could only place his hopes on Zhang Yang. He believed that achieving an average increase of 3.28 over 14 trading days was beyond his reach unless he attempted to gamble on the boards. Board trading is not the same as low buying. If not executed properly, one could easily face 5 or 6 consecutive trading halts, which he was reluctant to try. Don't let me down, Zhang Yang, Lai Weijia murmured to himself. After the market closed on April 2nd, 122 students from the investment class shared their profit charts in the professional group, with the class monitor compiling and reporting the results. Today's profit champion is Wang Lu. Perhaps sensing his top 10 position was at risk, he rushed to the leaderboard to gamble, achieving a profit rate of 6, exceeding the second place He Jing by 4. 2 increase. This gamble also allowed Wang Lu to return to the top 5 with a total profit rate of 34. Currently, in the investment major, the top 10 profit rates are: first place, He Jing 41. 2. Second place, Su Jiafeng 37. 6. Third place, Dong Lulu 36. Ninth place, Yin Shichong 31. 7. 10th place, Yu Zhigao 29. 8. As trading days dwindle, more students inclined to gamble are emerging. April 3rd, Friday. After the fluctuations and low absorption yesterday, Zhang Yang has met the conditions for trading and is ready for the morning collective auction of Chang'an Automobile. At 2, he chose to invest 1.0 in the simulation fund again. He analyzed the policy technical aspects, capital flow, and market sentiment of Chang'an Automobile last night, and overall the trend still appears to be upward. Unfortunately, Lai Weijia contacted him too late, otherwise he could have achieved at least a 100 return by operating Street Xiangxin, which has been backdoor listed by Xiamen Xianyu. In his past life, Zhang Yang secured first place in investment returns by precisely capturing the consecutive limits of ST Xiangxin. Once it was confirmed that the trend for Chang'an Automobile was upward, Zhang Yang's operations became very simple: continuously engage in positive trades to profit. At exactly 10 o'clock, the banking and securities sectors continued to decline, pulling down the overall market. Zhang Yang was not in a hurry to buy. He had limited funds and needed to be extremely cautious. The market's intraday line was gradually moving down while his gaze remained fixed on the MACD index's smooth moving average. The MACD index's smooth moving average is a fundamental technical analysis tool often referred to as the king of indicators by stock investors. Why is that? Because it can provide a wealth of real-time market information, and this real-time aspect is crucial. To put it simply, it is akin to an intraday version of the daily chart. The only difference is that it does not include the 5-day, 10-day, and 20-day lines, consisting instead of the zero-axis line histogram DF line differential line and DEA line differential average line. The commonly mentioned top divergence refers to when the stock price hits a new high, but the MACD indicator's DF line and histogram fail to synchronize with this new high, which could signal an impending peak in stock price, indicating a potential reversal of the upward trend. The decreasing volume of the downward histogram is shrinking, and the DIF line shows a parallel trend with the banking sector, making a V-shaped retracement. Zhang Yang's gaze swept over the market constantly, and his mouse clicked rapidly. The real-time information of the share market entered his mind, being quickly digested and integrated. At 1014, with the banking sector leading the market further down, Zhang Yang did not hesitate and immediately invested all of his remaining 2,000. Just 10 minutes after the purchase, the banking sector displayed a shaped trend, while the securities sector also exhibited a shaped upward trend. The banking sector lifted the entire market, and his shares again showed an upward trend. At 1121, the upward trend gradually lost momentum. The DIF line turned downward twice, signaling a peak in the intraday performance. Zhang Yang decisively sold all 2,000 shares of Jianghuai Automobile and the 5,000 shares of Chang'an Automobile he had purchased yesterday. With the stocks sold, the DF line and intraday line moved upward again, and at 1130 the closing broke through the previous new high. However, there was not a trace of regret on Zhang Yang's face for missing out, for there is an old saying in the stock market: the final hours can either be a rise or a theft. Why is that? The final hours are when market capital relaxes. A sneak attack at the end of the day is akin to taking the enemy by surprise, indicating that the bullish momentum has run out and can only struggle to survive through stealth. This includes not only the afternoon's final trading period, but also the morning's. Of course, no indicator is ever completely accurate. All indicators in the stock market must be viewed in conjunction with the ever-changing market conditions. Zhang Yang also noticed that the banking sector's trend was somewhat weak, seemingly heading toward a correction. But what he was uncertain about was whether a new main theme would emerge to take over. As Zhang Yang sought stability, the students majoring in investment were becoming increasingly aggressive. After the morning session ended, the Investment 122 group chatroom was already buzzing. Zhao Jinyu Baosteel can open high and low. Clearly, there are continuous favorable factors, yet it surged in volume just a few days ago. It's incomprehensible. Ming Qishuan chasing high stocks is the way to go. I entered Gaochun Ceramics yesterday, and today there's a 10 rise. So comfortable. In Shengtian, you are enjoying it. I entered ST Zhufeng aiming for a rebound from an oversold state and took it. Wang Lu ST Zhufeng is being manipulated by the speculator Zhao Leoj. He cleared out his position a while ago. Aren't you just looking to lose money? In Shichang, damn, I heard that other speculators have gotten involved, but I didn't expect this might just be market manipulation. Dong Lulu, it might be true. They may just want to wash out the market. While Zhang Yang was eating in the cafeteria, he also took out his Nokia 3250 phone to check the messages popping up in the QQ group. Many people suffered significant losses this morning, especially those who rushed to trade. Already 8 individuals have reported a 10 loss, but it remains unclear how much they invested. What surprised Zhang Yang was that He Jing had actually gained 2 again, and she was also trading Chang'an Automobile. Looks like she secured first place. Zhang Yang mumbled to himself. If this trend continues, He Jing might become the first student to break through. Don't think 50 is little. Even Buffett's total annual return is only around 25, which is a whole double of that. However, this does not mean that He Jing is better than Buffett, as they are using simulation funds, which do not affect. If they were trading real funds, the moment you sweep the market with 1 million, the market makers would immediately notice and possibly take countermeasures. Real trading is often 100 times more perilous than simulation trading. That Buffett can achieve an annual total return of 25 in the real market shows that his title as stock god is not just a boast. Haven't you traded in the morning again? Zhang Yang glanced over, and the one speaking was He Jing, who today wore a slightly smaller white t-shirt and loose ripped jeans, still showcasing her figure. Standing next to her were Su Zhira and 2 girls he vaguely remembered but could not name, possibly her roommates. Zhang, the academic overlord, you aren't really going to forfeit, are you? Or is there some insider news about Baosteel that we don't know? Su Zhira also inquired. Influenced by Zhang Yang, many students majoring in investment held Baosteel shares with proportions all around 20. They suspected that Zhang Yang might have insider information, hence their reluctance to trade. I really don't have any insider information. I'm writing a market research report and may plan to move towards becoming a financial analyst in the future. Zhang Yang told a lie, intending to gloss over it. I see, Su Zhira said somewhat naively. In that case, when you become a top analyst, don't forget about us. At the very least, give us a discount as alumni. It seems like the economics and accounting crowd will be facing unemployment. Our investment major's top student is crossing over to deliver a heavy blow to them. Haha, other students from the financial college should be trembling in fear as well. The Financial College of Haduda University offers various majors, including finance, insurance, investment, financial engineering, credit management, and financing leasing, with many students choosing analyst roles as their first career. As for accounting and economics, even more students opt to become analysts. Zhang Yang, a top student in investment changing to a financial analyst, does indeed carry a flavor of a dimensionality reduction strike. He Jing revealed an almost imperceptible smile and agreed, it's getting late. We should hurry back to trade before 1 o'clock. Let's not disturb Zhang the analyst. Good luck, Zhang the analyst. I have it all booked, Zhang the analyst. Looking forward to the next market research report. Listening to the teasing and laughter that came his way, Zhang Yang replied lightly, no problem, the next report will be delivered shortly. After He Jing and Su Zhira left, Zhang Yang also quickened his pace of eating and returned to the library before the market opened at 1 p.m. As soon as he walked into the financial analysis room, he noticed that his usual spot was already occupied by a discussion group of 6 people. Upon seeing someone enter, all 6 turned their gazes toward Zhang Yang in unison. With just a brief glance, Zhang Yang recognized that this was a student group from the accounting college. The accounting program at Hudu Financial University is an A program, ranking among the top disciplines in the nation and serving as a talent pool for the Telenkio Prison Academy. Among the 6, there was a beautiful girl with long black hair, straight bangs, fox-like eyes, and delicate features, embodying a Japanese-style college aesthetic. Her name is Su Zhiro, the twin sister of Su Zhira, and she is also a prominent figure in the Hutsai Tieba forums, consistently ranking among the top 3 in discussions. Although both accounting and investment are popular fields at Hutsai, accounting is nationally ranked A while investment is B, with a score difference of around 40 to 50 points, or in other words, 1 tier apart. With her black long hair, high attractiveness, and pleated skirt combined with her a major, she becomes the focal point wherever she goes. Su Zhiro seemed to recognize Zhang Yang as well and gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. The circle of academic elites is quite small, and Zhang Yang had her QQ, so he politely nodded back. To avoid interrupting their group discussion and to prevent them from disturbing his own trading, Zhang Yang chose a spot near the corner. After taking his seat, he swiftly retrieved his laptop from his bag, connecting the power adapter while also plugging in the library's Ethernet cable. The Wi-Fi speed in 2009 was not very good, and many areas of the Hutsai library provided wired network. Once the laptop was connected to the internet, Zhang Yang quickly checked the market trends. As expected, it has plummeted, he murmured, gazing at the downward index line. In the morning, the main funds stealthily attacked the closing market, and there would definitely be movements in the afternoon. It was indeed a well-prepared bait to entice buyers. Analyzing the intraday charts, he saw that during the 10 minutes from 1120 to 1130, the trading volume had surged abnormally, indicating that many retail investors had chosen to chase the high, betting on further rises in the afternoon. Zhang Yang opened the stock bar on Tieba, and sure enough, it was filled with posts of losses. Poor Dao washes his hair with conditioner image. JPG am done who said this was a 10-year bull market. I lost 600 yuan in 3 days. Lin Bei, damn it. Past events fade away. There's no justice in this world, truly no justice. As soon as I enter it falls as soon as I enter. The main funds won't have monitoring on my computer, right? Bath Emperor. Before entering the stock market, I went for a full body massage every 2 days. After entering the stock market, I want to have the therapist massage me. King of Shabak isn't the foot bath place for the therapists to massage. Are you all being massaged by the therapists? The new investors really come one after another, and they can't be cut off. Watching the continuously refreshing posts on Tieba, Zhang Yang shook his head. They say the bull market has come, and even fools can make money, but there are 2 types of bull markets. One is a technical bull market, and the other is a recovery bull market. A recovery bull market is a collective rise indeed, allowing even fools to profit. However, a technical bull market does not guarantee a collective rise. If you can't find suitable trading targets, the losses might even exceed those in a bear market. As time passed, second by second, Zhang Yang switched back and forth between the banking sector, securities sector, consumer sector, average stock price index, MACD indicators, and the Baidu Tieba page. Trading stocks inherently involves speculative attributes requiring a comprehensive understanding of various information to make relatively accurate judgments. At 1:30 p.m. the DF line and DEA line of the Shanghai Composite Index were about to converge and break through. Zhang Yang immediately switched to the banking and securities sectors to check for consistency. Upon discovering that the DIF line in the securities sector turned around again at 1:27 p.m., he opted not to act, but to continue waiting for an opportunity. Only 5 minutes had passed, and the securities sector had not broken through. The banking sector, along with the consumer and infrastructure sectors, was also trending downwards. While technical indicators can be drawn, they are typically for small-cap stocks. It is extremely difficult to manipulate the banking, securities, and broader market trends solely with capital unless it is a state-backed intervention. After the index dipped a second time, the retail investors on Tieba were in despair. The emotional backdrop prompted Zhang Yang to feel it was time to take action. At 1:57 p.m., he bought in 3,000. At 2:30 p.m., he bought in another 3,000. At 2:57 p.m. during the closing auction, he filled the last 1,000. By the end of the day, the closing price of Chang'an Automobile was 7.37 yuan, with a return rate of 1.60. The highest price was 7.66 yuan, but the lowest was 7.32 yuan, with a trading volume of 334,600 shares and a total amount of 2.49 billion yuan. After closing the securities platform webpage, Zhang Yang sent a QQ message to Lai Weijia informing him that today's trading had concluded. Upon receiving the message, Lai Weijia quickly logged into his Huaxin Securities simulated account to check the profits, where the upper right corner prominently displayed today's total account return rate is 0.97, not even 1. Lai Weijia couldn't help but doubt whether Zhang Yang could truly help him break into the top 10. There were only 13 trading days left, and the current increase lagged by 45.07. That means over the next 13 trading days, Zhang Yang must achieve a daily increase of 3.46 to achieve a 50 return. What troubled Lai Weijia even more was that Zhang Yang had actually gone all in on Chang'an Automobile. What on earth is Zhang Yang doing? Doesn't he know that this Sunday is when Chang'an Automobile's quarterly report will be released? The uncertainty about the performance was why the funds would seek safety. Lai Weijia's expression was very grim, as if he had eaten something unpleasant. At present, he felt that Zhang Yang's trading skills were far inferior to his own. Releasing a quarterly report on Sunday and going all in on Friday, unless he has insider information, isn't this just gambling? Damn it. Lai Weijia couldn't help but bang the table. He simply couldn't comprehend Zhang Yang's trading approach, which was utterly contrary to classroom knowledge. However, since he had already handed over the money and wasted 2 trading days, it was too late for him to take control, so he could only choose to trust Zhang Yang. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the dormitory of the investment studies, 201 girls. Wearing a tank top, Su Zhuo stretched lazily and smiled at He Jing, who was applying eye drops. Sister Jing, how much profit did you make today? Only 1. 2. I missed the drop in the afternoon. What about you, Ruru? He Jing responded. Su Zhuo seemed to have been waiting for this question, boasting about her earnings too. 6. I sold the automotive ETF and banks in the morning, then bought them back at the end. Blue Cece, with her short hair and wheat-colored skin, looked a bit surprised and questioned, with today's market movements, Ruru, you managed to achieve a 2.6 profit. That feels a bit unfamiliar to me. Indeed, it's quite unfamiliar. Another roommate, Wei Yunshir, echoed. Facing the skeptical gazes of her 2 roommates, Su Zhuo puffed out her chest and raised her head proudly, saying, you just don't understand. I am a genius trader possessing absolute market intuition. Blue Cece couldn't help but laugh. Just as she was about to say something, Su Zhuo's hands were already playfully tapping Blue Cece's chest as she puffed her cheeks and declared, you laughed at me and questioned me, but I will turn you into an A. Don't transform me. I can't reach your level. Blue Cece maintained her competitiveness. am still young, so I can definitely develop further. Su Zhiruo replied. At the same moment, Huaxin Securities' Shanghai branch occupied the third floor of No. 1568 Century Avenue, adjacent to Lujiazui Financial Plaza, 5 kilometers southeast, lay the renowned financial trading square. Without exaggeration, this was China's Wall Street, a hub where countless financial professionals converged. As the share market closed at 3 p.m., Tao Yuan, a fund manager at Huaxin Securities, exhaled deeply and turned to his colleague Yu Shuxue at the neighboring desk. Shuer, how did the Hong Kong market perform for you this week? The two had not only graduated together from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, but also joined Huaxin Securities simultaneously, and were secretly in a romantic relationship. Tao Yuan's academic performance alone would not have qualified him for Huaxin Securities. It was Yu Shuxue who leveraged her family's connections to secure him an internship. After 9 years of relentless effort, Tao Yuan had firmly established himself at Huaxin Securities, managing assets totaling 260 million Chinese yuan, all tied to infrastructure-related investments. The Hong Kong market exhibits strong upward momentum, 3 consecutive monthly gains, suggesting further ascent. Yu Shuxue smiled faintly. What about incremental capital? Tao Yuan asked again. Market sentiment broadly anticipates a return to the 2007 peak, triggering a rush of inflows. This week, my 3 funds collectively attracted 24 million yuan in new capital. Such massive southbound capital. Tao Yuan appeared surprised. Indeed, I'm equally astonished. Perhaps investors anticipate greater upside potential in Hong Kong equities. China hosts 3 stock markets: the mainland share market, the Hong Kong market, and the Taiwan market. Since both Hong Kong and Taiwan lie south of mainland China, capital flowing there via the Stock Connect program is naturally termed southbound capital. Conversely, capital from Hong Kong and Taiwan entering the share market through the Shanghai or Shenzhen Stock Connect programs is labeled northbound capital. Notably, northbound capital is predominantly driven not by local investors, but by international institutional investors. For instance, an American investor wishing to invest in shares cannot directly open a mainland bank account to do so. Instead, he must first open a bank account in Hong Kong or Taiwan, transfer funds into foreign brokerage accounts, such as those of J.P. Morgan, Goldman Sachs, or UBS, and then channel investments into the share market via the Shenzhen or Shanghai Stock Connect. Given that northbound capital consistently achieves a win rate of approximately 65, it has long been dubbed smart money, a highly influential investment indicator. Hearing of his girlfriend's exceptional performance, Tao Yuan extended an invitation. It's the weekend. Shall we unwind with a quiet drink at a lounge tonight? That sounds perfect, Yu Shuxue replied readily. They had already fulfilled every step toward marriage, except signing the certificate. Oh, by the way, Yu Shuxue suddenly recalled something and added, did you know? This year's cohort at our alma mater has been extraordinary. Within just 20 trading days, 1 student achieved a 42 for return, and nearly 30 surpassed 25. A 42 for return. Tao Yuan was stunned. His pupils trembled with disbelief. 20 trading days of 42 for return, averaging 2.12 daily, places this performance firmly among the industry's elite purely on yield metrics. Even Huaxin Securities' top-tier traders would hesitate to claim they could replicate such a feat over 20 trading. Could they possibly have cheated? Tao Yuan whispered cautiously. With nearly 30 students exceeding 25 returns, this achievement eclipsed even elite finance schools like the University of International Business and Economics, Southwestern University of Finance and Economics, and the Central University of Finance and Economics. I've been pondering the same question, which is precisely why I mentioned it to you, Yu Shuxue murmured in kind, lowering her voice amid nearby colleagues. Cheating on a simulated trading platform is relatively simple. A student armed with insider market intelligence or substantial family capital could artificially inflate a low-cap stock in live trading to manipulate simulated results. Because simulated platforms mirror live markets closely, inflating a small-cap stock requires surprisingly modest capital, no more than 10 million yuan all told. Tao Yuan furrowed his brow, a deep unease settling over him. If the results of this year's Huaxin simulated trading competition among Shanghai University of Finance and Economics students proved heavily inflated, both he and Yu Shuxue, as official recommenders, might face serious repercussions. I'll call Professor Wang Xingbang to inquire. Perhaps we're overthinking this. Let's wait until after work. Though they wielded some influence, they held no absolute authority, indiscriminately recommending unqualified candidates to Huaxin Securities risked collective accountability. The very purpose of internal referrals was to leverage employees' credibility as guarantors, streamlining HR's workload and reducing interview costs while ensuring talent quality. Why do internal referrals reliably attract top talent? First, the referrer's own employment at Huaxin Securities attests to their competence. Second, internal referrals operate under an implicit joint liability system. Anyone attempting to push unqualified relatives or friends through this channel risks jeopardizing their own position. Thus, before any referral, the recommender effectively assumes the role of a human resources evaluator. Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Office of the Investment Studies Faculty. Wang Xingbang, who had stooped for nearly 3 years, finally stood tall, beaming as he shared his students' achievements with fellow finance professors. Guess how extraordinary this year's graduating class is? Without waiting for replies, he revealed the answer himself. First place, a 42. For return, achieved in just 20 trading days. And 30 students exceeded 25 returns. As the figures sank in, Professor Ma Shitu, a macroeconomics expert, looked incredulous. Wang, are you suffering from early dementia? I might accept a 42. For return as sheer luck from aggressive trading, but 30 students surpassing 25. That's simply implausible. Exactly, nonsense. Not even the national exam champions from the Central University of Finance and Economics could achieve 30 students hitting 25 returns within 20 trading days, at our university or theirs. Are you running a fever, Wang? The finance faculty chimed in, some even reaching out to feel Wang Xingbang's forehead to verify his temperature. Slap. Wang Xingbang brushed away the probing hand and opted for irrefutable proof. He strode to an empty workstation, booted up the computer, logged into his 163 email, and opened the performance statistics file stored in the temporary folder. See for yourselves, Wang Xingbang never lie. As the file loaded, the finance professors recoiled, as if confronting specters. Good heavens, this generation is brimming with prodigies. Investment studies has truly risen. Once these students join major securities firms, our programs, B ranking will surely ascend to A, perhaps even A, within 3 years. Did they ride a wave of error-driven tailwinds? Or do they genuinely possess such extraordinary skill? Whether it's error-driven advantage or raw ability, the simulated trading return remains the ultimate testament to capability. I must screenshot this and send it to finance professors at the Central University of Finance and Economics and Southwestern University of Finance and Economics. As the adage goes, once a teacher, forever a parent. For educators devoted to nurturing minds, their students' success becomes their deepest pride. Only those who have taught understand the profound exhilaration of seeing one's students flourish across the world. As the scorecard traveled digitally, landing in professors' inboxes at the Central University of Finance and Economics, Fudan University, Southwestern University of Finance and Economics, and Zhejiang University, a collective wave of agitation swept over these seasoned academics, all well past 50. Has Shanghai University of Finance and Economics taken some kind of stimulant? This is astonishing. This year's investment studies graduates from Shanghai University are remarkably impressive, outperforming even their peers from the Central University of Finance and Economics and Southwestern University of Finance and Economics. A42. For return, He Jing is truly extraordinary. Why have we never heard of her before? Shanghai University's rise is intriguing. In the capital of Huaguo, Yinjing, lies Huayang University of Finance. Huakai is a national double first-class institution and part of the 211 project, renowned as the cradle of finance and management experts in Huaguo. In the second round of academic assessments that began in 2006, its programs in economics, investment, and finance were rated A. What is a professional rating? It is a national evaluation based on the scores of declared disciplines at universities, where an A rating signifies a top-tier program. For instance, East China University of Political Science and Law is neither a 985 nor a 211 institution, yet it is a member of the 5 institutes and 4 departments. Its recognition in the field of law surpasses that of most 985 and 211 comprehensive universities. The same goes for Huayang University of Finance, whose graduates in investment are highly sought after by top securities firms. Most of the national team, often referred to by stock investors, originates from Huayang Finance. At this moment, Professor Shi Xinrong from Huayang University of Finance was frowning deeply, murmuring to himself, "It's quite strange that the students from Hukai are leading the simulation competition by such a margin." Although they were not competing for internship spots at Huaxin Securities, the annual Huaxin Simulation Competition serves as a preliminary exam for all finance-related universities, impacting the rankings of finance schools. Shi Xinrong had considered Qingbei University, Southwestern University of Finance and Economics, and even the C9 Alliance universities, but he never expected that the B-rated Hukai could outshine them all. It is worth noting that Hukai's investment program had always been mediocre, receiving only a B rating in the initial academic assessments. Strange. Really strange. Shi Xinrong couldn't understand. They had the best student sources, the strongest finance faculty, and the most educational resources, so there was no reason for them to lose to Hukai. While Shi Xinrong was deep in thought, the dean of the School of Finance at Huayang University, academician Penggu, entered the office holding a black thermos. "What are you thinking about, Xinrong?" Penggu greeted him first, then went to the water dispenser to get some water. Dean Shi Xinrong quickly stood up and shared his thoughts. There's been a frenzy in the finance group saying that the graduating class of investment students from Hukai achieved returns in the Huaxin simulation competition far exceeding those from other finance universities. The first place reached a 42 for return in just 20 trading days. That's outrageous. Peng Guest's eyes flickered with surprise. What was our top return? He asked after turning off the water dispenser and casually taking a seat. Our top return is 36. 17 from Utianyo, but that's a full 6 lower than theirs. Shinrong replied quickly. So far behind. Peng Guest's brow instinctively furrowed. Huayan University's investment program was rated A not only due to excellent student sources and strong faculty, but also because of the presence of a financial academician like him. Hukai, to be honest, apart from accounting, other disciplines didn't catch Peng Guest's attention. Though we lag behind quite a bit, Utianyo's 36. 17 return has already surpassed past records, and after 13 more trading days it's bound to break the 50 mark. Sure, Shinrong argued. Utianyu is one of my most promising students, also the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Hangzhou. His talent and strength are beyond doubt. Encourage the students to put in more effort. We can't let them surpass us. It seems there's more than meets the eye, Peng Gu implied. For someone at his level, strength was no longer a point of discussion, but he feared the embarrassment his students might bring him. There's a joke in the medical field about an academician who had stopped performing surgeries, but was called back into action by a student in urgent need, forcing him out of retirement. A student can afford to lose face, but a teacher cannot. They'll make them work harder. Shinrong nodded slightly. He could not allow Huayan finance to be surpassed. He must defend the honor of the school. Meanwhile, at Hukai, Wang Xingbang, Chun Jiafa, Chang Buotao, and other main course teachers of investment unanimously decided to go out for drinks tonight to celebrate. However, just as they booked the hotel private room, a call from Tao Yuang rang into Wang Xingbang's Nokia phone. Why is Yuang calling me out of the blue? Wang Xingbang inquired. It's like this, Professor Wang. Tao Yuang hesitated a bit, but out of concern for his own interests, he expressed his doubts. Is there a possibility that the simulation results of our investment students this year involved sharing answers? He spoke vaguely, but the meaning was clear. Though he had promised that the top 10 in the Huaxin Securities simulation competition could enter Huaxin Securities for internships, he bore the risk. If 10 mediocre students were admitted, he might also have to leave Huaxin Securities. Are you implying that because Hukai's results are good, there's something fishy going on? Wang Xingbang expressed his displeasure with Tao Yuang's insinuation, his tone tinged with anger. No, Tao Yuang quickly denied it, adding, you know, Professor Wang, the recommender and the recommended are interconnected. I just want to be cautious to avoid unnecessary gossip. Alright, I understand. They'll check this out in the next few days and get back to you. Wang Xingbang hung up the phone, his expression darkening significantly. What happened? Chang Buotao sensed something was off and quickly asked. Nothing much, just that Tao Yuang thinks we collectively cheated and our simulation results are questionable. Wang Xingbang recounted the situation in detail, his tone growing increasingly unfriendly. He was known for protecting his students and could not bear to have others look down on them. After finishing, he turned to Chang Buotao and Chun Jiafa, asking, do you know about the hidden circumstances here? Chang Buotao pondered for a moment before saying, there has indeed been a curious incident recently. What incident? Wang Xingbang and Chun Jiafa asked in unison. Other investment professors also perked up, waiting for further details. You know Zhang Yang, right? Yes, the top student in the major. As soon as Chang Buotao finished asking, a professor eagerly responded. The former nodded in affirmation and continued, as far as I know, the reason he hasn't been trading recently is that he's been preparing market research reports for other students to use for trading. Oh, what? The professors were surprised. Wang Xingbang felt a jolt in his heart, his eyes flashing with sudden realization. No wonder this year's student simulation results can break records. It turns out someone is providing market intelligence. Does this count as cheating? I don't think it does. Buying market research reports is a pretty common supplementary investment method, right? The problem is others won't see it that way. Teachers and students from other universities will think that we can't handle it and are having the top student share answers to improve our overall rankings. TCH, who cares what they think? In the investment office, the professors expressed differing opinions. Some believed research reports shouldn't be used while others thought they were acceptable. Wang Xingbang leaned towards not using market research reports as it would hinder students' ability to gather information. It's not like it's offered for free. It's about 30 yuan each, and I estimate he's already made several thousand. He's profiting from it. How can he even make money from this? What exactly does Zhang Yang want to achieve? The professors were shocked again, discussing among themselves. Perhaps I should have a word with him so he doesn't go overboard. Wang Xingbang lowered his voice, glancing at the other professors as if seeking their opinions. The next moment, the professors expressed their views. I think he should tone it down a bit. After all, this is a competition. Selling research reports for profit undermines fairness. There's no fairness in financial markets. I believe we should not only refrain from stopping it, but also increase our support. Well said, I support that. You all need to consider the impact. If other universities find out, it will be a laughingstock. This Huaxin simulation competition is essentially a small test in the industry affecting countless students. The professors still had disagreements, and after much hesitation, Wang Xingbang decided to find time to ask Zhang Yang about the specifics. As night falls, the air in the campus is thick with the scent of hormones. Regardless of the university, once night descends, one is bound to encounter couples unabashedly kissing under dormitory buildings, on the steps of playgrounds, or on lakeside benches. Hu Kai is no exception, and at intervals along the path couples can be seen embracing one another, sharing their oral. Humans are animals, and with spring arriving the exuberance of hormones is understandable, but what confounds him is why couples feel the need to engage in such interactions, even in the cafeteria. He could not comprehend it any further, and chose to forget the matter. Upon returning to the boys' dormitory before he could reach the door of dorm 308, Zhang Yang heard the hurried voices of his roommates inside. Change the tank. I can't hold on any longer. Knight. Death Knight, get in there. Right now. Healer, use group healing. Don't hold back on your skills. Do your best to keep the Death Knight alive. Once the main tank's health recovers to 70, use taunt to draw the boss aggro, and swap out the Death Knight. Understood. Weakening it, just go for it. Zhang Yang opened the door to the dormitory, and the sight that greeted him was 3 roommates with bare upper bodies furiously hammering away at their keyboards and mice. The game they were playing was called World of Warcraft, currently the hottest online game, with internet cafes almost entirely filled with players engaged in it. It is precisely because of the global phenomenon that is World of Warcraft that various capital ventures have begun to pay attention to the gaming market, seeking to tap into its potential. Compared to the Western fantasy style of World of Warcraft, Zhang Yang preferred to play multiplayer role-playing games with a Chinese style, such as Zheng 2 and Legend. However, that was a thing of the past. Compared to the virtual world of games, he now preferred the intoxicating allure. While his roommates were engrossed in their game, Zhang Yang took the opportunity to wash up, clean his clothes, and hang them on the rope in the balcony. After completing these tasks, his 3 roommates had already finished their game instance. Seeing Zhang Yang come out from the balcony, Chen Chuan paused for a moment and asked, "Damn, when did you get back?" "While you were in the instance," Zhang Yang replied. "The dorm leader is back." Su Jiafeng glanced over, and upon confirming Zhang Yang's return, he added, "Tomorrow is the weekend. We plan to go camping. Are you coming, dorm leader?" "Camping, huh?" Zhang Yang pondered for a moment and asked, "The camping gear and food have to be prepared a few days in advance, right? Have you all sorted it out?" "As for the camping gear, I can just grab it from home. As for the food, we can buy it tomorrow, no problem," Wang Lu chimed in. His home is in Hudu and right in the prime location of Lujiazui, making him a genuine rich second generation. "Our dorm is just missing you, dorm leader," Chen Chuan echoed in agreement. "All right, then I'll sacrifice myself to accompany gentlemen," Zhang Yang said with a faint smile. Originally, he had planned to take advantage of the break to reorganize the data he had collected, especially regarding ST stocks. In the share market, ST stocks are commonly referred to as hat stocks, and those that bear the hat often face the risk of delisting, thus their price fluctuations are limited to 5, with risk warnings during purchase. Those who have purchased ST stocks know that their risks and returns are comparable to speculative stocks. Once they are unhatched, it is possible to see more than a dozen consecutive rises leading to double profits. However, if forced delisting occurs, there is no need to worry about stocks disappearing. Instead, they will be transferred to the securities company transfer system to continue trading, commonly known as the third board trading platform. Once stocks are transferred to the third board trading platform, their inflated values will be immediately squeezed, potentially shrinking by 70 or more. Some investors prefer to buy third board stocks because if they are relisted, the inflated stock prices will return, often yielding at least a 100 floating profit. Upon hearing Zhang Yang agree to go camping, Chen Chuan immediately handed him a cigarette and said, "Dorm leader, I want to ask you for a favor." "What is it?" "Could you arrange for 2 girls to come along? Otherwise, it's too lonely for me at the Huahan table." "Yeah, dorm leader, you have to help your brothers get a couple of girls. After all, everyone knows you have hundreds of female friends on your QQ. "That's not right. If Chuanzi wants to ask girls, it's because he's single." "Liuzi, didn't you just get out of a relationship?" Zhang Yang couldn't help but inquire. "Don't mention it. That girl wants me to buy her a 6,999 yuan diamond necklace before she agrees to be in a relationship with me. I dislike materialistic women. He wants to take advantage," Chen Chuan succinctly summarized. However, Wang Lu was anxious and hurriedly retorted, "What do you mean by taking advantage? I only want the spark of love. A love mixed with material conditions cannot be called love, can it?" "He wants to take advantage," Chen Chuan repeated. Wang Lu exclaimed, "Come on, Chuanzi, can you phrase it differently?" Chen Chuan thought for a moment and rephrased, "He wants to eat for free." Wang Lu fell into complete silence. Does he want to take advantage? Not necessarily. He doesn't lack money at home. Both of his parents are adept business people, and the car he uses for college is a BMW 3 Series. He merely finds it distasteful that someone would demand gifts so eagerly right after starting a relationship. It makes him feel as if it's a transaction. Zhang Yang, as his roommates wished, posted a dynamic on QQ Space. In 2009, WeChat was still in development, and young people generally chose QQ Space or Weibo to share their lives. "Are there any takers for camping and cooking outdoors?" Not long after the post was made, comments began to appear. 07 statistics. Chen Yong, brother Yang, can quick with money and can do 108 kinds of Zibo barbecue methods. 05 finance. Nye Xiaoqin. I want to go where to for cooking outdoors. 07 accounting. Yu Hongxi. Are there still spots? I can join. The comments rapidly flooded in, leaving Zhang Yang feeling dazzled. Having realized early on in his freshman year that connections are a form of resource, he had never turned down a friend request. Over 4 years in college, he ended up with 2,000 to 3,000 QQ friends. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory of the Investment Studies, 201. Oh my! Su Zhuo exclaimed, reading aloud the content on the screen. Zhang Yang posted a dynamic asking, if anyone wants to go camping, this is perfect. We're also going out for a spring outing tomorrow. What a coincidence. He Jing was a bit surprised. April is already the last month for cherry blossoms. If missed, one would have to wait until next year for the flowers to bloom. Because of this, the 4 girls in dorm 201 had already made plans to go out for a spring outing to see the cherry blossoms on Saturday. Stop talking, just contact them directly. It's a great chance for a dormitory gathering. Lan Cici had already sent Zhang Yang a chat window focusing on efficiency. Wei Yunsher, I've sent the message. Su Zhuo, I sent it too. On the other side, upon receiving the messages, Zhang Yang naturally chose familiar faces and decided on 8 girls from dormitories 201 and 209 to go camping together. Upon learning that Su Zhuo would join, Su Jiafeng excitedly began rummaging through his clothes, pulling out various bottles and jars stored in the cabinet. For a boy, hair gel might be optional, but it is indispensable. Because in relatively formal occasions, hair gel can keep one's hair standing firm, avoiding the awkwardness of constant adjustments. However, Zhang Yang would not expect that at this moment Wang Xingbang was checking his space content one by one. Do not be fooled by Wang Xingbang's age. He also has his own QQ account, though he rarely logs in. He communicates any matters through emails to the class committee, who then relay the information. Yet what he found was quite revealing. He frowned tightly as he mused, macroeconomic reports, microeconomic reports, sector reports. Could it be that Zhang Yang wants to pursue a career as a financial analyst? The next day at Puzheng Wilderness Park, located in the MH district along Pushing Road, March and April are blooming seasons, and in this park there are 9 Zhengvizero tulips in full bloom. Additionally, its forest area not only has few people and beautiful scenery, but the camping lawns are also open for free, allowing for tent setup and kite flying. Ah, this is nature. Chen Chuan couldn't help but exclaim as he stepped out of the car. Although school days were pleasant, the days spent camping under the sun were clearly more enjoyable. Zhang Yang in the driver's seat of the BMW got out and called out, "Come on, help move the stuff, let's set up camp." Right, the girls will be here soon. Su Jiafeng chimed in. The 3 of them were part of the vanguard. After Wang Lu returned home, he handed the BMW 3 Series over to Zhang Yang, while he switched to a Mercedes-Benz E-Class to pick up the girls from dorm 209. They're here. As Chen Chuan walked to the trunk, the sound of 2 loud horns caught their attention. A pink Maserati slowly drove in and finally stopped by the roadside of the park. Su Zhuo, the driver, greeted them warmly. "Hello, we're not late, are we?" "You guys are early." Chen Chuan quickly stepped forward to flatter them, continuing, "If you had come 10 minutes later, I would have already set up the tent." "Exactly, you came too early," Su Jiafeng quickly echoed. To show off his muscular strength, he even lifted the tent pole intentionally. Watching his 2 roommates fawn over the girls, Zhang Yang understood why the licking dog economy existed. "Just in time, we can set up the tent together." He Jing in the passenger seat got out. Today she specifically wore a beige long dress, and the gentle breeze made her look particularly charming. "Get out of the car." Go. Wei Yunsher, seated in the back of the Maserati, was wearing a floral long dress, her youthful face radiating vibrancy. Lan Cici and Su Zhuo, on the other hand, were dressed more traditionally, both in classic jeans paired with short-sleeved t-shirts. "Is there anything we can help with?" "No need, just being here is enough," Chen Chuan quickly replied. Zhang Yang glanced at the lawn that had yet to be laid out with the picnic mats and suggested, "You girls can set up the picnic mats and arrange the tables and chairs while handle the heavy lifting." "Okay." Lan Cici went to get the picnic mats. "Yunsher and I will set up the sunshade. Draw, you bring your mahjong." He Jing quickly directed the girls to work. With the addition of the girls, Chen Chuan and Su Jiafeng transformed into nuclear-powered donkeys, not only setting up the tent, but also assembling the barbecue rack and the camping stove with great enthusiasm. Zhang Yang thawed the ingredients for lunch and also brewed a pot of tea. By 10 o'clock, Wang Lu arrived with 4 other girls from another dorm, joining the team to organize the campsite. As noon approached, the camping facilities were basically set up. The overlapping of 4 picnic mats created a large leisure area where snacks and fruits were laid out, and Su Zhuo, Lan Cici, and Su Jiafeng were already playing mahjong. Wang Lu took out a kite and played with 2 girls from dorm 209. As the designated chef, Zhang Yang felt a bit overwhelmed. He realized that his group of sons had called him out to cook. However, having lived abroad for decades in his past life, he had also acquired good culinary skills and loved the cooking process. "What do we want for lunch? Western or Chinese food?" Zhang Yang asked. He Jing, who was playing Do Diju, looked up and asked, "What Western food do we have?" "I want Chinese food," Su Zhuo declared loudly. "Western food means grilled steak served with pasta, and there's red wine in the car to pair with it. For Chinese food, I brought rice. We can make a simple shrimp ham and scallion fried rice along with fish head soup and braised fried fish." Zhang Yang glanced at the ingredients and said, "Class monitor, Dad, I want them all." Chen Chuan didn't care about his image. Puffed. His words made all the girls on the scene burst into laughter. Su Jiafeng felt a bit embarrassed silently, giving Zhang Yang a look as if to say he'd make up for the dad comment later. He'll help out. No need, I can manage on my own. Zhang Yang shook his head and refused, saying, You all go play, I'm not used to having someone assist me. You'll get used to it later, He Jing smiled calmly. Wow. Her words made those playing mahjong and Do Diju nearby exclaim in surprise. Su Zhuo suddenly felt a sense of crisis, quickly standing up and saying, He'll help too, I'm quite handy at washing vegetables at home. Me too, Su Jiafeng hurriedly stood up as well. Go away, none of you come and disrupt things, just wait to eat. Zhang Yang once again ruthlessly refused, then began preparing the ingredients. Zhang Yang Gij is so manly. Zhuang Yingmeng from dorm 209 teased. I want to date him, hee. Another girl from dorm 209 was even bolder. This made Chen Chuan and Su Jiafeng feel uneasy. They had focused on getting Zhang Yang to be the chef, neglecting that this man's charm was simply irresistible. Ahem, Chen Chuan stood up and said, Actually, I can also make fried rice and such. Don't come and disrupt. All right. Zhang Yang's words made Chen Chuan sit down, obediently continuing to play mahjong. After refusing everyone's help, he first cooked rice in the rice cooker, then set up the portable stove with fuel, and finally brushed the pot with olive oil before igniting it to heat. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Zhang Yang extended his hand over the pot, feeling the rising heat waves. Sensing the temperature was right, he picked up a piece of beef trimmings and placed it in the pot, and it immediately sizzled and smoked upon contact. As the blood juices emerged and mingled with the olive oil, he used tongs to pick up a normal-sized steak beside it and sealed its edges to prevent excessive blood loss inside. After sealing the edges, he alternated cooking both sides. Some blood juices seeped out of the beef and the surface began to take on a brownish hue. He Jing, standing beside him, couldn't help but ask, How well done is this? Medium well. If it's medium rare, I'm afraid it might upset your stomach, Zhang Yang replied. What was that process you did to seal the edges? He Jing asked again. Sealing the edges is a common technique used by Michelin chefs, which can greatly preserve the juices inside the steak, making it more tender to eat. Zhang Yang explained. So that's how it is, He Jing said, realizing something as if she had learned something new. Eating steak is about savoring its tenderness and juiciness. Some steaks from top-notch ranches can even be cooked to medium rare. Zhang Yang was extremely skilled in his cooking. After frying one steak after another, he began using the leftover juices to prepare the pasta. Western cuisine was done, and Chinese cuisine was not left behind. He took out the freshly cooked rice and set it aside, then heated oil in the pan, scrambled 10 eggs, added shrimp, diced carrots, diced cucumbers, and diced ham to cook, then mixed in the rice, soy sauce, salt, and finally sprinkled scallions on top as garnish. As the dishes were served, the chatter among the campers gradually faded, replaced by praises. The steak is so tender, it's delicious. What kind of fried rice is this? It's simply my dream dish. The shrimp enhances the flavor, the ham adds fragrance, and the scallions are the finishing touch. Full marks, it deserves full marks. Zhang Yang may not be the most handsome at Huaicai, but he's definitely the best cook. He is the most handsome. While Zhang Yang and his friends were camping in the wild, Wang Xingbang was recounting everything he had learned to Tao Yuang at the Slow Time coffee shop far away on the Bund. Professor Wang, are you saying that the rise in the return rate of Hukai students is due to a student named Zhang Yang selling market research reports? Tao Yuang's eyes flashed with surprise, clearly not expecting this outcome. Yes, I have no reason to deceive you, Wang Xingbang replied, adding, This is the student's personal behavior and not something we orchestrated. Tao Yuang hesitated, thinking, You, Wang Xingbang, have washed your hands of the responsibility, but I will have to bear the corresponding consequences for Zhang Yang's actions. This was because over a month ago he had promised that the top 10 in the Huaxin simulation trading competition could intern at Huaxin Securities, which was aimed at 122 investment students from Hukai. Could he take back those words? He couldn't. He also dared not. Because once he took it back, he would offend 122 future colleagues in finance, some of whom had very strong backgrounds. Recommending someone with a stiff upper lip is still lighter than the consequences of retracting a promise. Seeing Tao Yuang's hesitance, Wang Xingbang immediately asked, Just say what's on your mind, no need for circumlocution. As someone born in the 1950s and who has spent time abroad, he despised beating around the bush and being cough cough. Wang Xingbang. Tao Yuang cleared his throat and said, Professor Wang, could you ask Zhang Yang to stop selling market research reports for now? We want to use the results of the Huaxin simulation trading competition as the internal recommendation standard. The essence is to select excellent students, and with him doing this, it will be difficult for me. Upon realizing that Tao Yuang wanted him to step in, Wang Xingbang immediately reacted, took a sip of coffee, and calmly said, If I step in, do you want me to represent Hudu Financial University or Huaxin Securities? Or rather, he paused for half a second and added, myself. 3 identities, 3 meanings. If he represented Hudu Financial University, it would imply that the school did not endorse Zhang Yang's actions, thereby undermining its own teaching content. After all courses in investment studies teach students to understand the market, master economics, and purchasing research reports is as legal and reasonable as buying newspapers. As for representing Huaxin Securities, not to mention whether Wang Xingbang had the qualifications, would Huaxin Securities also have to halt its own market research reports? As for representing himself, Wang Xingbang couldn't be bothered. Tao Yuang was no fool. Anyone who could survive and establish a foothold in the financial world after years of struggle had their own capabilities. After sensing Wang Xingbang's attitude, he changed his approach and said, I might as well return to my alma mater and talk to Zhang Yang myself. Thank you for your trouble, Professor Wang. On Monday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you should be free, right? Come to my office to talk. Wang Xingbang provided a specific time and place, not allowing Tao Yuang to meet Zhang Yang alone. The reason was simple. He wanted Zhang Yang's market research reports to continue. With the returns of Hukai's students soaring, he would not only gain face, but could also stand tall. It should be noted that the Huaxin simulation trading competition involved multiple finance universities simultaneously, akin to a joint exam before graduation. For a long time, Hukai had been overshadowed by Huayang Finance and Southwest Finance, and this time, having a legitimate way to counter that, how could he not help? I've noted it down. Tao Yuang nodded slightly. He then did not linger, exchanging pleasantries before getting up to leave. He actually didn't understand why Wang Xingbang wanted to protect Zhang Yang, but with things having come to this, he could only mediate personally. As night fell, a gentle breeze swept through the tulips in the Pujiang Country Park, carrying the floral scent into the brightly lit campsite. In principle, one was not allowed to stay overnight here, and there were dedicated patrolling personnel. However, Wang Lu only used a small bribe to break the park's rules. Despite the numerous rules, in some places with a little flexibility, one could completely avoid many troubles. At this moment, Zhang Yang, He Jing, Su Zhira, and the others sat together, while Wang Lu supported himself on the ground, his arms trembling uncontrollably, with Zhuang Yingming sitting on his waist, covering her laughing mouth. 14, come on. Luzi, keep going, just 6 more push-ups. Can you do it, Luzi? Wang Lu wanted to say he couldn't anymore, but the last shred of a man's dignity drove him to bend his arms and slowly straighten them. 15, done, keep going. 16, 17. Come on, come on. Luzi, keep it up. As everyone cheered him on, Wang Lu completed 20 weighted push-ups, dripping with sweat, with beads of sweat rolling down. After finishing the push-ups, Zhuang Yingming smiled as she took out some tissues to wipe his sweat, saying, Are you okay? Just a piece of cake. Wang Lu still pretended to be tough, even though he was panting. Another 20. Chen Chuan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu quickly got up and scolded. You must be joking about another 20. No one does this to a bull or horse. Let's continue the game. He then looked at the cards in the center. The game they were playing was called Poker Minesweeper. A deck of cards has 54 cards, and each player receives a punishment card, then writes the punishment on the blank space of the poker. Assuming there are 10 participants, there would be 10 cards labeled as bombs. When the 10 cards are inscribed with punishment content and shuffled again, rock, paper, scissors is used to select the first player to draw a card. If a bomb is drawn, the player must carry out the punishment written on the card. Wang Lu drew a bomb card and was forced to do 20 push-ups. After removing the bomb card labeled push-ups, the next player, Chen Chuan, drew a card, drawing 6 in a row, putting the first 5 back, before revealing the mystery of the 6th card. Heart, a no punishment. The blank area had no words, and Chen Chuan fortunately avoided disaster, and it was the next person's turn to draw. Diamond 4 blank. Club 2 blank. Club 7 blank. As each card was drawn, the probability of drawing a bomb card continually increased. When it was Zhang Yang's turn, he casually flipped a card, and on the Diamond 8, it clearly stated sing a popular song. Oh wow. The class leader sings. I've never heard that before. Su Jiafeng expressed his curiosity. I haven't heard it either. Me neither. Everyone chimed in. Zhang Yang smiled faintly and said, It's mainly because I sing off-key. Do I usually feel embarrassed to sing? Of course, I haven't really sung much in private. It's okay, we will accept your first time. Chen Chuan chuckled. Then I'll embarrass myself. Zhang Yang didn't hesitate, using the MP3 function of his Nokia phone to play Wang Lihong's The Only One, then gently sang along. My sky is so clear. Transparent promises are the air of the past. Holding my hand is you. Zhang Yang's vocal condition was above average, and as he sang the first line, Wang Lu couldn't help but internally complain. Is this really what you call off-key? Stop exuding charm, class leader. Su Jiafeng shouted in his heart. He glanced around and noticed the gazes of the surrounding girls were different. Even his goddess, Su Zhao, was fixated on Zhang Yang's eyes. Entering the chorus, the simple conditions and poor quality of the original sound allowed Zhang Yang to express profound emotions of unwavering commitment and shared hardships. Baby, you are my only one. Both worlds are distorted. Returning is easier said than done. At this moment, he gazed deeply at everyone present, as if he had completely embodied the role of a passionate lover in the song. He Jing had never considered that Zhang Yang could sing. This was definitely a plus. It should be noted that in a university campus, the primary conditions for girls seeking partners are definitely looks and talent. As for money, that would only be valued after being battered by society. The night lights could not completely dispel the darkness. Under the light and shadow, Zhang Yang's profile not only appeared smooth, but also highlighted his distinct features. Su Zhiru was momentarily captivated, murmuring to herself, so handsome. Other girls were equally transfixed, staring at Zhang Yang's face, their gazes filled with emotion. As the song ended, Zhang Yang smiled slightly and humbly said, "It's been so long since I've sung, so I hope you can be forgiving for any off-key parts." Clap clap. That was amazing singing, God. You sang so well, and not just in terms of technique, but purely in terms of emotion. That was definitely full marks. So good, so good. Everyone was very supportive. They were all friends, and even if someone sang poorly, they would still give them a boost. Moreover, Zhang Yang's level was online, surpassing most campus singers. The punishment game continued late into the night, and Zhang Yang occasionally took up barbecuing. Once everyone grew tired from playing, they retreated to their tents and fell into a deep sleep. The Pujiang Wilderness Park has security patrols at night, and since it is not a remote area, there are no large wild animals to worry about regarding safety. Upon waking the next day, everyone set off to view the cherry blossoms, relishing the spring atmosphere of 2009, a limited-time experience for the year. After playing until dusk and enjoying a seafood dinner, Zhang Yang, He Jing, and the others returned to Hudu Financial University. As soon as they returned to the dormitory, Chen Chuan exclaimed, "Finally back. Are you guys up for an intense round of world? I'm going to sleep first." Su Jiafeng headed straight to bed. Wang Lu looked at Su Jiafeng, who had returned to the upper bunk, and said, "This isn't like you, Brother Feng. Aren't you going to finish the dungeon before sleeping? Maybe he's just tired." Zhang Yang plugged in his Nokia to charge, and then looked for clothes to prepare for a shower. In 2009, mobile phones generally charged at around 10 watts, often requiring 6 to 7 hours to fully charge. To alleviate battery anxiety, manufacturers often provided an extra backup battery. "Well, there's no choice but to recruit 2 more players to join us," Chen Chuan said. Logging in, Wang Liu's gaming addiction kicked in. However, unknown to the 3 roommates, Su Jiafeng, lying on the upper bunk, was silently shedding tears, large drops sliding down from the corners of his eyes. If he had known confessing would be this painful, he should have buried his feelings deep within. During the morning cherry blossom outing, he had seized the moment to hand Su Zhira his confession letter. The result was clear, as she explicitly stated that she already had someone she liked. Su Jiafeng reacted quickly, hurriedly saying it was a dare, while forcing himself not to cry. After holding back for over 10 hours, the moment he returned to the dormitory, he finally broke down. "Damn it. I'm done with pure love. I want to be a playboy. I want to toy with emotions." Su Jiafeng cried, while secretly vowing to lose weight. The others in room 308 were unaware that Su Jiafeng was secretly crying in bed. After Zhang Yang finished his shower and cleaned his clothes, he went to his lower bunk and opened his laptop to check the news. A qualified finance professional needs to stay updated on global changes. Perhaps many do not know that news broadcast is the most authoritative and valuable source of information accessible to the general public. Why is that? The news broadcast essentially serves as the country's window to the outside world. Whether it is the 4 trillion plan or subsidies for cars in rural areas, these policies are publicly announced in the news broadcast as soon as they are confirmed, which is known as the policy windfall. Zhang Yang first opened the playback of the news broadcast webpage to check the macro news highlights. Tonight's broadcast mentioned 1. The NATO 60th Anniversary Summit concluded on April 4th, focusing on discussions about the situation in Afghanistan and NATO's relationship with Russia. 2. On April 5th, Venezuela and Iran signed multiple cooperation agreements covering energy, mining, agriculture, and technology, including joint development of oil fields. 3. Southern Hainan experienced heavy rain, with Sanya and Haikou receiving downpours and the maximum rainfall reaching 67 millimeters. Zhang Yang took notes on the key points while watching the news broadcast. After finishing the news broadcast, he checked online news. One report mentioned a 28-year-old young man from Qingdao Weisher who opened 5 franchise dumpling shops within 2 years, earning nearly 7,000 yuan in annual profits, becoming a local entrepreneurial model. The construction of the Longkou Coal Reserve Base in Ludong has begun with an annual delivery capacity of 10 million tons in the first phase, targeting a long-term goal of 50 million tons. Additionally, hand-foot-mouth disease is at a peak, and multiple areas have issued warnings to strengthen preventive measures. While summarizing the news from the past 2 days, Zhang Yang began to analyze potential sectors that might heat up. The NATO 60th Anniversary Summit discussed Afghanistan, but there has been no real progress. Gold and oil prices will not be affected in the short term. Venezuela and Iran signing cooperation agreements essentially means developing oil on behalf of others. However, it won't materialize so quickly. Oil prices will continue to rise in the short term. Heavy rain in southern Hainan. Zhang Yang opened a search engine to look for local infrastructure-listed companies in southern Hainan. Given the heavy rain, it is likely accompanied by strong winds, which might involve building reconstruction, so he made a simple note. As for the 28-year-old's dumpling franchise, the Longkou Coal Reserve Base, and the news about the peak season of hand-foot-mouth disease, they highlighted the consumer, coal, and medical sectors. After identifying potential sectors that might ignite, next week, Zhang Yang searched for quality stocks, staying busy until the late hours. For a finance professional, gathering information, analyzing it, and utilizing it is a fundamental yet extremely Not to mention finance professionals, even an ordinary stock investor once they start trading will subconsciously look for. However, the positive news that investors look at is often what others want them to see. Time to sleep. Zhang Yang, before shutting down his computer, he glanced at his email schedule. He had no classes on Monday morning, but had 2 in the afternoon. Without hesitation, he went to bed. A night passed without incident, and time flew by. The next morning at 8 o'clock, the first rays of sunlight streamed into dorm room 308, waking Zhang Yang, Chen Chuan, and the others one after another. As Chen Chuan, Wang Lu, and others did not have the habit of eating breakfast, they chose to continue sleeping, waiting for the alarm to ring at 910. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, went to the wash area to freshen up before heading to the cafeteria for breakfast. The breakfast options at Hukai were plentiful, including dumplings, fried dough sticks, lean meat porridge, rice dumplings, soybean milk, and glutinous rice chicken, all at reasonable prices. This is because the state subsidizes student cafeterias in all universities, making meals cheaper at better schools. Zhang Yang ordered 2 fried dough sticks, 4 meat buns, 2 glutinous rice chickens, along with a cup of soybean milk totaling 3.5 yuan. This price is already considered extremely cheap in Hudu. After casually finding a seat and taking a couple of bites of the fried dough sticks, his Nokia received a message from Professor Wang Xingbang. Wang Xingbang, classmate Zhang Yang, please come to the office of teacher 43101 after class today. Reply with 1 to confirm. Thank you for your cooperation. Professor Wang is looking for me. Could it be that the matter of operating for Lai Weijia has been exposed? Zhang Yang braced himself for the worst. The only guilty thing he was doing, to be precise, was breaching the rules by operating the Huaxin simulation trading competition for Lai Weijia. No, that can't be. It shouldn't have been discovered. The more Zhang Yang thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He hadn't even begun to exert his influence, so how could the teachers have found out? Surely they wouldn't say Huaxin Securities tracked the operation to someone else through IP, right? That would be ridiculous. Not to mention whether such advanced technology existed in 2009, as Zhang Yang was using the campus network, which was completely indistinguishable. Forget it. Zhang Yang took a sip of soybean milk and thought, since I am here, I might as well accept it. Even if I am discovered, the worst that can happen is losing my qualification to compete. Zhang Yang was not disturbed by Wang Xingbang's message. After silencing his phone, he continued to enjoy his breakfast at a leisurely pace. As an adult, from the moment he decided to take over for Lai Weijia, he had prepared himself to bear the corresponding consequences. He calculated that the worst outcome would be that both he and Lai Weijia would be forced to withdraw from the competition. As for failing a course, Wang Xingbang likely did not have that capability. After all, the teacher only had a maximum of 25 attendance points, and even if all were deducted, Zhang Yang could still ensure his score remained above 60 based on his exam performance. Since he could bear the consequences, there was no need for him to panic. After finishing his meal, he quickly tidied up the dish. Generally, university cafeterias have multiple dish return points, and students discreetly pour any leftover food into waste buckets before placing their dishes into the recycling baskets. Of course, there are a few students with poor manners who leave immediately after eating, letting the cafeteria staff clean up the mess. Zhang Yang clearly had good manners. After cleaning up his dishes, he headed to the library. The library at Hukai opens from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., although the first floor book stacks and study areas remain open until 1130 p.m., so students generally expect the library to close at that time. Upon entering the 6th floor financial analysis room, Zhang Yang paused briefly and looked at the figure in the study area, asking, "What are you doing here?" "Brother Yang, you haven't replied to my messages these past few days, and I'm feeling uneasy," Lai Weijia said with a frown, getting up to explain his purpose. He was eager to join Huaxin Securities, and just a few days ago, he boasted to his girlfriend that he would secure a position there after graduation. If Zhang Yang failed, he wouldn't know how to explain it to her, and it might even lead to a breakup. "Don't worry, you'll make it in," Zhang Yang said as he put down his laptop bag and took out his notebook computer. The reason he hadn't replied to Lai Weijia's messages these past couple of days was that he considered being the proxy part of his work. Life and work must be distinguished. While enjoying life, Zhang Yang wouldn't deal with work matters. Moreover, what good would it do to reply to Lai Weijia during the holiday? To comfort him, to soothe him, to keep him steady. He was not a customer service representative and did not wish to do useless labor. It's like someone drowning while swimming in the wild. No matter how many reassuring words you say from the shore, it won't help. Even if you praise their ancestors for generations, the one who is meant to drown will still drown. The most appropriate action is to ensure your own safety first, then jump in to rescue them or seek help from someone who is a good swimmer. Zhang Yang had no intention of comforting Lai Weijia, so during his 2 days of outdoor fun, he ignored the messages sent by the other party. At work, he focused. In life, he sought enjoyment. This was Zhang Yang's attitude toward life. Lai Weijia looked at Zhang Yang, who was confident and full of assurance, and made his request, "Can I watch you operate?" "If you don't mind others finding out, I don't care either," Zhang Yang replied, while plugging his computer into the network. He continued, "If it's due to your personal reasons that things get exposed, I won't take responsibility." His meaning was clear. Lai Weijia could stay, but if there were subsequent suspicions of cheating, Zhang Yang would not refund any. After weighing the pros and cons, Lai Weijia began to pack up his things and said, "Then I won't disturb you." Brother Yang, you must make it into the top 10, and I'll increase the bonus for you then. Rest assured, Zhang Yang waved his hand, signaling him to leave quickly. The two had little interaction on a daily basis. If someone they knew happened to see them together, it would be hard not to suspect there was some undefeatable deal. Lai Weijie did not linger either and hurriedly left the financial analysis room. Just as he stepped out the door, he encountered a discussion group from the accounting school. The leader of the group, a girl with long black straight hair, was none other than Su Ziruo's younger sister. Today she wore a loose off-shoulder tank top and black shorts paired with breathable black stockings, intertwining innocence and sensuality, making it hard to look away. There's someone here. As they entered the financial analysis room, they saw Zhang Yang sitting in their usual spot in the Let's go over there. Su Ziruo glanced at Zhang Yang, then looked away and walked toward a corner of the financial study room. She recognized Zhang Yang, and through Su Ziruo's social media updates knew he and her sister had been camping these. Regarding this, she didn't know much since they were not in the same department. Their last contact dated back to their sophomore year during the simulation entrepreneurship competition, which was also how they added each other on QQ. Zhang Yang did not notice Su Ziruo and the others' arrival. He was focused on using Sina Finance, intently examining the specific details of the Chang'an Automobile Q1 2009 financial report. According to the report, Chang'an Automobile's total revenue for the first quarter was 8,768 billion yuan, compared to 3,993 billion in the first quarter of 2008, an increase of 877.5 million, a growth rate of 21.94. However, net profit had seen a significant decline. In the first quarter of 2008, Chang'an Automobile's net profit was 267.6 million yuan, but by the first quarter of 2009, it had dropped to only 28.34 million. Many shareholders might panic upon seeing such a sharp decline in net profit, as it is a key measure of returns. However, Zhang Yang quickly identified the reasons behind the net profit drop. The Q1 2008 balance sheet showed that Chang'an Automobile had a total investment in construction projects of 305.5 million yuan, whereas in 2009, that number surged to 982.7 million yuan. This means that the management of Chang'an Automobile had invested almost 700 million yuan over the past year. What were they aiming for? For words to increase production capacity. Currently, the country advocates for cars going to the countryside, providing sufficient policy subsidies. Coupled with the popularity of Chang'an Automobile's Yuexiang model in the mountain city, choosing to increase production capacity at this time is very wise. They say a clever woman cannot cook without rice. No matter how well your cars sell, if you don't have any to deliver, what's the difference from not selling at all? The data in the quarterly report was entirely as Zhang Yang expected. He opened the forum again to check the attitude of shareholders towards Chang'an Automobile's financial report. Little old me, it's over, net profit has dropped so much. I hope Chang'an Automobile won't have any hidden issues, right? Green Leak, I don't understand why is the Q1 report for 2009 worse than the financial report during the 2008 economic crisis? Didn't they say the economy was recovering and demand for bulk commodities was increasing? Da Vinci, with net profit declining so much and the debt ratio also soaring, this round of increases peaked. Everyone prepared to escape. Shareholders generally held a pessimistic attitude, mostly focusing solely on net profit. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang also noticed that many media outlets were fanning the flames. Chang'an Automobile's Q1 2009 net profit is only 28.34 million, a 89.41 decline compared to the previous quarter. Shocking. Chang'an Automobile's Q1 report shows a significant drop in net profit and a soaring debt ratio. What happened to it? Net profit fell 89.41 in the Q1 report. How should we handle our stocks? Market comments and articles flooded everywhere, and they began to ferment right after yesterday's financial report was released. Retail investors in the comments section were predicting a decline, with some even saying it would drop below October 2008's low. Watching the market filled with panic, Zhang Yang quietly logged into his live trading account, smiling lightly and saying, "You can't just pick up all the bloody chips." Zhang Yang transferred money from his bank card to his securities account, and the bank immediately sent a notification message to his Nokia phone. Among the 21900 yuan 10.0 was the trading fee for Lai Weijie, while the remaining 1900 yuan was the income from the sale of market research reports. Initially, he planned to wait until he had more funds before entering real trading, but unexpectedly, he discovered a golden pit, and it would be a waste not to seize the opportunity. After accounting for food and daily expenses, Zhang Yang left himself with practically nothing. In the words of stock traders, always fully invested, always with tears of excitement. As Zhang Yang prepared to draw all his bullets, the trading seats at the Zhongyin Securities People's Road Branch in Chuanyu, the Shenzhen Merchant Securities Hongling Middle Road Branch, and the Hangzhou Guixian Securities Baisha Road Branch were already activated. What is a trading seat? In simple terms, it is a direct channel to the stock exchange opened by a securities company, allowing for rapid execution of trading instructions and improving trading efficiency. Ordinary retail investors must first place orders through a securities account. Note, it is an order through a securities account, not a purchase. Since it is an order, a trading clerk from the securities company will help you buy stocks in the market, forming an employer-employee relationship, which requires payment of corresponding fees known as securities trading commissions. The trading seat of one brokerage can cost around 300 yuan a year. Don't think it's expensive, as owning a trading seat not only allows for rapid trading, but also saves a significant amount on securities trading commissions. Currently, the average commission rate from various securities companies is about 0.07 to 0.3. For instance, buying 100 yuan worth of stocks incurs a commission of about 70,300 yuan. However, if you open a trading seat for speculative funds, according to well-known speculator Zhang Yang, you can negotiate a minimum rate of 0.27. This means that for a transaction of 100 yuan, you only need to pay 27 yuan in brokerage fees. If 100 yuan is scaled up to 10 million, the savings would be substantial. This is also why speculative funds often purchase trading seats at brokerage firms. If you're trading several million and the commission is charged at a standard rate of 0.1, which speculator can withstand such exorbitant fees? Huahua Shenzhen, the Hongling Middle Road Merchants Securities Branch. Dressed in a plaid short-sleeved shirt, carrying a backpack, and wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, the somewhat stiff Chen Sanrong walked into the trading hall. "Mr. Chen, your trading seat is over here," said Wang Yogui, the manager of the brokerage, as he hurried over to greet Chen Sanrong. Although trading seats do not necessarily have to be activated offline, as permissions can be opened online, brokerage firms generally reserve trading seats. Chen Sanrong preferred trading at the brokerage. Trading stocks here felt like a gaming addict visiting an internet cafe, bringing a sense of atmosphere. "Thank you." Upon reaching his trading seat, Chen Sanrong expressed his gratitude and took out his laptop from his back. He didn't use the brokerage's computer, but opted for his own. "I won't disturb you. Just give me a call if you need anything." "Okay, you get busy first." After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Yogui, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, quickly left. As he stepped out of the trading area, a newly arrived female fund manager couldn't help but ask Manager Wang, "What's the background of this person? He seems like a programmer." "Huh?" Wang Yogui sneered and replied, "A programmer can't compare to him. This is a multi-million level speculator who has just emerged in the market. You might have heard of his name. He is known as Jumping Brother." "He's Jumping Brother?" The female fund manager was taken aback. She had never imagined that the unremarkable, even somewhat honest-looking middle-aged man was actually the infamous Jumping Brother, known for his violent market smashing and sharp rises. While she was still in shock, Chen Sanrong logged onto his QQ and quickly opened the Chang'an Automobile Fortune Group, sending a message to the group. "Jumping Brother, I'm all set over here." Before long, messages from other group members flooded in. "Changqing, no shadow foot in the same here. The market is very panicked right now. With this step down, I don't know how many retail investors will perish. Trading for a living, the more they perish, the more we profit. Ghostly Beauty, the opening auction is coming ill. First, put up a 100 hand limit price to stimulate the fragile hearts of retail investors. Nanyang War Song, so cheap I like it." This QQ group has only 7 members, all of whom are speculative funds in the market. Due to the enormous scale of Chang'an Automobile, a single speculative fund could not control the market. Additionally, it was uncertain whether other big players existed, so to be safe, these small and medium-sized speculators contemplated pooling their resources to share the cake. Although the securities law explicitly prohibits market manipulation, including collusion, by speculative funds to pool financial advantages, the regulatory efforts in 2009 were quite limited, and many speculators were still making a living under the shadow of the iron fist. The collaboration of speculative funds to manipulate stock prices was common not only in 2009, but even in 2019. Although they no longer chatted and conspired like this, as long as a familiar brokerage lit the fire, other speculative funds would swarm in, creating a follow-my-lead effect. 9:15 a.m. The shares entered the auction phase. Ghostly Beauty did not play coy, directly placing a limit price of 6.63 yuan, causing small retail investors in the forum to panic. AAA Steel King, is it already a limit down in the auction phase? Is it going to limit down consecutively? No, I need to run quickly. Little Fairy loves trading. Is Chang'an Automobile trying to kill me? It's limit down in the auction phase, and I have 700 yuan in this stock. Carefree Travel, help, I will never trade stocks again. Can I get my money back? After the 5-minute cancellation period passed, the 7 speculators used the simplest and most brutal method to directly smash out a 200 hand limit down order. At the same time, they placed buy orders at the same price, ensuring that they could both drive down the market price and secure. At 9:01 a.m. trades at the price of 6.63 yuan began to automatically execute, forcing a large number of retail investors to surrender their stocks. Trading for a living changed the price. After the message from Trading for a Living was sent, the 200 hand limit down order was mostly executed, with a large number of shares still flowing back to their hands, but it wouldn't immediately show in their securities accounts. Subsequently, they utilized their financial advantage to sweep orders at 6.93 yuan, with a decline of 6, prompting many retail investors to seize the opportunity to escape. 7, 8, 10. As the price hit limit down again, more and more retail investors surrendered their shares in this psychological battle, hoping to perform a reverse T to lower their costs. Meanwhile, the continuous spread of negative news caused other funds to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Even if the secretary of the board of directors at Chang'an Automobile saw the stock price fluctuations, she had no way to refute the rumors, or perhaps there were simply no rumors to counter. The opening of Chang'an Automobile saw a 10 drop, immediately making it to the leaderboard, with all securities platforms issuing alerts. According to the regulations of the Shanghai Stock Exchange and the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, if the daily price deviation reaches 7, the daily turnover rate reaches 20, the daily price fluctuation reaches 15, or if the cumulative price deviation reaches 20 over 3 consecutive trading days, it will be listed. The violent sell-off by 7 speculators along with a 5000 hand buy order caused a surge in discussions about Chang'an Automobile in stock forums. A little bear, a million on the buy order. Chang'an Automobile is crashing. Wang Buliexing, let me out, I'm done. One blade cuts. This is the charm of the earnings disclosure month. Some stocks soar while others plummet. A 50000 hand buy order means 100 shares per hand, totaling 50 million shares. Even at the limit down price of 6.63 yuan, if the total capital involved exceeds 3 billion. In other words, 330 million Huawei coins must be invested to lift Chang'an Automobile's stock price from the limit down status. Do retail investors have 330 million? Yes. In the share market, 95 are retail investors, 4 are large speculators, and 1 are institutions with retail funds accounting for over 60. However, retail investors are always being harvested because they cannot form a collective force. If one invests 1,000 while another sells 1,000, no matter how many retail investors there are, they cannot exert a decisive influence on the market. Speculators and institutions have an unspoken understanding. Their goal is never to mutually harm each other, but to find ways to harvest retail investors. In a market where 95 are retail investors, there is no need for direct confrontation. The food is. From the moment Chun Sanrong, the jumping-off guy, began to sell off, other speculators and institutions inside Chang'an Automobile chose to watch like cheetahs on a prairie, waiting for the opportunity. At 9:45, the number of buy orders for Chang'an Automobile reached an astonishing 12 million hands, with at least 20 speculators participating in this assault on retail investors. Speculators such as Chun Sanrong, Chao Guyangjia, and Chan Shengjiao, who ignited the market, understood that this was a signal for other speculators to seize a share of the pie, and they were naturally willing to make the cake bigger. Outside, small essays were flying around. Inside, speculators and institutions sealed the market. Numerous confused retail investors, swayed by panic, threw away their shares and fled. Meanwhile, on the other side, at Hudu University of Finance and Economics, in the library's financial analysis room, Zhang Yang was still focusing on the million hand buy order for Chang'an Automobile, smiling as he said, "A call to arms encircling the prey, quite interesting." Through the market data, a spectacular scene of 18 princes surrounding Dong Zhuo appeared in his mind. The stock market is not only a financial investment, but also a bloody battlefield. As Zhang Yang admired this long-planned slaughter, Lai Weijie approached again, unable to hold back his loud, questioning Yang. "Go, tell me honestly, have you ever thought about helping me secure a spot in the top 10? Looking at Lai Weijie, who was storming in with a dark expression, Zhang Yang frowned and retorted, "What do you mean? Chang'an Automobile has hit the limit down." Lai Weijie ground his teeth and said with wide eyes, "If I remember correctly, you invested all the funds from my simulated trading account into Chang'an Automobile, right?" "Yes, and then what?" Zhang Yang asked again. "It has hit the limit down." Lai Weijie suppressed his anger. "It has indeed hit the limit down." Zhang Yang did not deny it, slightly nodding. Seeing Zhang Yang still calm and indifferent, Lai Weijie could no longer contain his anger and raised his voice, saying, "Give me my money back. You clearly don't have the ability. I must have been blind to trust a small-town exam taker who only..." Zhang Yang is not from the local area of Hudu, but hails from the eastern Guangdong province. As for the small-town exam taker referred to by Lai Weijie, it refers to individuals who can only perform well in theoretical exams without any other strengths. In short, he is being discriminatory. Zhang Yang was not angry. He and Lai Weijie were not on the same level. At this moment, he looked at Lai Weijie's flushed face and calmly said, "Let's make a bet." "I won't bet. I want my money back." Since the mask had been torn off, Lai Weijie was unwilling to believe Zhang Yang's not. "Let's bet on whether I can make it into the top 10. If I lose, I'll pay you 4,000, but if I win, you have to add 2,000 on top of that." Zhang Yang stated the terms of the bet. The moment he said this, Lai Weijie, who was already angry, laughed. He was laughing out of anger. After suffering a 10 limit down on his entire position, his total yield turned. If today is not counted, there are only 12 trading days left in the Huaxin simulated trading competition. With such limited time, achieving a 50 return is impossible. "Okay, he'll bet with you." Lai Weijie stared into Zhang Yang's eyes, speaking with anger. "If you can still make it into the top 10, I'll give you another 2,000. Talk is cheap. Then let's sign a contract and record it." "That suits me." Zhang Yang then stood up, preparing to find the library administrator for 2 sheets of A4 paper. In a corner of the analysis room, Sujiro and others witnessed this scene, lowering their voices to discuss what they heard. It seems they are up to something. I almost thought they were going to fight. That short guy is fierce. I heard something about the top 10. Do you think it could be exam taking on behalf of someone? Sujiro squinted her eyes, observing the distinct profile of Zhang Yang. She had very sharp hearing since childhood and had clearly heard the conversation between the two. This was insider trading. Because her sister Sujiro is in the investment major, she knows that investment students have a simulated trading contest. If nothing goes wrong, the two are trading on the results of this contest. However, Sujiro felt somewhat confused. She sensed something was off. After pondering for a few seconds, she suddenly thought of something and quickly typed on her computer keyboard to search for the stock of Chang'an Automobile. Ruru, what are you doing? Someone in the discussion group was puzzled. However, when they opened the stock page, everyone witnessed an unforgettable scene. The buy orders on the right side kept decreasing, and seeing this, other speculators and institutions withdrew their orders. Then, Chang'an Automobile, which had hit the limit down, soared like a rocket into space, with the drop rapidly narrowing as it sped toward the opening line. 8, 6, 3, 1. In less than 20 seconds, the 10 drop was completely erased, with a large number of retail investors exiting, concentrated between 6 and 8. This is, oh my god, a violent surge. This is a monster stock. The accounting discussion group exclaimed, and at that moment Sujiro finally understood why Zhang Yang was so confident in proposing a bet. This man had definitely researched the stock of Chang'an Automobile thoroughly, and he was certain that the 10 drop was a maneuver by the main force to wash the stock. Not knowing he's being played, what a fool, Sujiro thought, looking at Lai Weijia in the distance, her eyes filled with sorrow. If only Lai Weijia had been patient and waited for the Huaxin simulated trading competition to end, Zhang Yang wouldn't have deliberately sought opportunities to trick him out of money. But this guy kept asking irrelevant questions every few days. Someone who didn't know would think Zhang Yang had become a customer service representative for QQ Online. Moreover, since it was clearly the speculators intervening in the market, and he couldn't figure out the reason, Lai Weijia came to suspect Zhang Yang had ulterior motives, essentially forcing Zhang Yang to open his wallet. As Zhang Yang and Lai Weijia signed their wager, Chang'an Automobile's market sentiment underwent a dramatic reversal. Numerous self-media accounts began endorsing the company's Q1 2009 financial report. One such account, Brother Fa Kai Quan, published an in-depth 1,000-word analysis explaining the root causes behind Chang'an Automobile's sharp decline in net profit. First, production capacity upgrading. Second, supply chain integration. Capacity upgrading, put simply, involves purchasing advanced manufacturing equipment and expanding production facilities. Given the scale of expansion involved, massive capital investment is entirely justified. Automotive machinery and equipment are extraordinarily expensive. As for supply chain integration, Chang'an Automobile even suspended trading for 5 months to execute it. Had the company merely substituted inferior components to boost short-term profits, there would be no need for public disclosure. Announcing such integration openly signals an unequivocal commitment to quality enhancement. Whether through share repurchases, capacity upgrades, or supply chain integration, Chang'an Automobile's leadership clearly conveys profound confidence in its future prospects. As wave after wave of bullish analyses flooded the internet, shareholders who had already sold their shares at a loss found themselves utterly devastated. I bailed out 10% underwater. Now you tell me the Q1 report is actually positive. Ruthless. The main forces are ruthless. They surged 10 points in under 20 seconds. I was still planning to scalp a counter trade. Just bought 200,000 yuan worth underwater. I'm already up 20,000. Truth be told, 99% of retail investors are fools. They trade without understanding financial statements, as if the stock market were a charity. Damn main forces. Son of a bitch. The panic selling they provoked has fattened up speculative capital. Traders like Chen Sanrong have begun sustained upward pushes. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Shanghai University of Finance Library, Zhang Yang located Li Xiaochun, a junior student working part-time there. Having met before, he easily borrowed A4 paper and sealing ink. He then handwrote 2 copies of the wager agreement, signed, each with his name, and affixed his thumbprint. Without hesitation, Lai Weijia did the same. To prevent either party from reneging, they filmed each other holding the signed agreements, a video record serving as binding proof of the wager's validity. Alright, now that the wager is signed, I hope you'll give me some space. Please refrain from seeking me out unnecessarily, Zhang Yang said, looking directly at Lai Weijia. After double-checking the terms, Lai Weijia replied, "Fine, I'll await the final competition results in silence." Though baffled by Zhang Yang's unshakable confidence, he couldn't fathom how anyone could possibly rank among the top 10 in investment studies after suffering a full portfolio plunge of 10%. His ambition to intern at Huaxin Securities had long faded. Now all he wanted was for Zhang Yang to return every cent he'd lost. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to the financial analysis room. Oh, and since you're free, could you please return the sealing ink? Gathering his belongings, Zhang Yang walked straight back to the financial analysis room on the 6th floor. After watching Zhang Yang leave, Lai Weijia first returned the sealing ink, then retreated to the 2nd floor study hall and reopened his laptop to monitor Chang'an Automobile's market movement. No, he jolted upright in shock. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he stared again at the screen. Chang'an Automobile was up 7.64%. 7.64. Lai Weijia nearly choked. His breath caught, triggering a fit of coughing. 17 points. He could never have imagined Chang'an Automobile's intraday volatility would soar to 17%, enough to land it on the exchange's Dragons and Tigers list. No, it wasn't 17 anymore. It was 18, and still climbing rapidly. At 1012 a.m., Chang'an Automobile hit its daily limit-up price with 1 million lots locked in buy orders. While many retail investors scrambled to sell at a loss, others rushed in to chase the surge at the ceiling price. Lai Weijia stared at the limit-up ticker, instinctively rising to confront Zhang Yang. Then paused, shook his head, and muttered, "Damn it. I shouldn't have wagered with Zhang Yang in the first place." Regret washed over him. But regret changed nothing now. The wager stood firm. Should Zhang Yang secure a top 10 ranking in investment studies on his behalf, Lai Weijia would owe an additional 20,000 yuan, bringing his total management fee to 60,000 yuan. After 3 minutes of silence, he sighed in reluctant acceptance. No wonder he's called a top scholar. Fine, consider the 20,000 yuan tuition for elite mentorship. Though he lacked the funds personally, his family could cover them. Securing the Huaxin Securities internship made spending 60,000 yuan more than worthwhile. After all, only those who've attempted gift-giving truly understand the greatest obstacle isn't the thickness of the gift, but possessing substance without the channel to deliver it. On the 6th floor inside the financial analysis room, Zhang Yang returned to his study station and entered his laptop's lock screen password. The moment the screen lit up, he saw Chang'an Automobile had hit its daily limit up, and his position yielded a 22% return, netting 4861.5 yuan. He'd purchased 3300 shares at the 6.63 yuan limit down price. With today's limit up, the stock's intraday range equaled precisely 22%. Hence his total gain matched that figure. Beyond Chang'an Automobile, his live trading positions in Bank of China Baosteel Co. and Jianghuai Automobile also posted gains, though smaller in scale, adding just 96 yuan in profit. By 1014 a.m., his real money portfolio had accrued a total floating profit of 4957.5 yuan. Uncharacteristically, Zhang Yang paid no attention to Lai Weijia's simulated account. Having confirmed speculative capital dominance, he knew strong upward momentum would likely persist for the next 2 days. No hasty intervention was needed. The core reason retail investors lose money lies not only in premature bottom fishing, but also in failing to hold winning positions, missing the very rise they sought. Even when a stock crosses its 10-day moving average, forms a golden cross, and sees surging volume, investors still sell prematurely, fearful of being trapped once more. Catching bottoms halfway up the mountain, missing rallies beneath your feet. This captures 90% of retail traders' reality. As a professional fund manager, Zhang Yang would never commit such a fundamental error. He held every share open Baidu Tiaba's stock trading exchange forum and posted his Chang'an Automobile trade, including entry timing, realized return, and key insights on value-based bottom fishing. Within minutes, dozens of investors replied. Octopus Ball, a 22 single-day gain. Salute, master. Can we still enter Chang'an Automobile? Big fool, bull brother. You nailed the bottom perfectly. Your insights on reading financial reports are spot on. Straight line trader, I sensed something suspicious about that limit down too, but dared not act. You truly possess both skill and courage. Lightning speed, master. Please take me along. Immediately after posting, Zhang Yang's private inbox flooded with over a dozen messages asking for stock trading. He ignored them all and closed Baidu Tiaba outright. His purpose in sharing performance wasn't mere showmanship, but to build credibility among retail traders through demonstrable results. And once trust was established, the path forward was simple: sell market research reports, maximizing his own value creation. Why not respond immediately? Because trust must be cultivated step by step. Prematurely pushing reports would risk appearing fraudulent, eroding the very credibility he sought to build. So he waited. He'd fire several more shots and let the bullets fly slowly. In the afternoon, due to the requirements of the investment students to operate in the stock market, the latest class schedule starts at 3:15 p.m. A university class lasts 90 minutes, so if there are 2 classes, the second class will end at 6:30 p.m. Finishing class at this time is just right, allowing time to have dinner before returning to the dormitory. Because he had chosen the right stock, Zhang Yang had hardly paid attention to the stock market and only glanced at Lai Weijia's simulated account near the closing time. Lai Weijia's simulated account had 100 capital allocation with a total return of 149300, corresponding to a total return rate of 14.93. With a 35 increase spread over the remaining 12 trading days, one only needs to maintain a stable 2.91 daily to achieve the target of a 50 return. Although 50 is not a rigid requirement, it could ensure a place in the top 10. Zhang Yang, the market has closed. Even though there were some conflicts between Zhang Yang and Lai Weijia, the latter was still a financial backer, and Zhang Yang sent a closing reminder to Lai Weijia as usual. After a while, a reply came. Lai Weijia, I saw it. Lai Weijie, forgive my rashness today, Yonggu, I apologize. Lai Weijie really didn't expect that the speculative funds would be so aggressive, crashing the stock down to the limit at the opening, and then pushing Chang'an Automobile up to the limit. He couldn't help but marvel at how Zhang Yang's theoretical knowledge, market perception, and trading skills were indeed several times, even dozens of times stronger than his own. Zhang Yang, it's all in the past. Zhang Yang wouldn't dwell on such trivial matters as he and Lai Weijie were in a cooperative relationship, which theoretically meant that there would be no further interaction after their partnership ended. He didn't need to get angry about it. Disconnecting the network cable, Zhang Yang took his laptop to class. The 2 afternoon classes were international investment and risk management and financial modeling and quantitative analysis. Due to being in the senior year, the international investment and risk management course had already progressed to the VAR risk model to prevent plummeting. What is the VAR risk model? It is a quantitative risk management tool that measures the maximum potential loss that a financial asset or investment portfolio may face within a specific time frame and confidence level. Its calculation model is mainly divided into 3 types. 1. Historical simulation method. The principle is to use historical data to directly simulate future risks. The operation steps are quite simple. Just collect the return rate data of a shares over the past year, sort the returns from maximum loss to maximum profit, determine the quantiles, and then multiply that return by the current asset value to derive the absolute loss amount. The advantage is that it is simple and intuitive, requiring no distribution assumptions, while the drawback is that it relies on historical data and cannot predict new risk events. Many stock traders look at historical trends to roughly judge the bottoms and tops of stocks, which is essentially the historical simulation method. 2. Covariance method. The principle is to assume that asset returns follow a normal distribution and calculate risks using the mean and variance standard deviation. The specific steps require calculating the average and standard deviation of historical returns, determining the quantiles corresponding to the confidence level, and then calculating VAR. The advantage is quick computation. The downside is that it strictly relies on the normal distribution assumption, which may underestimate extreme risks. 3. Monte Carlo simulation method. This is known as the miracle of great strength method, where the specific principle is to use computers to randomly simulate the future paths of asset prices, generating a large number of possible return distributions. The advantage is that it can handle complex distributions and nonlinear relationships, while the drawback is a large computational load requiring programming implementation and relying on the rationality of model assumptions. These 3 calculation models can help investors understand potential risks. The biggest difference between professional traders and ordinary retail investors is that the former are adept at using various tools to avoid the risks presented by the stock market, while the latter tend to be more emotional. Of course, the VAR risk model is not a panacea. It merely allows you to be aware of the situation. If a black swan event occurs, even the best traders will incur losses. The course arrangement at Hukai is also quite meaningful, teaching risk management only as graduation approaches, seemingly fearing that their students might face catastrophic losses. As for the second class, financial modeling and quantitative analysis, it can be simply summarized as using mathematical models and quantitative methods for investment analysis and decision-making. In layman's terms, it means using mathematical models to calculate future price fluctuations, such as the ARIMA model, autoregressive integrated moving average model, and the GARCH model, generalized autoregressive conditional heteroscedasticity model. As for quantitative models, VAR is a defensive quantitative model, and it also includes trend-following models, statistical arbitrage models, and high-frequency trading models. Zhang Yang was already very familiar with these 2 courses, and he could skillfully apply various models in trading. However, due to current limitations, he could not build strategies. While the teacher tirelessly imparted knowledge on stage, class leader Lin Tian had already sent the April 6th return rate table to the investment class 122 QQ chat group. First place, He Jing 44. 7. Second place, Yin Shichang 39. 6. Third place, Dong Lulu 38. 9th place, Lu Lishuan 32. 2. 10th place, Jiao Pei 30. 8. Compared to last week's closing of 42. 8. He Jing achieved another 1. 9 return, getting closer to the 50 return threshold. For some unknown reason, last week's second place holder Su Jiafeng's return rate dropped by 4. 9, it directly placing him in 5th place. Meanwhile, Yin Shichang, who was originally in 9th place, achieved a 6. 74 return, soaring to 2nd place, closely following He Jing. At the bottom of the statistical document's daily return ranking, Lai Weijie stood out, with a 10 return, squeezing into the top 40 overall. At this moment in the QQ chat group, Lai Weijie had become the center of discussion. Yin Shichang, Lai, what did you buy? 10 return, fully invested in a limit-up stock. That's a bit exaggerated. Chun Xiaohua, from originally negative returns to breaking into the professional top 50. Lai Weijie, you are hiding your talents. Su Zhiro, awesome. Wang Lu, did you take some performance-enhancing drug? You're so amazing. Messages kept flooding in the class group, and for the first time Lai Weijie felt the thrill of being in the spotlight, quickly typing responses to his classmates. Lai Weijie, I actually wanted to give up. Maybe it was just good luck that I bought a limit-up stock, just a stroke of luck. Wang Lei, you're too humble. If I remember correctly, Lai Weijie, you're still a local from Hudo. Aren't you going to soar after Zhangdai Hudo Master? I seek your guidance. By Shanshan, I want to talk to the Hudo Master. Seeing the continuous stream of messages, Lai Weijie kept being modest. He knew very well that this achievement was not his own, but rather written by Zhang Yang. He could only continue to be humble to avoid revealing the truth. Meanwhile, Lai Weijie's rise in ranking also caught He Jing's attention. She still remembered last week when Lai Weijie specifically approached Zhang Yang while she was sent away, and they seemed to have discussed something. Looking at today's return rate, could it be that the two reached some kind of agreement? The more He Jing thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, glancing over at Zhang Yang in the third row, who was currently focused on typing on his laptop, seemingly always busy with something. As the class bell rang, the teacher did not prolong the lesson, but turned to the students and said, "Today's class ends here. We'll meet again on Wednesday afternoon. Class dismissed. Let's go eat. Time to eat. I'm exhausted. Oh, I spent the whole day watching the market and only gained 0.7, which isn't even close to the over 10 made by Lai Weijie. Jiega, share some tips." With the announcement of the end of class, the lecture hall became bustling with students eager to leave for their meals. Originally just an unnoticed figure, Lai Weijie had now become the center of attention. While packing his things, he continued to maintain his humility, saying, "You're all joking. Ew, I just had good luck buying into a potential stock. Oh, by the way, I have some things to attend to, so I want chat with you all." He hurriedly escaped the lecture hall, fearing that any flaws might be spotted. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, remained relatively calm, first saving the data file, then shutting down his computer and packing it into his bag. "I heard the new chicken wing rice wraps at Canteen 3 are delicious. Come on, brothers, let's have a feast," Chen Chuan said to his 3 roommates. "Just in time, I'm hungry. Let's go," Wang Lu quickly responded. Su Jiafeng, still trapped in the shadow of a recent breakup, grimaced and waved his hand, saying, "I want go. I have no appetite." Seeing Su Jiafeng looking lost and dejected, Wang Lu and Chen Chuan exchanged glances as if they had guessed something and activated their teasing mode. "Wang Lu, you didn't break up, did you?" They didn't agree. How can it be called a breakup? What's that called again? It's called unrequited love, having a crush. Chen Chuan pretended to ponder before continuing. "Come on, Feng, cheer up. Su Zhuo rejected you, but someone will take good care of her, don't worry." "You're right. I saw someone named Feng Jia on the forum looking for a marriage partner. Why not give it a try?" Wang Lu and Chen Chuan chimed in, stabbing at Su Jiafeng's heart with every word, and he felt a surge of inexplicable anger rising in his abdomen. "Damn, can't you two shut up for a moment?" Su Jiafeng shouted immediately, drawing the attention of the entire Su Zhuo, He Jing, and others turned their gaze towards Su Jiafeng, and some students who had already exited the classroom turned back to gossip about what had happened. Under so many gazes, Su Jiafeng's face turned instantly red as he lowered his voice and said, "You two better watch out. If you don't go for the chicken wing rice wrap, I just might keep talking." Chen Chuan laughed. "Wang Lu, someone is expressing. Go, go, go." Su Jiafeng quickly interrupted, almost covering the mouths of these two sons. "What about you, dorm leader?" Chen Chuan asked as he looked at Zhang Yang, who was packing his things. Zhang Yang glanced at the time on his phone, and then said, "I have some matters to attend to. Chuan, could you bring me a portion back to the dorm?" "No problem," Chen Chuan replied. Bringing back food was an easy task for him. Except for not getting up early in the morning, and not bringing breakfast, lunch, dinner, and midnight snacks were all just a matter of a few words. "What's going on? Is it related to your sister?" Wang Lu, being nosy, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, wearing a knowing expression as he spoke the second half of his sentence. "Professor Wang Xingbang is looking for me. Want to join?" Zhang Yang said with a calm smile, extending an invite. Upon hearing that it was Wang Xingbang looking for Zhang Yang, Wang Lu quickly declined, saying, "You should go by yourself. I have a fear of teachers. Seeing one gives me a headache, let alone that old man Wang Xingbang. I won't talk to you guys anymore. Let me find out what he wants." "All right, we're heading to the canteen too." Zhang Yang grabbed his laptop bag and walked out the door, while his 3 roommates also quickly left the classroom to head to the canteen for a meal. This is Wang Xingbang's independent office, approximately 20 square meters in size. Besides a desk and chairs, there is a simple bed on the right side, presumably for temporary rest. At this moment, Tao Yuan, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers with a pair of shiny crocodile skin shoes, glanced at his Rolex watch on his left wrist, seemingly wondering why Zhang Yang has not yet arrived. Wang Xingbang noticed his impatience and said, "The investment class has 2 sessions this afternoon. The bell just rang not long ago, so sit down and wait. I'm going out for a smoke." Tao Yuan took out a cigarette box, preparing to step into the hallway to relieve his craving. In the next moment, Zhang Yang appeared at the door. He knocked on the open door frame and said, "Professor Wang, you were looking for me." "Yes, I need to discuss something with you." Tao Yuan also put away his cigarette box and looked Zhang Yang up and down. He actually had an impression of Zhang Yang not only because he was handsome, but also because he was ranked first in his major. The fame of a top student in school is no less than that of an entrepreneur in society. "You are Zhang Yang, right?" "I am Tao Yuan. We met last time, do you remember?" "Of course I remember, senior brother Tao." Zhang Yang politely shook hands with him. At the moment Tao Yuan spoke, he already knew it was Tao Yuan looking for him, not Wang Xingbang. Considering that the other party was a fund manager at Huaxin Securities responsible for the Huaxin simulated trading competition at Hudo Financial University, it was possible that the matter involving Lai Weijia had indeed been exposed. However, Zhang Yang did not feel intimidated and remained calm, waiting for the other party to speak. As long as you remember, I'm just afraid my ordinary appearance didn't leave an impression on you. You're joking, senior brother, you're quite handsome. You are too kind, junior brother. I am well aware of my own looks. The two exchanged polite remarks that were of little substance. Suddenly Tao Yuan changed the subject and said, by the way, junior brother, I heard you are preparing research reports for sale. Do you want to become a financial analyst? Just after he finished speaking, he added, I have an internal referral opportunity here. Would you like to try Huaxin Securities? When this sentence was uttered, Zhang Yang's mind raced, and things gradually became clear through their conversation. So it's not about being a proxy, Zhang Yang thought to himself, and then looked at Tao Yuan, politely declining, it's just a side job. I actually want to be a retail investor. Retail investor. Wang Xingbang and Tao Yuan echoed in unison. They had considered Zhang Yang entering a securities company, a risk investment bank, or a commercial bank, but they had never thought he wanted to be a retail investor. What is a retail investor? In simple terms, it is an individual investor. The income of a full-time retail investor is very unstable. It is similar to sales. When the market is good, one can earn over 100,000 in a month, but when the market is poor, many people can barely make a base salary. The most critical point is, sales have a base salary, but retail investors not only lack a base salary, but may also incur losses. Wang Xingbang initially did not want to interrupt their conversation, but upon hearing Zhang Yang wanted to be a retail investor, he advised Zhang Yang, you need to think this through. Being a retail investor is not like being a fund manager. You are risking your own money, and there is no base salary. Moreover, if you are not a fresh graduate, it will be very difficult to enter a top 10 securities company in the country. You need to think carefully about your future. Originally, Tao Yuan came to persuade Zhang Yang to pause the sale of research reports, but upon hearing his junior brother's intention to develop into a retail investor, he sincerely offered advice. Zhang Yang, don't be impulsive. Being a fund manager is not worse than being a retail investor, and who knows, you might even be able to transition to private equity. Making hundreds of thousands or even millions a year is not a problem. The key is that this profession offers relatively stable income. In the face of persuasion, Zhang Yang merely smiled lightly and expressed his thoughts, saying, life is meant to be tried in various ways. Besides, being a fresh graduate is only for a year. If things don't go well, I can always retreat in time. According to the securities law and the management measures for securities practitioners are prohibited from buying and selling stocks during their tenure. If one has already resigned, there is a silent period of 6 months to 2 years during which they cannot participate in any capital market investments within Huahua. Why is the management so strict? This is because fund managers and other securities practitioners often have the opportunity to gain insider information through their positions. Trading stocks using insider information is akin to having the ability to predict lottery results. For instance, suppose you learned through a securities company channel about a certain policy, such as the China Securities Regulatory Commission planning to have the stamp duty. The stock market would undoubtedly experience a surge, even if the extent might not be high. The news alone would drive the market up. If fund managers were allowed to trade stocks personally, one could easily invest 10 million in advance. Even if the stock rises by just 1, the profit would be 1.00. This is the frightening aspect of insider trading. Many financial underdogs sacrifice their appearances for insider information. It is no exaggeration to say that the financial circle is even more extravagant and devoid of morals than the entertainment industry. As for the internship spots promised by Tao Yuan, Zhang Yang was utterly dismissive. He was not a naive young man, but rather a fund manager with decades of investment experience and a modest reputation on Wall Street. In the financial circle, internships are essentially a way to exploit 3 months of free labor. Those who can stay on usually either trade on their looks or come from affluent families. This has become an industry norm. Breaking free from workplace constraints and going solo is what Zhang Yang truly desired. Listening to Zhang Yang's heartfelt revelation, Wang Xingbang also found it reasonable, believing that young people should explore more. He then sat down and said, in that case, I won't say much more. You two chat on. He was a man of experience, knowing that young people tend to be impetuous and won't turn back until they hit a wall. When Wang Xingbang was young, he also believed he could carve a niche for himself on Wall Street in M country, so he disregarded his family's advice and insisted on staying in M country to pursue his career. However, as he encountered more events, he gradually realized the gap between himself and others, which was not due to ability, but rather the disparity in background. Because he had yellow skin in the 1960s and 70s in M country, the status of Chinese people was even lower than that of black people. He struggled to advance and remained on the fringes of financial institutions. The most outrageous thing was that a female supervisor nearing retirement invited him to a hotel for an all-night discussion. He had no choice but to go, yet if he did, he couldn't forget the old scent on her for a month. After various trials and tribulations, the disheartened Wang Xingbang chose to return to his home country and ultimately entered the educational system, becoming a professor of investment studies. Tao Yuan subconsciously glanced at his Rolex watch before turning to Zhang Yang and saying, "Since you junior brother Zhang Yang have your own thoughts, I will respect your choice." By the way, before Zhang Yang could speak, he suddenly changed the subject, saying, "I heard that you junior brother Zhang Yang are selling market research reports to other students in investment studies. Is that true?" "It's true." Zhang Yang did not deny it, having already guessed his general intention. Impressive, impressive. The brain of a top student is indeed useful. I never thought of making market research reports for profit when I was in college. Tao Yuan continued along the lines of Zhang Yang's words, generously praising him. "It's just a small endeavor not comparable to the achievements on your resume, senior brother Tao Yuan." Zhang Yang humbly responded, while throwing the conversation back to Tao Yuan, leaving the latter feeling somewhat challenged. After all, one doesn't strike a smiling face. Tao Yuan initially thought to use sweet words to pacify Zhang Yang, then gradually guide him to temporarily abandon the sale of market research reports, but the other party seemed to give him no chance. There was no choice. Now he could only resort to desperate measures. Ahem. Tao Yuan cleared his throat twice and expressed his intention. "It's like this, junior brother Zhang Yang, I actually have another matter to ask of you. You know that the Huaxin simulation trading competition is a graduation test, and as the recommender for Huaxin Securities, Tehudu Financial University's senior brother bears inherent risks. Would it be possible for you to temporarily suspend the sale of market research reports? I will compensate you for any losses during this period. I mean no harm, I just want to maintain the fairness of the competition." When Tao Yuan revealed his true intentions, Zhang Yang was already prepared in his heart. He smiled lightly and seized upon the loophole in the other's words, saying, "Senior brother Tao Yuan, do you think my market research reports undermine the fairness of the competition?" "That's the idea." Tao Yuan nodded slightly and continued, "Your market research reports are too detailed. Even the analysts at Huaxin Securities praise them, which indeed hinders our ability to assess the true capabilities of this batch of students." He continued to elevate Zhang Yang. If a regular student faced such a barrage of compliments, they would generally give the other party some credit. However, Zhang Yang shook his head and said market research reports are merely consolidations of publicly available data. The actual operation still depends on individual capability. Warren Buffett remains a subscriber to the best property and life insurance market research report, yet I haven't seen other subscribers become universally acknowledged investment masters like him. Don't you agree, senior brother Tao Yuan? Zhang Yang's statement made the atmosphere in the office tense, and everyone fell silent. Now Zhang Yang was clearly stating that he would not cease selling market research reports. Sitting nearby, Wang Xingbang chuckled inwardly. He understood the deeper meaning of Zhang Yang's words, which were a mockery towards Tao Yuan. If translated, it would read, "You say my market research reports undermine the fairness of the competition. Why don't you subscribe to the best property and life insurance market research report and see if you can become an investment master?" Tao Yuan in his 30s was still too young to appreciate the charm of the Chinese language and continued to emphasize fairness, saying, "What you said does have some validity, but have you considered that your market research reports might harm the interests of students who did not purchase them? That's unfair. What I want to maintain is merely fairness." Zhang Yang stared at Tao Yuan and asked, "I would like to ask you, senior brother Tao Yuan, do you believe that absolute fairness exists in this world?" "Of course, birth, death, and time are fair to everyone. As for other matters, we only need to strive for relative fairness," Tao Yuan blurted out. He was also well aware that there isn't that much fairness in society. However, birth, death, and time are experiences every individual will have. Yet Zhang Yang shook his head and retorted, "While everyone only has 24 hours in a day, the 24 hours of a laborer and a white-collar worker are worlds apart. For laborers, 12 hours of their 24 hours may be spent working, whereas white-collar workers typically work no more than 8 hours, with some even shorter. Inadvertently, white-collar workers have 4 more hours of discretionary time than laborers. As for life and death, it's simply unavoidable, being born into a wealthy family versus a poor family, dying at 30 versus dying at 100. Where's the fairness in that?" Zhang Yang paused for half a second and continued, "In our investment studies, we have 2 economics courses. One is called macroeconomics and the other microeconomics. We must not only read macro but also not neglect micro. Senior brother Tao Yuan, you say my market research reports undermine the fairness of the competition. Have you considered how many students with narrow information channels my market research reports can help in comparison to those with broader access to information?" Tao Yuan was completely stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. Even Wang Xingbang, the old professor, fell silent, recalling his own experiences on Wall Street. Fairness. This world indeed lacks fairness. The so-called fairness is from a macro perspective. If viewed from a micro perspective, no matter what, nothing can be deemed fair. Seeing the other party remain silent for a long time, Zhang Yang added, "If my market research reports can help students with narrow information channels return to the same starting line as others, wouldn't that be considered maintaining the fairness of the competition?" Tao Yuan never expected Zhang Yang's logical thinking ability to be so strong that it led him into the trap of the topic of fairness. What could he do now? He could only admit defeat. As Zhang Yang said, there is no fairness in this world. He was able to join Huaxin Securities thanks to his girlfriend Yu Shushiwe, who used her family's connections to secure a spot for him. Tao Yuang has benefited from the unfairness in the past, and now he truly has no way to refute Zhang Yang, so he could only remain silent. At this moment Wang Xingbang noticed Tao Yuang's embarrassment and the awkward atmosphere, so he interjected, "Neither you Zhang Yang, nor you Tao Yuang are at fault. The fault lies with this world. Since the world is a refined shade of gray, there is no need to distinguish right from wrong. Let us adhere to the rules that have been tacitly accepted." Wang Xingbang's words provided Tao Yuang with a way out, and he readily responded. "Since Professor Wang has said this, I won't dwell on the matter of Zhang Yang's research report. I also did not consider it thoroughly, and I hope Zhang Yang won't take it to heart." Seeing the other party relent, Zhang Yang also showed courtesy, saying, "As Professor Wang mentioned, none of us are actually at fault. We simply have different perspectives, or perhaps differing positions. Senior brother Tao Yuang, you need not feel guilty. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve than to entangle, which means that when there is enmity, one should try to resolve it rather than deepen the conflict." In his past life, Zhang Yang was able to secure a place on Wall Street largely because he knew how to avoid making enemies in addition to forming friendships with colleagues. In a country like M, where shootings happen every day, if one has too many grudges, simply going outside would. Although Tao Yuang might not be of much help to him, Zhang Yang still chose to avoid enmity. It had become a habit. Tao Yuang's eyes glimmered with appreciation. If Zhang Yang had been aggressive and unyielding, he truly wouldn't have known how to end the conversation. Now it seemed that both parties were satisfied. He took out a business card from his trousers pocket and extended an invitation, saying, "As long as Zhang Yang doesn't take it to heart, if the speculative funds are difficult to manage, feel free to call me. I still have some say at Huaxin Securities. Thank you, senior brother Tao Yuang." Zhang Yang accepted the business card. This card was akin to a ticket that granted him access to Huaxin Securities. He didn't care whether he would actually use it. Receiving a business card was basic etiquette. "It's getting late, so I won't take up any more of your time. Let's meet again after the Huaxin simulation trading competition concludes." Tao Yuang prepared to leave. Wang Xingbang glanced at the darkening sky through the open office door and nodded, saying, "Take care. Safe travels, senior brother Tao Yuang." Zhang Yang echoed. Tao Yuang slightly nodded before striding away. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and looked at Zhang Yang, saying, "Oh right, I forgot to add you as a QQ friend. Let's add each other first." "No problem." Zhang Yang took out his Nokia phone. Though the 2009 phone was not smart, it already had internet capabilities, allowing him to use mobile QQ and play web-based text games. The two added each other as friends, and after moving Zhang Yang into the alumni group, Tao Yuang sincerely praised, "Your research report is indeed impressive. Keep it up. I will work hard." After exchanging a few more polite words, Tao Yuang didn't linger and quickly left the firm. Zhang Yang withdrew his gaze, preparing to bid farewell to Wang Xingbang, when he turned his head and saw the old man smiling at him. At that moment, he admitted that his scalp felt a bit numb. Having stayed in him for a long time in his past life, aside from God and Satan, he had witnessed all sorts of limitless events. Take the notoriously evil island, for example. If he hadn't been uninterested in Lolis, he might have found his name on that. Damn, this old man doesn't have any peculiar preferences, does he? Yeah. Zhang Yang thought to himself. Wang Xingbang slightly shook his head, his tone carrying admiration as he remarked, "No wonder he's been at the top of the Hukai investment studies for 4 years. His logic and professionalism are commendable." "Professor Wang, you flatter me. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." At this moment, Zhang Yang was already suffering from teacher anxiety, like Wang Lu feeling restless upon seeing a teacher. Wang Xingbang didn't have any other thoughts. His orientation was quite normal. He simply appreciated Zhang Yang's talent. Seeing Zhang Yang about to leave, he did not hold him back, saying, "Well, then you can go back. The simulation trading account also needs some activity." He originally didn't understand why Zhang Yang had not been trading, thinking that the latter simply did not want to intern at Huaxin Securities. Since he didn't want to go there, not trading made sense. Zhang Yang was able to achieve a yield far exceeding previous cohorts for this year's investment studies students, and Wang Xingbang was also eager to see him showcase his skills. In response to Wang Xingbang's reminder, Zhang Yang nodded, saying, "All right, I'll go back and do some research." "Go ahead." Wang Xingbang waved his hand. Seeing this, Zhang Yang did not linger and quickly left the office. As he walked through the corridor and reached the staircase, a tall figure wearing a white short-sleeve top with curves appeared before Zhang Yang. "He Jing, what are you doing here?" Leaning against the wall, He Jing smiled and stepped forward, teasing, "Your logical thinking is impressive. No wonder you won the campus debate championship in your sophomore year." It was clear that she had been eavesdropping outside. Seeing this, Zhang Yang half-jokingly reproached, "Eavesdropping on others is quite unethical. I hope you can revisit the book Moral Education for College Students. I have no morals, and you're not so great yourself for taking a gunman's job." He Jing lowered her voice a bit for the last sentence, as if afraid others would hear. When the word gunman slipped out, the normally calm Zhang Yang took a step forward, closing the distance to within 3 centimeters of He Jing. Since they were at the staircase, Zhang Yang's sudden closeness caused He Jing to lean back instinctively, her footsteps retreating. This step caused her to lose her balance, and her body began to tilt backward. In that critical moment, Zhang Yang quickly supported He Jing's waist, staring into her eyes as he asked, "How did you know?" At this point their faces were very close, possibly less than 2 centimeters apart, with their noses almost touching. If someone were to look from afar, they would surely think they were about to kiss. "You? Why do you care how I know?" He Jing was a bit flustered, her gaze darting around. Despite her usually revealing outfits, she was still single, let alone having had such intimate contact with a man. Sometimes He Jing couldn't understand with her figure and looks why she had no suitors. Could it really be because she was 172 centimeters tall? "If you don't tell me, I'm going to let go." Zhang Yang slightly loosened his grip, and He Jing instantly felt she was about to fall down the stairs. "Don't." "Then tell me." "I guessed it." As Zhang Yang eased his grip a little, the sensation of falling made He Jing exclaim, "Ah." Seeing she was about to fall, Zhang Yang quickly caught her, asking, "Can you tell me now?" "I really guessed it. That day it wasn't he who came to talk to you, and then sent me away. You must have conspired on something, and today his stock market yield was too unusual, so I wondered if it was your doing." "That's how it is," He Jing hurriedly explained. "So that's how it is." Zhang Yang exerted force, bringing her body back upright, and then said, "You guessed very well, but don't guess next time." Having said that, he stepped forward. Watching his departing figure, He Jing couldn't help but stomp her foot, silently vowing, "Damn Zhang Yang, just you wait." However, neither Zhang Yang nor He Jing noticed that Wang Xingbang, several dozen meters away, had witnessed their playful exchange at the staircase. He withdrew his gaze and sighed. So Zhang Yang and He Jing have this kind of relationship. This kid really has a way with the ladies. But then again, while young people have strong hormones, they shouldn't be kissing in the teaching building. These two really should be. After being reminded by Professor Wang Xingbang, Zhang Yang's simulated trading account finally commenced its second transaction the next day, which was to sell Baosteel shares and fully invest in China Construction Bank and Agricultural Bank. Buying bank stocks during a repair-type bull market is completely against the operations outlined in professional current investment textbooks. All mention that the banking sector and the securities sector have an inverse relationship. When banks rise, securities must fall, and vice versa. However, sometimes what is taught in textbooks is not necessarily correct. Existing investment textbooks are based on the stock markets of Western countries, using their cases to create these books. In the M country stock market, banks and securities indeed exhibit this inverse relationship. This is because the saving mentality of M country people is generally low. They tend to spend their money on travel and consumption, with each person having a credit card. The wealthy in M country also do not simply leave their money in banks. They hand it over to fund managers, allowing professional institutions to help them invest. In such a social environment, M country banks only demonstrate their value during economic downturns. In contrast, Hua country is entirely different. The people of Hua country are known for their love of saving money. Regardless of the economic environment, the resident savings rate continues to rise, indirectly promoting the prosperity of bank lending businesses and making bank stocks the most crucial stabilizing force in the share market, serving as the foundation for the market index. If one were to simply copy the investment model of the U.S. stock market to the share market, they would end up with nothing left. Similarly, if one were to copy the share investment model to the U.S. stock market, they would also be left with nothing. The returns from operating a simulated trading account are not substantial, and Zhang Yang did not want to expend too much energy. Thus, he chose to invest in the relatively stable bank stocks. As for the real account and Lai Weiji's simulated trading account, Chang'an Automobile continued to hit the upper limit, with the number of buy orders still in the millions, requiring no action. Meanwhile, in Baidu Tieba, discussions about Chang'an Automobile were heating up, with more and more posts appearing. Chime Wangliang, Chang'an Automobile has hit the upper limit again. Which speculative fund is behind this, able to leverage such a large volume? Shabak, Zhiwang. It can't be Zhang Mingzhu and Zhao Leoj, right? But the available speculative funds do not match. Suiyue Jinghao, definitely not Zhang Mingzhu and Zhao Leoj. They generally control smaller market cap stocks, and they usually do not play with large caps like Chang'an Automobile. Lioli Jizi, the key is that you don't know how many speculative funds and institutions are lurking in leading stocks. If you forcibly push the prices up, it's likely they will offload directly. Retail investors were exchanging opinions, and not only did they send Chang'an Automobile to the hot search list, but it also appeared as a trending topic on Sina Weibo, QQ, and NetEase's finance channels, attracting wider discussions and exposure. Far away in Xinxing, Chun Sanrong witnessed the online excitement and quickly opened the QQ chat group, typing and sending a message: "The target of operations is trending. We must confirm the exit date quickly, or we might face a major loss." Moments later, speculative funds responded to him. "Nanyang Zonga, are we selling tomorrow?" Chongqing Wanjiao, no rush, I bought 2.0 in speculative funds. Tonight, it will ferment as a value return. Let's first observe the actions of other speculators. Chagu Yangjia, am a bit worried that the management of Chang'an Automobile will do something. They are really short on cash now. If they announce high-level financing, our recent positioning will be in vain. Goeme Yaoyan, you're just too timid. We have been positioning for 2 months. We can't just take a profit of over 100,000 and stop. Jinming Yue, let's see the market situation after the press release. I prefer to gradually offload. otherwise the cost. The sudden exposure from the trending topic led the 7 speculative funds to experience a divergence in opinions, all contemplating whether to offload. If they sold tomorrow, each of them could leave with a profit of over $1 million. If they do not offload, with each passing day of price increase, they would gain hundreds of thousands in unrealized profits. At the same time at Chang'an Automobile Group. In the chairman's office, the secretary Xie Yadong, dressed in a sexy OL pencil skirt and sheer flesh-colored stockings, which accentuated her long legs, was reporting the capital market situation to Chairman Su Ping. Chairman Su, during your inspection of the Mountain City market, our stock capital market experienced significant fluctuations. In the past 2 trading days, we not only saw a limit down, but also hit the upper limit today. It's likely due to manipulation by speculative funds or institutions. Limit down. Su Ping could not help but exclaim. To be able to push Chang'an Automobile to a limit down means the opposing side had at least been lurking for half a month, if not several months, to collect shares. Because only with shares in hand can one engage in a share shorting. The transfer and refinancing criticized by retail investors in later years was approved on July 5, 2011, and implemented from October 26 of the same year. Before October 26, 2011, the share market did not have a similar borrowing mechanism for shorting, as shorting could only be done through futures contracts. This is also why, upon hearing about the limit down, Su Ping immediately thought the opposing side had been planning this for a long time. Should we issue a risk notice? No need, gets only 2 limit up days. We just returned to the value range. If we get 3 more limit up days, we could consider a high-level issuance. Su Ping said calmly. The stock market is a battlefield for capital for investors, but for listed companies, it's simply a money bag. Since the establishment of shares on December 19, 1990, the purpose was to provide listed companies with substantial development funds. Not only shares, but also the stock markets of Y country and M country initially had only financing functions. It was only later that someone slowly discovered their investment attributes, leading to the birth of countless financial derivative tools and methods. Understood. Xie Yadong nodded slightly. She knew Su Ping intended to make a big wave and did not say more. As night fell, tranquility descended. As the last trace of light at the horizon was obscured, the inky black sky, like a vast velvet cloth, quietly covered most of Hua country. The speculative fund Changqing Jiao was not lying. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, a large number of press releases erupted online. Domestic cars are rising. Chang'an automobile sales have reached new highs, with the Yueshang model topping the March domestic car sales chart. Is the 2-day consecutive limit up of the automotive leader a return to value or market speculation? Are Japanese cars facing their doom? Demand for domestic cars surges in the second-hand car market in Yangqing, with Chang'an Automobile dominating. Breaking news. Due to the continuous shrinkage of market share in Hua country, Toyota Group and Honda Group urgently convene meetings. Whether the news is true or false swept across the entire Hua country internet. Many confused retail investors genuinely believed that Chang'an Automobile had impacted established foreign automakers like Toyota and Honda, all shouting about the rise of domestic products. On April 8, Wednesday, with the fermentation of last night's news, speculative funds and institutions again pushed the stock to its upper limit, with buy orders reaching 1.3 million, an increase of 3,000 from yesterday. 3 days, 3 upper limits. Chang'an Automobile drove the entire automotive sector up. Automakers like Huadu Auto SASC Group, Dongfeng Motor, and FAW Car all experienced around a 3 increase, and even Geely Automobile, listed in Hong Kong, soared by 5.6. The collective rise of the automotive sector not only left speculative funds feasting, but also made Lai Weijia the focal point of the investment studies. Su Zhihua, oh my god, Chang'an Automobile has hit the upper limit again. 3 days, 3 upper limits. How did you choose this stock, Lai Weijia? Wang Lu entering the top 10 in the profession in just 3 trading days is simply incredible. Brother Jia, when you don't make a sound, you astonish everyone. In Shichang, I'm impressed. It feels like Chang'an Automobile can still rise. Is Weijia going to surpass Jing Jia and become the top of our cohort? Lu Lishuan, brother Jia, please take me with you. Jia, go have a cigarette. Jia, go, this is the beetle nut specialty sent from my hometown. Try it, I guarantee one will blow your mind. Jia, go, do you want a girlfriend? I have a younger sister who is still single. In the investment study dormitory 302. Trying to act calm, Lai Weijia surveyed the share market surrounded by his 3 roommates who were treating him like a star. Not only in dormitory 302, but several classmates who usually got along well with Lai Weijia also walked in. 3 days, 3 limits, entering the top 10. I didn't expect. Jia, go, you're like a humble monk. Can you lend your brother a hand? Jia, go, what are you buying tomorrow? Jia, go, will Chang'an Auto still rise? Lai Weijia withdrew his gaze from the group messages and glanced at the roommates and friends surrounding him, suddenly feeling a rush of anxiety. He never thought that one day he would become the center of attention. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that 5 or 6 junior female classmates from the investment study have already added him on QQ, saying they want to discuss how to operate. It's no exaggeration to say this is a level of initiative Lai Weijia has never experienced before. And most importantly, even his girlfriend heard that Lai Weijia entered the top 10 in his major and proactively send him a message saying they should go to a hotel this weekend to discuss finance. The more proactive the people around him are, the more anxious Lai Weijie feels. Because he alone knows that the results of the 3-day, 3-limit simulation trading were achieved by Zhang Yang, and he, Lai Weijie, is merely a sheep in wolf's clothing at risk of being exposed with the slightest misstep. According to the agreement signed with Zhang Yang, if he causes the matter to be exposed, Zhang Yang will not return a single penny and will also demand the remaining payment. If the bet is included, that amounts to 60,000 yuan down the drain. At this point, he could only pretend to be powerful and analyze based on the news. Chang'an Auto should still have room for growth. Additionally, its first quarterly report has already been interpreted by the market, and the net profit is being used to expand production capacity, laying the groundwork for future developments. No wonder you are Jie God. Just a few words enlighten me. Jie God is impressive. Then I'll chase after it tomorrow, trusting Jie God's judgment. The flattery from his roommates and friends made Lai Weijie feel elated. He never expected that being a top student could be this enjoyable. Ahem. He coughed twice and added, there's no need to chase after Chang'an Auto. It won't rise much more. Wait a couple of days until I find a suitable target, and I'll let you all know. Alright, thank you, Jie God. I want to treat you to a meal, Jie God. Just trust Jie God. After all, he's the super boss behind 3 days, 3 limits. Even if he, Jing, and Zhang Yang come, they will have to bow down. Exactly. Everyone continued to flatter him, showering him with compliments. Lai Weijie enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, but he was also acutely aware that he was not the object of their admiration. He was merely riding on Zhang Yang's coattails. Meanwhile, in the investment study dormitory 201, with a tidy short haircut and a wheatish complexion, Lan Cici looked at the name of Lai Weijie, who had made the leap from the previous 100 to the top 10 in just 3 days, and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, Lai Weijie is so impressive, entering the top 10 in 3 days. I wonder if Jing Jie's first place can still hold on if it keeps hitting the limit. Does Jing Jie feel pressured? Wei Yunshi looked at He Jing and asked. Burp. Holding a large bottle of cola, Su Zhihua let out a belch and chimed in, Jing Jie will definitely take first place. After all, she's about to achieve a 50 return rate, unless Lai Weijie can hit 3 more limit ups. It's hard to say. He Jing lacked confidence. Because she knows that her real opponent is not Lai Weijie, but Zhang Yang, who has topped the major for 4 consecutive years and has been given a direct entry quota by Tao Yuan. For the past 2 days, He Jing has been contemplating whether she wants to become a fund manager. After overhearing the conversation between Zhang Yang and Tao Yuan that day, her worldview has already begun to shift, as if a new door has opened. Previously, she had thought about becoming a speculator and being self-reliant, but the shadow cast by the 2007 stock market crash had lingered in her heart. Back then, she entered the market with 2,000 yuan, and it grew to 8,900 yuan, but a subprime mortgage crisis left her deeply trapped. The high risk of the stock market had long made her abandon the thought of going solo, and instead consider using the capital of investors to fill her own pockets. He Jing felt so insecure that Su Zhihua quickly stood up and encouraged her, you can't let others' ambitions overshadow your own, Jing Jie. You are the best in my heart. 45 days 50 return rate. There are very few past students who can achieve this rate. Jing Jie, go for it, and aim for 60. Lan Cici also encouraged, if it's 60, that would be incredible. You'll definitely make history at the school. Go for it, Jing Jie, don't let yourself be surpassed. Wei Yunshi echoed, looking at her 3 roommates' naivety. He Jing didn't want to discourage them, and responded, I will work hard to become the first student with a 50 or even 60 return rate. No. Su Zhihua shook her long fair fingers left and right, smilingly correcting, not a student, but a genius trader. No, a genius trading beauty. In the library, financial analysis room, Zhang Yang as usual sat in the study area of the financial analysis room, which had become his exclusive seat. It's almost 3:30, there's still an hour and a half before class, let's go buy a cup of coffee. Just as Zhang Yang was about to close his laptop, a classic QQ cough notification sound suddenly rang out. It is said that this classic cough sound has a story behind it. When Ma Huading started his business, he got tired of the DD and ZZ notification sounds of competitors and wanted a sound that was unique yet could trigger a reflex in users. This demanding requirement stumped a lot of developers. Later, due to intensive work, one developer caught a cold. When he returned to work while sick and coughed out that cough sound, the group leader immediately decided to use the cough sound as the notification tone. It's precisely because of this classic cough sound that many early QQ users have been startled at night. It's indeed very refreshing. Looking at the flashing avatar, Zhang Yang immediately recognized it was Lai Weijie. He double-clicked the mouse to open the chat window. Lai Weijie, brother Yang, I need to discuss something with you. Can we sell Chang? Eating consecutive limits is too conspicuous. Previously, he was afraid the stock wouldn't rise. Now he's afraid it's rising too much. Although the feeling of being in the spotlight is exhilarating, he doesn't have the corresponding strength. It's Zhang Yang who is operating behind the scenes for him. Zhang Yang thought from Lai Weijie's perspective and immediately understood why he would say that, typing back, sure, but how much more? Lai Weijie, 5,000 yuan. Zhang Yang, alright, I'll take it. But brother Yang, you really need to tone it down a bit. If you keep hitting limits, I feel like I'll be called in by the teacher for a talk. Lai Weijie, possible a small loss for a day, is also fine as long as it doesn't affect the final outcome. Zhang Yang old account, just transfer the money to me. As evening approached, the sun sank toward the horizon, and the splendid sunset wove a colorful tapestry across. In the lecture hall 202 of the first teaching building, the instructor of financial modeling and quantitative analysis continued to discuss the material that had not been covered 2 days prior, yet few students in the audience were actually paying attention, each absorbed in their own affairs. This was due to the relative complexity of quantitative and financial modeling compounded by the dry nature of purely theoretical instruction, making it difficult for students to comprehend. Of course, there was another reason. The shares of 2009 had yet to deploy quantitative harvesting. Not only were the students unaware of its power, but even the instructor had never personally experienced the terror of making hundreds of trades in a second. Buzz buzz. Zhang Yang felt his Nokia phone vibrate twice in his pocket, and he released his grip on the mouse to pull out the device and check. Dear customer, your Bank of China account ending in 2389 received a transfer of 5,000 Huawei yuan, written 5,000 yuan, on April 8, 2009 at 5:32 p.m. Available balance, 5,174 yuan. Remarks: service fee for the Huaxin Securities simulation competition. Did you skip class? Zhang Yang glanced at the payment notification and looked around the lecture hall only to find that Lai Weijie was indeed absent. Meanwhile, the notification bar at the bottom right corner of his laptop was flashing, indicating that someone on QQ had sent him a message. It was obvious that it was Lai Weijie asking for updates. With roommates beside him and classmates behind, so many eyes were watching. If he were to open the chat window with Lai Weijie now, it might expose their transactions. Zhang Yang chose to selectively ignore it and continued with his own tasks. Due to his impressive performance of 3 consecutive gains, he had no need to hide anything and had shared all updates on his secondary account in Baidu Tieba. His secondary Baidu account was called Joker, which translates to clown. Why name it Joker? This relates to an experience of Zhang Yang. In his past life, upon arriving at Wall Street in the United States, although he secured an internship at Goldman Sachs, due to his top-tier professional skills, he faced numerous obstacles because he did not know how to persuade clients to invest. For instance, when promoting a shark fin structured financial product, other investment managers would tout the historical maximum returns of similar products along with their unique risk resistance features and capital protection. Amidst the true and false tactics employed, clients found it difficult to discern reality from deception and unwittingly parted with their money. When the returns arrived, clients discovered that they were different from what had been promised, and the investment managers could evade responsibility by citing market fluctuations. As a newcomer, Zhang Yang did not understand human weaknesses. When promoting the shark fin structured financial product, he would not use historical maximum returns to deceive. Rather, he focused on its stability and risk resistance advantages, believing in treating others sincerely. However, when many clients heard that his financial product had an annualized return of only 5, while others offered 7 or even 8, even the most naive client would know whom to trust with their money. Zhang Yang's sincerity did not yield any new clients. His performance remained the poorest among interns, and he faced the threat of being fired. It was not until a party at a dance club that Zhang Yang encountered a female investment manager named Sun Yu. After exchanging heartfelt conversations, she asked the waiter for a brand new deck of playing cards and took out 2 Joker cards to show Zhang Yang. If you want to survive in the financial world, you must speak with a guilty conscience, as cunning and unscrupulous as a joker. You treat others sincerely, but no one will treat you sincerely in return. If you wish to uphold your principles and maintain high moral standards, not engaging in insider trading is the utmost you can do. This conversation enlightened Zhang Yang, making him understand that only through cunning can one win people's hearts. Sincerity is of no use. Just like sales of health products, who doesn't speak grandly claiming to cure all ailments. Yet only the salespeople know that these so-called health products are merely harmless placebos with minimal effects. It is precisely because one dares to speak while the other dares to believe that many retired elders become addicted to overpriced health products, unable to extricate themselves. If the sales representatives did not exaggerate the effects of the health products, who would still buy your placebos? Thus, after awakening to reality, Zhang Yang changed all his social media platform names to Joker, gradually lowering his moral standards. His career then soared, and he became a star manager at Bridgewater Associates. Since he had become accustomed to Joker, Zhang Yang had no thoughts of changing his ID. Moreover, Joker also means trump card, and for the past 3 days he had been sharing the actual trading results on this account. Originally with no followers, his secondary Baidu account already had 104 followers. Upon opening the post made at 4 p.m., he found that the replies had already reached over 100 with a dazzling array of responses. Chasing wind, you 3 consecutive gains, and I even got the maximum return. A Joker, please take me along. I'm willing to pay to be your apprentice. Song Hi Small Investor, this is incredible. A total return of 47.89 in 3 days. Is this what a grassroots genius is like? Crazy Cowboy, please let Joker know if I can continue holding on to Chang'an Automobile. I jumped in yesterday when it peaked. Evening Glow, a total return of 47.89 in 3 trading days. Joker, if you are taking apprentices, please be sure to contact me. Perhaps many retail investors have a misconception thinking that a total maximum return of 40 from 3 consecutive gains, including one peak return, is correct, but that is actually wrong. A simple calculations will clarify this. Assuming P is the previous day's closing price at 10 rise, to P would be 1. 1P, which is the maximum increase for the first day. If P opens down 10 on the first day, it would be 0. 9P. The increase from 0. 9P to 1. 1P is 22. 22. So the yield for the first day is 22. 22. Since the closing price on the first day is 1. 1P, a 10 increase the next day would be 0. 11P, which equals 1. 1P 0. 11P. This equals 1. 21P. Similarly for the third day, a 10 increase from 1. 21P would be 0. 121P, and adding the 2 gives 1. 331P. Returning to the initial purchase price of 0. 9P, the increase from 0. 9P to 1. 331P is 47.83, which is also the total return rate for Zhang Yang's actual account with Chang'an Automobile. In 3 trading days, the total profit from 3,300 shares of Chang'an Automobile is 10477.8 yuan with a rate of increase of 47.83. While Zhang Yang was surfing the internet, he noticed Su Zhua, who sat in the third row with her hair tied in a high ponytail, sweet-looking, struggling for half a class, but still did not send that message. After struggling with her thoughts for another 10 minutes, she chose to leave the lecture hall. Because it was college, leaving mid-class would not affect the instructor's lecture and did not require any reporting. After exiting the classroom through the back door, she found an empty classroom and took out her pink LG GD 580 phone to call her sister Suzhiro. Before long, the call was connected. "What is it?" the other party asked succinctly. Suzhiro hesitated a bit and lowered her voice, saying, About what you mentioned Zhang Yang's matter. I feel a bit embarrassed to approach him alone. Can you accompany me?" There was a significant silence on the other end of the line, and then Suzhiro replied, "I'm busy. You should handle your own affairs." "You do have time." "I don't." "You do have time." "I don't." After going back and forth several times, Suzhiro had no way to deal with Suzhiro, and finally relented, saying, "What time?" "Let's say 8 o'clock in the evening. Please send Zhang Yang a message for me, and that's settled." Beep. Suzhiro hung up quickly, not giving Suzhiro a chance to refuse. Useless. Watching the call end while still playing badminton, Suzhiro couldn't help but curse her sister under her breath. What happened to Ro? A young man holding a yonex racket with a delicate appearance and about 1.75 meters tall approached to him. His name is Chung Jihong, a student majoring in accounting from the 2006 class of Hukai, and he is also the vice president of the badminton club. "You and Meng Meng can continue playing. I'll reply to a message." Suzhiro went to the sidelines to search for Zhang Yang on QQ. Chung Jihong did not insist, and continued playing badminton with the substitute female players. Deep in Huaihua City at the Hongling Middle Road branch of the Zhaoshang Securities, Chen Sanrong, carrying a light gray backpack and dressed in a red plaid short-sleeve shirt, stepped out of the office while holding the latest Nokia N97. "Liao Guo, are you going to keep waiting?" As Chen Sanrong walked, he continued speaking, ignoring the pedestrians passing by. On the other end of the call was none other than the mastermind behind the surge of Chang'an Automobile stocks, Liao Guopei. Liao Guopei, born Liao Guopei in November 1975 in Chongqing, graduated from Guangdong East Industrial University in 1998. After graduating from university, he did not pursue a career in the system like his classmates, nor did he venture into business. Instead, he asked his family for 500 yuan and combined it with another 500 he had made from stock trading in school, totaling 100 yuan, to dedicate himself to trading stocks. His trading style was known for being fast, accurate, and ruthless, adept at catching market hotspots in thematic stocks, mainly focusing on ultra-short-term trading. He often entered the market when stocks exhibited strong upward momentum, especially in the cases of initial boards, backboards, and newly listed stocks. As Liao Guopei's capital increased, he began to shift his strategy, taking control of small-cap stocks with single profits reaching millions, even tens of millions. Responding to Chen Sanrong's inquiry, Liao Guopei's voice turned grim as he said, "As long as Chang'an Automobile does not announce a new issuance, we have nothing to fear. I've already contacted several new investors, and they have a keen interest in Chang'an Automobile, which may continue to drive the price up. I can't go on." Chen Sanrong stated directly, saying, "This deal has already netted a profit of 3 million. I need to take my profits immediately. I will sell everything tomorrow. Come on, brother, think bigger. Are you afraid of heights just because of 3 million? Liao Guopei chided frustrated. They had positioned themselves in Chang'an Automobile over 2 weeks ago, had done extensive groundwork, and invested over 1 million to arrange favorable news coverage. Now Chen Sanrong was willing to cash out after earning 3 million, which made Liao Guopei feel like they were missing a huge opportunity. However, Chen Sanrong had his own thoughts, replying, "Chang'an Automobile is in desperate need of funds. We've pushed it to the third board, and the position is already very high. There's no telling if they will choose to issue new shares at this high point. Moreover, there is beginning to be a divergence in capital. We can no longer keep the boards locked. Without waiting for Liao Guopei to respond, Chen Sanrong added, I already mentioned this to you in advance. It's not a bad practice. I will sell when the market opens tomorrow. He did not possess Liao Guopei's bold mindset or family background. His style was to take profits when they were available. Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, Liao Guopei said nothing further and hung up the phone, clearly annoyed. Originally, he intended to push for 2 more boards, but with Chen Sanrong, the jumping-off brother, pulling out, he had to consider liquidating a portion of his holdings. As night fell, a light rain began to fall over the city of Hud, occasionally accompanied by distant thunder. Some girls on dates took the opportunity to snuggle into their boyfriend's arms, quickly warming their relationship. Outside the campus commercial pedestrian street, surrounded by Fudan Tongji and Hukai Universities, this street was a popular dating spot for students. At the entrance of the leisure cafe, Zhang Yang quickly folded his umbrella and placed it in the outdoor storage area before pushing open the glass door. Upon entering the cafe, he was greeted by the sight of couples in deep conversation. He was not there merely for coffee. He had received a sudden message from Su Zhiro regarding a discussion about the competition gunman. He's here. Sitting by the window in the corner, Su Zhiro, with her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders and wearing a custom Japanese-style JK uniform that highlighted her youthful aura, said. Su Zhiro glanced over, and upon spotting Zhang Yang, she waved her arm high. Zhang Yang, seeing that waving arm, noticed the Su sisters and immediately furrowed his brow before quickly approaching. What do you want to discuss with me? He asked directly. Talk to her. Just passing the message, Su Zhiro replied, looking towards the window, seemingly indicating that she was not involved in their matters. Please have a seat. Su Zhiro smiled blankly, and while welcoming him, asked, what coffee do you want? By the way, their tiramisu is delicious. Zhang Yang, would you like to try it? Love-struck fool. Watching Su Zhiro's nervous and fidgety demeanor, Su Zhiro couldn't help but feel disdain. Zhang Yang sat next to Su Zhiro, shook his head, and continued with the main topic, saying, I won't have anything. I still have market reports to prepare. If you have something to say, just say it. All right. Su Zhiro pouted and stated her purpose for the meeting. Can you help me operate on this? Just like Lai Weijiet did. I want to intern at Huaxin Securities. Sure. Zhang Yang replied without hesitation, then asked, but first you have to tell me how you found out that I was Lai. Well, someone told me. She overheard you talking with Lai Weijia in the library. Don't be fooled by her glamorous appearance, actually behind the scenes. Ahem. Su Zhiro was interrupted mid-sentence by Su Zira's cough. She could guarantee that if it were not a public place, the two of them would have ended up in a life-and-death confrontation. I happened to hear it in the library. Su Zhiro did not deny it, but reframed overhearing as happened to hear. She had not expected to hear such gossip during the group discussion that day. Given that Zhang Yang and Su Zhiro were also acquainted, she casually shared the gossip with the latter. But Su Zhiro did not expect to be sold out so easily. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang felt somewhat bewildered. It was one thing for He Jing to overhear, but how could Su Zhiro have done so as well? Do beautiful women enjoy eavesdropping? Eavesdropping habit. After a brief surprise, Zhang Yang relaxed. It appeared the two did not harbor any malice, and he immediately asked, what price are you offering? There are still 10 trading days left until the 22nd. The difficulty is quite high. He added, can 50,000 work? Su Zhiro seemed unsure about the price. If Zhang Yang remembered correctly, Su Zhiro's simulated trading profit margin was at 23, ranking in the top 20 professionally. 5,000 could definitely be worth a shot. Seeing that Zhang Yang seemed a bit hesitant, Su Zhiro thought she had offered too little and raised her offer again, saying, how about 100,000? I really have no money left in my small fund. Zhang Yang, you wouldn't want to see me unable to afford meals, right? Don't listen to her. She still has 200 in her private stash, Su Zhiro suddenly revealed. You, what are you doing? Su Zhiro exclaimed, panic in her voice, her eyes darting around, as Su Zhiro had clearly revealed her private savings. You said we should be honest. I also said to adapt to the situation. I forgot. You are such a bad person. Listening to the argument between the Su sisters, Zhang Yang couldn't help but marvel at the wealth in Hangzhou. At just over 20 years old, owning a Maserati was one thing, but casually pulling out over 100,000 was another. To put it in perspective, this was over 100,000 in 2009. If invested in real estate, it could easily double or even triple, albeit with a longer time frame. Hangzhou's wealthy women are truly rich, Zhang Yang thought to himself. President, can you guess what I've captured? Su Zhiro is having dinner with a handsome guy, and the one next to her must be her best friend with a modest chest. What kind of handsome guy? He's very tall and quite handsome, resembling a mix of Zuanlong and Takashi Kaneshiro. In short, he's a high-value handsome guy. What are his characteristics? Does he have any special characteristics? Cheng Jihong on the other end of the phone sounded a bit anxious. Everyone in the accounting school knew he was pursuing Su Zhiro. Having dated more than 10 girlfriends in high school, he was notorious as a playboy. Cheng Jihong had never truly settled down. In just the first semester of his freshman year, he had already had 3 relationships with seniors from the badminton club due to his exceptional badminton skills, but none lasted more than half a month. During an ACCA International Accounting Challenge, he met Su Zhiro. After some investigation, Cheng Jihong learned that her father was a renowned academic in the medical field. He then began to package himself intentionally, creating a deep and affectionate persona, and launched a frenzied pursuit of Suzhiro. He initially thought that with his years of experience handling women, he could easily win her over. However, 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. With her graduation approaching, Cheng Jihong felt both anxious and observant. One must know that graduation season is also breakup season. Many college couples break up at lightning speed once they graduate. Not to mention Cheng Jihong and Suzhiro hadn't even gotten started. If he didn't win her over before graduation, he would have even less chance afterward. Characteristics. The student reporting the news scanned Zhang Yang from a distance, and then added, "His eyes give me a sense of depth." Depth? Cheng Jihong thought for a moment, but had no clue. He immediately said, "Take a covert photo and send it to me on QQ, but don't get caught." "Okay," the reporting student replied. He discreetly shielded himself with his arm and quietly pressed the shutter. In a little while, the covert photo was sent. Cheng Jihong opened it and instantly felt a wave of crisis, murmuring, "It's actually Zhang Yang. Has Zhang Yang hooked up with Suzhiro?" "No. Impossible." He then saw Suzhiro in the photo. Suzhiro is also there, sitting closely together and behaving so intimately. Could it be that Suzhiro is dating Zhang Yang? He felt a bit flustered. Cheng Jihong didn't particularly like Suzhiro, rather he aimed to use her father's connections as a stepping stone for himself. One must understand that everyone ages and faces illness. The connections of an academician in the medical field are enough to elevate him to success, without worries for a lifetime. In his best-case scenario, he would leverage Suzhira's family background to enter a top 5 accounting firm in the country, gain some resources, and then gradually reveal his true self. But now that Zhang Yang had stepped in, Cheng Jihong felt anxious. On the other side, at a casual cafe, Zhang Yang couldn't resist the numerous recommendations from Suzhiro and tried the tiramisu from the cafe, commenting, "The overall taste is quite acceptable, but it has too many sweeteners that mask the bitterness of the coffee, making me feel like I'm eating a cake." "Oh, isn't tiramisu just a cake?" Suzhiro asked, blinking. Suzhiro, sitting across from her, also chimed in, "Tiramisu is indeed a dessert. It can't possibly be made bitter, right? It does need a bit of bitterness, and bitterness is essential." Zhang Yang said lightly. "Why, oi?" Suzhiro and Suzhiro asked in unison. Ordinarily, the two had very different personalities, but at this moment, they seemed to share a telepathic bond, both blinking their eyes, waiting for an answer. Zhang Yang took a sip of coffee to wash away the sweetness from his mouth, and explained to the two, because there are 2 theories about the origin of tiramisu. One is the love origin theory, and the other is the restaurant invention theory. The love origin theory states that during World War II, Italian soldiers went to war, and their wives crushed cookies and bread at home to create tiramisu as rations. Tiramisu means pick-me-up in Italian, symbolizing separation and love. As for the restaurant invention theory, it tells of a chef named Roberto Linguano who accidentally dropped cheese into a mixture of eggs and sugar while making vanilla ice cream. He combined this mixture with soft sponge cake soaked in coffee, sprinkled it with cocoa, and ultimately invented tiramisu. Whether it's the love origin theory or the restaurant invention theory, chefs always use espresso mixed with Marsala wine to add a touch of bitterness, which is also the distinguishing flavor identifier between cake and tiramisu. "Wow!" Suzhiro exclaimed in surprise, not realizing that such a small piece of tiramisu held so many. "Did that Italian soldier make it home safely?" Suzhiro propped her chin and asked Zhang Yang, glancing at his profile. "They surrendered so quickly, they should have made it home safely, right?" Zhang Yang replied with a faint smile, "That should be the case." On the other side, Suzhiro took another bite of tiramisu, savoring it carefully, and found that there was indeed a hint of coffee bitterness, but unfortunately, it was overwhelmed by too many sweeteners, nearly pure sweetness. How does he know everything? Suzhiro thought to herself, inadvertently glancing at Zhang Yang with newfound admiration. She seemed to understand a bit why her sister was so willing to be a little admirer. Although the tiramisu didn't taste right, Zhang Yang still finished it all, and then said, "Let's stick to the agreed amount of 100 yuan. They'll send you my bank account number later." "No problem." Suzhiro made an okay gesture. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, Zhang Yang left the cafe directly. Watching his departing figure, Suzhiro smiled and said, "Don't you think he has a certain charm, a very sexy? I won't comment on whether he's sexy or not, but you need to hold back your drool. You're acting like a pervert from a Japanese." Suzhiro crossed her arms and crossed her legs as she spoke. Suzhiro picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth, finding no drool, just a bit of cream left from the tiramisu. "You're lying again." Suzhiro ignored her and said to herself, "Aren't you lying too? If you want to spend money on a guy, just say so. You even made up an excuse about wanting to intern at Huaxin Securities. Not to mention their father's connections as an academician. Their mother is a top lawyer at Juanha law firm. Just one word from her would be enough for them to enter top financial institutions. Note, it's about getting a job, not an internship. In every country there exists human relations. The positions you dream of can be easily attained by children with family connections. This is the resource brought by amniotic fluid. This is also why the rise of grassroots is always more admirable than the entrepreneurship of rich brothers and sisters. The difficulty of success between the two is simply not on the same level. Seeing that she had been exposed, Suzhiro raised her voice slightly to cover her embarrassment, saying, "What do you know? I just don't want my parents to owe anyone a favor. You should just focus on your studies." The next day the sun shone brightly. After a night of gentle rain, the morning air in Hudu was exceptionally fresh, accompanied by the unique fragrance of blooming flowers in April. On Century Avenue in Hudu, a brand new four-door BMW M3 sped along the main road, the roar of its internal combustion engine prompting Tao Yuanong to press down on the accelerator. With a thunderous roar, the speed surged again. It is said that the poor play with cars while the rich play with watches. However, for Tao Yuanong, who had just begun to establish his career, this M3, worth nearly $1 million upon purchase, had already allowed him to experience the thrill that wealth brings. Before long, the vehicle entered the parking garage of the 1568 building. He skillfully parked the car in the exclusive area for Huaxin Securities before heading straight towards the elevator. As he entered the elevator, he donned his ID badge and pressed the button for the third floor. With the sensation of weightlessness followed by a ding, he arrived at the third floor of the building, which was the leased space for Huaxin Securities' Hudu branch. "Good morning, Manager Tao." "Good morning." Upon entering the company's reception area, the front desk girl quickly stood up to greet him, and Tao Yuanong nodded in response. "By the way, Manager Tao, Supervisor Li just mentioned that if you arrive at the company, you should head to his office first. Despite Huaxin Securities being a large enterprise, it is one of the top brokerage firms in the country. But in a place like Lujiazui where land is incredibly precious, they also had to consider cost-saving measures." "Got it. Then Manager Tao, please go ahead with your work." "All right." Tao Yuanong quickly crossed the office area, heading directly for Supervisor Li's independent office. Although it was labeled an independent office, it was essentially a simple area partitioned by soundproof glass and privacy strips. "Knock knock." Tao Yuanong knocked on the open glass door. Inside the office sat a man in his 50s with thick hair and gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a white shirt. His name was Li Jinrui, a senior supervisor at Huaxin Securities' Hudu branch, and he was Tao Yuanong's immediate superior. "Supervisor, Yuanong has arrived. Come in." "Should I close the door?" "No need." Tao Yuanong stepped into the office and approached one side of the desk, waiting for further instructions. Li Jinrui showed an appreciative smile and said, "I didn't expect you to be doing market research reports. Have you considered starting a subscription column? The company can push resources for you." "Huh?" Tao Yuanong was baffled. Seeing that Li Jinrui was serious, he laughed and said, "Don't worry about the increased workload. If the column goes well, doubling your income won't be a problem." At that moment, Tao Yuanong was confused, as he had never done any market research reports. Moreover, even if he had, how would Li Jinrui know? "You just love to keep a low profile. The day before yesterday, didn't you leave work early saying you had something to attend to? Coincidentally, a major client was looking for you that day, so I logged into your computer and processed their subscription funds. That's when I discovered that you actually can do market research reports, and even better than the data department." Li Jinrui explained the entire situation and added, "I fought for this opportunity for you out of respect for Xu Shui. If the column takes off, who knows, you might be the next Sun Jiandong." Sun Jiandong joined Huaxiao Fund in 2004 and became the manager of Huaxiao Dividend Fund in June 2005, also taking on the role of Huaxiao Revival Fund Manager in January 2008. During his tenure, the total return of Huaxiao Dividend exceeded 500, and in 2008, despite a market downturn, the net value growth rate of Huaxiao Revival Fund was 29,873, performing outstandingly and being rated as one of the top 10 equity funds in Wagwo's fund rankings for 2008. Only those who have been fund managers know that the income disparity between star managers and ordinary managers is vast, like a chasm. Take star manager Sun Jiandong for instance. His annual management fee starts at no less than 10 million Huagwo currency. With company resources backing him, it would be a lie for Tao Yuanong to say he wasn't tempted. However, the issue was that the market research report did not originate from his own work. The market research report file on his workstation was actually a pirated version he had obtained through other students, having heard that Zhang Yang was selling self-made reports to Hukai students. Initially, he thought that a product made by a student wouldn't have much quality. However, as he delved deeper into it, he was struck by Zhang Yang's terrifying talent. This was also the reason why, when he confronted Zhang Yang on Monday, he still didn't forget to extend an olive branch. Excellent financial market analysts are sought after everywhere. It's somewhat akin to the concept of physics chemistry, and as long as you master these three, you can advance to the big cities or retreat to the regions of Yunnan and Guizhou. Have you thought it through? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Jinrui asked again. He'll think about it more at home. Supervisor, you know, I'm already 32 years old and have been thinking about marrying Xu. As Tao Yuanong brought up his fiancée, he also rapidly contemplated how to seize this opportunity. Becoming a star fund manager is akin to going from a background actor in Hengdian to becoming a hot star with income levels that are incomparable. I see. Then go ahead and get married first. After this matter is settled, you can give me an answer. Li Jinrui nodded slightly. If it were for any other reason, he might have been unable to suppress his anger. However, since it involved Xu Shui, he had to give some face, as her father was a leader in the auditing department. Hudu University of Finance and Economics. Wudong Road Campus. A new day dawned, and after a quick wash Zhang Yang headed straight to the cafeteria for breakfast. Thursday had no classes for investment studies, effectively giving a day off, making it one of the most delightful days. Many younger students could easily recognize Zhang Yang, who had come early to eat with his laptop bag in tow, as he was a graduating student from the investment studies program. Although students from other majors were busy, it was primarily the investment studies students who brought their laptops to the cafeteria for breakfast early in the morning, as they were the only ones who needed to operate on the capital market by 9:15 a.m. Due to this year's investment studies students leading in the Huaxin simulation competition, the campus forum at Hukai was extremely lively. Students from prestigious universities like Qingbei Fudan Huayang Finance and Southwest Finance came to investigate, wanting to know why a B-rated university could outperform an A-rated university. In response to over 400 hot posts, a student from Huayang Finance posted asking if the current investment studies students at Hukai had taken drugs, as someone had achieved a return rate approaching 50. Meanwhile, their highest was only 35, making the difference clear. Current students at Hukai as well as alumni quickly responded on the forum. A little flour, 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River. Do not underestimate Hukai's poverty. A little bad, a 50 return rate. This year's investment studies graduates are truly exceptional. Perhaps our program can reach an A rating. A white girl, may our school rise quickly. I'm currently working hard. If the program reaches A, I might benefit from it. The discussion about the graduating investment studies students on the forum also brought unprecedented attention to the Huaxin simulation competition. All students of Hudu University of Finance and Economics were eagerly anticipating the birth of a new top-notch major as it pertained to the honor of their alma mater. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yang took his laptop to the library. As laptops are valuable items that require registration, after the younger student Li Xiaochun, who had braided hair and was studying finance, completed the registration, she cheered for Zhang Yang, saying, "Good luck, senior." Zhang Yang crushed the other finance universities. "Sure, I'll do my best." Zhang Yang replied with a faint smile. He loved surfing the internet and naturally knew about the posts on Hukai's campus forum. After registering his valuable items, he headed straight to the financial analysis room on the 6th floor. He was somewhat looking forward to whether Chang'an Automobile would reach its limit today. If so, he would need to help Lai Weijie secure profits on his simulation account, while also controlling the last 3 positions in the top 10. As for Su Zeruo's simulation account and password, they had already been sent to Zhang Yang's QQ last night, and now the latter needed to operate 3 stock accounts simultaneously, one of which was a real account. Arriving at the self-study area of the financial analysis room, Zhang Yang skillfully connected the network cable to his laptop, then opened Sina Finance to check the latest favorable news. The significant piece of good news on April 9th is that the central bank's Monetary Policy Committee will hold its quarterly meeting on April 10th. Why is the meeting on the 10th considered a major positive signal from the 9th? Ultimately, it boils down to one word: speculation. Stock trading is about speculating on future expectations. It's akin to buying scratch-off lottery tickets. Due to the covering layer, you don't know how much is hidden inside. You might spend 5 yuan and win 1000 yuan, or even tens of thousands. This is speculation on the unknown, speculation on expectations, and it is the fundamental logic of the stock. With the monetary policy meeting on April 10th, no one can say for certain whether there will be a forecast of the next 4 trillion plan. Even if it's just an adjustment of interest rates or the reserve requirement ratio, it would be enough to stir the market. The moment Zhang Yang saw the title Central Bank Monetary Policy Quarterly Meeting, a phrase flashed in his mind: continue to implement a moderately accommodative monetary policy and maintain ample liquidity in the banking system, which is also the key point of the meeting. In his previous life at this time, he had not yet gone abroad and naturally paid attention to this important meeting. It seems I have insider information this time. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. He quickly searched his documents, locating stocks related to the banking and finance sectors for initial screening. If he remembered correctly, this meeting did not directly adjust interest rates or the reserve requirement ratio, nor was there a new 4 trillion plan. Nevertheless, the market still responded positively to the phrase accommodative monetary policy. 9:10 a.m. Zhang Yang had already filtered out several potential stocks, which are 1. Huahua Pingyuan. It was established in 1988 and is the first shareholding insurance enterprise in Huahua, initially focused on life insurance before gradually expanding into property insurance and banking. In 2004, Huahua Pingyuan was listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange and entered the A-share market in 2007, becoming the first financial enterprise in China to be listed as AH shares. Since 2005, it has proposed a comprehensive finance strategy constructing the 3 main business pillars of insurance banking investment through acquisitions such as Shenzhen Development Bank, later integrated into Pingyuan Bank and Pingyuan Trust. 2. The 4 major banks. The 4 major banks are Industrial and Commercial Bank, China Construction Bank, Agricultural Bank, and Huahua Bank. The Big 4 are the backbone of Huahua's financial economy. Taking Industrial and Commercial Bank as an example, it added 1.04 trillion yuan in new loans in the first quarter of 2009, focusing on supporting infrastructure projects such as railways, highways, and power grids, which drove a 35 year-on-year increase in credit scale for related enterprises. Free. Shanghua Investment A. The full name is Shaanxi Province International Trust Co., Ltd. It was founded in January 1985 and is a state-owned enterprise controlled by provincial assets. In 1992, it expanded capital and issued stocks to the public, and in January 1994, it was listed on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, becoming the first non-bank financial enterprise to be publicly listed in China and one of only 2 wholly listed trust investment companies in the country. Undoubtedly, these are all stocks with short-term upward potential. After organizing this information, Zhang Yang opened Baidu Tieba, logged into his Joker account, and updated his stock information in his personal dynamic. In just a moment, fans began leaving comments in the dynamic comment section. Mao Tu Xiaozi Joker God, do you have confidence in the banking and insurance sectors? Tonight's Tiger Hunter, Huawei and the 4 major banks are almost equivalent to the market index, which means Joker God believes there is still room for growth in the Shanghai Composite Index. I wonder if my interpretation is correct. Food Goose Luyi, I want to speculate, please provide an answer. Zhang Yang casually picked a comment and typed a reply on April 10th. There will be a routine monetary meeting. You can try to bet on favorable news. Even if there isn't any, the upper management want pour cold water on it, so the opportunity is greater than the risk. His response was quite conservative, clearly outlining the general trend while leaving the rest for the fans to judge. Even if Zhang Yang is not a reborn individual, he can analyze from a macro perspective that the routine meeting tomorrow will likely bring favorable news. Even if not, there will be no negative impacts. Because 2009 is a crucial year to emerge from the shadow of the subprime mortgage crisis, all countries are racing to revive their economies. No one will suddenly stop. Even if inflation occurs, it is still better than economic deflation, as the impact of economic deflation can last from a few years to several decades. After replying to the fans on Tieba, the time had reached 9:20 a.m. From 20 to 25 minutes, the gathering auction period only allows for placing orders, not for canceling them. These 5 minutes are somewhat similar to the 5 cards in gambling films, also known as all-in. You can roughly gauge the opponent's points from their visible cards, but their hidden cards might turn the situation around. At this moment, Chang'an Automobile again set the limit-up price at 10.79 yuan. Zhang Yang opened the bidding interface for Chang'an Automobile, which has 2 indicators. One is the bidding white point, and the other is the long-short volume. Each bidding white point represents a bidding instance, and bids happen every 9 seconds. The denser the bidding white points, the higher the stock's popularity and the activity of funds. The long-short volume chart is divided into 2 parts. The upper part shows unmatched volume, while the lower part shows matched volume, divided into red and green columns. If the upper red column volume expands, it indicates that buy orders exceed sell orders, and similarly, if the upper green column volume expands, it indicates that sell orders exceed buy orders. At this moment, during the 5 minutes from 15 to 20 minutes, buy orders for Chang'an Automobile clearly exceeded sell orders. As the 20-minute mark approached, the red column volume surged again, and the matched volume below also increased. As time passed, the red volume columns below grew taller, prompting Zhang Yang to sense something unusual. If the limit-up trend continues, the volume below shouldn't be expanding, and the buy orders above should consistently decrease. Could this be a trap to lure in more buyers? Zhang Yang analyzed in his heart, and promptly posted his entire holding of 330 shares of Chang'an Automobile for sale at 10.79 yuan. In his view, the risk for Chang'an Automobile had surpassed the opportunity, as he perceived the potential danger of a price explosion. If a price explosion occurred, the major players might sell off without restraint. As a star manager who had mingled on Wall Street for decades, his trading style was always centered around stable profit. As 9:05 a.m. arrived, the bidding interface remained limit up. Zhang Yang glanced at his trading records, which showed that all 330 shares of Chang'an Automobile had been sold. On April 6th, Monday, he entered at a limit down price of 6.63 yuan. Then it hit the limit up, yielding a 22 increase. On April 7th, 8th, and 9th, it hit limit up 3 times in a row, and the price of Chang'an Automobile reached 10.79 yuan per share. After liquidating, Zhang Yang's total profit from this stock was 13728 yuan, with a total increase of 62.74. In other words, Zhang Yang used 21879 yuan to earn back 13728 Huawei coins. After deducting various trading fees, his available funds in the account amounted to 35600 yuan, 56,000. Taking advantage of the 5-minute consolidation period from 9:25 to 9:30 a.m., he quickly scanned the bidding interfaces for the 4 major banks Huawei and Shanghua Investment A, analyzing the bidding trends of the main funds, and finding that the volume above was on the rise, indicating that a high opening had become a foregone conclusion. Hua Country Zen City. Zen City is the 3rd city in eastern Guangdong, adjacent to the provincial capital Yang City. As a major birthplace of Southern martial arts, it retains a significant number of martial arts schools, earning it the title of City of Martial Arts. Both Wing Chun and the renowned Master Yip Man originated from Zen City. At this moment, within a 2-story duplex villa in the main urban area of Zen City, Liao Guopei, a speculative investor known as Zen City Shadowless Kick, was struggling internally. He desperately wanted to pull off another limit up, but his funds were insufficient to support another surge. The exit of jumping building brother Chinsanrong was like the first domino falling, causing other speculative investors to withdraw and cash out. At this point, the buying power for Chang'an Automobile was extremely limited. Watching the inducement in the collective bidding, Liao Guopei had no choice but to follow suit. During the 3 minutes from 922 to 925, at least 10,000 retail investors entered the market, with funds absorbing a significant amount of selling pressure. With the market about to open, Liao Guopei decided not to linger. Since other speculative investors were pulling out, he had no choice but to retreat as well. When the market opened at 930, driven by expectations from the central bank's monetary policy quarterly meeting, the banking sector, insurance sector, and infrastructure sector collectively surged, propelling the market up by 1, 2, and boosting other stocks. In a stable market, it was the most suitable time to gradually offload. Chinsanrong, Liao Guopei, and other speculative investors had already begun to gradually liquidate their positions. The limit order for Chang'an Automobile dropped from 1.3 million hands a few days ago to 4.0 hands, and the selling pressure was visibly increasing. After unloading nearly half and netting a profit of 2.1 million, Liao Guopei sensed something amiss. The limit order for Chang'an Automobile remained at 4.0 hands, and the number of pending orders was continuously increasing. Could there be some potential good news? Liao Guopei murmured thoughtfully. Regardless of whether it's the shares or the U.S. stocks, insider information is always known to a select few in advance, who then set up their positions early. The immovable 4.0 hands limit order made Liao Guopei hesitate. Not only him, but Chinsanrong, far away at the Zhuhai Securities branch on Hongling Middle Road, was also feeling similarly uncertain. The unchanged 4.0 hands limit order indicated that more funds were entering. Clear out, or wait and see. At this moment, the 7 speculative investors involved in ignition had already reduced their positions by half. Even if there were subsequent limit downs, they could likely break even. After struggling internally for several seconds, Chinsanrong decided to clear out. After selling all his chips, he made a total profit of 147,000. Having held his position for 23 days, this profit made him very satisfied. Meanwhile, Liao Guopei and the other 5 speculative investors chose to retain half of their chips, waiting for Chang'an Automobile's daily performance. Shanghai Capital University Library. After clearing out Chang'an Automobile, Zhang Yang did not pursue high-priced bank stocks, but instead placed his funds into a Oneidu Treasury reverse repurchase. What is a Treasury reverse repurchase? In simple terms, it means you lend money to an institution which uses an equivalent amount of Treasury bonds as collateral. Upon maturity, the institution will not only return your principal, but also pay you interest akin to a bank's demand deposit. The institution will then lend your money to clients in the market who need financing, which is commonly referred to as leverage. It is worth mentioning that on Thursdays, a Treasury reverse repurchase can yield 3 days' worth of interest in just 1 day. This is because the Treasury reverse repurchase implements a T1 settlement system, meaning the funds can be used the next day, but cannot be withdrawn. To put it bluntly, if you purchase a Oneidu Treasury reverse repurchase on Thursday, the funds will return to your securities account on Friday. You can use them to buy stocks in the market, but you cannot withdraw them back to your bank account. Funds will be occupied from Friday, spanning across the 2 non-trading days of Saturday and Sunday, meaning you can only withdraw them back to your bank account on Monday. Therefore, the total occupied days accumulate to 3, and interest is calculated based on 3 days. Experienced investors often choose to buy Treasury reverse repurchases while waiting for market trends. However, many novice investors overlook the reverse repurchase function, resulting in hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands in lost interest income over the year. Having grasped the insider information from the regular meeting, Zhang Yang, not having heard about any new round of monetary stimulus, predicted that the market would likely plunge at the opening tomorrow. Thus, he refrained from chasing high prices and went directly for the reverse repurchase. There are always opportunities in the share market. The fundamental reason retail investors lose money is that they rush in and then panic out. To put it bluntly, they lack patience. After managing his real trading account, Zhang Yang began operating Lai Weiji's simulated account, quickly clicking, without a hint of hesitation, to clear out Chang'an Automobile. Had it not been for Lai Weiji asking him to control the distribution, Zhang Yang likely wouldn't have cleared out. Because Chang'an Automobile still had a limit order of 4.0 hands, and the gradually increasing trend line indicated that someone was slowly offloading likely speculative investors. With speculative investors offloading massively, yet the stock remained solidly capped, this indicated a significant divergence in the funds controlling the stock. Unless there was a black swan event, it was likely to rise further. Lai Weiji's account had fully invested 1.043 million in Chang'an Automobile, with 4 limit-ups, resulting in a total return rate of 46.32 and a total profit of 48.32,000. At this point, the account's funds had risen to 5,262 million. TSK. It's risen so much. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and decisively split the funds into 4 parts, fully investing in the 4 major banks. Since Lai Weijia wanted to control the distribution, the current return rate clearly exceeded their agreement, so he had to find ways to slightly lower it. Subsequently, Zhang Yang opened Suzuruo's simulated account smiling lightly, as he praised not bad to buy the automotive sector ETF. When Jing came to ask about potential sectors, I mentioned the automotive sector. During the economic crisis from 2007 to 2008, individual stocks in the automotive sector were essentially in a state of overselling. Although there had been 5 months of recovery, the automobiles going to the countryside and new replacement subsidies policies, coupled with the fact that in 2009, the household car penetration rate was only 14-18, indicated great market potential. Automotive concept stocks could be said to be the most stable sector for the next decade. Another commendable point for Suzuruo is that she bought an automotive ETF fund, which adds more stability to her investments. Perhaps many investors do not know what an one exchange ETF fund is. To put it simply, it is a basket of stocks related to a specific sector. For example, the automotive ETF fund may hold 12 of Chang'an Automobile, 12 of BYD, 10 of Shanghai Automotive, 5 of Great Wall Motors, and so on. If you invest 1 million, it is equivalent to holding 120 of Chang'an Automobile, 120 of BYD, 120 of Shanghai Automotive, and various other automotive stocks. The benefit of purchasing one exchange ETF funds is that you do not need to understand the operating conditions of the related companies or their annual reports. You only need to grasp the overall direction of the sector to profit. For instance, when the 4 trillion plan was just implemented, if you think the infrastructure and real estate sectors will soar, but do not know which stocks correspond to these sectors, you can buy one exchange infrastructure and real estate concept ETF funds. Of course, ETF funds are not without drawbacks. Since they are a basket of stocks, their gains will surely not match those of leading individual stocks. Just like Chang'an Automobile's 4 limitups in 4 days, the ETF fund, holding it, only saw a 1,015 increase over the same period, dragged down by other automotive stocks. Data. Zhang Yang quickly clicked the mouse, selling all of Suzuruo's stocks and funds, freeing up a total of 123,600, corresponding to a 23.6 return rate. It is still somewhat challenging to enter the top 10 professionals. I will remain in cash and wait for tomorrow's bank pullback. If there is no plunge, then I will seek other opportunity. Zhang Yang murmured to himself. He then opened Baidu Tieba, logged into the Joker account, and continued sharing his share trading experience for the day. Policy news on April 10th. There is uncertainty regarding the central bank's monetary policy quarterly meeting, compounded by the weekend, which further increases the potential for unknown risks. Market technicals driven by expectations from the central bank's monetary policy quarterly meeting. The market opened strongly with high volume in the morning, but after 10 o'clock, the trading volume gradually decreased, leading to fluctuations and adjustments. The Shanghai Composite Index is over 300 points higher from the bottom point of 2037.02 on March 3rd, reaching pressure levels seen in August 2008. Without new incremental funds, it may experience sideways movements to continue washing out positions. Main capital flow after a trading volume of 172.523 billion on April 2nd, the market showed a continuous decrease over 3 days, aggravating the differentiation of market funds, with profit-taking gradually occurring. Personal trading situation: I have liquidated 330 shares of Chang'an Automobile, realizing a profit of 13728 yuan, with a total increase of 62.74. Reason for liquidation: during the collective bidding, there was a false bullish trend, with concentrated trading at white points, the buying volume gradually decreasing and the selling volume increasing, resulting in 4 consecutive days of board gains. With a 74 increase, I have realized the recent favorable developments of Chang'an Automobile. Coupled with potential impacts from policies, funds, and market technicals, I chose to cash out. As Zhang Yang's post was published, it immediately attracted many retail investors to watch. Born to smile: my goodness, did Chang'an Automobile really hit the board 4 days in a row? If I had more capital, I would be making a fortune. Lonely Wolf: if the great Joker has liquidated Chang'an Automobile, I need to consider fleeing as well. I entered after chasing the high on Tuesday. Basking in spring breeze: impressive. I earned half a year's salary in just 4 days. Is this really the great Joker? Sharing real trades for 4 consecutive days and finally cashing out with 13728 yuan. This can truly be called a stock market expert. You should know that in the stock market, not losing money already puts you ahead of 90 of retail investors. And if you can make a profit, you can surpass over 95 of them. A yield rate of 62.74 and a total profit of 13728 yuan has attracted a large number of users in the stock forum, including jumping brother Chen Sanrong, who just cashed out. Chen Sanrong looked at Zhang Yang's post, and then flipped through Zhang Yang's historical posts, unable to help but exclaim, this person has some skills, but just too conservatively operated. As a radical, he can sense Zhang Yang's steady style. Of course, he does not look down on conservative retail investors. On the contrary, he greatly appreciates small investors who achieve stable profits. He has seen too many talented, aggressive traders go bankrupt and even jump off buildings, especially during the 2007 subprime crisis that caused the stock market crash. At that time, Chen Sanrong was no exception, being trapped with 95 of his funds, and he had to work while gradually increasing his positions to survive. It is precisely because of this experience of working and increasing positions that his trading style leans towards aggressive entry and exit with timely profit-taking. Seeing a new sprout of speculative capital, Chen Sanrong replied with his main account and shared a profit chart saying, "Same boat, I also took profit today, we share the same view." As soon as the Jumping Brother ID appeared, the post's popularity surged and the number of replies increased rapidly, even alarming the forum moderator. A small bear, wow, a million level speculative capital Jumping Brother has appeared. It seems that the Joker indeed has crazy cola 1 10,000 100,000 dear. Wow. Making over $1 million in profit, is it that impressive? Martial arts supremacy if speculative capital Jumping Brother says, so it seems Chang'an Automobile has truly hit a pressure level, I should sell a share too. With speculation backing him up, Zhang Yang's Joker account saw a rapid increase in followers to 574, and private messages kept flooding in from users asking to learn or inquire about stock market investment techniques. Far away at Hudu Financial University, Zhang Yang, witnessing the speculative capital's testimony, politely replied, "Thank you for the recognition. Jumping Brother, I really like your trading style. I followed you. Keep it up, and I look forward to the day you reach $1 million. Joker, I've followed you back. That day should come." For small investors, who doesn't dream of becoming $1 million level, 10 million level, or even $1 billion level speculative capital? Yet once entering the shares, it feels like a deep sea. Getting trapped is just a daily occurrence. In the afternoon during the closing phase, the banking, insurance, and finance-related sectors that had been fluctuating sideways for 2 to 3 hours showed signs of aggressive buying. As the market surged in the final moments, Zhang Yang weighed the pros and cons and still believed that the risks outweighed the opportunities, stating that one must act in accordance with knowledge. Without hesitation, he chose to liquidate all his holdings in Huagua Bank, Bayo Steel, and Jianghuai Automobile, cashing out 5023.2 yuan, with an increase of 19.60, realizing a profit of 823.2 yuan. As soon as Zhang Yang finished liquidating, his Nokia vibrated twice, prompting him to check immediately. "Dear customer, your account ending in 2389 at CCB received a transfer of 100 yuan on April 9, 2009 at 1455. Available balance 100094 yuan. Remark: the adorable Su Zhuo sent Zhang Yang a remuneration for the Huaxin Securities simulated trading competition. Finally received it." Zhang Yang did not hesitate, immediately transferring the 100 yuan just received into his securities account, and then adding the 50 yuan he just cashed out, totaling 10.5 million to invest in a reverse repurchase of national debt. Currently, Zhang Yang's actual account has 14060 yuan, of which 3560 yuan is from the liquidation of Chang'an Automobile. In the morning, 100 yuan is from Su Zhuo's bank transfer, and the remaining 50 yuan comes from selling market research reports and profits from investments. In just 1 month, Zhang Yang transformed from a small investor with 800 yuan into a capital volume of 140 yuan. Although it's not entirely due to stock market profits, he earned it bit by bit. With a light click, Zhang Yang chose to set a lower annualized yield rate. 10.5 million with an annualized yield rate of 1.83, interest calculated over 3 days, expecting earnings of 15.78 yuan. 20 yuan in 2009 is already half a day's wage for an ordinary assembly line worker. This reflects the importance of capital accumulation. If you have 10 million, even if you do nothing but invest in reverse repurchases or bank deposits, the daily interest will exceed the wages of others. As the ringtone, I believe, sounded, Zhang Yang looked at the Nokia placed on the table. The caller ID showed Tao Yuang, which surprised Zhang Yang. He initially thought it would be Su Zhuo or Su Zhuo calling him to inquire about the transfer status, but it turned out to be Tao. "Hello, senior brother Tao Yuang." Zhang Yang pressed to answer. "How's the profit today?" Tao Yuang asked with concern from the other end, having called just as the market closed. "It's okay, probably around 2. Zhang Yang didn't look closely at his simulated account, as he had been focused on his. "That's good. Do you have time tonight?" Tao Yuang asked again. Zhang Yang's mind raced, and he tentatively inquired, "I should have time. Is there something you need, senior brother Tao Yuang?" "There are some work-related matters, but if you have time, I'll pick you up tonight, and we can discuss it in person." "Nice, the final order has been sold with a yield of exactly 54. Dressed in a white tank top with an exceptionally full bust and slightly wavy brown hair, He Jing looked excited, as she couldn't help but share her joy with her roommate. 50. While still applying a whitening mask and grooming her nails, Wei Yunshi was startled and turned to He Jing, asking, "Sister Jing, you really have a 50 yield?" "It's at 50. He Jing nodded in confirmation. With shoulder-length hair and a wheatish complexion, Lan Sisi took a small step to He Jing's side to check her notebook screen. "Wow, it's really at 50. Let me see. Su Zhuo, with a cola in her left hand and chicken wings in her right, exclaimed as she approached He Jing. Indeed, it was a 50 yield. "Sister Jing is amazing. There will definitely be legends about you in the field of investment studies." "Sister Jing, how do you manage to earn steadily every day?" "That's incredibly stable." Wei Yunshi removed her whitening mask and tossed it into the trash can as she asked, He Jing smiled calmly and shared her thoughts. Value restoration cycles follow the country's macro policies. I'm not saying we'll get rich, but definitely not losing out on the soup. Her trading strategy was very clear. It was all about following the government's policy directions. Although the date the 4 trillion plan was proposed was November 5, 2008, the release of funds takes time. It is a slow process of gradual implementation, not something that happens all at once. According to interpretations from various bloggers online, the 4 trillion primarily aimed to create jobs, keeping migrant workers in the cities, which is often referred to as using labor to relieve poverty. Understanding the government's intentions, He Jing had been trading in concrete steel and engineering machinery concept stocks for profits. After the 4 trillion plan, the government proposed the Automobile Industry Adjustment and Revitalization Plan, which not only reduced vehicle purchase taxes, but also introduced subsidies for car purchases. He Jing focused on finding automotive supply chain concept stocks. Why not buy stocks of car manufacturers? The reason is simple. The parts supply chain is the biggest beneficiary of automotive policies. For instance, Fuyao Glass, established in 1987, formerly known as Fuyao Glass Industrial Co., Ltd., was listed on the Shanghai Stock Exchange in 1993 and is the first automotive glass publicly listed company in China. Fuyao Glass has achieved a staggering 60% market share in the domestic market. Even in the global market, it holds about 15, ranking third in the world, just behind Asahi Glass of Japan and Saint Gobain of France, and has achieved technological leadership in niche areas such as coated glass and hydrophobic glass. Whether it's Chang'an Automobile, BYD Shanghai Automotive, or Audi, Volkswagen, and Toyota, all have partnerships with Fuyao Glass, allowing the latter to ignore market competition and directly benefit from the automotive boom. After all, when you manufacture cars, you can't possibly not need windshields, right? Because of following the government's lead, He Jing almost never incurred losses, consistently securing profits. That's incredible. Amazing. I have to share this in our class group. Lon Cece quickly took a photo and posted it in the Investment Studies 122 group, with a message: Sister Jing has broken the 50 yield. There are still 9 trading days left. I feel like we can exceed a 60 yield and leave a mark in school history. As soon as the message was sent, the professional class group started buzzing. Wang Lu, wow, she really broke 50. He Jing seems to have never incurred a loss. This trading style is way too stable. Lu Lishuan, the doctor, says my teeth are not good, suitable for soft food. Is Sister Jing still looking for a boyfriend? I want to be your little dog, woof woof. In Shichong, this is a class group, not a no man's land. Please be mindful of your image. But speaking of which, if Sister Jing lacks a boyfriend, why not consider my little kitty, meow meow meow. Jia Peishan, I've already taken a screenshot and posted it in my QQ space. The juniors and sisters must see how shameless their senior brother is. In Shichong, I have a girlfriend, so don't get involved. I'm being honest. Please let me off. After the news of He Jing's simulated account breaking the 50 yield spread in the professional group, it quickly reached the Baidu Tieba for Shanghai Finance University. At this moment in the finance forum, 3 or 4 posts with titles similar to He Jing's yield surpasses 50 have already been posted. Upon hearing the news, investment students from Huayong Finance, Southwest Finance, Jingbei, and other universities immediately felt the sky had fallen, and they opened the forum to admire the miracle. A little grass, we can't compete. This year's finance students at Shanghai University are too extreme. Our highest is only 34, and they've managed to hit 50. If they graduate and enter financial institutions, He Jing will likely become the next star manager. Crazy Stone, passing by from Southwest Finance, I saw He Jing's yield chart, and there's one thing I can't figure out: how did she manage to make a profit every single day for over 20 trading days? The king, putting yield aside for now, I've heard that He Jing is very beautiful and has a stunning figure. I wonder if Zhang Wei from Fudan could invite her to dinner. A 50 yield, a rate never achieved since all investment majors participated in the Huaxin simulated trade. Perhaps He Jing never imagined that after her simulated account yield broke 50, numerous securities firms and financial institutions began investigating her background. If she has a well-connected family, then a 50 yield is achievable. However, if she lacks a background, achieving stable profits over more than 20 consecutive trading days is terrifying. It's not an exaggeration to say she's simply born to be a fund manager. Zhang Yang, who loves surfing the internet, also saw the wildly circulated news and promptly sent a congratulatory message to He Jing. Impressive, you've achieved a 50 yield in just 24 trading days. Your trading model is quite stable. Whether in a shares, U.S. stocks or Japanese stocks, every retail investor has their own trading model. What is a trading model? The most commonly heard are divided positions, full positions, empty positions, and dollar cost averaging. The divided position trading model, initially entering with about 20-30 of funds, leaving room to effectively avoid market downturn risks. The full position trading model, no room left, you either make a big profit or suffer a big loss. The empty position trading model, during reverse repurchase or stock market crashes, when panic selling occurs, one scoops up the bloody chips. The dollar cost averaging trading model, an extension of the divided position trading, buying a certain amount of idle funds every half month or month, can significantly avoid market fluctuations. In addition to these 4 common types, there are countless combinations of trading models. Only by finding the one that suits you best can you profit in the stock market. After about 20 seconds, He Jing replied to the QQ message. He Jing, 4 consecutive days of gains helping Lai Weijie reach the top 3 in our major. How can a little girl like me compare to you, Zhang, the academic genius? Before Zhang Yang could type a reply, another message popped up in the chat window. He Jing, by the way, treat me to a meal. Zhang Yang, why? He Jing, I just simply want you to treat me to dinner. Zhang Yang, let's talk about it next time. He Jing, you've made so much privately, why not share a little? I know your secret, don't be so stingy. He Jing, mischievous smile. JPG. Seeing that evil sly smile emoji, Zhang Yang silently glanced at his bank balance, which only had 94 yuan left, and typed, let's set a time, and I'll treat you to the cafeteria. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's message, He Jing was speechless. Who asks a girl out to eat in a cafeteria? Isn't this like choosing a roadside eatery for a wedding feast? He Jing first sent 3 middle finger disdain emojis, then typed to complain, you're a top student, how can you be so stingy? Just wait to be single for life. As night fell, the bustling city revealed itself. It is often said that the daytime Shanghai belongs to every hardworking laborer, but at night only the rented rooms belong to them. This is because the night air in Shanghai is permeated with the scent of money. If you are wealthy, it transforms into a city of indulgence, a magical place filled with revelry and nightlife. At the intersection of the Bund and Jinan Road in the HP district stands a particularly iconic building in Shanghai, the Peace Hotel. The north building of the Peace Hotel was originally named Huamao Hotel, built in 1929, while the south building was the Huizhong Hotel, completed in 1908. In 1956, the 2 hotels merged and were renamed the Peace Hotel. In the olden days of Shanghai, it was said that even if you caused a ruckus, as long as you entered the Peace Hotel, neither the law nor the underworld would dare to touch you, which speaks volumes about the power of its owners. Entering the 21st century, the Peace Hotel has lost its former glory, yet it remains a must-visit spot for tourists in Shanghai. As a charcoal gray BMW M3 stopped at the entrance of the Peace Hotel's parking lot, Tao Yuan, dressed in a suit with crocodile leather shoes and wearing a Rolex, took out a 100 yuan bill and waved to the parking attendant. The attendant was also dressed formally in a suit and trousers, appearing to be around 17 to 19 years old, standing approximately 172 meters tall. The young attendant jogged over, bowing slightly and inquiring, sir, do you need valet parking? Yes, please park the car and bring the keys to box 06 in the Zhuxiao Hall. Understood, sir. The attendant took the bill and slipped it into his pocket. Being a parking attendant at the hotel, especially at the Peace Hotel, was a position earned through competition. Generally, hotel attendants earn a daily salary of no less than 300 yuan, and for lavish clients, making thousands in a day is not uncommon. Besides, hotel attendants, golf caddies also make good money. The commonality in their earnings is serving the wealthy, who spend without blinking. Get out of the car, junior brother. Tao Yuan looked at Zhang Yang in the passenger seat. He no longer referred to him as junior brother Zhang Yang, but simply called him junior brother to bridge the gap between them. Okay. Zhang Yang unbuckled his seatbelt, glanced in the rearview mirror, and then slowly opened the door to get out. Despite studying in Shanghai for 4 years, he had never been to the Peace Hotel. This was because Zhang Yang's family was of average means. His father was a taxi driver, and his mother ran a small convenience store, generating a net profit of around 7,000 yuan a month, in a county that would be considered upper middle class. However, in Shanghai, a family income of 7,000 yuan is undeniably that of a poor household. Zhang Yang chose to major in investment studies after hearing from his high school teacher in Beijing that the money of society, indeed of the world, lies in the financial sector. With achievements in finance, one could surely transcend social classes. From that point on, Zhang Yang was determined not only to escape the mountains himself, but also to take his parents with him. The two arrived at the north building of the Peace Hotel, which features Gothic architecture, standing 77 meters tall, with 11 floors, characterized by its green copper roof at an elevation of 77 meters, and its exterior walls made of granite blocks. Good evening, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation? The attendant at the entrance smiled as they approached. Box 06 in the Zhuxiao Hall, Tao Yuan. Tao Yuan provided the information. Please wait a moment. The attendant took out a walkie-talkie to check with the front desk about the reservation. As a convergence point of the rivers in Huahua, the Peace Hotel is the top choice for visitors to Shanghai. If dining is desired, a reservation must be made in advance by phone. After a brief wait, the attendant gestured for them to proceed and smiled. Mr. Tao, welcome to the Peace Hotel. This way, please. He then opened the door and led Tao Yuan and Zhang Yang to their private room. Zhuxiao Hall is located on the 11th floor, the highest level of the Peace Hotel. The room does not exhibit the ostentatiousness typically associated with luxury. Instead, it favors a simple elegance, covering approximately 40 square meters, with a large round dining table capable of accommodating 20 to 30 diners. Clearly, Tao Yuan had something to ask. Zhang Yang gazed at the spacious room. With just the two of them dining, he immediately turned to Tao Yuan and said, "Isn't it a bit extravagant for just the two of us? It's just a small expense." Tao Yuan waved his hand dismissively. After nightfall, the reservation fee for Zhuxiao Hall is 899 yuan and not including the cost of the meals. It is expensive due to its exclusive balcony area which overlooks the Oriental Pearl and showcases its beautiful nightscape. What would you like to eat? The manager responsible for taking orders entered, as it is customary for the manager to personally attend to Jiuxiao Hall. Zhang Yang was not a naive newcomer and was not in a hurry to order. Let's take a look at the menu first. You can go ahead and attend to your other duties. If you need anything, just ring the bell. The manager smiled and nodded. He then left the room, closing the soundproof door behind him. Senior brother, just be straightforward with me. Oh, what is it you need? Otherwise I cannot enjoy this meal. Zhang Yang made his stance clear. He knew the importance of not being indebted to others. Seeing Zhang Yang's insistence, Tao Yuan dropped the pretense and plainly stated the matter regarding Li Jinrui wanting to nurture him. He raised the situation. Before Zhang Yang could respond, Tao Yuan continued, so I want to buy out your market research report. You can name your price. Oh, I see. Zhang Yang suddenly understood. Li Jinrui mistook the market report created by Zhang Yang as being done by Tao Yuan wanting to promote him as a star fund manager. This meal was to discuss the buyout. However, Zhang Yang shook his head and directly refused, saying, sorry senior brother, my market research report does not support a buyout, as I have already accumulated a batch of subscribers and conducted market promotions. I hope you understand. He had been sharing trading ideas on forums to establish a subscription base for his reports, providing himself with a stable. Suppose the monthly subscription fee for the report is 60 yuan, with 500 subscribers. That would be 300 yuan a month. What if there were 5,000 or even 5,000 subscribers? Do not dismiss this as an exaggeration. In 2009, the number of stock investors in Huawei reached 130 million. In his previous life, while working at Bridgewater, Zhang Yang's report section had a monthly subscription of 2,000, providing him with substantial extra income. It was precisely because of the massive potential of this market report that some squid within Bridgewater became jealous. After Zhang Yang repeatedly rejected their offers to share profits, he encountered dire consequences. They'll give you 2,000 a month and you solely create reports for me. How does that sound? Tao Yuan directly stated his offer. 2,000 a month translates to 240,000 a year. What fresh graduate could resist such temptation? But unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong person. Zhang Yang smiled lightly and said 2,000 is indeed a lot, but it is far from enough for a buyout. However, suddenly he added, if you are simply looking to gain access to company resources for nurturing, I do have a compromise. What compromise? Tao Yuan immediately inquired. Zhang Yang collected his thoughts and calmly replied, co-create a revised report. Ghostwriting. Tao Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. He certainly knew how to ghostwrite and understood the However, such blatant deceit, using improper means to deceive superiors and obtain company training resources, was not something a student would typically propose. This is due to the fact that any violation of school rules by students will be immediately corrected by teachers, even leading to school disciplinary actions. Over time, students develop a mindset that emphasizes rule following and respect for authority. Many newcomers in the workforce often encounter bullying from seasoned employees. For instance, they might find an excuse such as having something to do in the evening, and then assign all their unfinished work to you, fully aware that you wouldn't dare resist or refuse. To those who retain a student mindset, seasoned employees represent a form of authoritative oppression, which the latter will subconsciously comply with. This also explains why many seasoned employees enjoy bullying newcomers. Breaking free from the student mindset, daring to shatter the constraints of rules, and confronting authority is a hallmark of adulthood. Looking at the hint of surprise in Tao Yuan's eyes, Zhang Yang nodded and replied, exactly, it's ghostwriting. After saying this, he continued, my market research report does not have a buyout clause. If you can bear the consequences of being discovered by your superiors, I can charge you a fee for authorization and allow you to ghostwrite my report. Although it was termed as collaborative ghostwriting, Zhang Yang merely viewed Tao Yuan as a VIP client thinking about how to secure this money first. He could also ascertain that if Tao Yuan truly became a star fund manager at Huaxing Securities, he would definitely assemble his own market analysis team at the first opportunity to avoid being caught in a compromising situation by others. A brief collaboration would yield a win-win situation for both parties. How much is the authorization fee? Tao Yuan inquired. As someone who has navigated the workplace for many years, Tao Yuan no longer possessed a student mindset and was fully aware that as long as he could bear the consequences, there was nothing he couldn't do. 50,000 a month. Zhang Yang made his initial offer. 50,000 a month might seem insignificant to others, but for Tao Yuan, who needed market research reports to obtain training resources from Huaxing Securities, it was simply worth every penny. This is because once he secured preferential resources from Huaxing Securities, he could potentially become a new star fund manager, at which point his management fees would amount to tens of millions of Huawei currency annually. Before calling Zhang Yang, Tao Yuan had also contacted several financial data analysts at Huaxing Securities and sent them Zhang Yang's market research report to inquire how much it would cost to produce a report of similar quality. However, the other party did not mention any monetary figures, instead stating they could not produce it. Zhang Yang's report not only contained publicly available data, but also included his unique insights into the current capital market and individual stock sectors along with future trend predictions. Left with no choice, Tao Yuang chose to negotiate with Zhang Yang. Yet just for ghostwriting, charging 50,000 a month felt exorbitant to Tao Yuang. He immediately countered, "It's tough for you too, right? My monthly salary is only 70,000. Asking for 50,000 all at once is a bit too much for me. How about 30,000? Can I offer you 30,000 a month?" Zhang Yang smiled indifferently, without responding, instead focusing on the Rolex date just 116231 on Tao Yuang's left wrist. If he remembered correctly, this watch's market price was 84,000. Wearing a watch worth over 80,000 and driving a near-million BMW M3 while claiming to be broke, did he really think Zhang Yang was unaware that fund managers had additional income? Cough, cough. Tao Yuang adjusted his sleeve to slightly obscure the Rolex, and feeling a tad guilty said, "How about this 40,000 a month? Just consider it a favor for your senior brother. If you encounter any insurmountable problems in the future, I can help you solve them." "Are you serious?" Zhang Yang asked with a faint smile. A discount of 10,000 for the favor of a future star fund manager was quite a bargain, as it is often said that debts of gratitude are hard to repay. Tao Yuang had his difficulties too. His current salary plus some additional income amounted to around 90,000 a month, but he still had to pay off car loans and mortgages. If Zhang Yang insisted on 50,000 a month, he would have to seek help from his girlfriend Yushua. "Absolutely," Tao Yuang patted his chest to assure. As long as he successfully obtained the preferential resources from Huaxin Securities and utilized Yushua's family connections for a bit of packaging, he might truly become the next Sun Jiandong, as Li Jinrui had mentioned. "Since you've brought it up, I can't just ignore it. Let's settle on 40,000 a month then," Zhang Yang relented. "Since you've agreed, I need to mention a couple more things." Tao Yuang quickly organized his thoughts and continued speaking. "You need to guarantee at least 4 reports per month, which can be macroeconomic reports or sector-specific reports, and they need to be sent to me 2 days in advance so that I can ghostwrite them and release them together." "No problem," Zhang Yang replied with a faint smile. "Let's sign the co-creation agreement so that even if we're discovered, we'll have a reason to argue our case." Tao Yuang suggested again. Zhang Yang responded, "As you wish. As long as the money was secured, everything else was negotiable." Seeing Zhang Yang nod, Tao Yuang immediately called for the box manager waiting outside to bring A4 paper, a pen, and an ink pad. Soon the A4 paper, pen, and ink pad arrived. Since it was a handwritten agreement, they recorded a video together as evidence, ensuring it had legal validity. Halfway through the recording, Tao Yuang's phone rang. Not the best timing, he thought, feeling a bit irritated as he glanced at the caller ID. Upon seeing the name Yushua, he quickly concealed his displeasure and told Zhang Yang, "I need to take a call." Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Subsequently, Tao Yuang hurried to the balcony of Jiuxiao Hall, gazing at the Huangpu River view, and pressed the answer button, saying, "Hello, Xiaoxua." "Where are you, Yuang?" On the other end, Yushua sounded distressed, her tone tense. "What's wrong? Did some—" Tao Yuang asked anxiously. "I have a stomachache and feel pressure in my chest. I don't know if it's because I'm pregnant," Yushua explained briefly. Just half a month ago, Yushua had felt unwell and lacked an appetite, leading her to visit the hospital. Unbeknownst to her, the examination revealed an unexpected 4-month pregnancy. Excitedly, Tao Yuang decided to prepare to marry Yushua and obtain a marriage certificate soon. Upon hearing that Yushua had a stomachache, Tao Yuang quickly said, "Wait for me at home, I'll be back immediately." He hurriedly hung up the phone and returned to the box, looking at Zhang Yang, and said, "Junior brother, I suddenly have an urgent matter. Let's finish up quickly. You keep an eye on the food, I'll talk to the manager." "Sure." Zhang Yang didn't pry into the matter, he wasn't that nosy. After finishing the evidence video, Tao Yuang hurriedly left with a handwritten agreement, remembering to leave his bank card with the box manager at the Peace Hotel. The box manager looked at the construction bank gold card in his hand and returned to the box, asking Zhang Yang, "Sir, the gentleman who just left said he would cover your expenses and has pledged his bank card to me. Would you like to order anything?" "Just wait a moment." Zhang Yang waved his hand. The box manager did not rush and left after closing the door again. Zhang Yang then opened his phone and searched for He Jing's phone number, dialing it. Beep, beep. After a few beeps, the call connected. "What do you want?" He Jing's voice carried a hint of irritation, seemingly still upset about Zhang Yang asking her to eat in the cafeteria. "I want to treat you to a meal." "Not going," He Jing replied without a second thought. Meanwhile, she inwardly criticized Zhang Yang, thinking, "If you don't want a treat, just say so. Asking a girl to eat in the cafeteria? So stingy. I need to talk to you about something." Zhang Yang continued. "If you have something to say, just say it over the phone. I'm not going to the cafeteria. Oh, I just ate." "It's not the cafeteria." "Not the cafeteria?" "No, you need to take a taxi to the Peace Hotel." "Yinsha Ruo Rua, can you help me decide which outfit is suitable for going out to eat?" He Jing rummaged through several outfits, feeling a bit indecisive. Normally at school, she could just wear a loose lettered t-shirt paired with short jeans to handle various situations. But since Zhang Yang invited her to Peace Hotel, she didn't want to dress so casually. Learning to dress and present oneself is not only a way to respect others, but also a form of self-respect. Wei Yunshi sized up He Jing and asked with a smile, so late at night, which man has captured our Jing Jie's heart? If it's a date, choose a dress. If it's not, then short jeans with a loose t-shirt is a versatile outfit. As soon as Lan Cc finished speaking, she raised her eyebrows and probed. Jing Jie, tell us, which major's guy have you got your eyes on? I say it's best not to wear anything at all, Suji Rua teased. Stop joking, Ew, I'm being serious. He Jing picked up a floral blued spaghetti strap long dress and turned to her 3 roommates to seek their opinions. How about this dress? It's beautiful. Pretty. Perfect. The 3 roommates unanimously praised it. Then let me try it on. Since they were all girls, He Jing didn't deliberately go to the bathroom to change. Instead, she changed into the floral blued spaghetti strap long dress in front of her roommates. How does it look? He Jing twirled around. Lan Cc beside her, seeing He Jing's bare shoulders and fair collarbone, couldn't help but reach out to touch and said, Jing Jie, you smell so good. So white, so smooth. Suji Rua couldn't help but join in. The spaghetti strap floral dress, like a camisole, had only 2 straps for support, exposing a large area of skin on her shoulders, collarbone, and chest. Let's add a shawl, Wei Yunshi suggested. Okay. He Jing put on a sky blue lace shawl, her skin peeking through, adding a touch of softness compared to when she wasn't wearing the shawl. And wear white socks. Don't forget the necklace. You can choose white sneakers. With the suggestions from her 3 roommates and some makeup, He Jing transformed from a university girl into a slightly shy neighbor girl ready for her first date. All right, perfect, Jing Jie, you can go out and radiate your charm now. So beautiful, it's a pity I'm not a guy. If I were, I would definitely pursue Jing Jie madly. The constant praise from her roommates made He Jing feel a bit shy. She glanced at the full-length mirror and was quite satisfied with herself. At this moment, Wei Yunshi asked again, Jing Jie, you haven't told us yet which little brat invited you out. He Jing didn't mention Zhang Yang's name, just substituting it with friend. She didn't want it to be common knowledge before anything was certain. So mysterious. Lan Cc couldn't help but roll her eyes. Suji Rua then took out her Maserati key and handed it to He Jing, saying, promise me you'll be back before the curfew. There are plenty of hotel rooms, don't believe a man when he says there's only a single room, Wei Yunshi teased with a smile. Being seniors, they certainly understood those tricks. Although they hadn't experienced it themselves, the school forum at Hudu Financial University saw a different relationship drama every day. Things like cheating or being two-timed were just ordinary. Some shocking relationship stories could only be spread through PDF files. He Jing took the Maserati key, waved her hand, and said, I'm off, bye. I really envy you for being single. The nunnery has lost another nun. Remember to be careful. With her roommates sending her off, He Jing quickly walked down the dormitory building, then found Sujirua's Maserati in the school's underground parking lot, and finally headed straight to the Peace Hotel. Investment Class 308 Boys Dormitory. After sweating it out in the school gym, Su Jiafeng opened the dorm door, ready to call out a few times, only to find the room was pitch black. Bang! He turned on the light. The dorm was empty. These kids aren't back yet. Su Jiafeng couldn't help. Ever since he was clearly rejected by Suji Rua, he recognized that his modeling was indeed lacking and intensified his efforts to lose weight. Regular diet and exercise had already helped him shed 6 pounds. Just when he thought Wang Lu, Qinchuan, and Zhang Yang had all gone out, a sound of flushing came from the bathroom on the balcony. Soon a thin figure emerged from the bathroom. It was his roommate, Qinchuan. Why didn't you turn on the light? Su Jiafeng asked, confused. Oh, saving on the electricity bill, Qinchuan casually replied as he returned to his lower bunk and slowly turned off the media player. Where are the others? Qinchuan asked. Lu Zi went on a date, and the dorm leader is probably still in the library, Su Jiafeng replied lightly. With graduation approaching, they were all busy with their own matters. Forget them. Qinchuan wiped the dirt off his hands and suggested, want to play Warcraft? I'm chilling out. Sure. Su Jiafeng quickly logged on. While Qinchuan and Su Jiafeng arranged to play games, Zhang Yang was holding an iced Americano, admiring the view of the Huangpu River. The river shimmered, resembling stars falling to the earth, with the cruise ship gliding by trailing neon lights and creating ripples like a moving, breathtaking painting. I must say there is a reason why some things are expensive. While Zhang Yang was enjoying the scenery, the box door was knocked on again. Knock, knock. The box manager opened the door and looked at Zhang Yang on the balcony, saying, Sir, miss, he has arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang turned around. Upon seeing He Jing dressed like a neighbor girl, looking a bit shy, he couldn't help but laugh. Why are you dressed like this? Does it not look good? He Jing's eyes flashed with disappointment. Zhang Yang shook his head and smiled lightly, saying, It's not that it doesn't look good, it's just that I've never seen you wear this before, so it's a bit surprising. Well, now you have. He Jing looked around the box, then turned to Zhang Yang and asked, So what did you invite me for? Let's order first. Zhang Yang didn't rush to discuss matters, but instead asked the box manager to bring the menu. The box manager, displaying good judgment, handed the menu to He Jing. In a dining setting with both a male and female, it is often the lady who orders. If the lady is unsure, she will naturally hand it over to the gentleman. He Jing took the menu, and upon glancing at it, her mind went completely blank. A 4 Wagyu steak, 740 per serving. Salt-baked flour snail, 590 per serving. Braised black chicken feet, 198 per serving. Such outrageous prices made He Jing feign calmness as she flipped through it. When she saw the canned cola priced at 30 yuan per bottle, she couldn't hold it in anymore, thinking, are they planning to fleece us like we're from our country? 30 yuan for cola. If I bought it outside, I could drink enough to turn into a giant. He Jing was still unaccustomed to such high-end places, and as she handed the menu back to Zhang Yang, she lowered her voice and said, let's run, this is a scam. Zhang Yang smiled lightly. He didn't have to pay for this meal, then looked at the box manager and said, hot dishes, black truffle milk mustard silver cod, A4 wagyu steak, seasonal vegetables in broth, cold dishes tianma, with money garlic braised black chicken feet, dessert avocado bird's nest, and 2 servings of fried rice with mushroom and meat. Let's have these for now. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. The box manager quickly left. Once the other person was out of earshot, He Jing couldn't help but complain to Zhang Yang, did you rob a bank? Ordering so much, and that ridiculous A4 steak costing 740. If you gave me 740, I could crush it and feed it to you. A steak costs 740 yuan per serving, which totals 1,480 yuan for 2 servings. It's no wonder He Jing said that, considering they are still students, part of the class, without a source of income. Zhang Yang did not answer her, but instead teased, you refuse to eat at the cafeteria yet complain about the cost at a high-end restaurant. You really are contradictory. Contradictory, huh? He Jing scoffed and continued to criticize Zhang Yang, saying, how much can you earn by ghostwriting for Lai Weijia? My intention was for you to compromise a bit. For example, you could take me to KFC or McDonald's, or even a street barbecue stall. There's no need to pretend to be wealthy by coming to the Peace Hotel. You are so materialistic, yet rational. Since we're here, let's just eat and see. Zhang Yang smiled. Let's go Dutch later. He Jing didn't want to take advantage of Zhang Yang. Although she was a bit materialistic at 22, who wouldn't want some material comforts as they were about to graduate from university? Girls aged 18 or 19 aren't focused on money because they belong to the class without a source of income. Most of them are still in school. What does it mean to be part of the class without a source of income? In simple terms, it refers to those who do not need to work and are supported by others. It is precisely because their parents provide financial support that most girls in this age group prioritize looks over material conditions when it comes to choosing a partner. Once they enter society, realize the importance of money, and witness the darker side of things, their standards for partners will change. Then let's go Dutch. Zhang Yang followed He Jing's lead, not mentioning that this meal was actually sponsored by Tao Yuan. Soon after, exquisite dishes were served at the table. The Peace Hotel or any high-end restaurant has a characteristic: the plates must be large because the more empty space there is, the more exquisite and upscale it seems. Please enjoy the hot dishes while they are still hot, as the taste may diminish otherwise. If you need anything else, feel free to call for me at any time, the manager of the private room said with a smile. You go ahead and be busy. If we need anything, we will ring the service bell. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Once the manager left, Zhang Yang picked up a knife and fork, cut a piece of A4 grated wagyu steak, and placed a small piece in his mouth. Though A4 grade cannot compare to A5, it still possesses the characteristics of wagyu beef, melting in the mouth, tender and juicy. Zhang Yang savored it carefully. The rich flavor of the wagyu beef fat reminded him of his past life, where he was a formidable figure on Wall Street. In contrast to Zhang Yang's enjoyment, He Jing felt like her heart was bleeding with each bite. Her mind echoed with the sound of gold coins clinking to the ground. That's 50 yuan. This bite costs 70 yuan. 100 yuan gone. Although it was indeed expensive, He Jing had to admit that the wagyu steak was rich and fat, akin to eating the fat from the beef brisket. One bite left a lingering flavor in her mouth. Zhang Yang reminisced about the past. He Jing felt her heart bleed. The two reached a kind of tacit understanding. After finishing the stir-fried rice with vegetables, Zhang Yang picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth, saying, how does the dish taste? It's delicious, but not worth the price. He Jing gave an honest assessment. Zhang Yang glanced out the window, smiled lightly, and said, in the gold-plated city of Shanghai, a markup is inevitable. Besides, the Peace Hotel has its unique cultural and historical value. Like many establishments that boast of being time-honored, their taste is often not remarkable. The reason they can command high prices is simply due to the sale of their historical and cultural significance. Many tourists from other regions see a century-old brand and think to step inside. I understand the reasoning, so you must have something important to discuss with me tonight at the Peace Hotel, right? He Jing looked at Zhang Yang's face, her heartbeat quickening, as if anticipating something. Yes. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, recalling something serious, and said, I have a part-time job as a financial analyst which requires 4 research reports a month, offering 15,000 yuan. Would you like to give it a try? Among those Zhang Yang knows, not many are capable of handling this part-time job. He Jing is one and Su Jiro is another, but the latter is a wealthy woman from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, so she doesn't lack money. Zhang Yang had also investigated He Jing's family background. Of both of her parents are teachers, and their financial situation is slightly better than his. Is that all? He Jing felt like she wanted to hit Zhang Yang. For such a trivial matter, he invited her to dinner at this expensive restaurant, and she had every reason to suspect he was treating her like a sucker. What else would you expect? Zhang Yang retorted with a teasing smile, saying, what else do you want me to tell you? Looking at the curve of his lips, He Jing's heartbeat quickened. Her mind was in a turmoil. She turned her head away, unable to look directly at Zhang Yang, and said, yuan, not a penny less. Then it's 2,000 yuan. Zhang Yang did not haggle. He urgently needed help to share his workload. Currently, the actual capital has reached 1,400 yuan. If combined with Tao Yuanang's 4,000 and Lai Weiji's 4,000 as the final payment, it totals 2,000 yuan. With 2,000 yuan for trading, even a slight profit translates to several thousand yuan. In simple terms, Zhang Yang needs to focus on trading and managing his media, while the data collection and future analysis for market reports can be entrusted to He Jing, with Zhang Yang conducting the final review. Many financial analysis teams at institutions often have a dozen or 20 people, with some responsible for data collection, others for data analysis, and some for organizing data. There are also those who make general directional judgments based on the data. In summary, producing market research reports is a massive workload. Zhang Yang does not demand perfection. As long as the data is accurate, he will make minor adjustments. Oh right, there's one more thing. Zhang Yang remembered something and looked at He Jing, saying, do you know any students majoring in internet technology? I want to inquire about how much it costs to build a financial website. You are planning to create a financial website. He Jing was somewhat surprised. She suddenly realized that Zhang Yang seemed not just interested in becoming a speculator. This man's ambition appeared boundless. Just want to ask around, Zhang Yang said with a casual smile. As a reborn person, he possesses an informational advantage that few can compete with. With 6 months left on October 30th, 2009, Apple Inc. will reach an agreement with China Unicom to launch the China Unicom version of the iPhone 3G, becoming the first Apple smartphone sold in mainland China. By 2010, the release of the iPhone 4 would further disrupt traditional button phones and usher in the era of smartphones. The impact of smartphones on online shopping and live streaming aside, just in terms of the stock market, stockholders 20 years ago could never have imagined that future new investors would only need to tap their phones a few times to complete stock transactions. Once the internet era arrives, whoever controls the traffic controls the money. I will help you ask around when I get. He Jing did not continue to press. In her view, even if Zhang Yang were to start a marriage website, there must be some reason. After all, he is the monster who almost surpassed her first place with 4 consecutive boards. Perhaps at this moment, top global capital like BlackRock, SoftBank, Sequoia Capital, and State Street Corporation would not have anticipated that a domestic seed in China, which would bring them headaches and trouble, had already been planted. While Zhang Yang and He Jing enjoyed dinner together, the capital market outside remained turbulent, with undercurrents steadily intensifying and a flood of unverified rumors sweeping across major financial forums. The first rumor claimed that Beijing Huajin Department Store Co. Ltd. had submitted a merger and acquisition application to the China Securities Regulatory Commission (CSRC), intending to acquire assets via share issuance, a move signaling consolidation in the commercial real estate sector. The second rumor suggested that Zhonghong Zhuye Group planned to acquire Kowloon Group through asset-based share subscription, issuing shares on a targeted basis to become its controlling shareholder, and thereby achieve a backdoor listing. The third rumor alleged that the CSRC would deepen financial reform, optimize regulatory frameworks, enhance institutional transparency, and pave the way for future innovation in the capital market. In contrast to these unconfirmed market speculations, the newly released March Manufacturing Purchasing Managers Index (PMI) represented verified data, offering robust support for tomorrow's market performance. What is the PMI? The Purchasing Managers Index is a composite indicator derived from metrics such as new orders, production volume, and inventory levels. By referencing the PMI's expansion-contraction threshold, one can intuitively gauge macroeconomic vitality. The benchmark line stands at 50%. Readings above it indicate economic expansion, those below reflect contraction. For instance, a manufacturing PMI of 52 signals growth, whereas 49 suggests recession. China's recently published March manufacturing PMI rose to 52%, marking 4 consecutive months of growth and surpassing the critical 50% threshold, a clear sign that the manufacturing sector is gradually recovering. What happens when manufacturing rebounds? Most directly, recovery implies expanded production, and thus heightened demand for labor, including factory workers and technical specialists. Secondly, it exerts ripple effects across the entire industrial chain. Upstream raw materials, midstream processing, and downstream distribution all experience amplified demand once manufacturing revives. The manufacturing PMI is widely regarded as a barometer of economic health. To assess whether an economy is expanding or contracting, one need only consult this single telling metric. Meanwhile, on stock trading forums, retail investors had already uncorked champagne in anticipation. A share won go. 4 consecutive months of PMI growth, breaching the expansion-contraction threshold, demonstrates China's accelerating emergence from the shadow of economic crisis. Since the stock market serves as the economy's weather vane, tomorrow's index will surge further. Wulong below, bulls never declare ceilings, bears never name floors. Clearly we are now in a recovery-driven bull market, and this rally faces no meaningful resistance. It may well climb straight back to the historic peak of 614 points reached in October 2007. Meow Meow stock enthusiast. With 4 straight months of PMI gains, and the People's Bank of China's quarterly monetary policy meeting, surely tomorrow's institutional players won't stand idly by. Xiaochun, rest assured, I already smell the faint sweet aroma of a nascent bull run. Every signal the market has sent thus far points unmistakably toward continued upward momentum. In Chongqing, Guangdong Province, its urban core, Liao Guopei, a renowned speculative trader known as Chongqing's Shadowless Kick, felt an immediate sense of reassurance upon seeing the March manufacturing PMI. His largest position was in Chang'an Automobile, a traditional manufacturing firm. The sustained PMI rebound, surpassing the 50% threshold, signaled renewed consumer demand for big-ticket items like automobiles. Only when automakers generate profits and demonstrate improved earnings does their stock gain genuine upward momentum. 4 straight months of manufacturing recovery. Perhaps we can ride this catalyst for another sharp rally, Liao murmured softly. He still held 6 million yuan in cash, and coordinating with several other speculative traders could well ignite another decisive price surge. At that thought, he swiftly clicked his mouse and opened a private chat group linking him with Chen Sanrong, the jump from building brother stock, trading nurturer, and other prominent speculative traders. Chongqing's Shadowless Kick. With the manufacturing PMI rising for 4 consecutive months and breaking past the 50% threshold, shall we orchestrate another sharp rally to offload our positions? Offloading positions amid positive news was an unspoken consensus among speculative traders, since direct selling would overwhelm retail investors' limited capacity to absorb supply. Yet favorable news lures retail investors eagerly into buying overpriced shares, only to be trapped deeply. Hence the oft-repeated adage in China's a share market: when good news lands it turns bad. Why does it turn bad? Because someone seizes the moment to exit. Moments after Liao sent his message, replies began flooding in. Stock trading nurturer agreed. I still hold half my position. Let's ignite the rally in the morning. If buying pressure remains strong, we'll dump everything to retail investors. If weak, we'll unload gradually. Nanyang war song. Then let's do it. In Zhujian Xiaodao. I'd meant to consult you all too. Such a massive catalyst would be wasted if we didn't use it to reset retail expectations. Chongqing's Shadowless Kick agreed then. We'll seize control during tomorrow's opening auction. If sell-side pressure proves overwhelming, we aboard. If light, we push for another sharp rally. Nanyang war song. Understood. End stock trading nurturer. Okay. Among the 7 members of this private group, 6 speculative traders aligned instantly. Only Chen Sanrong, who had already liquidated his entire position, abstained. Watching the flurry of messages scroll by, Chen Sanrong couldn't deny his regret. The agony of missing out stung almost as sharply as outright losses. Meanwhile, at Shanghai One People's Hospital, Tao Yuang sped home in a frenzy, then immediately drove Yu Shushua to the hospital. After thorough medical examination and diagnostic imaging, both were relieved to learn there were no serious complications. Though they had never officially registered their marriage, they lived as husband and wife, sharing intimacy several times. Yet after 6 or 7 years, Yu Shushua remained childless. Comprehensive medical tests revealed no physiological abnormalities in either partner, leading doctors to conclude she possessed a constitution inherently resistant to conception. Now that she had finally conceived, a miscarriage would devastate them both. Seated on a reclining bed reserved for expectant mothers, Yu Shushua turned to Tao Yuang and asked, "Were you busy with work just now?" "Yes." Tao Yuang nodded, then recounted Li Zhenrui's offer to mentor him, and how he had approached Zhang Yang for assistance. Yu Shushua's expression grew grave. "Doesn't this carry enormous risk? Zhang Yang now holds leverage over you. If he attempts extortion, unlikely." Tao Yuang shook his head and outlined his contingency plan. "Our collaboration is strictly short-term. Meanwhile, I'm actively recruiting top-tier financial analysts to build my own research team. Should Zhang Yang resort to blackmail, I'll have no choice but to teach him the law's consequences. Handle it as you see fit, but under no circumstances must senior management learn of this. Otherwise, even I might not be able to protect you. I know where the lines lie." Having navigated the cutthroat world of finance for years, Tao Yuang possessed his own methods, and no one, not even Yu Shushua, would derail his ascent. At the same time, in the Zhouxiao Hall private dining room of the Peace Hotel, Zhang Yang led He Jing out after a lavish meal and a photo session overlooking the Huangpu River. He Jing, still savoring the scenic photographs, failed to notice anything amiss, until she settled into the passenger seat of the Maserati and suddenly recalled, "Didn't we forget to pay the bill?" "Seems so." Zhang Yang started the engine with his mechanical key. He Jing froze, windblown and speechless. "Seems so. They hadn't paid at all." She recalled news reports describing the Peace Hotel's owner as a figure commanding both legal and underworld influence. Would they really be hunted down with knives for skipping the check? Then let's go back and settle it. As she reached for her seatbelt, Zhang Yang abandoned the jest and confessed, "Actually, someone else covered tonight's meal." Do you really think the Peace Hotel posts attendance every 10 meters just to watch guests eat? Someone else paid? Jing frowned, her mind racing. Then remembered Zhang Yang's earlier revelations and sighed. No wonder you've grown so generous. You're merely offering flowers borrowed from another's garden, spending not a single cent of your own. As the saying goes, time is money. In strictest terms, I have paid. Zhang Yang replied with a wry smile. And you're incorrigible. Jing rolled her eyes. Had she known the meal was hosted, she wouldn't have fretted over the sound of her wallet shattering. Though now upon reflection, the A4 Wagyu steak truly had been exquisite. As they spoke, the Maserati glided out of the underground parking garage, racing westward toward the Wudong Road campus of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. The next day the sun shone brightly. April 10th was a Friday, the last trading day of the week. Fridays are special in the shares market as it is not only the final trading day of the week, but also the settlement day for stock index futures. On this day, funds tend to be more cautious, making it easier for prices to surge and then pull back. Waking up naturally at dawn, Zhang Yang washed up as usual, only to be surprised that Su Jiafeng also climbed out of bed, rubbing his eyes as he came to the balcony. Good morning, dorm leader. Morning, do you have an early class today? As Zhang Yang responded, he could only think of one possibility for the other person waking up early. No. Su Jiafeng walked into the bathroom speaking while relieving himself. I heard from my fitness coach that they do cardio on an empty stomach in the morning to lose fat, so I wanted to give it a try. Just be careful with your exercise volume at first, and good luck, Zhang Yang encouraged. His experiences from 2 lifetimes told him that women are indeed a potential driving force for men to become better. The underlying logic of society is about competition. To gain more resources, one must first become. While some young people risk their lives for the opposite sex, those who truly understand the laws of competition have already tipped their skills. I will act according to my abilities, Su Jiafeng replied. Zhang Yang did not say much more. After washing up, he went to his lower bunk, stuffed his laptop and power adapter into his computer bag, and headed to the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Zhang Yang, as usual, ordered 2 fried dough sticks, 4 buns, 2 sticky rice chickens, and a cup of soybean milk to fill his stomach before heading straight to the library. Li Xiaochun, a junior working part-time at the library, greeted Zhang Yang as he appeared on time again, saying, Senior Zhang Yang, you're here so early. The morning is crucial for the whole day, Zhang Yang smiled and replied. Since the two were quite familiar, Li Xiaochun could guess what was in Zhang Yang's bag, and quickly registered his valuable items. After some pleasantries, Zhang Yang went to the 6th floor of the library, the financial analysis room. Connecting to the network with an hour left before the market opened, he took the opportunity to check the Capital News brief. Huayan Department Store submitted a merger and acquisition application to the CSRC, intending to purchase core assets through stock issuance, which may inspire other listed companies to follow suit. Zhonghongzhuya is backdoor listing with Kowloon Group. This can be marked down. Manufacturing PMI data rose in April, which is favorable for the traditional manufacturing sector, but good news can easily turn into bad news. Zhang Yang interpreted market news one by one, starting to organize the sectors that could become daily leaders, particularly marking the banking, insurance, and financial sectors. This is because at 10 a.m. today, the central bank's monetary policy quarterly meeting will be held, which directly concerns the intensity of the loose policies. At 9:15 a.m., the share market entered the collective bidding phase. From 15 to 20 minutes, orders could be placed freely, allowing for order cancellations without trading. Zhang Yang opened the stock of China Construction Bank, noticing that the number of pending orders was exceptionally strong. If it held up before the 20-minute mark, it might open high again. Then he opened the bidding surface for Chang'an Automobile to check the data changes. He had predicted in a forum post that the funds for Chang'an Automobile stocks had shown severe divergence, which might indicate a peak. Now Zhang Yang wanted to see if Chang'an Automobile could reach its 5th limit up under the favorable manufacturing. As time passed, some smoke orders were withdrawn before the 20-minute mark, leaving only genuine orders. Among the 4 major banks in the banking sector, the buying volume continued to expand, and the bidding was not dense, indicating that both institutional funds and retail investors believe there might be new favorable news from the central bank's monetary policy quarterly meeting. The insurance and financial sectors similarly exhibited comparable bidding trends. The automotive sector, benefiting from the manufacturing PMI data, collectively showed a high opening bidding trend. The collective high opening and the collective bidding drove up stock index futures. At this moment, Zhang Yang's posts in the Baidu Tieba began to be flamed. Little Dai, what's going on, Joker? It seems like it's going to open high again today. Didn't you say Chang'an Automobile had Wang Bu Jianwang? Luckily, I didn't sell Chang'an Automobile yesterday. If you were really a master, how could you only have several tens of thousands in funds? Air Mao Shang A62. 74 yield is indeed impressive, but with only 2 or 3 tens of thousands in capital, a true master would never have just this much. It feels like Joker is just lucky. As doubts and replies came in one after another, Zhang Yang did not have time to check, but focused intently on the market. The 140 Treasury reverse repos purchased yesterday, along with the funds and 3 days of interest, had already returned to his securities account, allowing for stock trading, but not for withdrawal to a bank card. If he needed to withdraw funds to a bank card, he would have to pause the purchase of treasury reverse repos until the trading day on Monday. Time passed again. At 9:05 a.m. the collective bidding ended. As Zhang Yang expected, the manufacturing PMI data rose for 4 consecutive months, indeed driving the index to open high. With the official opening at 9:30 a.m., the banking, infrastructure, insurance, engineering, machinery, financial, and automotive sectors all rose collectively. This scene of diverse and competitive rises can only be seen in a recovering bull market. Zhang Yang opened the leaderboard and noticed a stock that had hit the limit up first and was showing unusual activity, ST Zhongfengji, now Zhonggaida, which caught his attention. He quickly opened the research report on ST stocks he had compiled some time ago to review the fundamental situation of ST Zhongfengji. ST Zhongfengji, initially listed in 1992 as Huagua Textile Machinery Co., Ltd., was reformed from the Huagua Textile Machinery Factory and is a leading enterprise in China's textile machinery industry. In 1998, due to asset restructuring and integration of assets from the Second Textile Machinery Factory in Hudu, it was renamed Hudu Second Textile Machinery Co., Ltd. In 1999, it was given a ST label due to the cyclical recession of the textile machinery industry, coupled with internal management issues resulting in continuous negative net profits. Although it successfully removed the ST label in 2003, from 2006 to 2008, the company's net profits were negative for 3 consecutive years, with a loss of 5324900 after excluding non-recurring gains and losses in 2008. Once again, it was labeled ST. In the first quarter of 2009, its net profit attributable to the parent was only 1.46 million, down 91.57 year-on-year. The company's operational fundamentals have not improved, and it also involves shareholder infighting, but the loom production belongs to traditional manufacturing bolstered by last night's favorable PMI data. Zhang Yang opened the loom sector again and found that other concept stocks in the loom sector were also rising collectively, with ST Zhongfengji being the fastest to hit the limit up. This means it is currently the market-recognized leader in loom concepts. According to the strategy described in board-hitting kill leader strategy, leading concept stocks will start first, have leading price increases, and drive sector sentiment. ST Zhongfengji clearly meets all conditions. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang chased the limit-up price of 11.28 yuan with 20000. Why did he go for ST Zhongfengji? It's simple. The market's capital flow is too strong. Just 5 minutes after the market opened, there was a massive volume of 4 million, already reaching 1/10 of the previous trading day's volume, indicating that individual stock funds were extremely active. Moreover, this stock's fundamentals were terrible, yet it garnered market attention, suggesting that someone was manipulating it upwards. To determine whether a stock can be chased, the critical point is whether it has future expectations and whether it attracts. As the leading stock of Huagua Textile Machinery, ST Zhongfengji's market cap has declined for 3 consecutive years, but if the economy recovers smoothly and manufacturing demand increases, it may still have a chance to remove the ST label. 1. It has future expectations. 2. It has capital attention. In the bloodstained stock market, no one can achieve 100 profit. When playing high-risk ST stocks, Zhang Yang also set a stop-loss line, which is 3 limit downs. If judged incorrectly, he would stop losses in time. If judged correctly, he would look at capital volume, turnover rate, and client trends to make further decisions. Many people hit boards or get stuck at mountaintops without understanding how to set stop-loss lines, stubbornly holding on, which is likely to lead to deep entrapment. After placing a live market order of 20000 yuan to chase the daily price limit, Zhang Yang used Sujurua's simulated trading account to purchase 300 yuan worth of ST Zhongfang Machinery shares, while Lai Weijia's simulated account remained completely inactive. He then shifted his focus away from ST Zhongfang Machinery and turned his attention to sectors such as banking, insurance, and finance. The quarterly routine meeting of the Central Bank's Monetary Policy Committee was scheduled to commence at 10 a.m. And market participants, including sector-specific capital, were holding back in anticipation. Should forward-looking remarks hinting at another 4 trillion yuan stimulus package emerge, these directly benefiting sectors would surge instantaneously. While awaiting the meeting, Zhang Yang opened Baidu Tieba. Seeing the stream of skeptical replies beneath his operational post from the previous day, he smiled faintly, neither replying nor entertaining any debate. In the capital markets, arguments resolve nothing. The most direct and forceful way to silence doubt is to present undeniable profit charts, blunt, unambiguous, and irrefutable. Unshaken by skepticism, Zhang Yang opened the post editor and composed his reflections on chasing the daily limit of ST Zhongfang Machinery. Beyond Zhang Yang, numerous others awaited the meeting. He Jing and Wang Lu from investment studies, speculative traders Liao Guopei and Shin Sanrong, even executives from financial institutions and listed companies. Whether trading stocks, forex, or gold, or managing enterprises, the key lies in aligning with national policy. Take the Reform and Opening Up initiative launched in 1978. As collective economies transitioned toward market-oriented systems, the first wave of entrepreneurs who ventured into business did not all become billionaires, but everyone amassed at least a million yuan fortune. At that time, a CRT color television sold for roughly HK320 in Hong Kong, approximately 925 renminbi. Yet importing such televisions into mainland China instantly tripled their resale value, with demand far outstripping. This arbitrage applied not only to televisions, but also to radios, telephone exchanges, pagers, and everyday consumer goods, each yielding net profit margins of 100 to 300. Ren, CEO of Huawei Company, earned his first fortune by distributing the 24-line programmable telephone exchange system manufactured by Shengtian Company of Hong Kong. Amid the tides of history and the momentum of stock market trends, individual influence remains minuscule. Thus, the wisdom lies in flowing with the current. Even Wall Street's financial titans, despite their colossal capital reserves, never attempted to artificially prop up U.S. equities during the dot-com bubble, 2000-2003, or the subprime mortgage crisis, 2007-2008. Only those who master the art of moving with the tide can secure an unassailable position. Yinjinghuagua. The conference hall of the People's Bank of China hosts the quarterly monetary policy meeting, a spacious venue spanning several hundred square meters, now fully occupied by journalists and media representatives. Armed with long lenses and compact cameras, they aimed their lenses toward the entrance. As time ticked onward, members of the Monetary Policy Committee and principal speakers entered one by one. Click, click, click. The flashbulbs erupted, incessantly, shutter speeds unrestrained. The national broadcast feed immediately focused on the meeting's chief speaker, while journalist Peng Ruixiang introduced the live audience. Governor Zhou Chuan has entered the hall. As the chief speaker of this quarterly monetary policy meeting and chair of the central bank's Monetary Policy Committee, he will set the definitive tone for our nation's monetary policy this year. 2009 marked the pivotal year for emerging from the subprime crisis. This quarterly meeting was the world's focal point, the decisive hammer blow. As ancient wisdom teaches, the plan for the year lies in spring, and the plan for the day lies in dawn. This meeting embodies both spring and dawn. Not only domestic capital watched intently. Lei Busi, semi-retired in Jinshan, and having invested billions in Vankel Duoan YY and Liteo, held over 100 billion yuan in cash. Ma Yun launching Taobao Mall to spin off B2C operations, and Ma Xiaoding commanding 800 million active QQ users. All were tracking the policy signal. International capital followed just as closely. At precisely 10 a.m., the quarterly monetary policy meeting began streaming globally via video networks. At the head of the Oval Conference table, Governor Zhou Chuan glanced briefly at his notes before addressing fellow committee members. Over the past 2 years, we have weathered an economic crisis originating in Western nations and spreading across more than 100 countries worldwide. As the speech unfolded, capital markets responded swiftly. Banking, insurance, finance, infrastructure, and automobile sectors began climbing steadily. Market liquidity stirred restlessly. At the close of 2008, we unveiled the 4 trillion yuan investment plan. On March 18, 2018, railway projects received approval, with total investments exceeding 500 billion yuan. At those words, the railway sector surged vertically. China Railway Construction and China Railway Group, the sector's twin blue-chip leaders, rose 3 within 10 seconds, continuing upward. Steel sector heavyweights, including Bayo Steel and Steel and Taiyuan Iron and Steel, also posted significant gains. Yet as the meeting progressed, Governor Zhou Chuan and other committee members made no mention of new funding initiatives. Instead, they elaborated exclusively on the 2008 4 trillion yuan investment plan. Meanwhile, on the stock forum, retail investors began debating orange turned red. Is there truly no new investment plan? Why hasn't any forward-looking guidance emerged? I went Alan yesterday. I'm panicking now. Second master of the Fallen Pilgrimage Group, something feels off, subtly off. The MACD indicator for the banking sector shows a bearish divergence. Qing Yuan, what's off? I just went Alan on the railway sector. Love's small cola coincidence. I chased the railway sector too. If no fresh catalyst emerges, I may get stranded atop the peak. As retail investors trembled, Li Daxiao, former chief economist of Ingda Securities Research Institute and renowned financial analyst, posted a microblog. Per Governor Zhou's remarks, the 4 trillion yuan investment plan has only just begun. It represents China's stock market's infant bottom. Even without new stimulus measures, there is no cause for alarm. I already detect the faint sweet scent of a nascent bull market. Upon its release, the post gradually calmed the jittery nerves of countless retail investors. Indeed, as Li Daxiao interpreted, the 4 trillion yuan investment plan had genuinely just commenced. No need for Japan-style phased rollouts. Yet for banking, insurance, and finance sectors, already up over 3.7 after 2 days of preemptive speculation, this revelation proved a severe negative catalyst. Before the meeting concluded, the big 4 state-owned banks plunged sharply, not only erasing their prior 1-2 gains, but diving further into negative territory. Their prior rally, and the upward movement just before the meeting, had been fueled purely by speculative anticipation of fresh stimulus. With no new plan announced, those gains represented pure premium, destined to evaporate. The exodus of capital from banking dragged the broader index downward, which in turn triggered cascading declines across other sectors and individual stocks. Far away in the library of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, Zhang Yang, holding a live trading account of 100 yuan and patiently awaiting opportunity, watched the index slide downward. He sensed his moment had arrived. Simultaneously, a Sina Finance pop-up appeared in the lower left corner of his laptop screen. The Shanghai Composite Index has turned negative, having earlier risen 0.94. The Shenzhen Component Index has surrendered most of its gains, currently standing at 9094 points, up just 0.04. Both Shanghai and Shenzhen Index futures are correcting. It has fallen. A dramatic drop. The meeting did not meet market expectations, leading to a collective decline in the banking, insurance, and financial sectors, with the securities market also being pressured. Oh my God, has it peaked? I hate you, teacher Deshao. At this moment, countless retail investors in Hua country let out their furious roars. In the past few days, the news media has been hyping the possibility of new investment plans, attracting a large influx of retail investors into relevant sectors. And now, halfway through the meeting, there was no mention of it at all. The cautious capital in the market had already fled ahead of time, leaving only the holding capital to stubbornly resist, hoping for a miracle. He Jing, who had not incurred losses for more than 20 consecutive trading days, now faced a 0.3 daily floating loss in her account. She was not chasing highs in the past 2 days, but had always held positions in bank stocks. As a professional with grades second only to Zhang Yang, her trading style is primarily conservative, only earning the money she can see. What does it mean to see the money? In simple terms, it refers to the money within her understanding. For example, the big four banks. Based on last night's manufacturing PMI data, the economy of Hua country is gradually warming up. Once the economy recovers, credit funds will also increase correspondingly. Why does economic recovery lead to an increase in credit funds? The reason is simple. A warming economic environment indicates increased market demand. When market demand exceeds supply, the number of entrepreneurs will also rise. With more entrepreneurs, the number of business owners applying for credit loans at banks will naturally increase. Whether in the stock market or entrepreneurship, one should strive to operate during an economic upturn. Many retail investors and novice entrepreneurs do not understand macroeconomics and recklessly enter the market, often facing significant losses. Lan Cece looked at the downward turning market and suddenly felt indecisive, asking He Jing, "Sister Jing, has the top divergence occurred? The market won't trend downwards, will it?" "It's possible." He Jing nodded slightly and analyzed. The main issue is that the monetary meeting fell short of expectations, causing the banking and insurance sectors to lead the downward trend. The securities market has also dropped. It seems the selling pressure above is quite significant, Wei Yuncher added. "Look at Chang'an Automobile," Su Zhuruo suddenly shouted. Everyone quickly searched for Chang'an Automobile, only to see the originally locked trend plummet straight down at 1019, hitting the floor by 20 minutes. A complete market crash. What on earth happened? Lai Weijie must be losing big time, Lan Cece and Wei Yuncher exclaimed. As for Chang'an Automobile, if purchased at the limit up, the maximum drop is 18, a level of loss that is hard for retail investors to bear. At this moment, Lai Weijie once again became the focus of the class group. Yu Zhigao Chang'an Automobile announced a 3 billion financing increase and was immediately pressed down to the limit. Lai Weijie, you should have run right. Chen Chuan, if the second-ranked Lai Weijie has fallen, then the first-ranked He Jing is truly far ahead. In Shichang, Lai Weijie, brother Jie, did you escape? Dong Lulu, the management of Chang'an Automobile is really clever. They increased financing at a high point of 11.87 yuan and even tried to use the central bank monetary policy quarterly meeting as cover. Watching the steady stream of messages in the professional QQ group and the mentions of himself, Lai Weijie felt a bit of cold sweat and quickly messaged Zhang Yang to inquire about his simulation account. Having already witnessed Zhang Yang's skills, he hadn't logged into his securities account in recent days and hadn't paid attention to changes in the capital market, spending time with his girlfriend instead. Upon seeing the message, Zhang Yang promptly pressed Ctrl-Alt and A, taking a screenshot of his account holdings, and after seeing the specific holdings, Lai Weijie breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Zhang Yang had already sold Chang'an Automobile and bought into the big four banks. Although he was currently down 0.46, this was the result he wanted. Because the top 3 were too eye-catching, he aimed for the bottom 3 of the top 10. Lai Weijie, awesome. Lai Weijie replied to Zhang Yang, and then began responding to messages in the professional class group. Lai Weijie, I sold Chang'an Automobile yesterday. It counts as a precise escape from the peak. I just chased the big 4 banks and lost a bit. When this message was sent, the Hu Kai Investment Studies professional group erupted. Wang Lu, impressive brother Jie, the return from Chang'an Automobile was secured. If this were real, you would have made a fortune. Bao Manxiang, brother Jie, is amazing. In Shichang, no words to say how a dark horse is still a dark horse, really. After confirming that Lai Weijie successfully escaped at the peak, other students basically assumed that Lai Weijie would secure the opportunity for an internship at Huaxin Securities. Some female classmates also very realistically began to actively add Lai Weijie's friends. Lai Weijie did not refuse. He certainly knew the purpose of these girls. The chaos of the financial circle is no less than that of the entertainment industry. At the same time, on the other side in the stock trading bar of Baidu Tieba, retail investors who previously mocked Zhang Yang for missing the opportunity flooded into the thread again. The originally over 300 layers of replies quickly jumped to 400. Wang Bujin, Wang Joker, save me. I'm completely trapped in Chang'an Automobile. Oh, should I cut my losses and run? Xiao Dai Joker is impressive. The jumping brother is impressive. Yesterday both said it has peaked. A Chang'an Automobile immediately went for high-level financing. There can't be any insider information, right? Transparent tape. By the way, don't you guys check the reports when trading stocks? Chang'an Automobile is clearly expanding its production capacity. They need money desperately. If I were in their position, I would also go for high-level financing. This time it was no longer just the cries of retail investors. The bullish funds were also in tears. Top-tier funds like Chansheng Wangjio Nanyang Zana and Chao Guyang Jiao were all in a state of despair at this moment. They had painstakingly laid out plans for over a month only to end up with a meager return after deducting control costs. Just now, after a few funds, led by Liao Guopei Chanxing Wangjio, pushed up to the limit, they were slowly unloading. However, as soon as the financing announcement was made, 10,000 Hand Brother directly started to sell. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly and had trading access for the funds, allowing them to quickly liquidate. Otherwise, each person would have had to invest at least hundreds of thousands. Chen Sanrong saw the limit down of Chang'an Automobile and couldn't help but feel fortunate that he hadn't been greedy. If he had been greedier, he would have also faced the limit down. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, who was still trading in the library, also noticed the unusual alert for Chang'an Automobile. He did not gloat, but began to clear his holdings in the big four banks. With the remaining 120 funds, he aggressively invested fully in the four major state-owned banks. As for the 200 yuan and ST Zhongfengji, he bought in when the market started to decline. Although there was a gap, the capital for the stock was quickly supplemented, and it remains at the limit up. 300 for Construction Bank, 300 for Industrial and Commercial Bank, 300 for Agricultural Bank, 300 for Guohang. Zhang Yang also used Su Zeruo's simulation account to fully invest in the Big Four, while Lai Weijie's simulation account was different. He chose to liquidate, because the latter had to control the shares, and it could only go down, not up. Looking at his account holdings, Zhang Yang, who had grasped the market trend in advance, smiled lightly and muttered to himself, "Done now, I just wait for the market sentiment to ferment." As the quarterly monetary policy meeting of the central bank approached its conclusion, Zhou Chuangong Xiaofei and other monetary policy committee members began to take questions from reporters of various countries. The assistant reminded, "Now let the media reporters ask questions." The meeting assistant scanned the room and pointed to someone, saying, "The one in the blue high-neck short sleeve." "Hello, Governor Zhou, this is a reporter from Reuters. Earlier you mentioned that 18 railway projects have been approved with a total investment reaching 500 billion. Could you disclose the specific uses of these funds?" The Reuters reporter posed the question. Zhou Chuan glanced at the document on the table and answered leisurely, "The primary uses of the 500 billion for the railway projects are for the procurement of raw materials and payment of construction personnel salaries. Actively developing railway infrastructure not only benefits the country and the people, but also serves as a hub connecting various economies." "Next, please," the assistant reminded. This is a reporter from Bloomberg. Just before the quarterly monetary policy meeting, the capital market generally expected new investment plans. Currently, the shares in Hong Kong stocks have shifted from rising to falling. What is Governor Zhou's stance on this? This question from the Bloomberg reporter stirred the hearts of countless investors. Whether from Reuters or Bloomberg, their questions were all focused on the capital market, which is also of utmost concern to foreign investors. Zhou Chuan paused briefly, then thoughtfully responded, "The 4 trillion investment plan currently has sufficient funds and still has leeway. The manufacturing PMI data in March also provides strong support for economic recovery. We are determined and confident to win this economic battle." "Next, please." The assistant looked at other reporters. This is a reporter from Phoenix Television. "I want to ask Governor Zhou, since this meeting did not mention adjustments to interest rates or reserve requirements, nor any new investment plans, can we understand this as the 4 trillion investment plan being sufficient to support Huadua out of the subprime crisis?" The reporter from Phoenix Television first introduced himself before asking his question. Zhou Chuan was well prepared and responded calmly, "We will maintain a moderately loose monetary policy, optimize the credit structure, prevent financial risks, actively seek economic support points, and accelerate the recovery of the economy." Next, please. This is from May. Under Governor Zhou's meticulous responses, the capital market gradually began to react, with the previously declining banking sector stabilizing and then climbing back up. Meanwhile, Li Daxiao continued to post on his blog. Maintaining a moderately loose monetary policy indicates that rescue funds will continuously flow into the capital market. Friends, I have said many times, buy good stocks, be a good person, and you will be rewarded. The baby bottom of Huaguo's stock market has formed. The long article was paired with a baby picture reigniting retail investors' enthusiasm. Colorless and dazzling teacher Daxiao, can I still trust you? Last time you comforted me down from 1,600 points to 1,800 points. If it weren't for the electric bicycle I have for delivering food, I would have probably jumped. Bloodthirsty white fox, buy good stocks, be a good person, and you will be rewarded. No more talk, teacher Daxiao. I'm going all in with 100 on the Hu and Shun 300 ETF. Rolling back the curtain in the west wind, this meeting conveyed a lot of information. Although there was no interest rate cut and no new investment plans, it doesn't necessarily mean bad news. It's like taking 2 ibuprofen when a single one can cure a fever. Taking 2 is pointless, moderation is best. Lonely Wolf, indeed. Governor Zhou has consistently conveyed the attitude that the higher authorities have sufficient capability and strength to navigate through this worldwide economic crisis. As the market began to interpret the information, foreign capital had already taken the lead. In less than 10 seconds, northbound funds purchased 10 billion Hu and Shun 300 ETF. Domestic capital, realizing it a bit late, also began to buy into the capital market. Retail investors as the third tier hurriedly entered, while those in the fourth tier only reacted after the market had already risen by 0.34, leaving them with no opportunity. Want to get in? You can only chase the high. Foreign capital, domestic capital, speculative capital, and retail investors represent a complete process of information transmission. Many retail investors prefer to trade stocks based on news. Not to mention whether news leaks ahead of time, many retail investors lack the ability to interpret the market, which amplifies information lag. To make money in a shares or other capital markets, one must first improve their understanding of the market. Hudu University of Finance and Economics. Library. Financial Analysis Room. Zhang Yang stared at the fluctuating trend lines of the intraday charts, his heart calm as water, for he knew the result better than anyone else. This was also one of the few heavyweight meetings that he remembered. He opened his securities accounts earnings page, and the 4 major banks with a total investment of 100 had now brought him a gain of 2.3, which amounts to 2,760 Huobo coins. Now that the capital volume has increased, every fluctuation in points could represent a month's salary for an ordinary. As for the St. Zhongfangji stock that he invested 2.0 in, it had been resealed by the dealers. Currently there were no returns, and he had incurred over 30 in transaction fees. After checking his real account, Zhang Yang looked at Su Zuruo's simulated account. It had a total return rate of 2.4, but the capital volume was 9.30, yielding a profit of 2.30 with an occupied 0.0 also in St. Zhongfangji. After confirming the need for profitable account returns, Zhang Yang used Lai Weiji's simulated account to chase the 4 major banks. After the reverse operation of selling low and buying high, he successfully helped his total capital of 1.52 million break through to 1.49 million with a decrease of 1.9. Controlling the score is truly difficult. Zhang Yang couldn't help but exclaim. He intentionally operated toward loss to let Lai Weiji's account incur a loss of 1.9, which was indeed more taxing than making a profit. The key is that one cannot afford to lose money in a way that would require them to recover it later if it dropped by 10. That would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. It turns out that saying is true: those who achieve full marks are not necessarily top scholars, but those who can control their scores freely are certainly true scholars. Of course, this kind of free control of scores refers to the ability to achieve full marks, not just to avoid scoring below 50. As the morning session of a shares concluded, the shaped trend of the Shanghai Composite Index caused many students of Hukai to incur losses. It wasn't just Hukai. Investment majors from Southwest Finance and Huayang Finance also experienced a collective defeat. After all, no one expected a meeting could have so many interpretations. Meanwhile, in the investment faculty office of Huayang Finance University, Professor Shixinrong looked at the latest statistics of the class earnings and couldn't help but get angry, saying, "This is the worst class I've ever taught. They don't even have the ability to interpret independently." Academician Peng Gu also said to pay more attention and lead his students to surpass Hukai. Under these circumstances, what surpassing can happen? This can't actually be blamed on the investment majors of Central Finance University. Many institutions stumbled in the unpredictable trends of the morning. Who could have anticipated that the favorable conditions that had fermented 2 days prior would all fall behind? And who could have imagined the interview segment would have such a drastic reversal? Students have their dilemmas, but professors also have their challenges. The A program of Central Finance is being overshadowed by the B program of Hukai. When the next academic rating arrives, the program might even be downgraded. It was noon, and the sun shone brightly. Although it was only April, the temperature in the city could already be described as sweltering, with some dormitories needing air conditioning at night. Due to the inconvenience of carrying a laptop while getting food, Zhang Yang simply left his notebook in the financial analysis room, as there were surveillance and information registration in place, ensuring that no student would be foolish enough to steal valuable items from the library. After just finishing the queue for food, Zhang Yang scanned the dining area and happened to spot his 3 roommates as well. He approached with his tray and greeted them. "Chuanzi Liuzi, how was your yield this morning?" "I don't mention it, dorm leader." Chen Chuan glanced at Zhang Yang and sighed. "I chased the highs and got deeply trapped, missing out on the top 10 in the major." I'm in the same situation as him. Me too. The three roommates experienced remarkably similar outcomes, which piqued Zhang Yang's curiosity as he asked, "Why did you all chase the highs?" "There are only a few trading days left, and I thought I would take a gamble on asset restructuring. I didn't expect the speculative funds to crash it so fiercely, pinning it down in the blink of an eye." Su Jiafeng sighed. "Chasing highs ruins 3 generations, while buying low makes one rich. I hate Minmin Dong, now Huaying Technology." Just as Chun Chuan finished his lament, he suddenly recalled something and asked, "Who recommended Minmin Dong?" "Nami, don't look at me." Su Jiafeng denied it while directing his gaze towards Wang Lu, who was beside him. Feeling 3 gazes locking onto him, Wang Lu felt a bit awkward and explained, "I heard that the Ningbo Death Squad's speculative funds were involved and wanted to make it the stock king of April 2009. Who would have thought we would end up on the floor?" Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You actually believe the speculators? How naive. Why can speculative funds make money in the shares? To be precise, why can institutions and speculative funds both make money in the shares? The reason is that they are wolves while thousands of retail investors are sheep. Those who have worked in financial institutions or mingled with the internal groups of speculative funds know that they think of one thing 24 hours a day: how to lure retail investors into traps. Alas, alas, alas." The three of them took turns sighing. Mentioned by his roommates, Zhang Yang also had some impression of Minmin Dong. If he remembered correctly, Minmin Dong was formerly known as Mindong Electric Co., Ltd., which was listed on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange in November 1993 with the stock name Minmin Dong. From 2001 to 2006, it was repeatedly subjected to delisting risk warnings due to financial issues, and it was labeled as ST. However, since 2006, there had been rumors that the company would undergo share restructuring, and the market was speculating around the lifting of the label and share reform until it officially announced a suspension on December 22nd of the same year. More than 2 years passed in a flash, and Minmin Dong resumed trading on February 4th, 2009, with the market giving a 5 limit-up price followed by 11 consecutive limit-ups, becoming a regular on the daily trading board in February. However, on February 19th, it announced another suspension to carry out a split share reform to ensure the interests of circulating and non-circulating shares. It can be said that Minmin Dong has always attracted market funds' attention. Zhang Yang would not consider such high-risk stocks for trading because one could never know how much capital was hidden within, especially after enduring more than 2 years of suspension and then being suspended again. "What about your account, dorm leader? How's it going?" Chun Chuan asked. "I haven't moved much, I'm still in the banking sector." As Zhang Yang replied, he took a bite of his food. "Still working on research reports?" asked Wang Lu beside him. Zhang Yang, "Yes, making money." "You really have determination." Su Jiafeng couldn't help but praise. They lacked Zhang Yang's talent and capability, otherwise who wouldn't want to accumulate their first pot of gold while still in school. The confidence in a grown man's speech always comes from the thickness of his wallet. As long as the pockets are full, one won't shy away from anything. But what if there's no money? Even speaking must be done cautiously. After having lunch with his roommates, Zhang Yang did not return to the dormitory, but headed straight to the library. Napping in the library is essentially no different from napping in the dormitory. The financial analysis room also has a study area with comfortable sofas. As long as one isn't afraid of strange glances, one can lie down and sleep. Before he reached the 6th floor, Zhang Yang's phone vibrated twice. "Dear customer, your construction bank account ending in 2389 received a transfer of 400 Huagua currency written 40,000 at 1234 on April 10th, 2009. Available balance 40071 yuan. Note: research report co-creation income. Another 40,000. Zhang Yang looked at the message feeling delighted. Although Tao Yuang's 40,000 came late, it further increased his account funds. As long as he reaches a certain amount, he could seek a financing company for leverage financing. What is leverage financing? To put it simply, it's borrowing money to invest in stocks. Taking 10x financing as an example, if you have 100 yuan in principal, the financing company will give you an additional 900 yuan, providing you with a total of 100 yuan to operate. A 1 rise translates to a profit of 100 yuan, and doubling your principal only requires a 10 limit up, while a margin call only requires a 10 limit down. To be precise, a drop of 7 will prompt a requirement to add margin, and nearing 9 will result in a forced liquidation. Those who play in the stock market to the point of reaching the pinnacle are usually leveraged players. In the capital market, profits and risks coexist. Financing companies are not charitable organizations and won't lend money to investors for free. However, in the eyes of top traders, leveraged funds are a financial tool that narrows the gap in principle. Zhang Yang. As Zhang Yang pondered about financing, a delicate female voice called out to him from behind. Zhang Yang turned to look. It was He Jing. She had changed back into her casual attire with short denim shorts and a loose lettered t-shirt, giving off a full college student vibe. "What brings you here?" Zhang Yang asked. He Jing got straight to the point, saying, "I organized a macroeconomic research report. Take a look and see if there's anything that needs tweaking. Let's talk upstairs." The two went to the financial analysis room, where He Jing also brought her laptop. After plugging in the network cable, Zhang Yang opened her computer's Tableau visualization business intelligence software to check the quality. After about 3 minutes, Zhang Yang withdrew his gaze and looked at the expectant He Jing beside him, saying, "If you're not a 09 million talent in market research reports, then this market report must have taken a while to produce." About a week. He Jing didn't hide it. They had only finalized it the night before. Even a genius couldn't produce a market research report in a day, not even Buffett. The reason she thought of creating a market research report was to enhance her competitiveness. After all, a fund manager who knows how to create market research reports will certainly have better promotion opportunities than one who doesn't. Coincidentally, last night Zhang Yang asked her for a part-time job, so He Jing decided to submit this macroeconomic research report she had spent a week on for feedback. That makes sense. Zhang Yang smiled faintly and praised, "Quality is 95 out of 100. It has all the necessary information, and the visualization is excellent, but it lacks trend predictions. So it's usable." "Yes, it is." Upon hearing that it was usable, He Jing extended her fair hand, signaling, "Don't rush. Didn't we agree on 4 reports per month? You need to submit all the drafts first." Zhang Yang wanted to negotiate the report fee since he needed to use that money to heavily invest in his shares. 4 reports to get paid. Your boss is a bit too heartless. He Jing couldn't help but complain. Zhang Yang was no longer a naive youth with a thick skin. He said, "In the early stages of entrepreneurship, please understand. Besides, I treated you to dinner last night at a high-end restaurant like the Peace Hotel, which cost at least a few thousand. Cut me some slack." "Nonsense. That was on someone else. Just say if you got a meal or not." "I did get a meal." "Then that's it." Time flies. It is April 20th, the grain rain. Grain rain is the 6th of the 24 solar terms and marks the last solar term of spring, derived from the meaning of rain, nourishes the 100 grains. At this moment, heavy rain is pouring in the city of Hu City Finance University, Wudong Road campus. Only 3 trading days remain until the end of the Huaxin simulation trading competition, and the simulated trading profits of the graduating students majoring in investment studies are gradually widening. The first place, He Jing, has reached a return rate of 58, for just a step away from the 60 mark. The second place student Zheng Xiaohui had a steady performance over the previous 25 trading days, consistently ranking around the 30th position. However, as the competition's end date approaches, he, like most students, has rushed to pursue the rising stocks. Ultimately, he achieved a 15 increase with Kylie Technology, now delisted, breaking through the 50 profit threshold in one fell swoop. Third place goes to Qi Juanza, who also capitalized on trending stocks, securing a 14 increase and joining the ranks of those with a 50 return. Apart from these two who entered the top 10 by chasing high stocks, all other students who participated in trending market stocks suffered severe losses without exception. Among them, a girl named Liang Qi suffered a loss rate as high as 60, ranking last, and was criticized by Professor Wang Xingbong as a typical case of investment failure. At 1:42 p.m., in the library finance analysis room, dressed in a knitted gray fitted tank top paired with black hot pants and black knee-high boots, the confident He Jing approached Zhang Yang with 2 cups of iced Americano, saying, "Here, your half-sugar iced Americano." "Thank you," Zhang Yang replied, continuing to observe the market. During the 5 trading days last week, the 4 major banks he invested in, as well as ST Zhongfangji, had all seen decent increases, entering ST Zhongfangji at the limit price of 11.28 yuan on April 10th. The returns over the next 5 days were: April 13th 1.77, stock price 11.48; April 14th 4.97, stock price 12.06; April 15th 1.33, stock price 11.89; April 16th 1.17, stock price 12.03; April 17th 0.93, stock price 12.14. From 11.28 yuan to 12.14 yuan, the account shows an increase of 7.62. It's worth mentioning that on April 20th, today, ST Zhongfangji had a main force directly sealing an order of 600 lots in the morning session, pulling up by 5, reaching a limit price of 12.75 yuan. With a cost of 200 yuan for the trade, the total increase over 6 days is 13.03, resulting in a profit of 2606 yuan from ST Zhongfangji. After buying the 4 major banks with 100 yuan, Zhang Yang held the stocks for only 2 trading days. The low opening on the 3rd trading day left him no hesitation. He immediately closed his position, achieving a total increase of 3.7. The total profit amounted to 4440 yuan. After selling the 4 major banks, Zhang Yang used 100 yuan plus another 400 yuan from Tao Yuang, totaling 1640 yuan, to trade in Baogang Co, Huaguopinggan, and Shanguotu, earning a 2.6 return over 3 trading days. His securities account funds are visibly increasing at a rapid pace. As for He Jing, since she needed to create market reports for Zhang Yang, she also came to the library's finance analysis room to trade stocks, and when necessary, she could consult Zhang Yang. As time passed, a unique tacit understanding formed between the two. At first, He Jing was surprised to find Zhang Yang trading in real stocks, but gradually she realized he was not only trading in real stocks, but also managing the simulated accounts of Lai Weijia and Su Zhihua. She did not inquire further, but was amazed at his ability to multitask. The thunder rumbled outside, and the rain poured down. Many students, even with umbrellas, dared not leave the library hastily, though finding shelter from the rain is common sense, known even to elementary school students. As 3 o'clock in the afternoon approached, Zhang Yang glanced at the already closed shares, and could not help but let out a long sigh, his tense nerves finally relaxing. Staring at the market is indeed exhausting, and with him managing 3 securities accounts, he felt quite drowsy. Fortunately, after selling Huaxin securities which he had bought at a low price yesterday, and making over 2,000 Huahua coins, his real stock account has already reached 190900 yuan. Among this, 27600 yuan was earned from stock trading. At this moment, his real stock holdings are ST Zhongfengji 22606 yuan, Huahua Xinhua 40000 yuan, Yangtze Power 40000 yuan. On 80 national debt, reverse repurchase 8800 yuan. He Jing glanced at Zhang Yang's account holdings somewhat surprised, and said, "Have you switched all your holdings to defensive sector?" The market has shrunk in volume for 3 consecutive days, and the banking sector, after market speculation, has also seen reduced volume. To play it safe, I bought some coal and electricity stocks as a hedge. Zhang Yang explained his reasoning. The so-called defensive sectors refer to stocks with stable market demand, which are not significantly affected by economic cycles. Common examples include banking, electricity, and coal sectors. If the market is to adjust downwards, the fundamentals of these sectors can provide good resistance. For instance, in the coal sector as of April 20th, 2009, based on the first quarter's National Energy Information Disclosure, thermal power generation accounted for 81 of the total generation. The installed capacity is 651 million kilowatts, accounting for 49 of the total installed capacity. It can almost be said that Huaguo's electricity supply is generated by burning coal. Since it is generated by burning, the performance of coal companies is expected to be more stable than that of other types of companies. Moreover, as May approaches, the national temperature will gradually rise, and the demand for electricity from residents will also increase. The risk index is indeed rising. The market rose by 2.14, but the MACD indicator is in a shrinking state. The DIF line and DEA line are about to converge, and if we can't see a similar bullish candle tomorrow, I predict a correction. He Jing looked at the market information and shared her insights. Exactly. Moreover, the key point is that the market has come down from 600 points, and there are countless chips waiting to be released above. It is impossible for it to be pulled up at once. In my past life as a fund manager, I specifically studied retail investor psychology. Many retail investors, after being trapped for a long time, only have one thought to run as soon as they break even. For example, if someone buys at 10 yuan and is trapped at 8 yuan, if the main force takes 10 trading days to pull the price back to 10 yuan, retail investors often won't immediately sell their stocks because they feel it can keep rising. To make retail investors obediently hand over their shares, the main force often tacitly makes sideways movements. If it goes sideways for a month and you don't sell, 3 months of sideways, and you don't sell, what if it goes sideways for half a year or even a year? Will you sell or not? Many retail investors might say they wouldn't sell at any cost regardless of price. But in real trading, who can actually do that? Most of their patience wears thin, and on the trading day that reaches their cost price, they hurriedly exit to break even. There's an old saying in the stock market: the longer the sideways movement, the more violent the rise. It means that the longer the sideways movement lasts, the more retail investors will be shaken off, and with fewer retail investors, the main force will be more willing to pull up the price. To take a step back, if you were the main capital looking at the massive retail investor chips above 6,000 points, would you be willing to use your own hard-earned money to help them break even? Clearly, you would not help them break even. The stock market is not a charity. It is filled with humanity and competition. On April 20th, a Russian representative stated that a preliminary agreement on cooperation in the oil sector has been reached with China, covering pipeline construction, crude oil trade loans, and other collaborative efforts, marking a significant breakthrough in energy cooperation between the two countries. On April 21st, the Finance Department announced a joint discussion with 11 related departments on the operational guidelines for the Home Appliance to the Countryside Initiative, which may greatly simplify the subsidy review and payment process. Technical analysis of the market. Driven by recent favorable monetary policy, the market has continued to rise, touching the pressure point of 2,559, which was established on August 11, 2008, when the market fell 5.21. If there is no substantial volume during tomorrow's morning session to break the top divergence trend, there may be a short-term sideways adjustment. Regarding the main funds, on April 20th, the trading volume reached 145 billion with a net outflow of 14,565 billion, including 6 billion outflow from northbound funds, which have seen continuous outflows for 4 trading days, totaling 22 billion. Personal trading situation: I sold Huaxin securities at 27 yuan, making a profit of 2,041 yuan, and invested 40 yuan each in Huahua Shenhua and Yangtze Power, while maintaining the original position in ST Zhongziji. When Zhang Yang's post was published, 1042 followers received notifications, and instantly dozens of people. After carefully reading Zhang Yang's post, they began to reply. Xiao Bai Bu by Master Joker, are you bearish? You actually sold off the rising Huaxin securities and bought into Yangtze Power and Huahua Shenhua in the energy sector. I love drinking Coke. The outflow of main funds today is too severe. I wonder what insider information they have. I have already sold off and am on the sidelines. Qing Yuan am done for. I put all my money into Huaxin securities. I wonder if there will be a high opening tomorrow. If there is, I will directly sell off and run. Zhang Yang has been sharing trading ideas in the forum for over a dozen trading days and has accumulated a loyal following after successfully escaping the peak of Chang'an Automobile. It could be a lucky guess once or twice, but after more than a dozen trading days with nearly a 90 win rate, not only retail investors, but also the speculator jumping floor brother Chen Sanrong, who follows Zhang Yang, habitually checks Zhang Yang's trading idea posts after the market closes. Not just Chen Sanrong, Liao Guopei Chan Chengwing Jiao also follows Zhang Yang's account occasionally, checking the latter's ideas. The last battle with Chang'an Automobile caused him significant losses, and it was precisely that failure that led him to accidentally see Zhang Yang's post. As the saying goes, once a master engages, one knows if they are capable. Liao Guopei just glanced at Zhang Yang's post and concluded that this was not a simple retail investor, so he casually clicked to follow, thinking he could absorb insights from others to improve his own shortcomings. In the Hukai library in the financial analysis room, He Jing looked at Zhang Yang sharing his trading ideas in the forum and curiously asked, "Do you want to be an online blogger?" "It's just a means of attracting traffic," Zhang Yang replied calmly, and then explained, "Once I gather a certain amount of followers, I can develop them into clients." "I see. By the way, you asked me to find out how much it costs to build a financial website. I contacted a friend from Fudan University. Are you free tomorrow?" "When?" Zhang Yang inquired. "After the afternoon market closes. After all, Fudan isn't far from our school. As for the class at 5 o'clock, skipping one shouldn't be a problem." Then I'll go tomorrow." Zhang Yang thought there was nothing wrong with it. Skipping classes is a common practice for university students, especially since they are seniors. The teachers won't be overly strict about missing 1 or 2 classes, as repeating a year is not a desirable outcome. As for why Zhang Yang wanted to build a financial website, it actually relates to his future career planning, roughly divided into 2. 1. The website subscription will be relatively transparent, allowing for better sales of market research reports and providing a stable cash flow. 2. In the future, obtaining a fund sales license and a securities license to transform into an internet financial platform. The well-known Dongfang Wealth in his past life initially made its first pot of gold by relying on retail investor interaction features along with financial information. No one would have thought that a website initially designed for retail investors to communicate would 10 years later become a trading platform with a securities license. If Zhang Yang could have an internet trading platform with a securities license, he could transform into a dealer collecting transaction fees, something he aspired to do in his past life but failed to achieve. Meanwhile, on the other side at No. 88, Wamping South Road, AXH District Hudu. At this moment, Shen Jun, the founder of Dongfang Wealth, was sitting at his office desk reviewing the website's traffic and advertising report for April. Since 2005, when Shen Jun established Dongfang Wealth with his personal savings of 3 million yuan as an online financial information platform, his life seemed to have pressed the fast-forward button. In 2006, the stock market communication section was launched, quickly attracting a massive number of investors due to user interaction features. By 2007, the daily average number of visitors exceeded 20 million, with page views reaching 2.5 billion, and revenue jumped from 4.12 million yuan in 2006 to 67.35 million yuan, with net profits increasing over 30 times. In the first quarter of 2009 alone, net profits reached 17.96 million yuan. It can be said that Dongfang Wealth is gradually developing positively. Although the annual net profit may not yet match that of top speculators, the two are not comparable at all, as speculators must bear risks, but those running financial websites do not need to gamble on price fluctuations. In April, traffic and interaction rates actually dropped by 5, 4, and 3.31. "We need to find ways to enhance our competitiveness." Shen Jun glanced at the general manager Lin Xiaoqiang, standing beside him. "This is mainly because Sina Finance and Penguin Finance have both launched interactive sections, and Baidu Tieba is also competing for traffic with us. I don't want to know the reasons, but what I want is traffic and interaction rates." Yes, Lin Xiaoqiang repeatedly responded. He could also feel that Sina, Penguin, NetEase, and Baidu all wanted a piece of the financial website pie, but they were backed by big capital and were genuinely at a disadvantage. He raced the plan. Shen Jun seemed to understand what the other party was thinking and continued contact the project department and have them hold a meeting to discuss how to optimize the stock forum features and try to stabilize the daily active users of retail investors for me. "I'm going out to attract investments in the next few days, but don't let me down. They'll contact them right away. Go ahead." After Lin Xiaoqiang left, Shen Jun withdrew his gaze and took out the B-class fund sales license application form. Once again rejected by the Securities Regulatory Commission. If applying for a fund sales license is so difficult, isn't obtaining a securities license like climbing to the sky? April 21st, Tuesday. The massive outflow of billions from major investors during the previous trading day has foretold today's low opening. In less than 10 minutes after the market opened, the main force had fled with 4.2 billion Huahua coins, leading to a staggering drop of 2.24, and it continues to probe lower on the verge of breaking the crucial support level of 2,500. The sudden sharp decline in the market has caused a divergence in retail investor funds. Some investors are fleeing in panic, fearing a return to the 1,800-point trap. Others are aggressively adding to their positions, believing the market will rally to 6,000 points as predicted by experts, viewing this merely as a short-term fluctuation. The inability of retail funds to unite has made them lambs waiting to be slaughtered. At 1:00 a.m., the Shanghai Composite Index dipped to 2,499. 6 points. Just when everyone thought the support level had broken and the market would plummet, the main force began to prop up the banking index to stabilize the market. Originally falling from 4.53 to 4.43 yuan, China Construction Bank was pulled back to 4.47 yuan, then began to oscillate in a weaving pattern between 4.47 yuan and 4.46 yuan. The banking sector's halt and decline also provided strong support for the market. Subsequently benefiting from the fermentation of the oil cooperation agreement reached between China and Russia, Huahua Petroleum and Huahua Petrochemical reversed their declines, stabilizing the energy and insurance sectors. After the market stabilized, a summary of the home appliance going to the countryside operation guidelines also circulated, stating in the meeting that the subsidy review and payment procedures need to be greatly simplified, reducing the time for farmers to receive subsidies from the original 33 days to within 15 working days. The favorable news that met market expectations led to varying degrees of increases for GOM in the Hong Kong market and GRI in the A-share market. As the market closed at 3 in the afternoon, A-shares recovered from their lowest point of 2,499. 6 points to 2,535.83, with a trading volume of 1549.82 billion compared to a trading volume of 144.67 billion during the last trading day. Seeing the increase in trading volume, a lower shadow line was formed, which may lead retail investors to feel that there is sufficient support below the market, allowing for further upward momentum. However, from the perspective of professional institutions and securities personnel, the share market is already on shaky ground. It is only that some are looking to offload, disguising it by propping up the banks. Why do I say this? The entire trend on the 21st showed that small and mid-cap stocks were adjusting, while only large-cap stocks were rising. What kind of capital would lift large-cap stocks? This is certainly not speculative capital, because such funds do not possess this volume of capital. Excluding speculative capital, the only ones who can lift large-cap stocks are institutions. If institutions want to offload their stocks, they cannot allow the market to decline, for if the market declines, retail investors will flee, so they must create an upward trend in the market. As the flag bearer of the bull market, the securities sector, Huaxin Securities, has even shown a decline of 2.91. Various signs indicate that the Shanghai Composite Index urgently requires a drop to scare off retail investors. After the A-share market closed, Zhang Yang and He Jing, operating in the library, did not attend class, but headed straight to Fudan next door. The university in 2009 remained largely open, requiring only registration for entry, allowing outsiders to visit. Of course, if it were a university like Jiangxing University, which had developed into a tourist spot, visits would require prior appointment. Fudan is a member of the C9 League, the other 8 being Tsinghua, Beida, Shanghai, Jiaotong, Nanjing University, Zhejiang University, University of Science and Technology of China, Harbin Institute of Technology, and Xianjiaotong University, all among the top comprehensive universities in Huahua, fulfilling the dreams of countless students. Although the concept of the C9 League was established in October 2009, these 9 universities have long had cooperation and exchanges. It was only after proposing and confirming the 9-school alliance that their collaboration depth could be further advanced. Shanghai Duxiao Financial University also has a certain level of recognition in Shanghai. After Zhang Yang and He Jing presented their student ID and ID card, the security at Fudan chose to let them through. After wandering around, the two met He Jing's friend from Fudan. The other party was a girl with a single ponytail about 1.6 meters tall, wearing ripped jeans, white sneakers, and a black patterned short-sleeve shirt, greeting He Jing. "Hello, Jingjia." "Jiabao." The reunion of close friends was particularly warm. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the girl referred to as Jiabao by He Jing looked at Zhang Yang and sized him up, asking, "Is this your boyfriend, Jingjia?" "Nice choice. His name is Zhang Yang. We are just ordinary friends." As He Jing corrected her, she glanced at Zhang Yang to gauge his reaction. Zhang Yang is not an innocent young boy, as such a misunderstanding did not evoke any special reaction from him. Instead, he extended his hand and said, "Hello, my name is Zhang Yang." Kong Jia, the character for clean. The other party seemed quite concerned about her name, observing Zhang Yang's facial expressions as they shook hands. This was due to the fact that after the airing of the 2005 series, Liang Jin, characters like Li Yunlong, Chu Yunfei, and Kong Jie became popular throughout the country. Her name coincidentally sounds the same as Kong Jie's, and many times when she introduced herself, people would tease her by asking, "Do you know Li Yunlong?" and quoting the line so exhilarating from the show. Although she knows they mean no harm, who can endure such teasing forever? Fortunately, Zhang Yang did not think of the show and remained unaware of the other party's thoughts. "He Jing, Jibao, didn't I tell you last time that a friend of mine wants to build a financial website? This is him, you two should chat well." Kong Jie glanced at He Jing and then at Zhang Yang, suggesting, "Let's sit down in the cafeteria and chat. There aren't many people around in the afternoon." "That works. Then let's go." The three moved towards the Fudan cafeteria, finding a secluded corner. Once seated, Kong Jie asked, "What kind of financial website do you want to create? Is it self-built or partly outsourced?" "Currently, my idea is to build a financial information site with a subscription report payment feature in addition to real-time viewing of a share in Hong Kong stock market data, and finally a community section for retail investors to communicate." Zhang Yang roughly outlined his needs, and then asked, "How much do you think a self-built site would cost?" After listening carefully, Kong Jie responded, "If it involves real-time stock market data, you will need to apply for financial information service qualifications from the relevant departments and obtain the necessary licenses. Let's calculate the costs now." When this was said, Zhang Yang quietly opened the recording function on his phone to document all the costs involved in building the website. Domain name around 100 yuan per year. For the server, considering the low visitor volume in the early stages, an entry-level virtual host can save costs roughly 100,200 megabytes of space, supporting PHP-SQL, about 5,001,000 yuan per year. You could also go for a dedicated server like the mainstream IBM X3650 or Dell PowerEdge, or 710 servers, each priced at about 3,500 yuan. A financial website requires real-time data transmission with 100 M shared bandwidth, likely costing around 1,000 yuan per year. If you need an independent IP and database services, it would add another 5,001,000 yuan per year. The UI design for the homepage, list page, content page, etc. can be outsourced with a total package price of about 1,000 yuan, and the development of the membership system. As various costs were listed, Zhang Yang felt a pang of financial embarrassment. An interactive financial website indeed requires a substantial investment, especially with third-party financial data integration starting at 8,000 yuan. Calculating it all together to create a comprehensive financial website that integrates interaction, real-time stock viewing, and information subscriptions, you'd need to invest at least 6,000 yuan, not counting the costs of attracting traffic. Of course, you could also consider a more modest approach. Simply creating a basic consulting website wouldn't require as much capital. After hearing the funds needed for building the website, Zhang Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "It turns out that creating a website isn't just a casual endeavor, it's really expensive." Mainly because you want to create a financial website, like the most popular one in recent years, Dongfang Saifu. It has an independent server cluster, CDN acceleration, encrypted transmission. Just the functionality development alone has cost over 1 million. Kong Jie replied to Zhang Yang with a faint smile. "Got it." Zhang Yang already had a clear understanding in his mind. The reason he inquired about the website building costs was mainly due to his lack of understanding of the specific expenses involved in building a website in 2009. In his previous life, he had never traversed this path, and it felt like crossing a river by feeling the stones. If it were 20 years later, building a website wouldn't require so much money. Renting a cloud server would significantly reduce hardware costs, and some website building platforms offer front-end templates that can be applied with one click. At this point, Zhang Yang decided to first increase his financial capacity before pursuing the idea of an interactive financial website. April 22nd, after the rain, the sky cleared. Today is an extremely important day for renowned domestic financial institutions, such as Hukai Yongkai and Southwest University of Finance and Economics. The 45-day, 33-trading-day Huaxin Simulation Trading Competition concludes today. This competition, led by Huaxin Securities, is collectively recognized by major securities firms. In previous years, today was known as the last carnival for gamblers. Students ranked outside the top 10 wishing to turn the tide had to opt for high-risk, high-reward market hot concept stocks. However, today's market dealt them a heavy blow. The leading stock in the securities sector, Huaxin Securities, initially surged to 26.65 yuan at the opening. But within 5 minutes it plummeted from the opening price of 26.5 yuan, closing with a decline of 5, for bringing the stock price down to 25.07 yuan. The substantial pullback in the securities sector directly dragged down the overall market. The Shanghai Composite Index plummeted by 2.94, falling from an opening point of 2,548.11 to 2,461.35, with a trading volume exceeding 177.6 billion. The Shenzhen Component Index saw an even more severe correction, opening at 9,689.16 and closing at 9,249.08, down 4.06. Those who chased prices were completely wiped out. the aggressive ones left with nothing. Only those who maintained cash positions and focused on defensive stocks managed to escape relatively unscathed, avoiding a severe drop in their grades. The library of Hukai. In the self-study area of the financial analysis room, Zhang Yang stretched lazily. He had anticipated the market's decline, but was surprised to see even the defensive sector of coal stocks following suit. What is the yield now, eh? Zhang Yang asked, turning his head. Beside him, Jing moved her laptop to show her securities account, saying, "It's a bit unfortunate today was a market-wide decline with hundreds of stocks hitting the limit down. My account also suffered losses with the yield fixed at 57.4. That's already impressive. Even Buffett only manages about 25 a year. You've doubled that in a month," Zhang Yang replied casually. "This is a simulation account, so it can't be compared to a real account. In a real account, one has to consider capital discrepancies." Jing was not naive and clearly understood the differences between real and simulation trading. Many retail investors lose money in real accounts, often starting by making profits in simulation accounts. They think they can double their money, but when they switch to real trading, they nearly lose everything. Why does this happen? 2 words: mindset. Even if a simulation account loses all its funds, retail investors won't feel the pain, so they dare to operate. However, once it comes to real trading, many retail investors become timid and hesitant, making it easy to be caught on both sides. Of course, there is another crucial point. The funds in a simulation account are not visible to individual stock operators. However, once real funds enter, the stock operators will record them. This is similar to a balance. On one side is the main forces harvesting line, for example 10 million in funds, and on the other side is the retail investors' entry funds. Once retail investors enter 10 million, the moment the balance is leveled, the main funds must step in. Buffett's ability to consistently achieve a 25 yield annually is a goal that all fund managers and investors aspire to. What about you? How much did you make today? Jing countered, asking Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang also displayed his account. The stock he bought, Huawei Shenhua, dropped 4.26 in a single day. Since he bought it at the end of trading on the 20th, it has already fallen by 6.77. However, Yangtze Power brought in a 4.33 increase, with its stock price reaching 11.86 yuan. Coal dropped this much. Jing was somewhat surprised. Logically, traditional energy sectors should be the most resilient, yet they have fallen even more than securities over the past 2 days. Zhang Yang remained unaffected, saying calmly, "This is the charm of the A-shares. No one can guarantee a 100 win rate." Huawei Shenhua has fallen for 2 consecutive days, breaking below the 5-day line, so he did not rush to increase his position, but instead waited for a signal to rise. Investing in A-shares requires extreme patience. One must never rush to average down as soon as price, because while averaging down may seem like a way to share costs, that is only in the context of rising prices. If the stock price continues to fall, not only will costs not be shared, but one will also be deeply trapped. Let's head to class. Professor Wang Xingbang said that many seniors from securities companies will be back today, so we should be prepared. Jing, aware of the dangers of A-shares, quickly changed the subject. "Is the class at 3? Zhang Yang asked. Jing replied, "Yes, at 3:15. "Then let's go." Zhang Yang first messaged Lai Weijia and Su Zhiruo, then packed up his computer and walked with Jing. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Accounting Academy of Hukai. The accounting major is the A-level flagship program of Hudu University of Finance, far ahead of other financial colleges. At the same time, graduates from Hukai's accounting major are referred to by outsiders as preparatory graduate students from Tilon Bridge Academy. In the staircase classroom where accounting classes are held, Su Zhiruo, with long straight black hair and wearing a custom Japanese-style academy uniform, looked at the email pop-up in the lower right corner of her laptop and instinctively clicked to check. Upon seeing a candid photo of Zhang Yang and Jing leaving the library, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. Which idiot keeps sending me photos of Zhang Yang interacting with girls? Ever since she agreed to Su Zhiruo's request to invite Zhang Yang out for coffee, her email has been bombarded with anonymous reports of Zhang Yang's whereabouts. In the past 10 days, she has been fully aware of every girl Zhang Yang has interacted with, even knowing when he chatted with the dormitory manager. Those unaware might think she hired a private detective to follow Zhang Yang to satisfy her voyeuristic tendencies. However, apart from Su Zhiruo, only Su Zhiruo herself knows that she has no other hobbies besides enjoying a bit of colorful anime. Initially, Su Zhiruo considered whether this was Zhang Yang playing a prank or trying to get her attention in this way. However, after observing for over 10 days, she basically ruled out the possibility of it being a prank by Zhang Yang. In Su Zhiruo's view, if Zhang Yang were trying to use this method to court her, it would indeed be quite perverted and foolish. Is Zhang Yang perverted and foolish? Setting aside the perverted part, Su Zhiruo had not delved deeply into it, but the foolish part should have nothing to do with Zhang Yang. Thus, she felt annoyed with the person who secretly reported Zhang Yang's movements to her. If this were to get out, those who didn't know would think Su Zhiruo had a voyeuristic penchant for men. She certainly did not want to face social death, could not afford to face social death, and could not ruin her image as the accounting goddess at Hudu University of Finance. while Su Zhao was inwardly cursing the sender of the anonymous email in the 201 staircase classroom of the first teaching building. A number of accomplished and glamorous seniors stood on both sides of the podium. As the representative of Huaxin Securities Tao Yuang also stood in the podium area exchanging nods with Zhang Yang. Professor Wang Xingbang, wearing a thick wig and looking only in his 40s, picked up the roster and began to call the roll. Dong Lulu, present. Meng Junkai, present. Su Jiaofeng, present. Zhang Yang, present. As each student answered in turn confirming that no one was absent, Wang Xingbang announced, "The 45-day Huaxin simulation trading competition has come to an end. I will now announce the list of the top 10 students in the major." As Professor Wang Xingbang picked up the printed list, students in the tiered lecture hall held their breath. Though they had loosely discussed the top 10 names in a QQ group, no one could predict whether a miracle might still unfold before the final announcement. First place. Professor Wang Xingbang drew out the pause, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Without question, it is He Jing with a return of 57. For inch. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden wave of applause erupted across the tiered lecture hall. Achieving a 57. For return within 45 days, and just 33 trading sessions, had already shattered the internal record of Hudu University of Finance and Economics. Amid thunderous applause, praise poured toward He Jing like a tide. Senior Jing is absolutely phenomenal. Please take me along. A prodigy trader, no doubt. If she sustains this level of performance, she may even study abroad, or join a world-class financial institution. I'd give anything to be He Jing's loyal companion, but alas, she wouldn't have me. If Senior Jing joins Huaxin Securities, don't forget us when you rise. Under the gaze of over 100 eyes, He Jing showed not a trace of nervousness. She nodded gracefully and smiled in acknowledgement, a portrait of poise and composure. Senior students flanking the podium watched intently. In their estimation, her stature was rising steadily. It is common knowledge that internal referrals are a double-edged sword, operating under a system of collective accountability. Succeed in promotion and salary increases follow. But if one abuses the channel, slipping in underqualified candidates, the referrer faces severe consequences, from formal reprimands and forfeiture of year-end bonuses to outright dismissal alongside the candidate. As the applause began to subside, Professor Wang Xingbang raised a hand to signal silence and fixed his admiring gaze upon He Jing seated centrally in the second row. He Jing isn't merely the top graduate in investment studies at Hudu University of Finance and Economics. She ranks first among all finance-focused universities, including the Central University of Finance and Economics and Southwestern University of Finance and Economics. Wow! Whoa! Astonished murmurs rippled through the hall. Neither current students nor alumni returning for recruitment had anticipated that Southwestern and the Central University would be overtaken by Hudu in this year's simulated trading competition. In past editions of the simulated trading competition, the top spot had long been dominated by elite institutions. Peking University, Tsinghua University, the Central University of Finance and Economics, and Southwestern University of Finance and Economics. Generations of outstanding graduates had gradually forged institutional barriers within the financial sector. Such institutional hierarchies extend beyond finance, to law and accounting alike. Most widely recognized is the legal profession's 5 academies and 4 departments, and the elite Red Circle law firms. Graduates of the 5 academies and 4 departments rarely struggle to secure cases, and often gain entry into Red Circle firms enjoying access to premier resources. By contrast, non-5 academies and 4 departments graduates face an uphill battle. Even sustaining a livelihood may require side work. Non-Red Circle lawyers and Red Circle lawyers live worlds apart. Though both are human beings, their life conditions differ as starkly as those of paupers and princes. Now He Jing has triumphed over peers from other leading finance universities to claim first place in the Huaxin simulated trading competition. Should the financial world one day coalesce around an institutional hierarchy akin to the 5 academies and 4 departments, Hudu University may well earn its own distinguished seat. Compliments from classmates and affirmation from faculty did not stir He Jing's pride or cloud her judgment. Instead, she remained grounded, aware that beyond every peak lies a higher one, and beyond every master a greater sage. Her gaze drifted almost imperceptibly toward Zhang Yang, seated alone near the left wall of the second row, chatting quietly with his roommate. Were it not for Zhang Yang's quiet presence anchoring her, her tail might well have curled skyward. Yet after one round of interaction, He Jing genuinely admired Zhang Yang's trading philosophy, steady yet progressive, balanced between offense and defense. More astonishing still, he traded live accounts while simultaneously managing simulated portfolios for Lai Weijia and Su Zhao, mastering 3 distinct strategies in parallel. Professor Wang Xingbang, lacking mind-reading abilities, remained unaware of He Jing's inner reflections. Having lavished praise upon her, he turned his attention to announcing the remaining rankings. Second place, Zheng Xiaohui with a return of 49.7. A pity. Had today's market not plunged broadly, you surely would have crossed the 50 threshold. I will redouble my efforts. No sooner had Professor Wang finished speaking than Zhang Xiaohui eagerly declared his resolve, deliberately modulating his voice to ensure the recruiting seniors would remember him distinctly. Though Huaxin Securities stands as China's most prestigious brokerage, should another firm offer superior terms, Zhang Xiaohui would not hesitate to choose elsewhere, for his future remains his sole compass. Professor Wang gave a slight nod and continued. 3rd place, Qi Juanza, 47. 2. 4th place, Dong Lulu, 43. 2. 5th place, Su Zhuo, 41. 8. At the mention of Su Zhuo, a vibrant young woman, her high ponytail bouncing her black pleated skirt paired with a bright yellow short-sleeve top, turned to He Jing with wide-eyed delight. Me. 5th place, that's me. She had never imagined Zhang Yang could propel her into the top 5. Though He Jing already knew the truth, women excel at performance, and so she feigned astonishment. How extraordinary. Zhuo, you've been hiding your brilliance all along. Beside her, Lan Cece, sun-kissed skin, sharp short hair, stared in disbelief. With your academic record, how on earth did you break into the top 5? If my memory serves, Zhuo nearly failed a course during her freshman spring semester, Wei Yunshi added, echoing the skepticism. But that's where you're mistaken. Su Zhuo tilted her chin upward, a playful hint of pride dancing in her eyes. I've spent years cultivating an air of distraction, while secretly grinding away behind the scenes. My goal? To stun everyone at graduation. Lan Cece, Wei Yunshi. A beat of stunned silence followed. After 4 years of shared dorm life, neither had suspected Zhuo's scholarly rigor. Yet denial was impossible. The evidence now stood irrefutable before them. After a few silent seconds, Lan Cece reluctantly accepted reality and delivered a wry, barbed remark. You truly are a master strategist, aren't you? A master strategist? Wei Yunshi echoed, dryly amused. Across the lecture hall, Chen Chuan turned sharply to Su Jiafeng. The moment Su Zhuo was announced, your goddess placed 5th. Care to share your thoughts, brother Feng? Wow, goddess Zhuo is incredible. Little Feng hit like, again and again and again. Wang Lu chimed in, mimicking a falsetto voice in lieu of an answer. Undisturbed by his friend's teasing, Su Jiafeng replied calmly, I've made peace with it. I've accepted that she doesn't feel the same way, and nothing you say can breach my composure. Truly at peace. Chen Chuan sounded unconvinced. Truly at peace, Su Jiafeng repeated. Then perhaps I'm seeing things. I spotted someone the other day staring at our class group photo. Chen Chuan paused deliberately, piquing Wang Lu's curiosity. What was that person doing with the group photo? What else? Quietly shedding tears, Chen Chuan shrugged. Enough, father. I'll spare your dignity. Don't make me kneel right here in this crowded lecture hall. It's mortifying enough as it is. As Su Jiafeng publicly adopted Chen Chuan as father, Professor Wang Xingbang glanced once more at the list and announced the final name. 10th place, Lai Weijia with a return of 38. 9. 10th place, Lai Weijia with a return of 38. 9. Chuanyu, the land of abundance. Southwestern University of Finance and Economics. The predecessor of Southwestern University of Finance and Economics was Guanghua University, established in 1925 in Shanghai. In 1938, Guanghua University relocated to Tianfu, establishing the Tianfu branch of Guanghua University, which was renamed Tsinghua University in 1946. Subsequently, in 1952-1953, the finance departments of 17 universities in the Southwest merged into Tsinghua University, forming Chuanyu Finance College, which was finally renamed Southwestern University of Finance and Economics in 1985. It is no exaggeration to say that the financial talent in the Southwestern region is largely concentrated at Southwestern University of Finance and Economics. However, at this moment in the investment studies classroom, the dean of the School of Finance, Xu Tianyi, looked at the 194 graduating students in the lecture hall and bluntly stated, "You are the worst class I have ever taught. Not a single one of you managed to achieve a return rate above 40 in the Huaxin simulation contest. To be frank, if conditions allowed, I would really want to let you all extend your studies by a year to avoid embarrassing Southwestern University of Finance and Economics when you go out." The straightforward reprimand indicated that Xu Tianyi was clearly upset. In previous years, Southwestern University of Finance and Economics would not only aim for second place, but consistently secure a spot among the top 3. Yet this year they found themselves ranked behind Jiangxi University. Of course, he did not look down on Jiangxi University, it was simply a matter of specialization. In terms of overall strength, Jiangxi University far surpassed Southwestern University of Finance and Economics. However, when it comes to finance faculty and student quality, Southwestern has always maintained an edge over Jiangxi and even Tsinghua and Peking University. This is akin to the difference between general hospitals and specialized hospitals. General hospitals can treat all kinds of ailments, but specialized hospitals such as urology, ophthalmology, and dentistry focus solely on their respective fields, thus possessing richer medical resources and more experience. The students below dared not lift their heads, fearing eye contact with Xu Tianyi. The reason for their low rate of return was the recent volatility in the share market. When the Huaxin simulation contest began on March 9th, the Shanghai Composite Index was at 2,205 points, and it plummeted by 3. 39 on the same day, dropping to 2,118 points, yet it had still risen over 300 points since hitting bottom in December 2008. Logically, such a significant increase should lead to a correction. Even if there were no pullback, there should be sideways trading given the resistance from the 6,000-point levels of 2007. However, the share market had its own ideas, surging directly to 2,579, 22 over 33 trading days, although it eventually retreated to 2,461. 35 of the scale of this rally was still quite shocking. After hitting bottom in December, the rally began in January 2009, with the index climbing from 1,814 points to a peak of 2,579 points in just over 4 months, a gain of 765 points that few could have predicted. Not only was Xu Tianyi reprimanding his students, but the deans of finance schools at other financial universities were also scolding their students, puzzled as to why they had been surpassed by Hu Finance. The dean of the finance school at Central University of Finance and Economics took a different approach. He simply did not show up, letting others deal with the introducers from securities companies, as he could not afford to lose face. This 45-day, 33-trading-day Huaxin simulation contest left all financial universities dissatisfied with the results except for Hu Finance, but they could only accept it with resignation. Hu Finance University. A modified coaster headed straight for the main teaching building. In principle, vehicles are not allowed in the teaching area, but the coaster defied the rule. Before long, the coaster arrived at the teaching building. An elderly man with gray hair, dressed simply in a blue and gray polo shirt, and with a slender build, quickly got off the vehicle. From an appearance standpoint, one might mistake him for an ordinary retired elder. However, only the staff at Hu Finance knew that this man was known as the pseudo-academician, the dean of the School of Finance, Bao Xingwei. Why is he called a pseudo-academician? In Huagua, academicians are divided into those from the Academy of Sciences and those from the Academy of Engineering. Academicians from the Academy of Sciences achieve prominence primarily in the field of natural sciences, while those from the Academy of Engineering excel in engineering, science, and technology. Huagua's financial system was established relatively late, so when selecting financial academicians, it generally pertains to the field of financial mathematics, as the Academy of Sciences has yet to establish a position for value investment. In 1997, led by Soros, Wall Street Capital swept through Asia with trillions in funds, leaving devastation in its wake and nearly collapsing the financial system of Hong Kong. At that time, Bao Xingwei, a member of the national think tank, proposed to release news of a 140 billion foreign exchange bailout, and it was this radical idea that frightened Wall Street Capital into retreat, marking the first defeat for Jewish capital. Following this battle, although Bao Xingwei was not an academician of the two academies, his reputation far eclipsed that of an academician. Unfortunately, due to the lack of an academician title to enhance credibility, the investment studies program at Hu Finance has never been able to achieve an A academic rating like the accounting program. Old Bao, that's the classroom ahead. The assistant secretary spotted the target classroom number from a distance and entered the lecture hall first. Wang Xingbang noticed someone entering, and at that moment made eye contact with Bao Xingwei, who had just walked in. He suddenly perked up, quickly stepping down from the podium. The once confident and composed senior students from various securities companies lowered their heads upon seeing Bao Xingwei, showing their respect for him. "What brings you here, old Bao?" Wang Xingbang had heard from old seniors in the circle that Bao Xingwei, due to his advanced age and poor health, had been recuperating in Yanjing for the past 2 years. A few days ago, I heard that this year's students achieved simulation returns far exceeding those of previous years, with one student nearing a 60 return, so I specifically came back to take a look. Bao Xingwei explained his purpose. Although he was the dean of the School of Finance at Hu Finance University, he had not visited in recent years, akin to an honorary dean. Upon seeing Bao Xingwei, Zhang Yang's eyes showed a rare glimmer of excitement. He had heard many legends about this elder, but it seemed they had never had the chance to meet in their previous lives. Meeting him today felt like resolving a long-held wish. Unlike Zhang Yang's restraint, the other students were so excited that their faces turned red as they hurriedly took out their phones to capture the moment. Perhaps many people do not understand the significance of attending university, believing it is merely a place to obtain a diploma. However, university is more like a sanctuary carved out between different social classes. In university, you can be friends with students from families with billions in assets, engage in lighthearted conversations with authoritative professors in their fields, and even interact with figures of academician stature. Medical students especially feel this deeply. After all, you can ignore the teaching professors in school, but once you leave, it may cost hundreds or even thousands to secure an appointment with an authoritative specialist. This is the first time I've seen Dean Bao in my 4 years of university. Hey, what do you think he came for? Do we even need to ask? He must be here to impart wisdom. He is known as the Zhuge Liang of the Hong Kong Financial Defense Team. Do you think there's a possibility that Dean Bao will notice my exceptional talent and take me on as his disciple? Are you still asleep? If I'm not awake, I happen to have a bit of a fire in my stomach these days. Do you want to be rejuvenated with some homemade concentrate? As the students whispered among themselves, Wang Xingbang, unsure of what conversation had transpired with Bao Xingwei, turned to He Jing and said, "He Jing, come out for a moment." Dean Bao, is looking for you. Dear students, I am President Bao Xingwei. Congratulations on achieving excellent results in the Huaxin Simulation Trading Competition. I have a few words to share with all of you. May you embrace your passions, pursue your dreams, stay true to your original intentions, take on responsibilities, dare to innovate, and embrace the future. Thank you. President Bao Xingwei's voice was not loud, but it was penetrating and distinct. Thunderous applause erupted, suddenly echoing throughout the lecture hall as the students silently took note of President Bao Xingwei's teachings. Bao Xingwei did not linger in the classroom. After saying a few more words, he left the lecture hall, with He Jing, who had been waiting at the door. Seeing Bao Xingwei leave, Wang Xingbang quickly redirected the students' attention. All right, let's continue our early. He paused for a moment, glanced at Tao Yuang beside him, and said, students who ranked in the top 10 of the Huaxin Securities Simulation Trading, please come up and add your contact information for senior brother Tao Yuang. He will register your information, and when you officially graduate in July, you can go directly to Huaxin Securities for your internship. Dear junior brothers and sisters, I am senior brother Tao Yuang. Tao Yuang waved his hand enthusiastically, fearing that the students might not remember him. Students in the top 10 of the simulation trading, such as Lai Weijie Suzhira and Zheng Xiaohui, all stood up and approached to add Tao Yuang's contact information. After exchanging contact information, Tao Yuang suggested, let's find a quiet place to discuss the details of the Sure, senior brother. We will follow your lead. Just tell us where to go, senior brother Tao. Except for He Jing, who left with President Bao Xingwei, the other 9 students in the top 10 of the simulation trading all expressed their agreement. Tao Yuang turned to Wang Xingbang beside him and greeted, Professor Wang, we would like to find a quiet place to discuss the internship details. Is that all right? Go ahead. Wang Xingbang nodded. After receiving permission, Tao Yuang immediately took the group out of the class. After Huaxin Securities finished selecting candidates, other senior students from different securities companies also began to choose students, and one batch after another left the lecture hall. The trading charts of 122 recent graduates from Hukai Investment showed that they were all watching. Although some were currently in a state of loss, it was evident from the charts that they had solid fundamentals. They simply became anxious as the competition deadline approached and rushed to make impulsive trades. Zhang Yang, Wang Luchenchuan, and Su Jiafeng all received invitations from 2 securities companies. Except for Zhang Yang, who declined, the other 3 roommates wanted to see the conditions offered by each company. Meanwhile, in the office of President Bao Xingwei, although he had been recuperating in Yanjing for the past few years, leaving this office unattended for years, it showed no signs of neglect due to the regular cleaning by the cleaning lady, with even the desk surface spotless. Please have a seat. Bao Xingwei had returned to Hukai primarily for He Jing. He looked at the simulation trading profit charts of this year's students and could roughly judge from the data that He Jing was a steady trader with excellent overall vision. A steady increase over more than 30 trading days was truly remarkable. The second place, Zheng Xiaohui, and the third place, Qi Juanza, although they had good profit rates, were among the top in previous years, but they profited through high-risk trading, which categorized them as luck-based traders, not meeting Bao Xingwei's standards. Just as He Jing sat down, Bao Xingwei interlocked his fingers casually on the desk and proactively asked, He Jing, do you have any special plans for your future? He Jing thought for a moment and replied, currently I should intern at Huaxin Securities and then become a private equity fund manager. She had also considered being a free-flowing capital trader like Zhang Yang. However, perhaps due to family reasons and her personality, both her parents and she herself leaned towards a profession like fund manager with stable income. It is worth mentioning that the funds purchased by ordinary investors through official channels such as websites, banks, and securities firms belong to public funds primarily invested in standardized assets such as stocks and bonds. However, private equity funds are different. They can only be raised through private recommendations, targeted invitations from institutions, etc., with regulations that prohibit public promotion. Private equity has a very high threshold, generally starting at 1 million yuan, with some even requiring over 3 million yuan, specifically established for high-net-worth individuals. The types of private equity investments are diverse, including not only stocks and debts, but also investments in unlisted company equities, derivatives, commodities, etc., with more flexible strategies and higher returns. A private equity fund manager. That's a good idea. Bao Xingwei first praised her, but then asked, aside from becoming a private equity manager, have you considered pursuing further studies to enhance your qualifications? I haven't really thought about that. He Jing replied, awkwardly with a smile. To become a fund manager, a regular undergraduate degree is already sufficient. Students majoring in investment studies who pursue graduate studies typically follow the teaching career path. While this profession seems very respectable to the average person, He Jing feels it cannot help her achieve her dreams. He Jing's dream is quite simple, to have unlimited money. Bao Xingwei seemed quite satisfied with He Jing and continued, if you have thoughts of pursuing further studies, I could recommend you to an academician in the financial field. After you graduate with your doctorate, you could transfer to work in a national financial institution. A national financial institution. At that moment, He Jing was completely stunned. She had never considered that direction. She thought of a term, central selection candidates. What is a selected candidate? Many people think that entering the system means becoming an official, but that's not the case. The true officials are those selected candidates, and those who pass the selection process. Selected candidates are those directly selected by the state organizations from universities. The stronger the overall strength of the university, the more selected candidate slots it has, with central selected candidates being the elite among the elite. As for selection, it is aimed at civil servants within the system, allowing for rapid promotions and entry into core power units. So what do you think? Are you interested? Bao Xingwei extended an olive branch. Of course I am interested. He Jing did not hesitate, fully aware that such opportunities are fleeting. Then I will help you write a recommendation letter. You first. Before Bao Xingwei finished speaking, a figure flashed through He Jing's mind, and she suddenly asked, President Bao, may I recommend someone to you? Who is it? Bao Xingwei became interested. A recent graduate named Zhang Yang, also majoring in investment studies, He Jing said. Seeing He Jing's apprehensive demeanor, Bao Xingwei seemed to have guessed something and comforted her. He is your boyfriend, right? Don't worry, pursuing a doctorate doesn't mean you will immediately enter a workplace. It won't affect your meetings. We are currently just ordinary friends. While clarifying her relationship with Zhang Yang, He Jing continued, I recommend him because I believe Zhang Yang is capable of handling this position. He is capable too. Bao Xingwei frowned, looking towards his assistant secretary Cheng Hongfa. Cheng Hongfa was meticulous. Upon making eye contact, he understood Bao Xingwei's intention and quickly retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase and placed them in front of Bao Xingwei. Seeing that the other party wanted to look at the simulation trading results, He Jing quickly said, he trades in real markets and hardly touched the simulation trading. I'm not sure if he will choose this path, but perhaps. Just in case he does, I hope President Bao can give him a chance to showcase himself. She knew Zhang Yang aimed to become a free-flowing capital trader, but faced with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, He Jing did not want to monopolize the glory. Of course, she also had her selfish reasons. She wanted Zhang Yang to be her partner. Having him as a backup would be very reassuring. Haha, alright, I am curious to see who Zhang Yang is worthy of your persuasion. Bao Xingwei signaled with his eyes, and Cheng Hongfa understood, quickly stepping out of the office. While Zhang Yang was still attending class in the lecture hall, he was unaware that He Jing was fighting for him to secure a spot as an academician student. At that moment, Zhang Yang was busy calculating the scale of his account's funds. After the conclusion of the Huaxin simulation trading competition, Lai Weijie still needed to pay him a remaining sum of 400, of which 200 was the betting capital. On the 20th, he purchased 400 worth of Huagua Shanhua and Changjiang Electric at prices of 37 and 11.37 respectively. As of today, the 22nd Huagua Shanhua had incurred a loss of 2708 yuan, while Changjiang Electric had gained 1732 yuan. The 200 invested in ST Zhongfengji had already earned Zhang Yang a profit of 13.03 by the 20th, totaling 2606 Huagua coins. On the 21st and 22nd, it experienced a limit up and a 3.63 rise, bringing the total gain to 22.99, with an overall profit of 4598.93 yuan. Today on the 22nd, ST Zhongfengji stock closed with an upper shadow line, but its base showed a step-like increase in trading volume without any negative news. Zhang Yang decided to hold the position for another trading day to see how it goes. The remaining funds were all invested in a onady reverse repurchase totaling 88000, with 3792 yuan in Huagua Xinhua, 41732 in Changjiang Electric, and 24598 in ST Zhongfengji, along with 880 yuan in treasury bonds for reverse repurchase and 400 yuan receivable from Lai Weijie. Zhang Yang currently held a total of 231622.93 yuan. With the account funds exceeding 200, Zhang Yang murmured to himself, it's time to utilize some financial. Although securities companies did not offer margin trading services in 2009, the new securities law introduced in 2005 mentioned that it allowed securities companies to engage in margin trading. The regulations on the supervision and administration of securities companies issued in 2008 also clearly stipulated the framework for margin trading. Given that securities companies had not yet started the business under the previous allowance, investors wishing to leverage for margin trading could seek specialized financing companies for leverage capital. Generally, the threshold starts at 200, with the maximum leverage being 10 times. If you are a professional investor or have prior experience in the securities industry, the leverage can reach up to 100 times. What does 100 times mean? With 100 yuan, you can leverage 9900, equivalent to investing 1 million. A 1 increase doubles the principal, and a limit up gives you 10 times. That's the terror of leverage. Knock knock. Professor Wang, may I ask who Zhang Yang is? As Zhang Yang pondered over margin trading matters, 2 knocks echoed through the lecture hall, accompanied by a deep voice of a middle-aged man, drawing everyone's attention. Wang Xingbong on the podium looked somewhat puzzled and asked Secretary Cheng, do you have something to find Zhang Yang for? The dean is looking for him. Secretary Cheng spoke concisely. Seeing that the other party was reluctant to reveal more, Wang Xingbong turned to Zhang Yang and said, Zhang Yang, please step out with Secretary Cheng. Sure. Zhang Yang stood up. Although he was also confused and didn't know what was happening since the other party had come looking for him and was the assistant to Dean Bao Xingwei, he could hardly refuse. Since he was here, he would accept it. When soldiers come, he would block them, and when water comes, he would cover it. Moving to Dean Bao Xingwei's office, Zhang Yang glanced at He Jing, his eyes filled with confusion, not knowing what she had discussed with Bao Xingwei. You are Zhang Yang. Bao Xingwei took the initiative to speak. As Zhang Yang entered the office, he began to size. A man who can make a woman willingly pave the way must have some outstanding qualities, either in appearance or talent. Now it was clear that this man had looks, but it remained to be seen how talented he was. Yes, Zhang Yang replied, neither overly humble nor arrogant. During the initial conversation with someone in a higher position, one must never appear timid. Since it was their first meeting and both parties were unfamiliar, the other would judge based on various details to understand a person's background and character. If you appear timid from the start, it indicates a weak heart. If Bao Xingwei were replaced with a client at a banquet and you trembled at their first words, how could you discuss a collaboration project? After Zhang Yang's response, Bao Xingwei remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yang's eyes, and neither continued. Inside the office, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive as the silence dragged on. He Jing felt somewhat at a loss. She sensed that the two men's silence made her uneasy. During the silence, Bao Xingwei had already developed an interest in Zhang Yang. If it were an ordinary student, even a professor would feel anxious under the psychological pressure of silence. But Zhang Yang remained unfazed, waiting for the next words. This indicated that he had a strong inner self and was not easily swayed by the outside world. I wonder what Dean Bao wants to discuss with me. Suddenly, Zhang Yang broke the silence. He Jing let out a sigh of relief. The atmosphere had been too tense just now. In just a few seconds, Bao Xingwei had formed a rough understanding of Zhang Yang and did not keep him in suspense. He straightforwardly explained the direct PhD program and the opportunity to enter a national financial institution. Then he glanced at He Jing and looked at Zhang Yang again, saying, you have a good classmate who recommended you to me. But before we proceed, I would like to know your actual trading returns. If Dean Bao wishes to see my actual trading returns, I as a student will not refuse. However, pursuing a graduate degree and working in a national financial institution is not within my considerations. Zhang Yang's refusal was very straightforward. Bao Xingwei was taken aback for a moment and quickly asked why. He Jing quickly stood up and whispered to Zhang Yang, think carefully, Zhang Yang. If you miss this opportunity, it may be gone. I have my own life plan. Zhang Yang first gently responded to He Jing, then turned to Bao Xingwei and said, if I pursue a PhD, it would take at least 5 more years of study. After entering the institution, I would still have to build my seniority. My nature is rather impatient. I believe the outside world is more suitable for me. Planning to be in private equity. Bao Xingwei asked again. Zhang Yang smiled calmly and said, I might want to develop towards speculative trading. You really are a bit different, not wanting to be in private equity, not entering an institution, and only thinking about speculative trading. Are you very confident in your trading model? Bao Xingwei could clearly sense the pride in Zhang Yang. It was the kind of youthful exuberance that seemed capable of breaking through the sky. If I miss this round of recovery bull market, who knows when the next one will be? Zhang Yang responded humbly. He did not exaggerate his trading model, instead attributing all his confidence in being a speculative trader to market recovery. The brief conversation left Bao Xingwei feeling unable to gauge the young man before him in his 20s. He asked, what does your family do? He wanted to know if Zhang Yang's composure and inner strength were related to his family background. Just a farmer's child. Zhang Yang did not elaborate and directly moved on, saying, it is a great honor to meet Dean Bao, but as a student with ambitions to explore the world, please forgive my abruptness. Everyone has their own aspirations. I can understand that. Bao Xingwei could empathize with Zhang Yang's restless heart. When he studied in the United States, everyone advised him to study medicine, but he insisted on studying financial investment. It was precisely because he had his own opinions that he became the pseudo-academician Bao Xingwei. Zhang Yang could not have imagined that this conversation, which left a deep impression on Bao Xingwei, would lead to him becoming a key figure in his future. Outside the Hukai campus, in a semi-open booth of a cafe, Tao Yuan glanced at students Lai Weijia and Su Zhao after detailing the internship specifics and asked, does anyone have any questions they would like to ask? Senior brother Tao, you mentioned the internship lasts 3 months. What is the conversion rate for full-time positions? Lai Weijia was the first to ask. About 20, Tao Yuan replied without hesitation. Securing an internship position is merely the first hurdle. To transition to a full-time role at Huaxin Securities, one must rely on their own abilities. Initially, Tao Yuan entered Huaxin Securities for an internship through connections with Yu Shushua's family. Even if his performance during the internship was average, he could still secure a position. This is the advantage of having connections. To succeed in the financial sector, one must either possess exceptional personal capabilities or come from a very influential family. Otherwise, one might have to resort to leveraging their appearance. This is why the financial industry rarely leaks scandals. When they do, the impact is comparable to the explosive revelations in the Korean entertainment industry. Wait, are you saying that out of 10 interns, only 2 will be retained? How cruel. Such a nearly perverse elimination mechanism is typical of Huaxin Securities. Only the best of the best can remain. Then it's settled. He Jing will definitely secure 1 position, leaving us 9 to compete for the other, resulting in an elimination rate of 88. 89. This is so despairing. With an elimination rate of 88. 89, Lai Weijie Suzhiraw, and the other students felt a wave of hopelessness wash over them. It was simply too harsh. You're mistaken. Tao Yuang shook his head and corrected them. It's not just the 10 of you competing. Your competitors also include students from prestigious universities in the Yangtze River Delta, such as Fudan and Jiangxia. I estimate there will be over 40 competitors. Oh dear. So many. Heavens. In that moment they were unsure whether to feel sad or happy. If there are indeed 40 contenders with a 20 conversion rate, that means 8 will secure full-time positions. If they are lucky, only 1 person among them might be eliminated. However, if fate is unkind, they could all end. At that moment a post from Tianya Forum flashed through Lai Weijie's mind, discussing the strengths of the heavenly soldiers and generals in Journey to the West. One popular reply stated, "You were born in a world rich in spiritual energy, endowed with extraordinary talent and exceptional opportunities, ultimately becoming the strongest being in that world, ascending to the celestial realm, only to find yourself standing in the 71st row of 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Just as you leaned forward to see who was causing chaos in the heavenly palace, you were met not with a figure, but with a massive staff coming your way. This is too intense, so will I even be able to pass?" Lai Weijie felt his confidence waning. To secure an internship position, he had already spent 65000 yuan. Now facing the critical moment of conversion to a full-time position and competing against top students from other universities, he truly had no idea how much more he would need to spend. Others were also somewhat anxious. They had not expected that the elimination rate would be so high after navigating through all the challenges. Among the 9 students, Su Zhiruo remained relatively calm. She aimed to place in the top 10 of the simulation trading competition, primarily hoping that Zhang Yang would also make it into the top 10, so that they could not only be classmates, but also colleagues, and perhaps their relationship could progress further in the future. However, upon realizing that Zhang Yang did not make the top 10, the allure of Huaxin Securities for her diminished significantly, and she was now contemplating whether to forego the internship opportunity. Ding ding, Tao Yuang's phone chimed. "Everyone, after you return, you can prepare a bit more and enjoy this last bit of university time." Having been through the experience himself, Tao Yuang understood the confusion of fresh graduates. After offering some comforting words, he checked his QQ messages. "Zhang Yang, senior brother, Tao, do you have a moment? I would like to ask you something." Tao Yuang, "Yes, I'll wrap up here quickly. Wait for me in the underground parking lot of Hukai," he quickly replied. After that, Tao Yuang did not say much to Lai Weijie Suzhiraw and the others. He exchanged a few pleasantries before leaving. At Hudu Finance University in the underground parking lot. Due to the humiliating history of recent times, Chinese universities often have air defense structures, either proper bunkers or underground parking lots that can be used daily. After Zhang Yang left Bao Xingwai's office alone, he sent a message to Tao Yuang seeking advice on margin finance. In 2009, seeking leverage was not an easy task. Although the law supported securities companies in conducting margin financing, no company had yet dared to be the first to take the plunge. Investors seeking leverage needed to find off-exchange financing institutions. The risk of off-exchange financing institutions is that if one encounters an unregulated company, they might lose their funds and vanish. This is because off-exchange financing requires transferring money to the other company's account. For example, if you want to use 2,000 yuan to leverage 5 times, you need to first sign a contract specifying the financing multiple with the other party, then transfer the 2,000 yuan into their bank account. Finally, they will deposit your 2,000 yuan and the 8,000 yuan of financing into a designated securities account totaling 1 million yuan. It is worth mentioning that the securities account for the financing is not directly used by the client, but is managed by the financing company. If financing clients want to place an order, they must first communicate with the financing company's liaison manager. Because of these various restrictions, some unscrupulous financing companies trick clients with simulated trading platforms. Once the company has made enough money, they may abscond with the funds disappearing without a trace. Finding the right financing company is crucial, which is why Zhang Yang sought Tao Yuang's help. The latter has been in the finance sector for nearly 10 years and should be able to find a reliable financing company. "Junior brother," in the spacious and quiet parking lot, Tao Yuang's voice was particularly clear. He quickly approached Zhang Yang and proactively asked, "Did you come looking for me in such a hurry because you encountered some difficulty? I want to leverage, and I would like you to recommend a financing company." "Senior brother Tao," Zhang Yang stated directly, without beating around the bush. "Leverage?" Tao Yuang was somewhat surprised, and then he advised, "Why not wait a bit? I have reliable insider information that Huaxin Securities is set to launch an in-house financing channel in March next year, requiring only 5,000 yuan to open an account. Off-exchange financing companies carry significant risks, and their annual interest rates are also quite high, typically over 20, even reaching 30. Even if I negotiate on your behalf, the best I could get is around 13. An annual interest rate above 20 is no different from borrowing at usurious rates to trade stocks. In Tao Yuan's eyes, those who dare to leverage and trade stocks at this point are basically daredevils. For others, he would gladly make recommendations as he could earn a 35 commission as a middleman. However, Zhang Yang is different. Tao Yuan has a business relationship with him. If Zhang Yang were to face a margin call and leap from a building, who would write market research reports for him? Since they reached the co-creation agreement, the last two revised market reports he submitted were very well received by the higher-ups at Huaxin Securities, who are already working on creating a dedicated promotion column for him. I don't want to miss out on this recovery bull market, and hope senior brother Tao can recommend someone to me. Zhang Yang was very clear that this recovery bull market would last until July, with a technical bear market set to begin in August. He had to seize the opportunity. You? Tao Yuan hesitated, but finally relented, saying, "Tomorrow I'll pick you up at school in the morning, and then we'll head to Hangzhou." He feared that if he refused, Zhang Yang would go find a financing company himself, and if he stumbled upon a fraudulent one, it would be a loss beyond measure. "All right, I'll prepare," Zhang Yang agreed. As night fell, a gentle breeze rustled the trees in Hukai, the leaves whispering softly, while the late cherry blossoms lining the road between the National District and Wudong campus gradually fell under the strain. He Jing sat alone on a bench watching the petals of cherry blossoms drift down. At this moment, she faced the most crucial decision of her life, whether to pursue a graduate degree and become a disciple of an academician or to join Huaxin Securities and follow the career plan she had once laid out. She felt conflicted and melancholy, unsure of how to choose. If she became an academician's disciple according to Bao Xingwei, she could directly enter a national financial institution right after graduating with her doctorate, ensuring a lifetime of financial security. But the cost was that in order to protect confidential data, she would essentially be unable to leave Huagua, which was in stark contrast to He Jing's dream of traveling the world, indulging in a life of luxury. Should I ask someone for their opinion? He Jing thought of Zhang Yang. After all, if she consulted her parents, they would undoubtedly urge her to pursue a graduate degree and work in a national institution without hesitation. The older generation's perception of the system was no joke. It was a desire akin to primal instinct. Forget it. I'll find an opportunity to ask him in person later. On the other side, at an off-campus commercial street in a barbecue restaurant, Suzhiro was eating grilled meat with her sister, Suzhiro, equally indecisive, as she said, "Sister, do you think I should intern at Huaxin Securities? The workplace seems so boring. You've already spent 100,000, not going would be a waste." Suzhiro grilled a piece of pork belly until it was done, then dipped it in a fragrant scallion sauce before sending it to her mouth. Instantly, the rich flavor of the pork fat and the sauce burst in her mouth, providing immense satisfaction. Don't mention it, or Zhang Yang didn't make the top 10. I only found it boring because Zhang Yang wasn't there. Suzhiro sighed. As a pampered rich girl who had never even done a part-time job, she felt the workplace was just too exhausting. With this time, she would rather watch a couple of episodes of anime or idol dramas. Suzhiro paused slightly while picking up the meat, looking puzzled, and asked, "He helped you get into the top 10 of your major, yet he himself didn't make it." "That's the situation." Suzhiro nodded. "Well, then isn't that just perfect? Dramas often have plots where a young woman, unable to repay a favor, offers herself in return. Since he didn't make the top 10 because of you, it would be quite reasonable for you to offer yourself in return," Suzhiro said with a faint smile. Sizzle. The meat placed on the grill began to hiss as the fat rendered. Suzhiro sighed, feeling a bit melancholic as she said, "I can't dare to, I'm too timid. What if I'm rejected? That would be so awkward." "That would indeed be quite awkward," Suzhiro agreed, nodding. After grilling the meat and wrapping it in lettuce, she savored the taste. Then she added, "But even if you confess, it seems you won't have much chance. Zhang Yang seems to be getting quite close to..." "Which roommate?" Suzhiro put the meat to her mouth, but then set it down. "It should be He Jing, the one with the big chest and long legs. You probably don't have a chance." As Suzhiro spoke, a staff member brought over slices of snowflake beef and asked, "Do you need help changing the grill?" "Let's change it," Suzhiro replied. Suzhiro, however, ignored the staff and pressed further. "How do you know they are getting close? Are you perhaps also interested?" "Cut it out," Suzhiro interrupted, directly sneering. "I'm not like you, swayed by a man all day long. You're still young, you don't understand the nuances of romantic relationships yet. Just to turn the conversation back, how do you know they are close?" Suzhiro didn't hide it, and frankly said, "Some idiot keeps sending me secretly taken photos of Zhang Yang interacting with girls in my email. I really don't know who is so bored." "So Zhang Yang interacts frequently with Jing Jia?" Suzhiro asked, expressing her most pressing concern, not even pondering who was so idle. Suzhiro replied, "Almost every day." Then him finished, Suzhiro felt somewhat deflated. She couldn't compare herself to He Jing. After all, He Jing was a top student who consistently ranked in the top 3 in her major and had the highest scores in her simulated trading. That's not entirely true. If he is single, you have numerous competitors. However, if he isn't single, you only have one. Suzhiro teased. It seems. Su Zhuhua hesitated for a moment, somewhat agreeing. That makes some sense. Not really. Do you genuinely think that makes sense? Su Zhuhua was taken aback. She had merely been joking, not expecting Su Zhuhua to take it seriously. You just don't understand, do you? Su Zhuhua seemed to have opened her heart, resolutely stating, a woman's happiness must be fought for. Such a desperate, love-struck fool. Su Zhuhua was utterly speechless, looking down on her in her heart. On the other side, in the boys' dormitory 300, Chen Xuanwang Lu and Su Jiafeng sat shirtless, gaming and battling in World of Warcraft, their keyboards clicking furiously. Zhang Yang took the opportunity to shower, washing his clothes and hanging them on the balcony. After finishing all this, he returned to his seat under his bed, opened his computer, and logged into his QQ. In the verification message section, he glanced and saw several hundred group join requests. In the afternoon, while Bao Xingwei and other seniors from securities firms were selecting candidates, Zhang Yang took the time to update his Joker account and created a QQ group, posting the group number. The reason Zhang Yang shared his trading ideas on the forum was not to show off, but to diversify his income. With the conclusion of the Huaxin simulated trading competition, the demand for market research reports had decreased, necessitating the acquisition of new users. Who would be the ideal customer for these reports? Without a doubt, retail investors. Huawei has over 100 million stockholders. If Zhang Yang could just secure one of his loyal subscribers at a monthly price of 90 yuan, he could earn 90 yuan a month, ensuring a risk-free and stable income. After bulk approving the join requests, the QQ group suddenly became lively. After continuous screening, there were 154 retail investors who entered the VIP research group, compared to 429 in the free group, a ratio of about 3-to-1, which is completely acceptable. Zhang Yang did not set any speaking restrictions in the VIP research group. To further gain trust, he revealed his CFA Level 1 exam results, answering 235 out of 240 questions correctly, achieving a 97 accuracy rate. 92 score report image. The CFA exam is known as the Chartered Financial Analyst exam in Huawei. The CFA certificate is one of the most authoritative professional qualifications in the global financial investment field, awarded by the CFA Institute in M country. Its knowledge system and professional standards are recognized by over 170 countries, with members spread across 159 countries globally. Top financial institutions such as Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and BlackRock regard holding a CFA certificate as a strict entry requirement. In China, as long as you hold a CFA certificate, major investment banks and financial institutions will treat you as a valued guest. The difficulty of obtaining such a prestigious certificate is naturally self-evident. The exam is divided into 3 parts. The first exam can be taken in the 4th year of university, consisting of 240 questions that cover over 10 foundational finance courses, serving as a baseline assessment of theoretical knowledge. The second exam focuses on case studies, primarily assessing asset valuation, including stocks, fixed income, derivative pricing, and the practical application of investment tools, requiring candidates to perform in-depth analysis using market data. The third exam concentrates on portfolio management and wealth planning, covering topics such as behavioral finance, asset allocation, and performance evaluation, and requires candidates to demonstrate practical skills through real case studies. Only by passing all 3 exams can one apply to the CFA Institute for certification. Although Zhang Yang only has a level 1 score report, it is sufficient to highlight on his resume. Some group members with a basic understanding of finance were stunned upon seeing Zhang Yang's score report, rubbing their eyes and looking again, exclaiming in disbelief. Fishing guy 240 questions, and he got 235 right. Is this for real? This is the CFA White Sanctuary. I originally joined the group to spend money and enjoy the show, but at this moment all I can say is Joker is amazing. I am in awe. Wind whispers, just asking, is this score really impressive? Pink puppy, not just impressive, it's off the charts. If this score report is real, passing levels 2 and 3 is practically guaranteed. With the CFA certificate, one can conquer Wall Street or secure a position in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. The hardships in life may only leave behind the ice Americano. As the group messages flooded in, Zhang Yang also shared his FRM Level 1 exam results. Unlike the CFA, the FRM certificate focuses on risk management and is the most authoritative professional certification in the global financial risk management field, awarded by GARP in M country. To obtain the certificate, one must pass 2 exams. The first exam covers 4 core subjects: fundamentals of risk management, quantitative analysis, financial markets and products, and valuation and risk models, consisting of 100 multiple-choice questions with a moderately high difficulty level. With the FRM exam results released, the VIP research group was once again in an uproar. Sugar baby, wow. He got 98 questions right on the FRM exam. This is just White Sanctuary. Just now I was half convinced, but now I am fully convinced. With CFA and FRM top certifications, who exactly is this Joker? Fan puppy, I bowed down to the great Joker, bowing and worshipping. A CFA score alone can only prove that Zhang Yang possesses excellent investment skills, but with both CFA and FRM it demonstrates that he is a versatile talent with capabilities in both investment and risk management. What do certificates represent? The most direct proof of ability. It's like a job fair where the phrase only for undergraduate and above eliminates a large number of job seekers without a degree. Perhaps some may argue that there are excellent talents with diplomas high school, or even junior high school education, and they are not inferior to undergraduates. But the question is who will bear the time cost of identifying talent. While education cannot represent everything, it is indeed the most direct proof of ability. If you were a business owner, would you prefer to spend time selecting suitable talent among diploma holders high school or junior high school graduates, or among undergraduates? Undoubtedly, most would choose undergraduates. After Zhang Yang shared his CFA and FRM exam results, not only did group members immediately share to join the chat group, but some even wanted to add him as a QQ friend. Some members of the chat group, fearing they might encounter fraud and hesitating, saw Zhang Yang's CFA and FRM exam results and hurriedly added the VIP research group, afraid that the entry barrier might rise in the future. The CFA and FRM Level 1 exam results, along with the daily trading strategies shared earlier, have already established the image of the Joker as a master. Seeing the timing was ripe, Zhang Yang typed the group announcement for the chat group has been seen by everyone. The subscription fee for market research reports is 90 yuan per month, with at least 4 articles produced each month. The bank account for payment is 6,217.389. Remember to note your QQ number with the transfer. By tomorrow's market close, I will temporarily remove friends who have not subscribed from the VIP research group. Thank you for your cooperation. After sending this message, Zhang Yang directly closed the research group and adjusted the friend verification settings to the fans wanting to join the group. Zhang Yang merely regarded them as clients and did not wish to let them peek too much, as he needed to go to Hangzhou with Tao Yuan tomorrow. Zhang Yang promptly closed his laptop and began searching for suitable. However, after rummaging through the closet, he could only find a cheap pure black suit that felt like it cost less than 100 yuan and was somewhat ill-fitting, clearly having been stored for a long time. For an ordinary university student, daily wear typically consists of t-shirts in summer and black cotton jackets in winter, with perhaps a plaid shirt or white shirt for more formal occasions. However, for professionals in the financial field, a suit jacket with a white shirt is essential, as it signifies maturity and steadiness, which has become a stereotype. Just like a salesperson in a car dealership, it feels less professional without wearing a suit. Whether in formal attire or other types of clothing, it fundamentally serves to highlight one's current identity. Looks like I need to get a suit, Zhang Yang murmured to himself. Regardless of whether it's for future business activities or for upcoming graduation photos, a proper suit is a respect for his career. After selecting a somewhat decent gray plaid short-sleeve jacket and black trousers, Zhang Yang hung them on the upper bunk railing and returned the other clothes to the closet. Chen Chuan, who had just completed a dungeon, looked at the clothes Zhang Yang hung up and couldn't help but ask, "Are you going out tomorrow?" "Going on a date." "Who are you dating?" Wang Lu and Su Jiafeng inquired in succession. "It's not a date, I'm just meeting a friend in Hangzhou," Zhang Yang lied, not mentioning that he was going to find a financing company with Tao Yuan. "Is it a guy or a girl?" Chen Chuan pressed for details. "A guy want me to introduce you." Zhang Yang asked with a, "If it's a guy, forget it. I'm not gay. If it's a girl, I'm really in need. Ooh, I don't want to remain single any longer." "Indeed, you need to find a girlfriend. The trash can is full of tissue, and I have no idea what you're doing every day. A father's thread in hand, a child's clothing on the body. I hope you will never understand this saying." Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows, wearing an expression that suggested he understood. The next morning at dawn, a light rain overnight had left dewdrops clinging to the leaves outside the dormitory building, scattering delicate glimmers of light in the early sun. VRR. A Nokia phone resting on the desk below emitted 2 sharp vibrations. Since the bunk bed and desk were integrated, Zhang Yang, sleeping on the upper berth, distinctly felt the tremor. Knowing he had an important matter to attend to that day, Zhang Yang did not linger in bed. He rarely did unless utterly exhausted. After a brief moment of quiet readiness, he rose and descended the ladder to the lower level. At the desk beneath, he picked up his phone to check the messages. He had expected a message from Tao Yuan. Instead, it was a fund arrival notification. "Dear valued customer, your China Construction Bank account ending in 2389 has received a wire transfer of RMB 40,000 yuan only at 0812 on April 23, 2009. Your available balance is now RMB 40024. Remarks: service fee for proxy trading in the Huaxin Securities simulated trading competition." Lai Weijia. This young man truly keeps his word, Zhang Yang murmured, inwardly gazing at the bank's arrival. With the RMB 400 now credited and added to the funds already in his securities account, his total capital stood at RMB 2300. Notably, the RMB 880 in idle funds held in a Onei Treasury reverse repo within his securities account could not be withdrawn immediately. It would only become available for transfer to his bank card the following day, Friday. As for the approximately RMB 100 invested in ST Zhongfengji, Changjiang Power, and China Shenhua, those positions could be liquidated and transferred to his bank card at any time. Out of courtesy, Zhang Yang sent Lai Weijia a QQ message confirming receipt of the funds. Then he powered off his phone, stepped onto the balcony to wash up, and headed to the canteen for breakfast. This time he did not bring his laptop. Tao Yuan had said he would pick him up in the morning. Unless something unforeseen occurred, he would likely arrive shortly after clocking in at Huaxin Securities. True to expectation, just before 9 o'clock Zhang Yang's phone rang. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he stepped out of the dormitory, closed the door behind him, and then pressed the call button. Hello? Brother Tao, have you arrived? I'm downstairs at your dorm. I'll be visible as soon as you come down. I'll be right there. Zhang Yang quickened his pace. Descending from the third floor to the ground required little time. Within moments, he emerged from the dormitory building and spotted Tao Yuan's silver BMW M3. Approaching the front passenger seat, Zhang Yang opened the door with practiced ease, slid inside, and fastened his seatbelt. Thanks again for the ride, Brother Tao. Don't mention it. We're all fellow disciples. Tao Yuan smiled faintly. Had it been anyone else, he might have made the trip solely for profit. But for Zhang Yang, he genuinely wished to safeguard the young man's life. After all, margin funding firms abounded, each more labyrinthine than the last. A single misstep could mean losing one's entire principal to outright fraud. Once the BMW M3 executed a smooth U-turn, Tao Yuan gently pressed the accelerator, guiding the car slowly out of the student dormitory zone. Only after clearing the campus of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics did the machine unleash its true ferocity, delivering exhilarating acceleration and razor-edged elegance that drew countless admiring glances from passers-by. Among the German luxury trio, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi, BMW commanded the greatest allure for youth, and its Miris in particular remained an unattainable goddess in the hearts of many men. I consulted on your behalf last night. Current annual interest rates for margin funding hover around 20%, no different from usury. Fortunately, I know a business manager at Hongware Investment. He agreed over the phone to reduce the rate to 12%. Consider this carefully. Tao Yuan reminded him once more. At 12% annual interest, if Zhang Yang sought RMB 0 in margin to reach a total of RMB 100, a five-fold leverage, he would owe 12% per year on the borrowed RMB 0, roughly 0.0329% daily, amounting to 263 renminbi. 01. In other words, under five-fold leverage, Zhang Yang would incur a mandatory daily cost of 263 renminbi. 01. Regardless of whether he traded or not. Are non-trading days exempted? Zhang Yang asked. His question revealed his intent. Clearly, he intended to escalate the leverage further. I've heard of daily-based margin arrangements. Once we arrive, I'll inquire for you. Tao Yuan replied, eyes fixed steadily on the road ahead. Hangzhou City, Jianggan District. Xinjiang International Times Square, Building No. 2. This nine-story office tower was constructed by Hongwei Real Estate Development Co., Ltd. The first 8 floors were fully leased to external tenants, while only the 9th floor housed the firm's own margin funding operation. Lu Hua, the shadowy founder of Hongware Investment, had first amassed his fortune through real estate, later expanding into mining and hospitality ventures. Following the stock market's bottom in October 2008, a demand for margin financing surged dramatically. Several financially drained margin funding operators approached Lu Hua seeking loans they could rail in to clients requiring leverage. Who was Lu Hua? Executive President of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. His acumen for commerce and his uncanny instinct for opportunity immediately signaled a golden chance to enter the margin funding market independently. Within merely 6 months, Hongware Investment had risen to dominance among margin funding firms across the Yangtze River Delta, its operations even extending westward to Yunnan Province. Near noon, having just spoken with Tao Yuan, Zhang Xiaolong, the business manager at Hongware Investment, stood waiting in the corridor beside the elevator bank. Ding! The double elevator doors parted. Brother Tao, long time no see. Zhang Xiaolong greeted warmly. It's nearly lunchtime. Hope I haven't interrupted your meal, Xiaolong. Tao Yuan replied with a gentle smile. On the surface, their rapport appeared genuine, yet both knew well it was nothing more than polished theater. Not at all, not at all. Is this the gentleman seeking margin funding? Zhang Xiaolong turned toward Zhang Yang. Yes, also an alumnus of our Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Please offer him the alumni discount, as a personal favor to me. Tao Yuan interjected promptly. Zhang Yang extended his hand, feigning surprise. You're a senior brother too. I'm Zhang Yang, entered in 2000. I graduated 4 years ahead of you, in 2001. My name is Zhang Xiaolong. Call me Brother Zhang Longa or Manager Zhang. It's all the same. They shook hands firmly. Without pause, Zhang Xiaolong gestured invitingly. Since we're all alumni, consider this family territory. Let's continue our discussion in my office. Lead the way. All three proceeded to Zhang Xiaolong's office. The office was modest, roughly 20 square meters, yet fully equipped. Through its window, one could overlook the bustling plaza below. The manager, highly proficient in his role, retrieved a fountain pen and notepad, then asked, Brother Zhang, what is your initial capital, and how much margin would you like to secure? What is your maximum leverage ratio? Zhang Yang countered. The question momentarily stunned both Tao Yuan and Zhang Xiaolong. They had never encountered a client who began with such a direct query. Was it confidence or sheer recklessness? Zhang Xiaolong, seasoned and widely experienced, had seen countless gamblers chasing windfalls with excessive leverage. Men who staked everything on a single roll of fate. Regaining his composure, he glanced at Tao Yuan, then back at Zhang Yang. Our maximum leverage depends on your initial capital. May I ask, what is yours? RMB 200,000. Zhang Yang answered without hesitation. With RMB 200,000, the highest leverage we can extend is five-fold your RMB 200,000, serves as margin, and we allocate RMB 8,000, bringing your total tradable capital to RMB 1,000. He added soberly, I must caution you, Brother Zhang. If your RMB 200 margin declines by 95%, we may be compelled to enforce liquidation. Understood. Zhang Yang nodded calmly. Seeing his poise, Zhang Xiaolong surmised he'd done thorough research, and continued, so, how much leverage would you prefer? For newcomers, I generally recommend full leverage. Zhang Yang interrupted, voice steady and unflinching. Tao Yuan and Zhang Xiaolong froze in place. Full leverage, right from the outset. Was he truly this audacious? Zhang Xiaolong's gaze darted to Tao Yuan, silent, searching. Could this young man be planning a final gamble, then vanish into thin air if he loses? Tao Yuan himself stood utterly disoriented. He'd imagined twofold leverage, perhaps three, but never, not even in his wildest thoughts, full fivefold. With RMB 200 leveraged 5 times, even at the lowest interest rate, his daily fixed cost would run into hundreds of yuan. Something's wrong. Could Zhang Yang be heartbroken during breakup season and contemplating something irreversible? Tao Yuan couldn't help but wonder. Silence settled, deep, heavy, and charged with unspoken tension. It is said that graduation season is the season of breakups. Tao Yuan now seriously doubts that Zhang Yang is a love-struck fool unable to cope after his girlfriend abruptly ended their relationship. Otherwise, how could he come out and immediately pull the lever to the maximum? This is completely unlike what a student majoring in investment would do, showing a complete lack of risk management awareness. People who max out their leverage are not uncommon, but those who can truly profit from leverage are indeed few and far. Anyone who has studied finance knows that the best way to ensure profits in the shares or other stock markets is to use other people's money to trade stocks. This is why many fund managers ignore economic cycles, industry prospects, and macro data, always going in with full positions. After all, it's not their money that loses, and on the contrary, they can profit handsomely by collecting management fees. 5 times leverage, 8,000. Xiaolong, just give me the minimum interest as a favor. Tao Yuan pulled out a pack of fine Zhonghua cigarettes, took out 3, and began to scatter the smoke. If it were someone else, he wouldn't meddle, but Zhang Yang still had to produce market research reports to deceive the leaders, and that was something he had to oversee. Zhang Xiaolong took the fine Zhonghua cigarette. If he remembered correctly, this pack cost around 200, classified as a premium cigarette. Sha. Tao Yuan took out a lighter and lit Zhang Xiaolong's cigarette. Soon the office was filled with swirl. The 3 men did not rush to speak, but enjoyed the tranquility brought by nicotine, which was the effect Tao Yuan. As the saying goes, cigarettes clear the way, and alcohol builds bridges. Smoking and drinking can resolve 90 of the trivial matters encountered in daily life, and this is no exaggeration. Tao Yuan glanced at Zhang Yang, feeling that the latter should have calmed down. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaolong and asked, what interest can you offer? I can offer a minimum of 10. That's the highest authority I can exercise. If it's lower, you'll have to talk to our boss. 10,800 means a daily interest of 0.0274, which means regardless of operations, you must pay the funding company 219.18 every day. Tao Yuan's gaze shifted to Zhang Yang, seemingly giving a final reminder. Understood. Zhang Yang also understood what Tao Yuan was hinting at, but to him leverage was merely a common financial tool. After all, humanity's ability to surpass ferocious beasts like lions and tigers lay in their understanding of how to utilize tools. He then turned to Zhang Xiaolong and said, I have another question for Senior Brother Zhang. Is daily interest charged on non-trading days? It depends on whether you choose to hold stocks over the weekend or not. We calculate interest daily. If you clear all your stocks on Friday and choose to settle, then there will be no interest for Saturday and Sunday. Zhang Xiaolong paused for a moment before continuing. If you choose to continue holding stocks due to the capital being occupied, you will still have to pay interest for the 2 days over the weekend. This was already made quite clear. Whether or not to pay interest for the weekend completely depended on Zhang Yang's actions on Friday. Got it. Zhang Yang silently took note, then asked again, who is the trading manager I will be interfacing with regularly? In 2009, when seeking off-market funding, the actual trading account is not in your hands. You need to connect with the trading manager of the funding company by phone for manual order placement. This is also why many unregulated funding companies can deceive clients with simulated accounts and then abscond. Zhang Xiaolong said, let's not rush that. They should all be eating or resting. Let's sign the contract first. What do you think? That works. Then please wait a moment. Seeing that Zhang Yang was determined to leverage, Tao Yuan had nothing more to say, and Zhang Xiaolong could not afford to miss a deal for his performance. Before long, the freshly printed contract, still warm, was placed in front of Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang and Tao Yuan both carefully checked the terms before Zhang Yang signed his name and pressed his fingerprint with ink. The contract is in duplicate with each party holding one. This must be kept safe. Also, the funding process will only start once your 200,000 is deposited into our company account. If you have any questions, then you can ask me or your trading manager. Okay, understood. Now let's go see which manager catches your eye. Zhang Xiaolong put the contract in his drawer and then stood up looking at Zhang Yang and Tao Yuan. Zhang Yang also put away the contract. The details of the terms had basically been settled. 200 deposit, 5 times leverage funding of 800 with a daily interest rate of 0.0274, a daily interest of 219.18 yuan, with Zhang Yang deciding the settlement date, but it must be settled at least once every 30 days. The three then moved to the trading office area of Hongyue Investment, where the trading managers, who had just finished lunch, were chatting with each other. Hey brother Wang, did you have any clients blow up this morning? Today's low opening is quite fierce. The Shanghai Composite Index opened down 0.57, and my only remaining client blew up. I still have 2 clients, one of them might be on a losing streak, pulling from 2x leverage all the way up to 10x leverage. If it drops again this afternoon, I'll have to forcibly liquidate him. Yesterday was brutal, the market dropped to 94, and both my clients hurriedly added margin. I'm in the same boat. These are gamblers, it's quite interesting. The trading managers responsible for operations were not serious finance professionals, some of them even had only a junior high school education. Client blow-ups meant nothing to them, rather they became jokes over meals and tea. Who doesn't have clients in trouble? Zhang Xiaolong walked briskly into the trading area, scanning all the trading managers. The trading area was a large office space of about 500 square meters, with each trading manager having their own workstation. At this moment, about 40 men and women turned their gazes towards Zhang Xiaolong. Looking at such a large-scale trading office, Zhang Yang could not help but marvel at the scale of Hongyue Investment. Just from the funding business, how much could they earn in a single day? I, Manager Zhang, have no clients available for a 1v1 connection. I have no clients either. Manager Zhang, I don't have clients either. About 6 or 7 people stood up and quickly approached Zhang Xiaolong. Once a few arrived in front, Zhang Xiaolong turned to Zhang Yang and said, pick one. They all have no clients and can better serve you. Who has been here the longest? As soon as Zhang Yang's voice fell, a middle-aged man around 37 years old, wearing silver-framed glasses, immediately raised his hand and said, I have been here the longest. I am one of the first batch of trading managers in the company. Then you're the one. Zhang Yang decided without hesitation. Trading managers may sound similar to fund managers, but in reality they are worlds apart, with completely different levels of ability. These so-called trading managers merely replicate what they hear in their own computers. The difficulty is even less than that of court stenographers. Many thanks, Xiaolong. I'd like to treat you to a meal. I'll pass on the meal. I've got 2 clients coming in shortly. No need for formalities between us. We're practically family. Then I'll treat you next time. I'll certainly come. After brief pleasantries, Tao Yuan and Zhang Xiaolong parted ways. Zhang Xiaolong left Hongyue Investment with Zhang Yang and headed to a mid-tier restaurant for lunch. Concerned about his own future prospects, Tao Yuan reminded him during the meal, use leverage cautiously. It can wipe you out in an instant. I'll proceed with utmost prudence. Zhang Yang nodded in reply. Nonce stated. The two drove directly back to Hudu University of Finance and Economics. After nearly 2.5 hours on the road, as they neared campus, Zhang Yang glanced sideways and said, Senior brother Tao, please pull over at the nearby China Construction Bank. I need to handle some business. No problem. Tao Yuan knew Wudong Road well and recalled there was indeed a bank ahead. Moments later, the BMW M3 halted before the Wudong Road branch of China Construction Bank. I won't accompany you inside. I still have matters to attend to at the office, Tao Yuan remarked, watching Zhang Yang unbuckle his seatbelt. Zhang Yang replied, Understood. Thank you for your help today. It's nothing at all. Tao Yuan waved it off indifferently. At that moment, he asked for nothing more than that Zhang Yang refrain from reckless Allen leverage trading. If disaster struck, he wouldn't know whom to turn to for urgent research reports. Through this margin financing episode, Tao Yuan realized he could no longer rely solely on Zhang Yang. He needed to assemble his own market research team without delay. I won't detain you further, Senior Brother Tao. Goodbye. Thud. Zhang Yang closed the car door. The BMW M3 roared to life and vanished down the street like a silver bolt of lightning. After watching the car disappear, Zhang Yang pushed open the bank's glass doors, presented his ID card to take a number, and waited in the lobby. While waiting for his number to be called, he retrieved his Nokia phone, switched it from silent mode back to ringtone, and checked his incoming SMS notifications. Dear valued customer, in your China Construction Bank account ending in 2389, received a 90 renminbi transfer 90 yuan at 0932 on April 23, 2009. Your available balance is now RMB 40114. Reference QQ ID 109859. Dear valued customer, in your China Construction Bank account ending in 2389, received a 90 renminbi transfer 90 yuan at 0940 on April 23, 2009. Your available balance is now RMB 40204. Reference QQ ID 122877. Dear valued customer, in your China Construction Bank account ending in 2389, received a 90 renminbi transfer 90 yuan at 0944 on April 23, 2009. Your available balance is now RMB 40294. Reference QQ ID 158999. Glancing through them, he saw nothing but subscription-based market research report notifications. Never since departing Hangzhou by car his phone had vibrated incessantly, so he'd silenced it to avoid distraction while handling important matters. Now that the margin financing arrangement was secured, and with the clock past 3 in the afternoon, he decided to adjust his bank's SMS alert threshold to reduce notification frequency and simultaneously settle Heijing's service fee. By Zhang Yang's rough estimate, at least 130 people had paid him 90 renminbi each today, totaling RMB 11700. This constituted risk-free income, his financial safety net. What purpose does such a safety net serve? Input plainly, should one suffer total liquidation, it provides the capital to rise again. In retail, investors lacking stable income are perilously vulnerable. They possess virtually no capacity to withstand market shocks. Ding dong. In please customer number 0104. Proceed to counter number 2. In hearing the announcement, Zhang Yang pocketed his phone and strode swiftly toward counter 2. Seeing him take a seat, the female teller glanced up briefly and asked, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "I'd like to adjust my SMS alert threshold to trigger only for incoming transfers of 500 renminbi or more," Zhang Yang replied, concisely handing over his bank card and ID card. "One moment, please." And after a few keystrokes, the teller looked up again. "Kindly enter your transaction password at the self-service kiosk beside you." "Understood." Zhang Yang complied immediately. Not short while later, the adjustment was complete. Done. The alert threshold has been updated. Is there anything else I may assist you with? Also, please process a fund transfer. Is it interbank? To an agricultural bank account. Interbank transfers incur a 0.5 handling fee capped at 50 renminbi. You may fill out this form. Never mind. I'll withdraw cash instead, Zhang Yang interrupted. He'd forgotten that in 2009, banking reforms had yet to occur. Whether domestic or interbank, all transfers incurred steep fees. Only after third-party payment platforms, such as Alipay and Tenpay, rose to prominence did the 5 major state-owned banks, the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Agricultural Bank of China, China Construction Bank, and Bank of Communications, jointly announced on February 25, 2016, the elimination of all interbank and cross-regional transfer fees and waive fees for online RMB transfers under RMB 500 within mainland China. Only those who lived through that era truly grasped how exorbitant bank transfer fees once were. A RMB 200 transfer would cost 50 renminbi, not unaffordable, yet utterly unnecessary. In 2009, 50 renminbi could cover over 10 days' worth of breakfasts. Here are RMB 200. Please count carefully. Once you leave the counter, we assume no responsibility. And the teller passed the bundled cash through the service window. Zhang Yang counted the notes, once confirmed the amount, then added, "Could you also provide a black plastic bag and 2 sheets of scrap newspaper?" The teller paused silently, then complied. And though Zhang Yang's fluency was notable, she felt uneasy around men in their early 20s. Their knowledge spanned bewilderingly diverse domains. A single complaint call could cost her 200 renminbi in performance bonus, so she dared not gamble. And after receiving the newspaper and plastic bag, Zhang Yang wrapped the cash securely, then tucked his ID card and bank card into his pocket. Just before leaving, he paused and asked, "By the way, do you happen to know of any bespoke Western-style tailoring shops nearby?" Let me think. "No, I'm afraid I don't know." Thank you for your time." Zhang Yang asked no further. Having never indulged in luxury consumption domestically in his previous life, he remained unfamiliar with Shanghai's high-end tailoring establishments. Many remain unaware why others' suits drape flawlessly, accentuating silhouette and stature, while their own appear either insurance salesman stiff or real estate agent generic. The distinction lies in haute couture versus off-the-rack. Bespoke suits are meticulously crafted to match precise anatomical measurements, shoulder width, torso proportions, and more. For instance, if a client suffers uneven shoulders, the tailor subtly pads the lower side to create visual symmetry. This parallels hairstyling. Though the crew cut epitomizes masculine elegance, not every man can carry it off. Take Johnny Yong Bosch. His slick-back pompadour fixed with generous hair gel transforms him into an Asian icon. Yet shaved to a crew cut, he merely ranks as average. He'd asked the teller simply because her daily interactions might yield insight into reputable bespoke tailors. But he felt no urgency. With cash in hand, he returned to Hudu University of Finance and Economics. Arriving at the Investment Studies dormitory for women, Zhang Yang dialed Heijing. Seconds later, the call connected. Hello Zhang Yang, what is it? Are you in your dorm? Yes. I'm organizing market data. I'm downstairs. Please pause your work and come down to collect the money. Money. Your fee for producing the research reports. and upon clarification He Jing descended promptly to the ground floor lobby. Without hesitation Zhang Yang handed her the black plastic bag, RMB 2000. Please deliver the remaining 2 reports as soon as possible. He Jing nodded numbly. She stood momentarily stunned. RMB 200 was an extraordinary sum for a student. She'd assumed Zhang Yang would offer mere lip service, perhaps delivering only RMB 1000, or even RMB 800, as payment. Yet here he was, her employer, generous, decisive, uncompromising. If the amount is incorrect, contact me anytime. I'm heading back now, Zhang Yang said, turning to leave. To make a horse run, one must feed it well. With the VIP market research group now fully operational, he needed He Jing to produce timely, high-quality reports. Wait. He Jing suddenly called out, voicing a question long weighing on her mind. Between a government post and Huaxin Securities, which path should I choose? Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang paused, turned, and replied, You already hold the answer within your heart. You seek only my validation, not because you lack conviction, but because you wish to affirm your choice. There is no need. Trust your inner compass. As his words settled, he turned once more and walked away. He Jing watched his retreating figure and felt a sudden crystalline clarity, as if drenched in wisdom. When a second option arises, yet indecision lingers, it reveals that option's limited appeal, for a choice wholeheartedly embraced, is pursued without hesitation, without reserve. Upon returning to dormitory 308, Zhang Yang discovered that aside from Chun Chuan, the empty nest youth, both Wang Lu and Su Jiafeng were absent. The laptop was playing a movie starring Teacher Bobo. Chen Chuan, who appreciated culture and art, turned to see Zhang Yang, momentarily stunned, before asking in confusion, Didn't you go to Hangzhou, dorm leader? How could you return so soon? Although the distance from Hudu to Hangzhou isn't far, a round trip typically takes about 5 to 6 hours. It's only 4 in the afternoon. Who could he have met so quickly? Could it be that he just said hello and returned? Chen Chuan couldn't fathom. I just had a meal with friends. What about Lu and the others? Zhang Yang casually asked, then approached his bunk to open the laptop sitting on the desk. In 2009, stock trading still had its limitations, making it impossible to monitor and trade at any time. Today, while out on errands, Zhang Yang didn't even get a chance to check the markets, let alone trade stocks. His Nokia 3250 could only load some simple text web pages. They are from the badminton club. It seems they are busy organizing a social event with another club, Chen Chuan explained. He had never joined any clubs and was a typical homebody. Zhang Yang had joined the Go Club, but he quit during his sophomore year because he didn't like the club's atmosphere, as both the president and vice president were fond of bureaucratic practices. So that's how it is. Zhang Yang responded and sat down to check the market. Today, the Shanghai Composite Index closed up by 0.11, opening lower in the morning, with the banking sector leading the decline, reaching a low of 2,422.79. However, starting from 1:42 p.m., the securities began to move, pushing back against the banking sector's correction, leading coal, consumer, and automotive sectors to collectively rebound, pulling the index up to a high of 2,474. At 3 p.m., the final closing point was 2,463.95. It was evident that the recent significant drop was caused by the banking sector's corrections. What does the banking sector mean for a shares? For words, the stabilizing anchor. As long as the banks do not decline, the Shanghai Composite Index will not fall significantly. But if it drops, it can easily drag the entire market down. This is somewhat analogous to Bitcoin in later years. As soon as it drops, the entire crypto market is thrown into turmoil. This is also why many technical analysts in a shares closely monitor the banking and security sectors. Once again, the banking sector is leading the crash, Zhang Yang pondered. It seems that to capture the main upward wave, he must wait for the banks to stop falling and pay special attention to positive news regarding them. Then Zhang Yang opened his securities account to check his holdings, noting that Changjiang Power had increased by 261, bringing the total value of his stocks to 42,812 yuan. Yesterday, after a significant correction, Huagua Xinhua, which Zhang Yang was tied up with at a loss of 677, also turned positive today, closing up by 185, totaling 696 yuan. Currently, this stock has an overall return of 504, resulting in a loss of 2,017 yuan. However, combining the returns from these two stocks, Zhang Yang not only avoided a loss, but also made a small profit of 800 yuan. As for ST Zhongfangji, it directly hit a 5-limit down opening and closing at the same price, and the technical pattern made Zhang Yang sense danger. On the 22nd, the previous day's upper shadow line made him sense a slight crisis. He had initially planned to sell if it opened low the next day, but unexpectedly he delayed and hit the limit down, uncertain if it would continue to drop tomorrow. Currently, ST Zhongfangji still has a floating profit of 3,368 yuan, with an increase of 1684. As long as it can recover tomorrow, Zhang Yang will still be in profit. After briefly reviewing today's market trends, Zhang Yang logged back into QQ to handle the growing business of market research reports. He accepted all group join requests in the ordinary group, bringing the total number of members to 744, though most were just there for the excitement. For the VIP Research Report Group, Zhang Yang thought for a moment, and also accepted all requests, but after doing so, he renamed the VIP Research Group to VIP Research Transfer Group and created a new VIP Research Group. Subsequently, he went through the online banking transfer records one by one to pull people in. Before long, the new VIP Research Group had 134 members. Little Bun Master Joker must be done with his busy work now. What do you think about tomorrow's market trend? Crazy Cowboy, the banks plummeted severely in the morning. After I cut my losses, they rose back a bit. I'm not sure if I'll miss the next wave. Baby doesn't eat candy. Master Joker, can you predict tomorrow's trend? I've lost nearly 20 to 30,000 in the past 2 days. Since Zhang Yang had promised to issue warnings during trading, he apologized in advance to the group for not being able to. After seeing the group messages, Zhang Yang did not lurk, but reassured everyone, saying currently there are no obvious negative news. The market has corrected these past few days and should not rise too much. It needs time to digest. Everyone can rest assured. As Zhang Yang sent out the message, many members of the group heaved a sigh of relief. At the 2463 point level, many people were feeling anxious, especially since the Shanghai index had fallen to 1800 points half a year ago. Zhang Yang did not check the group messages again, but returned to the QQ main page, scrolling down to find that Su Zhihua had sent him a message at 11 in the morning asking, "Are you there?" Out of courtesy among classmates, he replied, "Yes, what's up?" Then he responded to other friends' private messages one by one, freeing up time to organize the existing market research reports. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the investment studies girls' dormitory, He Jing had just arrived at the corner of the stairs when Su Zhihua, Lan Sisi, and Wei Yunshi all focused their 6 eyes on her. Wow! The sudden scene startled He Jing, and she instinctively took a step back, asking, "What are you doing here?" The three of them made meaningful humming sounds. Their gazes towards He Jing seemed to say, "Didn't expect you to." Who doesn't know in dormitory 201 that Zhang Yang is the man I like? Jing Jie, you are actually trying to seduce him? Are you trying to put a green hat on me? Su Zhihua pouted, half joking. Have you two started dating? Lan Sisi raised an eyebrow and inquired. Although they all knew that Su Zhihua had feelings for Zhang Yang, they also understood that there had been no actual progress. No wonder you've been coming and going so early and late. Turns out you've been cozying up with Zhang Yang. Who would have guessed? Wei Yunshi laughed. At this moment, He Jing fell into a storm of thoughts, and to make matters worse, other girls were secretly eavesdropping. To avoid embarrassment, she pulled the three back to the dorm, and then confessed, "It's not what you think. We three saw it with our own eyes. You just met Zhang Yang in secret." Lan Sisi interrupted directly. "I went to collect my payment." He Jing handed the black plastic bag to Lan Sisi, and then recounted the entire scene. The black plastic bag was untied, and the wrapped newspapers were opened, revealing indeed 20,000 yuan. The girls believed He Jing's words were true, as boys wouldn't be so straightforward with gifts. When Wei Yunshi saw the 2 stacks of bills, she realized, "So you and Zhang Yang haven't started dating?" "No," He Jing replied succinctly. "Phew." Su Zhihua breathed a sigh of relief, touching her head, and saying, "Fortunately, I wasn't put in a green hat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for my reputation if it got out." "Zhihua, stop being narcissistic. Zhang Yang hasn't even dated you yet. Unrequited love is a sickness that needs treatment." Lan Sisi and Wei Yunshi chimed in. After taking back the 20,000 yuan from Lan Sisi, He Jing wrapped it back up in the newspaper, planning to find a time to deposit it in the bank. However, Su Zhihua caught wind of useful information, ignoring her roommate's teasing, and asked He Jing, "Jie, you just mentioned that Zhang Yang wants to start a finance-related website." On April 24th, Friday, unlike the market crash on the 23rd caused by the banks, the leading securities, stock Huaxin Securities, began to plummet as soon as the market opened this morning. Starting at an opening price of 25.4 yuan, it quickly dipped to 24.62 within 10 minutes, a drop of 3.07, dragging other securities stocks down with it. With the securities sector, the flag bearer of the bull market, in decline, and the bank sector, the steady anchor, failing to recover, a stormy turmoil was inevitable. After experiencing a limit down yesterday, Zhang Yang specifically researched what happened with ST Zhongfangji and indeed found the reason for the decline. It turned out that at 8 p.m. on April 24th, the disclosure time for ST Zhongfangji's quarterly report was approaching, prompting funds to flee preemptively. The rise of ST Zhongfangji was entirely due to the recovering manufacturing PMI data coupled with the prominence of textile machinery manufacturing, but this did not mean its performance could improve. When the stock opened at a high of 4.21 in the morning, Zhang Yang cleared his position, choosing not to gamble on the quality of the quarterly report that evening. He had invested a total of 2,000 yuan in ST Zhongfangji, earning a profit of 4,351.79 yuan, with a total increase of 21.76. In contrast to the bank's lethargy, the sharp decline in the securities sector was notable. Previously, Zhang Yang had predicted the coal sector, and at this moment, its leading stock Huaguo Shenhua continued its upward trend, achieving a 3.63 increase. Changjiang Electric Power was even more aggressive, soaring by 7.63, with trading volume doubling. When Zhang Yang purchased Huaguo Shenhua, and Shengtian Electric Power, he sensed that the bank sector was about to adjust, which might drag the market down, prompting him to buy into resource sectors like coal and electricity. In the share market, trading based solely on performance does not work, but ignoring performance while trading is simply playing a joke with one's own money. Performance is equivalent to the support point. A stock with good performance cannot endlessly decline. For instance, Shengtian Electric Power reported a net profit of 837.8 million in the first quarter of 2009, compared to 251.6 million in the first quarter of 2008. This represents a year-on-year increase of 232.98. With such an extent of performance growth, which major player would dare to sell off? If any institution were to drive the stock price down, retail investors would genuinely dare to go all in with the major players without a hint of hesitation. After selling St. Zhongfangji in the morning, he cleared his positions in Shengtian Electric Power and Huagua Shenhua at the end of the day, with the first two stocks yielding profits of 4351.79 and 6201.34 yuan respectively, while the later Huaxing incurred a loss of 646.23 yuan, resulting in a total profit of 9906.9 yuan. At this moment, Zhang Yang's securities account held a total of 198400 yuan. Regarding his bank account, Lai Weijia paid off the outstanding amount of 4000, and he received 1700 from research reports. He then took out 2000 yuan for He Jing, meaning there was 31740 yuan remaining in the bank account. The 19840 yuan in the securities account combined with the money in the bank meant Zhang Yang had a total of 2300 yuan. Without hesitation, he chose to transfer funds from securities to bank. Since he did not purchase treasury bond reverse repos yesterday, the 8800 yuan that had been consistently invested in reverse repos was successfully withdrawn by Zhang Yang. Dear customer, your construction bank account ending in 2389 was credited with 198442 yuan, written 19,842 yuan from the securities to bank transfer on April 24, 2009 at 3:04 p.m. The available balance is 230192 yuan. Taking advantage of the bank not closing yet after withdrawing the money from the securities account, Zhang Yang hurried to the construction bank outlet on Wudong Road to transfer funds to the designated account. After receiving the transfer receipt, Zhang Yang took a photo and sent it to Zhang Xiaolong's QQ account, then called him. Beep beep. After counting the busy tone, the call connected. Hello, junior brother Zhang. Senior brother Zhang, I have transferred the money and the photo of the large transfer receipt has been sent to your QQ account. Please check. Hold on. I can hear some clicking sounds of a mouse from the other end, and Zhang Xiaolong quickly said, I see it, junior brother. I will help you submit the financing information, and your trading manager will contact you shortly, so please pay attention to the call. All right. The two hung up the phone. Not long after, the trading manager, Zhong Qifeng, called. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Manager Zhang has just processed your 5x leverage financing totaling 1 million yuan with your margin. My online hours for trading next Monday are from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. You can call this number to trade stocks at any time. So fast. Zhang Yang was amazed by the other's speed, but worried about the interest on his financing account, asking, there are no charges this weekend, right? Daily interest is over 200 yuan, 2 days would be more than 400, and if they charged, he would have to have a serious talk. Of course there are no charges. Zhang Qifeng smiled calmly, continuing, the leverage funds will only take effect starting next week. Alright, I will contact you next week. Contact you next week. The two promptly hung up the phone. Zhang Yang, still at the construction bank, stood up from the bench, now operating with a capital of 1 million yuan. If he fully invested, a 1 increase would mean 100 yuan, and a limit up would yield 100 yuan. Compared to operating with 200, both the speed of making and losing money would increase significantly. At this moment, Zhang Yang had only one thought: to aggressively trade his shares, first accumulating his principal, then reducing the high-risk off-exchange financing. In the following 2 days of Saturday and Sunday, the capital market also brought several pieces of news. On the macro level, on April 25th, the WHO announced that the H1N1 influenza outbreak in Mexico and the United States was deemed an international public health emergency. The sudden flu sparked intense discussions online, with many expressing concerns about economic recovery. Industries such as aviation, tourism, and consumption had their investment priorities downgraded by Goldman Sachs. On April 26th, the 4th International Financial Forum of the Huagua Central Investment and Trade Expo was held in Huizhou Province, focusing on financial cooperation and development amid the global financial crisis. Also on April 26th, the two sides across the Taiwan Strait signed the Financial Cooperation Agreement, covering regulatory cooperation in banking, securities, and insurance, as well as currency management cooperation such as cash exchange and clearing mechanisms. In terms of individual stocks, on April 25th, Zhongxi Pharmaceutical issued multiple announcements, including stock delisting, reducing its stake in Kangdar, and merging with Hudwa Pharmaceutical through stock exchange. On April 26th, due to consecutive losses in 2008 and 2009, the Shenzhen Stock Exchange implemented a delisting risk warning for Boeing investment, and the stock was renamed ST Boeing. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that despite the stock reform and restructuring news of Minmin East Huaying Technology sparking market attention, on April 9th, discussions regarding its subsequent developments continued to heat up on the 25th and 26th. As Zhang Yang had leveraged 5 times, he had to ensure stable profits. The evolving market news allowed him to seize several potential directions, such as sectors in pharmaceuticals, banking, insurance, and central investment. As for Minmin East, a hot stock in the market, he chose not to investigate further. The reason was simple. Leveraging 5 times to speculate on market hotspots could result in a rapid margin call. Zhang Yang only focused on visible profits, such as the recently signed financial cooperation agreement across the Taiwan Strait, which might further boost the shares, as it was genuinely good news for banks and securities. If both the banking and securities sectors, the engines, were to start simultaneously, the market performance in the coming week would unlikely be poor. On April 27th, Monday, only 2 months remain until graduation from the 4th year. This week, there are no courses for the investment major, and the school has allocated time for students to prepare their graduation theses and engage in real trading. After having breakfast in the school cafeteria, Zhang Yang held his laptop and bag, walking towards the commercial street outside the campus. Due to the change in trading methods, he now needs to contact Zhong Qifeng by phone to place orders, hence, he did not go to the library. Although the financial analysis room is rarely crowded, other students still seek quietness and study in the self-study area inside. Arriving at the entrance of the leisure cafe, where he last had tiramisu with Suzhra and Suzhiro, Zhang Yang pushed the door open. "Are you open?" Zhang Yang asked loudly. The shop owner, Jiang Xianxiao, who was still wiping the bar, was somewhat surprised. Typically, there would be no students at this hour, as they usually come after 9. The Wudong Road commercial street is surrounded by 3 universities, Hukai Fudan and Tongji, primarily catering to student business. "You might need to wait a little while. What coffee would you like?" Jiang Xianxiao looked Zhang Yang up and down, finding him somewhat familiar. "A latte, please." "Would you like extra?" "No need." "Oh, all right, please wait a moment." A latte is made from espresso mixed with 2/3 of hot milk. Its bitterness is already mild, and adding extra sugar would make it indistinguishable from sweet milk. Zhang Yang found a spot in the corner, trying to avoid disturbing others. High-end cafes generally offer charging ports. For instance, Starbucks deliberately employs people to work on laptops inside to create an elite atmosphere. While roasting coffee beans, Jiang Xianxiao remembered who he was. Zhang Yang. She sneaked a glance at his corner spot and hurriedly withdrew her gaze. Jiang Xianxiao knew Zhang Yang's name not because of any special ability, but because she had accidentally overheard him telling a story about tiramisu that night. To verify its authenticity, she even searched for it online. After confirming that Zhang Yang's words were not false, Jiang Xianxiao worked overnight to adjust the tiramisu recipe in her shop, increasing the bitterness of the coffee and adding the story of the Italian soldiers, which indeed garnered unanimous praise from customers. After adjusting the recipe out of curiosity, she centered her search around the information of Suzhra and Suzhiro, successfully finding Zhang Yang's information in the Hudu school forum, thus learning his name. Zhang Yang was unaware that Jiang Xianxiao had investigated his information. Due to the lack of internet access, after connecting to the cafe's Wi-Fi, he began organizing market information. Last week, the shares experienced a significant pullback, largely due to the rotation of the banking and securities sectors dumping stocks. Why did this happen? The upward momentum was weak. To put it more professionally, there were too many trapped stocks above 2,481 points, with profit-taking gradually being realized. The bullish forces were insufficient, forcing a downward adjustment and compelling the upper stocks to cut losses. At this point, someone might wonder, with the market adjusting downwards, isn't there a fear that the profit-taking stocks will be bought? Generally speaking, when profit-takers choose to realize their gains, they believe they have reached a short-term peak and need to adjust downwards. Even if they choose to buy back at this point, it is usually in small amounts. As for the trapped retail investors above seeing the break-even points within reach, they often think about reducing their holdings to lower their cost basis and avoid being further trapped. This is also why once the market shows weakness in rising, it will adjust downwards, all based on manipulating. On April 26th, a financial cooperation agreement was signed across the strait, directly benefiting mainland banks, securities, futures, and insurance, providing the possibility for an uptrend. On April 26th, a financial cooperation agreement was signed across the strait, directly benefiting mainland banks, securities, futures, and insurance, providing the possibility. "Thank you," Zhang Yang politely replied, then returned his gaze to his work. "No problem." As Jiang Xianxiao was leaving, she couldn't help but glance at Zhang Yang's laptop screen. Upon discovering the stock chart page of Huaxing Securities, she suddenly realized, so he's trading stocks. No wonder he woke up so early. She also decided not to disturb him further and began preparing for the opening tasks with the other arriving staff. Zhang Yang didn't pay much attention. He was solely focused on quickly accumulating funds in his account, intending to speculate on concepts himself. At 9:10, nearing the opening bell, the FTSE China A50 futures had already indicated a 0.15 increase, serving as a leading indicator for the share market. Why is it a leading indicator? The FTSE China A50 futures, fully known as the Xinhua FTSE China A50 Index futures, are financial derivatives of the A50 index traded on the Singapore Exchange. The constituent stocks are the 50 largest by market capitalization on the Shanghai and Shenzhen stock exchanges, accounting for nearly 33% of the total market capitalization of shares, covering various industries, including finance, energy, and consumer goods. Unlike the shares, which open at 9:15 a.m. and close at 3 p.m., the FTSE China A50 futures begin trading at 9 a.m. and continue until 5 a.m. the next day, meaning it only has 4 hours of downtime. When the shares have yet to open, the FTSE China A50 futures reflect the attitude of foreign investors. If they show a significant rise during the night, it is highly likely that the next day will open high. Zhang Yang looked at the slightly rising FTSE China A50 futures and murmured to himself, could it be that the financial cooperation agreement signed over the weekend did not meet foreign investors' psychological expectations? As he pondered, the time reached 9:15. During the share collective bidding period, bank securities and insurance stocks collectively turned positive, while the FTSE China A50 futures index soared, seemingly developing in line with market expectations. At this moment in the VIP research group, people continuously Zhang Yang asking for trend predictions. Little Potato, the shares are about to open. Which sector is the group leader preparing to target? Joker. Weak water 3000. The banking and securities sectors seem to be stopping the decline. The financial cooperation agreement is a major benefit, and the main forces can't possibly ignore it. Rabbit doesn't eat grass. Joker, how are we operating today? Didn't you say you would issue intraday warnings? You're not taking leave again, are you? Zhang Yang certainly hadn't forgotten the clients in the VIP research group, but he was not a deity and couldn't predict the daily stock trends. Even as a reincarnator, he only had a rough understanding of some key events, such as the fact that this round of the share bull market would last until July or August. If someone were to ask about the daily trends, it would be akin to someone suddenly asking what color underwear you wore 1,462 days ago. Who remembers such trivial matters? It's possible that you weren't even wearing any. However, being able to remember the approximate cutoff time for this bull market gave Zhang Yang an advantage over others, allowing him to operate with more confidence. As 920 arrived, the chaotic orders began to disappear, and the collective bidding for banks looked somewhat concerning. Banks like construction and industrial and commercial were seeing a contraction in trading volume, and the gaps in bidding prices were widening, indicating that the bulls remained weak. Zhang Yang then looked at the securities sector, which also showed a pattern of opening high and closing low. If the banking and securities sectors continue to be sluggish, the market may be in for a rough day. The four major banks and Huaxin Securities are experiencing a continued decline in the auction market, with the intervals between bids widening and the matching volume above shrinking. The cross-strait financial cooperation agreement seems to have failed to alter the retracement trend, necessitating cautious operations. Whoosh! Zhang Yang sent out the information. After a while, messages flooded the group. Lonely Wolf, so does that mean today is another garbage time? Invincible Xiao Jia, no way such a significant positive development hasn't pushed the banks up. What on earth do the main forces want to do? Beloved Xiao Qian, Joker, I don't understand. After a substantial retracement and 3 consecutive limit-ups, is it still possible to enter Chang'an Automobile? Rabbit doesn't eat grass. Why must we wait for the banks and securities to start? Are they not rising? So does that mean the shares are finished? Zhang Yang did not respond to individual stock questions. He was there to issue warnings during trading, not to teach people how to trade stocks or assist in stock diagnosis. After looking around, he addressed the question from Rabbit doesn't eat grass. They are like macroeconomic indicators in the shares. Under poor macroeconomic conditions, it is challenging for the microeconomy to break through. Friends in the group who have entrepreneurial experience over the past 2 years must deeply understand this. As soon as the message was sent, group members immediately jumped in to agree. Late night wine. I indeed have deep experience. After graduating in 2002, I opened a restaurant with friends, and it was fine for the first few years with stable income. But these past 2 years, with the subprime crisis hitting, I lost over 3,000 in 2 years. Xiao Chen, I'm even worse off. I saved around 1,000 from working, and in early 2007, I invested in a milk tea shop. Just after the renovation and less than 2 months of operation, I encountered a massive return of migrant workers, and everyone had no money to spend. Qingyuan Confucianism, that's what it means to start a business. When the environment is good, you might not succeed 100, but the hope of success is even slimmer when the environment is bad. Anyone who has studied macroeconomics knows that it is not suitable to start a business during poor economic conditions. During economic downturns, the competition is about cash flow reserves and asset preservation. Applying economics to the shares allows one to understand why it is not appropriate to enter the market when the overall market is fluctuating downward. The most obvious example is the 6,000-point peak in 2007, which represents a turning point in the economy. If you don't believe it, you can only see 1,800 points. After issuing the mid-session warning, Zhang Yang did not look back at the content of the VIP research group, but focused on the upcoming opening of the shares. At 9:30 a.m., the shares opened. The banking sector retraced again, with the four major banks becoming the main force in driving down prices as China Construction Bank dipped to 4.29 yuan, a drop of 1.38, while Industrial and Commercial Bank fell by 1.79, with its stock price reaching 3.96 yuan, a dragging down the securities and insurance sectors. The continued low opening and decline of the overall market caused a chorus of complaints from numerous retail investors. Many technical traders maintained a pessimistic attitude. Brother Feng stock teaching it's over, the shares are really finished with a drop of 2.94 on April 22nd. Although it was slightly positive on the 23rd, it has now seen 2 consecutive days of bearish candlesticks indicating a top trend. Jianghu small retail investor, the overall market has broken below 2,400 points. The support level is at 2,379 points from April 9th. If it breaks below the 20-day line, then sorry, I'm directly looking at 2,000 points from March 3rd. I'm not joking. King's attack, please don't drop any more, I beg you, shares. I just fully invested last week. If it drops further, my wife will want to divorce me. Coke-flavored chicken wings, I'm down on my knees, a shares. Father, please rise a bit. I'm from Ganshi, and my girlfriend's bride price is 1.80. I'm counting on you to rise by 20 to marry her. The market sentiment has clearly turned negative, and 4 consecutive days of decline have led to an increasing number of profit-taking positions. Why do we say it's a 4-day decline? Because beneath the slightly positive rising index, there are corpses everywhere in the decline. Many retail investors have experienced this. Clearly their stocks, and even the entire market, are in a terrible state, yet the overall market is still slightly positive, which is actually no different from a drop. At a time when the overall market performance was poor, Zhang Yang suddenly noticed a sector that was rising against the trend, as the concept of Huaxin Securities had an unusual alert, being the only one that turned positive. Mang Chao Swan. Zhang Yang murmured to himself, seemingly recalling something. He lightly clicked the mouse and found that stocks related to Mang Chao Swan were collectively surging. The first to hit the limit was Rhine Biotech, which reminded Zhang Yang that Rhine Biotech was a highly controversial market concept stock in 2009. Why is it said to be controversial? If Zhang Yang remembered correctly, it was not the real leader in Mang Chao Swan, but merely a product of speculation by hot money. The reason it had the concept of Mang Chao Swan was that after the outbreak of the H1N1 flu in March, Rhine Biotech immediately organized raw material procurement, began production of Mang Chao Swan, and secured 10 contracts totaling 31.74 million yuan. It was precisely because of market speculation that Rhine Biotech's stock price surged from the opening limit price of 13.73 yuan on the 27th to a peak of 55. As one of the market monsters in the first half of 2009, Professor Wang Xingbang even mentioned it in class and analyzed its fundamentals, summarizing it in 9 words: a concept stock without support. Since his rebirth, Zhang Yang has been paying attention to the medical sector, but the memories are too distant that even he couldn't recall when exactly the medical drugs would explode. At this moment, the explosion of the Mang Chao Swan concept also unlocked his sealed memories, allowing him to find an anchor for his recollections. It seems that on April 25th, the WHO declared the outbreak of H1N1 flu in Mexico and country M as an international public health emergency, marking the starting point for the rise of flu drug concepts in the entire shares. If Rhine Biotech is not the true leader, then who is the real leader? A brilliant idea flashed through Zhang Yang's mind, and he immediately sent a message to He Jing asking her to help find which company is the leading enterprise in Mang Chao Swan. Currently, hot money has already locked 1.9 million hands, and without a hot money position, it is nearly impossible for Zhang Yang to buy Rhine Biotech. Give up on the monster stock. Sorry, Zhang Yang couldn't do that. Since he couldn't buy Rhine Biotech, he could completely create a Rhine Biotech himself. Having just gotten up, He Jing saw Zhang Yang's message and didn't bother to wash up, also searching the internet for clues. About 2 hours later, He Jing compiled a list of companies related to Mang Chao Swan and sent it to Zhang Yang via QQ documents asking, "Do you want to chase after the pharmaceutical stocks?" He then compared the companies He Jing collected with those he had gathered, selecting 5 leading companies for further comparison. Ultimately, Zhang Yang uncovered the true Mang Chao Swan enterprise stock, Jianfeng Group. Jianfeng Group was established in 1958 as Jinhua Cement Factory, underwent shareholding reform in 1988, and was listed on the Shanghai Securities Exchange in 1993, becoming the first listed company in China's cement industry. Those who haven't delved deeply might wonder how a company in the cement industry is related to the raw materials for flu antiviral drugs like Mang Chao Swan. In reality, it is not Jianfeng Group that is connected to Mang Chao Swan, but rather its subsidiary Tianjin Jianfeng Natural Products Company. Its 8-flavor extraction technology for Mang Chao Swan passed expert evaluation organized by the Tianjin City Science and Technology Committee in 2006, concluding that it was domestically leading technology, emphasizing its significant advantages of short production cycles and minimal environmental pollution. After finding the true dragon, Zhang Yang began to ponder how to leverage this advantage. Because he currently has only around 1 million, it is impossible to lock in the limit, and he must rely on large funds for assistance. The only hot money he knows is Jumping Brother, whom he has mutually followed. Of course, he could also take a different approach, rallying the hundreds of retail investors in the VIP research group and chat group to work together, but that goal is too large. If reported to the Securities Regulatory Commission, it would be easy to be labeled as market manipulation. Ningbo City, located in the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region, lies in eastern China, bordered by Shaoxing to the west and Taichung to the south. It is a city rich in tourism resources. However, it does not solely rely on tourism, or rather its economic heart has two components. One is tourism and the other is port cargo transportation. In 2008, Ningbo's total cargo throughput reached 362 million tons, ranking second in the country, with container throughput of 1,084 million standard boxes. This was a 17.5 increase year-on-year, placing it fourth in the country and eighth in the world. A city with cultural depth and a port naturally harbors wealth among its people. At that moment, in the VIP room on the fourth floor of the Galaxy Securities branch on Liberation South Road in Ningbo, over a dozen unremarkable men in ordinary short-sleeved shirts were intently focused on their computer screens, and after a flurry of operations, someone was the first to cheer. They followed. The retail investors are in. Seal the board. Seal the board. 1 million hands. 1.3 million now. Damn, the order speed is fast. Are other capital players getting involved too? Of course. The H1N1 flu outbreak was in March in Mexico and the United States, and when the market tried to speculate twice, we suppressed it with money. Now the World Health Organization has classified it, and we have ample chips in hand. If we don't pull off 10 consecutive boards, we would be disrespecting our efforts during this time. The VIP room filled with smoke, and as the excitement grew, the speed at which their cigarettes extinguished quickened. They had been hungry for more than 2 months, eagerly awaiting this opportunity to feast. At this moment, a middle-aged man with an ordinary face and rimless glasses, who was the only one not smoking, calmly spoke up. Don't be complacent. Of funds are piling up. Whether we can eat well this year relies on this Rhineland biotechnology. His voice was not loud, but it carried a penetrating quality, with each word falling clearly into the ears of his 10 or so companions. After he spoke, the originally relaxed group immediately put away their smiles, as this man seemed to hold absolute authority within the team. The middle-aged man with glasses was none other than Su Xiang, known in the share market as the Soul Cutting Blade and the Supreme Leader. Born in 1978 in Ningbo, Su Xiang developed a passion for reading biographies of tycoons from a young age. After reading Warren Buffett's autobiography, he plunged into the share market at the age of 15 with yuan, only to lose all his capital in less than 3 months. It is worth mentioning that before December 16, 1996, shares had no limit on price increases or decreases, similar to American and Hong Kong stocks, where a 99 limit down could happen at any second. However, with the introduction of price limits, Su Xiang developed the limit-up trading strategy, focusing on strong and leading stocks. It was through this realization, along with a 1,000 yuan investment from his cousin Ma Xinqi, that he amassed over 1 million in funds in less than 2 months, reaching a capital accumulation of 100 million by the age of 25. During his journey to wealth, he formed the Ningbo Limit Up Death Squad with 20 others centered around the Galaxy Securities branch on Liberation South Road in Ningbo, aggressively trading his shares. Sitting at his trading position, Su Xiang's face showed no expression, yet his brows conveyed a sense of exuberance. After all, at the age of 31, possessing over 5 billion in capital would make anyone feel spirited. Today's Limit Up for Rhineland Biotechnology was orchestrated by Su Xiang himself. He was fully aware that Rhineland Biotechnology was not the leading enterprise in the production of methacrylic acid, but it was the stock most easily manipulated, possessing the concept of methacrylic acid. Rhineland Biotechnology's Q1 2009 report indicated an operating income of 7,039 million yuan, a decrease of 47 year-on-year compared to 7,147 million yuan in the same period of 2008. The net profit showed a loss of 87630 yuan, whereas the net profit in the same period last year was 1,930 yuan, marking a decline of 186.82, with a return on equity of 0.36 compared to 0.41 in the previous year. Most critically, the total number of shareholders was only 10963. Rhineland Biotechnology's summary was that it was a stock with poor performance, easily manipulated, and little attention from the market, being a small-cap stock. What type of stock do retail investors love the most? Blue-chip stocks? Of course not. Even if Su Xiang currently has 5 billion in funds, if you let him control the performance of the 4 major banks, he would likely end up with nothing but his underwear. Retail investors typically favor stocks with poor performance, low market attention, and small market capitalization that are in hot concepts. To clear out retail investors from such stocks, a simple rise of about 5 over a few days will get them to willingly give up their chips. This is also why some stocks which are clearly underperforming to the point of being delisted often turn out to be potential speculative stocks. Huawahudo. Outside the commercial street of Hukai in a restaurant specializing in authentic rice noodles from Gue, Zhang Yang slurped his noodles while constantly checking the private messages on his Baidu Tieba account. Just over an hour ago, after identifying the true leading enterprise in methacrylic acid, he pondered leveraging external power. The first person that came to his mind was the three-line capital player known as Jumping Off Brother. Of course, a single Jumping Off Brother wouldn't be enough. What Zhang Yang truly wanted to leverage was the other capital players who controlled Chang'an Automobile alongside Jumping Off Brother, more precisely this capital player team. Initially, when Zhang Yang shared trading insights on Tieba, the two briefly interacted under the post, and Jumping Off Brother had even shared his profit chart from Chang'an Automobile. From the details of the individual stocks' returns, it was clear he was one of the capital players controlling the market, as such high returns were impossible without prior positioning. However, over an hour had passed, and Jumping Off Brother had yet to respond to his private message. Zhang Yang felt uncertain. After all, intercepting the dragon was a confrontation against large market capital. Yet for an adult seeking progress, trying meant a chance of success, while not trying would zero out the chances. For example, when approaching someone on the street, as long as one persists, they can eventually obtain a few contact details from the opposite gender, and perhaps the relationship could further develop. However, if one doesn't even get any contact details, the possibility of developing a relationship simply doesn't exist. However, Zhang Yang would never have thought that the private message he sent had already been seen by Jumping Off Brother Chen Sanrong, who simply chose to ignore it. As a three-line capital player, Chen Sanrong had already learned through his internal information network who was manipulating Rhineland biotechnology. For him to go against Su Xiang was akin to the nine-headed insect from Journey to the West sending Ben Borba to eliminate Tang Sung and his disciples. It was pure suicide. The 10 million he had was not even enough for the small change of the other party. After muttering wishful thinking, Chen Sanrong unfollowed Zhang Yang's Joker account and blacklisted him. Looking back now, he had underestimated Zhang Yang. Not only did Zhang Yang lack any bottom line, but he also had a touch of wishful thinking, a dreamer. After finishing his noodles, Zhang Yang noticed the other party was slow to reply and thought that perhaps the message had been buried, so he sent another one. Sending failed. Due to the other party's privacy settings, he cannot receive your message. The sudden red exclamation mark caused Zhang Yang to pause for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and calmly closed the window. Being rejected was a common occurrence for someone who had navigated through society. He wouldn't obsess over why the other party directly blacklisted him without a word. Since he could not leverage the external force of capital players, he would have to abandon the idea of intercepting the dragon and instead turn his attention to targeting those who were drinking soup. At 3 p.m. the shares closed without any miracles. The Shanghai Composite Index fell by 1.77, closing at 2,405, without breaking the 2,400-point mark. The Shenzhen Composite Index declined by 2.5, reaching 9,082, 22 points. The lethargy in the banking sector and weakness in the securities market left the entire share market in a dreary state. With the short-term trend uncertain, Zhang Yang chose to stay in cash and wait. Many retail investors have learned to fully invest and diversify their holdings, but they still struggle to learn the strategy of staying in cash, which is a major reason for their losses. No stock market can rise. Everyday fluctuations are what define a stock market. For example, on April 27th, Zhang Yang did not take action, thus avoiding a 1.77 drop in the market. If he decides to enter the market tomorrow, his entry price would be lower than that of other retail investors. Earning money in the stock market is not a matter of luck, but rather endurance. Peter Lynch, hailed as the world's best fund manager, mentioned in his book Beating the Street that regardless of the investment method you use, the ultimate success depends on the ability to ignore environmental pressures and persist until success in investing. The fund manager Terry Smith from Country Y also stated in his book Investing for Growth that investing is like a marathon requiring long-term commitment rather than short-term strategies. Learning and skillfully applying fundamental investment strategies such as staying in cash, diversifying, and full investment is the first step toward profitability. Since he is not using leveraged funds, Zhang Yang does not need to pay daily interest to Hongware investment. In the Shanghai Financial Library, the Finance Analysis Study Area. Wearing a pure white fitted high-neck short sleeve paired with a gray high-waisted Aline skirt, the stunning He Jing watched as Zhang Yang approached with his laptop bag and inquired, "Where did you go this morning? Why weren't you trading here?" It was obvious she had been to the library in the morning. Zhang Yang set down his laptop bag and took out his notebook computer, saying, "I leveraged and needed to find a place where I could talk." "Are you looking for a financing company?" He Jing flashed a look of concern. Professor Wang Xingbang had previously advised against leveraged investments as all the investors who jumped off buildings had used leverage. If leverage hadn't been used, to drop from 1,600 to 1,800 points in 2007 would have resulted in a loss of at most 70 or 80. However, if leverage had been applied, even with just 2x leverage, encountering such extreme market conditions could lead to a total loss. Zhang Yang did not hide anything. He had no need to conceal it from He Jing. He then changed the subject, asking, "Has the third market research report been completed?" "It's done. I'll send it to you now." He Jing didn't delve into why Zhang Yang had leveraged, though she respected his choice. Okay, Zhang Yang responded, and added there are only 4 days left this month. Please make an effort to get the 4th report to me by the 30th. Producing 4 market research reports in a month was an agreement between Zhang Yang and Tao Yuan. Although they signed the co-creation agreement on April 9th, an agreement is an agreement. Even if it hasn't been 30 days, 4 reports in a month means 4 reports. Is it that urgent? It is indeed a bit rushed. I'll do my best. If you're lacking ideas, you could start with individual stock sectors. It would be simpler. Understood. After a brief exchange, Zhang Yang opened the 3rd market research report prepared by He Jing, which focused on the economic recovery in Asia. According to the report, country RS GDP in the first quarter of 2009 fell by 3 quarter-on-quarter, translating to an annualized decline of 12.4. The 75 trillion yen investment plan did not seem to stimulate economic recovery as expected. However, during the interest rate briefing in March, country R indicated that it would further lower interest rates and did not rule out the possibility of negative interest rates. What are negative interest rates? Taking Zhang Yang's leveraged investment as an example, borrowing 8.0 requires a 10 annual interest rate resulting in over 200 yuan in daily interest expenses. But if the rate were 10 annually, Zhang Yang would not only not pay interest on the loan, but the financing company would also pay him over 200 yuan daily. That is negative interest. The further stimulus from country R finally brought a turning point to the domestic economy. On the other hand, South Korea announced interest rate cuts on October 9, 2008, and by April 27, had cut rates 6 times consecutively, bringing the benchmark rate to 2, with actual rates being negative to boost market liquidity. The economic recovery of Japan and South Korea is beneficial to their neighbor country, especially under negative interest rates, as foreign capital often seeks investment targets. After thoroughly understanding He Jing's report, Zhang Yang began to make revisions. He added content to the conclusion page mentioning the impact of the H1N1 influenza pandemic in country M and Mexico on the global economy, and smoothly extended it to the concept of manganese acid. Finally, he included his evaluation of today's surge in the pseudo-leading stock Reborn Biotechnology, along with a list of 5 domestic companies capable of producing manganese acid, including the Peak Group. He worked until dark, sending the market research report to Tao Yuan via QQ files, leaving a message saying the manganese acid concept is the new main line in the market. A speculative stock will emerge from it. He then forwarded it to his VIP research report group, capturing his trading insights along with the report's content, and posting it on his Baidu Tieba account under the Joker username. At this moment, Zhang Yang was taking a gamble. His channel of dissemination was quite limited, but if it were sent out by Tao Yuan, given the influence of Huaxin Securities, it might have surprising effects. After all, Huaxin Securities had to support him now and would not fail to promote him. Additionally, Zhang Yang learned from the buying department list of Reborn Biotechnology on the Dragon and Tiger list that the controlling speculative funds were the Ningbo Death Squad. Su Xiang, the leader of the Death Squad, had a controlling style characterized by a long-term trend of holding stocks. He would not hastily sell off after 2 or 3 consecutive rises. Moreover, from his past life memories, Zhang Yang knew that Reborn Biotechnology was a major speculative stock in 2009, meaning the manganese acid concept would be speculated to the skies in the near future. If he couldn't get into the leading stocks, he could certainly follow along with the second dragons or third dragons. However, Zhang Yang did not anticipate that his VIP research report group was not only joined by the jumping-off brother Chen Sanrong, but also the second-tier speculative funds known as Changqing Wanjiao. At this moment, far away in the east of Guangdong, Liao Guopei Changqing Wanjiao was carefully observing the market research report that Zhang Yang had sent out not long ago. After his unsuccessful attempt to control Chang'an Automobile, he reflected on his problems and sought to gather insights from various sources. Like Chen Sanrong, he inadvertently came across Zhang Yang's discussion thread, but he did not reply. Since then, he occasionally checked Zhang Yang's posts for operational comparisons. Upon discovering that Zhang Yang had created a discussion group, Liao Guopei immediately joined to check it out. Unlike Chen Sanrong, who decisively left the group, Liao Guopei, upon learning that Zhang Yang was selling the market research report, transferred funds with a mindset of giving it a try. He realized that he had underestimated Zhang Yang's abilities. The manganese acid concept Reborn Biotechnology, Liao Guopei murmured as he looked at the report. As a speculative fund, he naturally knew this was the work of the Ningbo Death Squad and was personally led by the master Su Xiang. Perhaps I can follow along and benefit from it. Liao Guopei mumbled to himself while closing the report and opening a group chat for experienced stock investors. The discussions in the group immediately caught his attention. Little Bear loves consecutive boards. Ha ha ha, this Joker is too much of a clown, thinking of pulling the jumping-off brother to work with the Ningbo Death Squad. Trading stocks to support the family. Today's fund is here. This is a real Joker, ha. Little War God, I have also seen his trading strategy posts. I initially thought he was a big shot in disguise, but it turns out he is a lunatic. Due to Zhang Yang's outrageous private messages, Chen Sanrong treated him as a source of amusement, screenshotting and sharing it in a group chat of 500 people. This screenshot quickly spread like wildfire across various stock trading groups. However, when Liao Guopei saw Zhang Yang's idea about cutting the dragon, unlike others, he did not view it as entertainment. His mind went blank and goosebumps covered his body. Seizing food from the tiger's mouth. Openly challenging. What is manko acid? Tao Yuan was carefully pondering the market research report sent by Zhang Yang, which emphasized the manko acid concept at the end, and Zhang Yang also specifically sent him a message on QQ stressing that manko acid might become the short-term main theme of the market. After some searching, Tao Yuan understood the significance of manko acid. It is an intermediate for antiviral and anti-cancer drugs with a strong inhibitory effect on various DNA and RNA viral diseases, and is also an important raw material for synthesizing the antiviral drug oseltamivir. In other words, Zhang Yang believes that the market will speculate around H1N1 influenza. Due to the poor performance of both the banking and securities sectors, the Shanghai and Shenzhen indices experienced a significant decline again, and the situation was quite grim, but the only sector that turned positive was the manko acid concept. After confirming that manko acid met the conditions for speculation, he continued to investigate further. When he saw the list of buying brokerage firms for the first stock to hit the limit up, Rhine Biotech, Tao Yuan exclaimed in surprise, so it was driven by Su Xiang. Every speculator has their commonly used brokerage firms, and Su Xiang frequently uses 4 specific firms, which are 1. Galaxy Securities Ningbo Jiefang South Road Brokerage. 2. Guotai Jinan Securities Shanghai Sujiang Road Brokerage. 3. Dongfang Securities Shanghai Baoqing Road Brokerage. 4. Dongfang Securities Shanghai Zhaojiabang Road Brokerage. It is worth mentioning that brokerage firms are not exclusive to any specific speculator. As long as you pay for a seat, you can use the corresponding brokerage's trading channels, and when listed on the leaderboard, the names will be those of these brokerage firms. Some small speculators, in order to better drive market sentiment, intentionally use seats from well-known speculators, commonly referred to as borrowing a vest. After tracing the clues, Tao Yuan picked up a nearby coffee cup and analyzed softly. The World Health Organization has just classified H1N1 influenza, and Su Xiang is already eager to seal off related concepts. According to his trading style, manko acid indeed has the potential to become the short-term main theme. Thinking of this, he first took a sip of coffee, then put down the cup and continued to analyze. If I can predict the rise of manko acid concept stocks ahead of the market, once the company executives know, they might provide me with more resources. Tao Yuan's painstaking efforts to reach a co-creation agreement with Zhang Yang had only one goal: to obtain the company's training resources. For a fund manager, accurately predicting the future trend of the market is the best proof of professional strength. Just like the stock god Warren Buffett, who has never made a mistake in half a lifetime of investing, he can always cash out before a market crash, and market funds have set up a reference statistic called the Buffett indicator for this legendary figure, symbolizing top-tier strength. Now, not only has Zhang Yang's research report mentioned manko acid, but Su Xiang is also bullish on it, and the World Health Organization has classified H1N1 influenza. All these factors indicate that the share market and even the global capital markets in the future may revolve around speculating on manko acid. After seeing the stocks related to the manko acid concept in the last few pages of the market research report, Tao Yuan began to verify them one by one. He had never fully trusted Zhang Yang, or rather he did not dare to gamble his future on Zhang Yang's character. If Zhang Yang were to engage in ulterior motives and wanted to use him to drive up the stock prices, the serious consequences would far exceed his capacity to bear. Fortunately, after Tao Yuan's thorough investigation, the manko acid concept stocks recommended by Zhang Yang's report had no issues, and Tao Yuan gradually felt relieved. He had already decided to stay up all night to rewrite the report and submit it the next day, because the earlier he predicted the rise of the manko acid concept, the more stable his elite persona in the company would be. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. As May approached, the temperature in Shanghai gradually rose, with the highest temperature reaching 30 degrees in the past 2 days, and the air conditioning in the Lujiazui CBD was operating continuously for 24 hours. As he did yesterday, Zhang Yang arrived at a leisure cafe on the commercial street, ordered a latte, and began to monitor them. Since yesterday, when Rhine Biotech led the manko acid concept to hit the limit up, news articles have been flooding in over the past 12 hours. On the Weibo information platform, the top 3 trending topics were all related to H1N1 influenza, and one of them mentioned manko acid. At 9:15 a.m., the share collective auction took place. The auction market remained lifeless, with the banking and securities sectors opening lower, clearly reflecting a bearish sentiment. However, it is worth mentioning that after the news from last night, the manko acid concept stocks all opened higher, and Rhine Biotech, which hit the limit up yesterday, sealed the board again. Zhang Yang opened the auction market for Rhine Biotech, where the buy order volume was continuously expanding, showing a bullish trend, but the matching volume below was gradually decreasing. This trend indicates that individual investors holding Rhine Biotech stocks have no intention of selling, believing they can continue to rise. On Baidu, Tieba Rhine Biotech has appeared in popular posts with countless investors discussing it fervently. Kale doesn't drink alcohol. Rhine Biotech is about to hit the board again. As the saying goes, 2 consecutive boards determine the leader. It can't be the leader of Manco Acid, can it? White Shoes. It is said that Rhine Biotech is controlled by Su Xiang, and if nothing goes wrong it should start with at least 10 consecutive boards. Crazy Xiao Di, I felt that Rhine Biotech had speculative funds intervening about half a month ago, so I casually bought 5,000 yuan worth of shares, and now I regretting that I bought too little. The investment market is filled with speculators. Even knowing that Rhine Biotech is a product of market speculation, there will still be a large amount of capital following the operation. Speculation and investment are just one word apart, but their trading models and profit-loss ratios can be described as worlds apart. At 9:05 a.m., the collective auction ended. Zhang Yang picked up his Nokia phone placed on the table and called the trading manager Zhong Qifeng from Hongyuan Investment. Beep, beep, beep. After a while the call was connected. Good morning, Mr. Zhang, what stocks are you planning to buy? Zhong Qifeng asked with a smile on the other end. Not in a hurry, let's wait for the official opening first, Zhang Yang replied. Zhong Qifeng, alright, Mr. Zhang, I will keep the line open. If you have any trading needs, just let me know. The two did not hang up the phone. Currently Zhong Qifeng only had Zhang Yang as a client, allowing for one-time service. At 9:30 a.m. the market opened, and the banking and securities sectors fell again. China Construction Bank announced its first quarter report yesterday, showing a net profit of 276 billion yuan in the first quarter of 2009, a year-on-year decrease of 18.22. This obviously negative financial report caused Construction Bank's stock price to open at 0.46, currently quoted at 4.33 yuan. The small explosion in Construction Bank's first quarter report triggered a pullback in the banking sector. In addition, Industrial and Commercial Bank is set to announce its first quarter report tonight at 9 p.m., further increasing market concerns. However, based on the information from Zhang Yang's past life memories, the shares would not enter a bear market until July or August. This information is undoubtedly more persuasive than the support signals shown by the decline. Moreover, the banking sector has fallen for 5 or 6 consecutive days. Even without past life memories, one could speculate on a rebound in the midst of a decline. Additionally, after the announcement of Construction Bank's first quarter report and the negative news settling, the market is also in the process of digestion. Even if it continues to fall, one can still average down their costs. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang looked at the stock price that had fallen to 4.3 yuan and said, Manager Zhong, help me buy 2.0 yuan worth of Construction Bank shares. I will help you with that right away. During Zhang Yang's trading session, Liao Guopei, far away in Chan City, watched the 2 consecutive limit-up stocks and swallowed hard as he noted the 2 million shares of Rhine Bio, saying, the second board will definitely be the leader. Su Xiang is really going to hype up Manco Acid. When he opened the Manco Acid concept board, Hawang Bio with a 10 limit up, Puluo Co. Ltd. Now Puluo Pharmaceuticals also with a 10 limit up, Hualan Bio with an 8 increase. At this moment market funds surged in, causing the heat of the Manco Acid concept to soar, as all speculative retail investors believed they would not be the ones left holding the bag, pushing forward desperately. However, the true leader of Manco Acid, Jianfeng Group, had a rather mediocre increase. Why was that? Quite simply, the company's business had not been thoroughly examined. Amateur investors looking into Jianfeng Group's business might categorize it as a cement company, a stock in the infrastructure sector. But if seasoned investors or professionals were to investigate, they would find that behind the cement company, there was actually a pharmaceutical subsidiary. Having read Zhang Yang's research report and conducted a careful investigation, Liao Guopei could no longer sit still. He began to cautiously accumulate shares, trying to avoid detection by other market funds. By the close of trading in the morning, he had bought 5.0 yuan worth of Jianfeng Group. Looking at the 5.0 yuan in his account, Liao Guopei tentatively tried to add Zhang Yang as a QQ friend, but the request was not approved for a long time. It was not until 4 p.m. that Zhang Yang posted today's trading strategy, and Liao Guopei took the opportunity to reply, urging him to pay attention to the private message, and only then did they connect. Joker Chan City Shadowless Kick. Chan City Shadowless Kick, it's me image. JPG. To verify his identity, Liao Guopei also sent a screenshot of his securities account information showing available funds of a staggering 16 million. This was just one of his securities accounts. To manipulate the stock price, he had 5 or 6 smaller accounts, each with several million. After confirming the other party's identity, Zhang Yang asked in confusion, what do you want with me? Chan City Shadowless Kick, Jianfeng Group, I read your research report and think it has great potential. I'd like to ask. As soon as the message was sent, Liao Guopei seemed to anticipate Zhang Yang's confusion and typed, I'm in your VIP research report group, and the guy who jumped off the building sent you a private message which I happened to see. I found it interesting. Can you share your thoughts? Upon seeing this message, Zhang Yang immediately checked the member list of the VIP research group, and indeed found Liao Guopei's QQ. Seeing the other party be straightforward, Zhang Yang also didn't beat around the bush. Joker, the Ningbo Death Squad, wants to do consecutive limit-ups, which will inevitably keep the Manco Acid concept hot. My ideal control is Jianfeng, and the second option is to create a second dragon trend. Chan City Shadowless Kick, how to cut in. Joker Rhine Bio lacks performance support for manco acid. According to the explicit regulations of the Securities Regulatory Commission, when a stock price shows abnormal fluctuations, the listed company must provide an explanation. This is our opportunity to get involved. Liao Guopei fell into deep thought. He wasn't contemplating the feasibility of the matter. Instead, he was wondering who Joker really was. High win rate boldness, familiar with market rules, he did not believe that Joker could be an unknown individual. But after rummaging through his memory and finding no impression, Liao Guopei typed, "How much capital do you have available, Joker?" About 800. Today Zhang Yang had already bought 200 in China Construction Bank and put another 200 into Jianfeng Group. If Liao Guopei wanted to cut in or create a second dragon, he wouldn't mind pulling out the 200 from China Construction Bank to fully invest in Jianfeng Group. Of course, if Liao Guopei hesitated at the last moment, Zhang Yang had a backup plan. That was Tao Yuan, who worked as a fund manager at Huaxin Securities. He was well aware that Tao Yuan urgently needed an opportunity to prove himself to the higher-ups and secure more company resources. To this end, Zhang Yang deliberately mentioned manco acid in the market research report and included several related companies. Tao Yuan could use Zhang Yang to obtain resources from Huaxin Securities. Zhang Yang could also leverage Tao Yuan for his own stock profits. The key point was that Zhang Yang was 100% certain that Tao Yuan would not let this opportunity slip away, as judging a market trend correctly at a critical promotion juncture was equivalent to capturing 2 spies before enlisting you. It could genuinely lead to a promotion. However, one thing was uncertain: Zhang Yang could not determine whether Tao Yuan would recommend Jianfeng Group, which was what he was somewhat worried about. During this time of contact, he understood that Tao Yuan was a sophisticated, self-interested individual. If Zhang Yang asked him to help recommend Jianfeng Group, he would definitely be ruthlessly rejected, as he wouldn't joke with his own career. Thus, Zhang Yang refrained from mentioning it, and simply blended Jianfeng Group into several manco acid concept companies. The world is not about fighting and killing, but rather mutual calculation of interests. As for Liao Guopei, whether he cooperated or not, Zhang Yang would not incur losses. It was merely a matter of how much more or less money he would make. Manco acid is the short-term main line. After careful consideration, Liao Guopei obtained Zhang Yang's phone number and dialed it, saying, "I don't want to offend Su Xiang, nor do I wish to provoke the Ningbo Death Squad. Your idea is great. We can create a second dragon trend using volatility as a signal to intervene and share the profits." "No problem," Zhang Yang responded calmly. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's youthful voice, Liao Guopei felt even more astonished. He would not underestimate Zhang Yang because of his age, as trading stocks is unlike other fields. Here it is purely a matter of talent. What is the theory of talent? In simple terms, hard work can help you make small profits in the market, but to earn big money multiplying dozens or hundreds of times, that requires a talent-based player. For instance, a child from an ordinary family may aim for Tsinghua or Peking University. Reaching that height isn't just about hard work, it requires exceptional talent. Merely working hard getting into a 985 university is the limit. After their phone call, Liao Guopei also began his own planning. Since he wanted to create a second dragon, he had to build momentum for Jianfeng Group in advance, gradually increasing its market exposure. Because the floating capital does not earn other people's money, it is all the money of countless retail investors. He must let retail investors know about Jianfeng Group, this manco acid concept stock, and then violently pull it up to attract speculative retail investors to follow suit. As for Zhang Yang, he was nearly 100% sure he would be a new generation of floating capital, and building relationships with him in advance could potentially be a significant advantage in the future. Meanwhile, on the other side, at Hudu Financial University, He Jing also made up her mind and approached Dean Bao Xingwei to explain her situation. Entering a national institution for a doctorate was not her dream. Perhaps this choice once wavered her, but after careful consideration, she still adhered to her first choice. Wavering is instinct, while restraint is rational. She needed to take responsibility for her own life. Bao Xingwei frowned, seemingly incredulous, and asked, "Is this your own choice or someone else's opinion?" He instinctively thought of Zhang Yang, the first person to refuse him, using the excuse of being a floating capital. "It's my choice after careful consideration. I cannot take on such an important position," He Jing responded humbly. Looking at her anxious yet resolute gaze, Bao Xingwei understood her mind was made up and didn't say anything more, just waved his hand, signaling her to leave. After He Jing left, assistant Cheng Hongfa couldn't help but complain, "These students have really never experienced the harshness of society. Each one is daydreaming, talking nonsense." Bao Xingwei ignored him and sighed to himself. Foreign capital is stirring, hoping the financial war won't. The continuous decline of the share market is primarily due to the bank's correction. Even though the securities sector showed slight gains yesterday, it could not withstand the sell-off of bank stocks. Moreover, in the past few days, the 4 major banks have concentrated on releasing their quarterly financial reports, with the 29th being particularly significant, as it marks the release day for Huaguo Bank and Huaxin Securities' quarterly statements, leading to a natural demand for risk aversion. During the periods of quarterly reports, semi-annual reports, three-quarter reports, and annual reports, market funds tend to adopt a cautious attitude. Those who frequently trade shares know that if one does not try to avoid the earnings report month, they may face stock price corrections due to financial fraud, underperformance, or significant losses. At this point, some may ask, can't one bet on the performance of listed companies? Those with such thoughts are mostly new retail investors. Every seasoned investor knows that stocks essentially speculate on future expectations. A sudden surge in a stock's performance does not happen without reason. There will certainly be clues left behind. For instance, consider Chang'an Automobile from a while ago, where policy support included subsidies for car purchases, production capacity expansion, news and data showing monthly sales and manufacturing PMI, all of which indicated that its semi-annual report was likely to show explosive growth. Given this expectation, Chang'an Automobile naturally saw its stock price rise. However, if its semi-annual report reveals that there was no explosive growth, but merely a return to profitability, this would not meet market expectations, and the speculative premium would be squeezed out. Good news turns into nothing, bad news turns into good, is a phrase that describes the realization of stock speculation expectations. April 29th, Wednesday. During the morning bidding phase, market funds remained cautious. Aside from sectors like Mancao and innovative drugs and traditional Chinese medicine, other sectors continued to be lifeless. Just last night, the World Health Organization issued a special reminder to be wary of the global spread of H1N1 influenza, which attracted market funds to medical-related sectors. Why would market funds favor this? For words, future performance. Since there is a trend of global spread of H1N1 influenza in the U.S. and Mexico, the corresponding drug, vaccine, and diagnostic test production and sales will increase, which hints at the revenue for related companies' semi-annual reports. Investing in stocks is about speculating on future performance, making it reasonable for market funds to favor the medical drug sector at this time. Since Liao Guopei agreed that the publication of the abnormal stock price fluctuation announcement by Rhine Biotech would signal a rise, Zhang Yang was in no hurry, focusing instead on trading bank stocks. It's worth mentioning that according to the regulations of the Shanghai and Shenzhen stock exchanges, if a main board stock's closing price deviates by a cumulative value of 20 over 3 consecutive trading days, or ST stocks deviate by 12, the listed company must announce the price fluctuation. However, a 20 or 12 deviation is considered minor, and listed companies usually do not take it seriously, often responding with template phrases like, current operating conditions are normal, and there are no significant matters that should be disclosed but have not been disclosed. Only if there are 4 occurrences of the same directional abnormal fluctuations within 10 trading days, or a cumulative deviation of more than 100 in the 10-day price change, or a cumulative deviation of more than 200 in the 30-day price increase, would it be considered a severe abnormal fluctuation necessitating a detailed abnormal stock price fluctuation announcement. This is also the intervention timing that Zhang Yang and Liao Guopei are waiting for. A 10-day price change deviation of more than 100 means that 7 consecutive boards have reached 87, which means that after 8 consecutive boards, Rhine Biotech must disclose detailed information about its Mancao business, including performance orders. The first abnormal stock price fluctuation announcement is often regarded by many seasoned investors and speculative funds as a signal to kick off a short-term leading stock. However, as the 8 consecutive boards approach, seasoned investors and speculative funds gradually clear their positions because very few stocks can withstand the sanctions of 8 consecutive boards. After all, many speculative stocks do not have performance support, and once detailed explanations are provided, it is equivalent to breaking the paper window. Seeing the bank sector decline again, Zhang Yang did not rush to act, but instead focused on the changes in market volume. In less than 10 minutes, the Shanghai Composite Index showed a volume increase of 12.9 billion, with most of this capital operating around the medical sector. Ultimately, when new funds enter, market activities become lively. At 10 o'clock, the securities sector showed unusual movements. Yuan securities, which has been delisted, rebounded from 2.37 to a strong recovery, turning positive in less than 10 minutes. Not just Yuan securities, but also stocks in Huaxin Securities, Haidong Securities, and Southwest Securities all experienced significant increases in volume. It seems that the rise of the medical sector has lifted the securities sector along with it. Those who have traded the securities sector know this is like a tailgater. It is essentially impossible to make it a primary line, but if a new primary line emerges in the market, activating short-term market sentiment, when trading volumes rise, it will also follow suit. The logic behind the rise of the securities sector is that as long as market funds are active, securities firms can collect a large amount of trading fees, leading to a natural increase in stock prices. At this time, in various stock forums, many investors saw the collective surge of the securities sector and instantly became anxious. The situation has changed. The bull market is returning quickly. I invested 2 million in the flu drug sector ETF. Let's go. I've been waiting for this surge. As investors regained confidence, the main funds had already net inflows of 9.4 billion, with northbound funds flowing in 4 7 billion, and both the Shanghai Composite Index and the Shenzhen Component Index showed significant increases in volume. Zhang Yang watched the bank sector soar, his mind racing. The MACD indicator for the bank sector shows no significant improvement. The diff line's upward movement is limited and the market volume is insufficient. The 5-day line is still pressed down by the 10-day and 20-day lines. There are no new favorable policies, and the rise of the securities sector benefits from the speculation of the medical sector. The collective rise is driven by the securities sector, but Huaxin Securities will announce its quarterly report tonight, which will inevitably lead some risk-averse funds to leave in the afternoon. If the volume cannot continue to increase, it may just be a rebound in a downward trend. Rebounding to trade is a great opportunity to enhance profits and reduce costs. Zhang Yang's margin account bought 200 in China Construction Bank and another 200 in Jianfeng Group. Even if he only uses 200 for trading, a one gain would be 200 yuan. After careful consideration, he called Zhang Qifeng and quickly said, "Manager Zhang, reduce half of the holdings in China Construction Bank and then send me the profit chart from the account. I will help you with the operation immediately, Mr. Zhang." Mr. Zhang, I have already helped you reduce your holdings in China Construction Bank by 2320 shares at 446 yuan, and the account profit chart has been sent to your QQ account. Thank you for your hard work. It's my duty. After exchanging a few courteous words, Zhang Yang and Zhang Qifeng, since the margin account is not in his hands, Zhang Yang needed to request screenshots to know the account funds and holding situation. According to the account screenshot, there are still 23200 shares of China Construction Bank. The total profit from the single stock is 7424 yuan, and the profit from the reduction is 3712 yuan. However, the actual amount to be credited will still have various transaction taxes deducted. In 2009, if one wants to trade stocks, they must first pay the brokerage commission, which is required for both buying and selling, approximately 0.1 of the total transaction amount. Next is the stamp duty, which is levied only on sales, calculated at 0.1 of the total sale amount. In addition, there is a transfer fee, which in 2009 was 1 yuan for every 100 shares, with any amount less than 100 shares charged 1 yuan. If only calculating the selling costs of the 3712 yuan profit, 231.42 yuan has to be paid to the state and the securities company. However, the largest portion still comes from the brokerage commission, as only the selling costs were considered, and the 0.1 from the buying side has not been accounted for. In a single transaction, buying incurs 0.1 and selling again incurs 0.1, totaling a 0.2 commission. If one wishes to buy 100 yuan worth of stocks, they must first pay 100 yuan to the brokerage. This is the threshold for trading. However, if one becomes a client with millions, they can negotiate trading commissions with the brokerage. For instance, first and second-tier speculators who have large volumes and trade frequently, if charged a 0.1 brokerage commission, would find it unbearable and they would become mere laborers. Thus, their brokerage commissions are generally around 0.05 or lower. If he were to reduce his holdings now after subtracting 231.42 yuan from 3712 yuan, he would pocket 3480.58 yuan. However, Zhang Yang intends to complete a T operation and needs to buy back the stocks. 1040 a.m. The market sentiment indeed showed signs of decline. A China Construction Bank, which had originally surged to 447 yuan, fell back to 4 yuan. With a drop of 1.57, Zhang Yang decisively instructed Zhang Qifeng to buy back. 2320 shares were bought back at 4 yuan, with a total amount of 102080 yuan, and the handling fee was 126.08 yuan. After the buyback, the T operation was successfully completed. 446 for reduction, 4 for buyback, yielding a profit of 0.06 yuan per share. This means that without affecting the total number of shares held, Zhang Yang successfully cashed out 1392 yuan before. Since the share market operates on a T1 basis, the 2320 shares that Zhang Yang just bought cannot be sold on the same day. However, he still has 2320 shares purchased yesterday that can be sold today, allowing him to conduct another T operation. It is worth mentioning that to prevent missing out, Zhang Yang chose to operate with half of his holdings. This is a trading. Using half of his holdings for T operations, he retains half as a base. Even if the stock suddenly surges, he still has half a position to benefit from the increase. For example, suppose Zhang Yang sold China Construction Bank at 446 yuan, and the main force suddenly pulls it up to the limit. Although the 2320 shares are sold too early, he still has 2320 shares benefiting from the limit increase. But if he operated with all his holdings, that would be a true missed opportunity. Half-holding T operations are an extension of the segmented trading strategy. For instance, when initially entering a stock, only 20 of the funds are used to establish a position, observing the subsequent market before deciding the next step. This is also a segmented strategy. The greatest benefit of the segmented strategy is that it can reduce short-term volatility risks, making it an essential skill for long-term investors. Compared to the large fluctuations of full holding, segmentation focuses more on steady gains. As there were no classes this week after the morning close, Zhang Yang went to a Sichuan restaurant, enjoyed a meal of mapo tofu and twice-cooked pork, and then returned to the cafe to dive back into a share trading. 1:37 p.m. China Construction Bank surged again to 4.47 yuan, and then the fabric weaving trend began. Zhang Yang decisively reduced his holdings again at 4.46 yuan, selling 2320 shares, and then awaited the market trend. At 2 p.m., as the closing time approached, the risk-averse funds in the share market became increasingly active, with Huaxin Securities leading the sell-off, causing the stock price from 25.44 yuan to drop to 25.31, and the intraday climb continued to probe downwards. The sell-off in securities led to declines in other stocks, and the broader market also experienced a drop. The originally 3.12 increase in the index retreated to 2.66, with the Shanghai Composite Index currently reported at 2.458 points. When seeing China Construction Bank drop back to 4.4 yuan, Zhang Yang instructed Zhong Qifeng to buy back 2320 shares. Without affecting the total number of shares held, 2T operations allowed him to cash out 2784 yuan. This is the allure of stock market trading. As the closing time approached at 3 p.m., a mysterious funds made a stealthy wave at the tail, and ultimately setting the Shanghai Composite Index at 2468. 19 points on April 29th, with an increase of 2.78. From the investment trading office in Hangzhou, Zhong Qifeng looked at the margin account and couldn't help but congratulate, saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. Today the account profit reached 1.82 million. Impressive." "It was just luck," Zhang Yang humbly replied. "One day doesn't reveal the other party's strength. Oh, perhaps it really was luck." Zhong Qifeng didn't flatter further and smiled, saying, "Well, Mr. Zhang, I will log off now. Tomorrow's trading day. My online hours remain from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Okay, please send me a screenshot of the margin account later." "No problem, Mr. Zhang. Then I won't disturb you any. Goodbye, Mr. Zhang. Goodbye." After hanging up the phone, a trading manager immediately asked Zhong Qifeng, "How was it today, brother phone? Did the client make money?" "He made 180 yuan with 2T operations. That kid seems to have a knack for it." Zhong Qifeng recalled Zhang Yang's relatively youthful face and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, stock trading requires talent. In 3 days, one day was flat, one day bought 400 yuan, and on another day did 2T operations. Oh, one can't help but admire it. Is he that impressive? The person seemed somewhat surprised. If what Zhong Qifeng said is true, he has captured the maximum rise. That's why I say he has talent. Zhong Qifeng packed his things and prepared to attend a meeting. Since he has talent, you could follow his lead. Oh, perhaps you might profit. Let's wait and see. Zhong Qifeng interrupted him. Once or twice may have been luck. He needed to observe further. If he finds that this person is indeed a talented individual, he could follow and buy. This is also a hidden benefit unique to trading managers. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside the Shanghai Financial Street, in a leisure cafe, Zhang Yang, after seeing the screenshot of the margin account, opened his document to start recording. Today, Jianfeng Group increased by 4.72, with a total holding amount of 2.0 yuan, yielding a profit of 9.440 yuan. As for China Construction Bank, the purchase price was 4.3 yuan, and the closing price was 4.43 yuan, yielding a profit of 6.032 yuan. Including the additional 2.784 yuan from 2T operations, the total profit reached 8.816 yuan, with a return rate of 4.41. If he hadn't conducted any operations, Zhang Yang's return rate for China Construction Bank today would have been 2.55, but after 2T operations his return rate rose to 4.41, almost doubling as a member of the lying flat party. Then Zhang Yang glanced at Rhine Biotech, which was almost undoubtedly hitting the limit with stock prices reaching 16 yuan. At noon, Rhine Biotech also released an announcement on abnormal fluctuations in stock prices, and as Zhang Yang predicted, they used the template: the current operating conditions are normal, and there are no significant matters that should be disclosed but have not been disclosed. Lujiazui, Shanghai, 1568, Century Avenue Building. Underground parking lot. Sun Miao, a fellow fund manager at Huaxin Securities, spotted Tao Yuang approaching in a gray suit and polished leather shoes. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly pressed the button on his car remote. The car's front and rear lights flashed twice, catching Tao Yuang's attention. Sun Miao hurriedly retrieved a Maotai bag from the driver's seat and quickly approached, saying, "Brother Tao, I heard you and Sister Shui have registered your marriage. Congratulations. You've just been promoted in your career, and now love has come to fruition. You'll also welcome a love child in the second half of the year. This is truly a triple joy, so enviable. I am genuinely happy for you." "Same to you." Tao Yuang smiled in response, glancing at the height of the Maotai bag in Sun Miao's hands, already knowing its contents. Those who often give gifts know that the design of the Maotai bag is very clever, also known as a progress bag. If you place 2 boxes of packaged Maotai inside, there will be half a box of space on one side. If you just send it out like that, it will not only feel empty when picked up, but the recipient won't be satisfied either. However, if you add 2 packs of Huazi, it will perfectly fill the gap. But a new problem arises. The packaging height of Huazi is taller than that of Maotai, creating an unsightly mismatch, so something must be placed under the Maotai. With clever design, sincerity can be seen at a glance. I only found out today that Brother Tao, you have triple joy. The news came suddenly, and I didn't prepare any gift deliberately. As he said this, Sun Miao lifted the bag in his hand and continued to flatter. These are some cigarettes and liquor my friend brought back from a trip to Guayao. You know me, I like to be health conscious and never touch these things, so they've just been collecting dust in my car's trunk. If you don't mind, could you help me finish them? If you don't like drinking like me, feel free to pass them on to others. I'll make sure to give you a proper gift later. Sun Miao had conveyed his meaning subtly with just a few short sentences. Especially the last remark, I'll make sure to give you a proper gift later, carried a very obvious hint expressing that he had a request. Tao Yuang was no recent college graduate. After years in the workplace, he could naturally pick up on the underlying tone, responding, Shu Shui is pregnant, and we can't have the smell of smoke at home. It seemed like he was about to refuse, but then he suddenly changed his tone, saying, however, I've heard that adding a bit of white liquor to meat dishes can eliminate the odor. I don't know if it's true, I haven't tried it. Yes, it can reduce the smell, Sun Miao eagerly agreed. At that moment, Tao Yuang's BMW M3 flashed its lights twice as a signal that the vehicle was unlocking. Sun Miao understood and opened the passenger door, placing the bag underneath. Tao Yuang feigned politeness, saying, Brother Sun, you are too kind. Using Maotai to reduce odor is too extravagant. It's better suited for those who appreciate liquor. Drinking harms the body, and giving it to others would only hurt them. Only for someone like you, Brother Tao, using it for cooking would I feel no guilt. Oh dear. Tao Yuang sighed, pretending to relent. In that case, I'll accept it. Remember to come to my wedding banquet with Shu Shui. I will definitely be there. Then I'll take my leave. I have another dinner appointment. All right, you take care. Tao Yuang got into his BMW M3 and quickly drove out of the parking space. Upon seeing Sun Miao waving in the rearview mirror, he lightly honked the horn twice before speeding out of the underground parking lot. Although Sun Miao didn't mention his request, now everyone at the Huaxin Securities Shanghai branch knew that Tao Yuang was favored by the company's leadership and was about to be transferred to Huaxiao Fund to handle public fundraising and would be the lead manager. In fact, Tao Yuang really had to thank Zhang Yang ever since he submitted the market research report containing the concept of Moncao acid yesterday. Li Jinrui and his superior both thought that Tao Yuang was a valuable asset for public fundraising. Soon, with a series of green lights, Li Jinrui contacted the liaison supervisor at Huaxiao Fund to arrange for Tao Yuang's transfer. The relationship between Huaxiao Fund and Huaxin Securities was somewhat complex. In 2003, Huaxin Securities, the National Development Investment Corporation, Shanghai Jiushi Company, and Huahai Trust Investment Company jointly established Huaxin Fund with a registered capital of 100 million Huahua currency. However, over the next 5 years, all public funds under Huaxin Fund gradually transferred to Huaxiao Fund, leading to the eventual demise of Huaxin Fund, with only Huaxiao Fund remaining under deep control by Huaxin Securities. If it were just a transfer to Huaxiao Fund, it wouldn't be worth Sun Miao currying favor, but if it's coupled with lead manager, then it's a different story. This essentially means promoting Tao Yuang to a star public fund manager who may potentially hold billions in funds in the future. If one does not curry favor now, who would remember the little Karami later? Tao Yuang had lost count of how many flattery-filled colleagues he encountered today. At this moment, he just wanted to quickly finish the dinner gathering and then return to draft the public fund proposal. As night fell and the evening breeze became cool, the sword of Damocles hanging over the share capital market finally descended as Huaxin Securities and Huahua Bank both released their quarterly reports. Huahua Bank reported a revenue of 55 billion in the first quarter of 2009, with a net profit of 19.286 billion, a year-on-year decrease of 16.12. Huaxin Securities reported a revenue of 3.4519 billion in the first quarter of 2009, with a net profit of 1.718 billion, a year-on-year decrease of 37.79. Less than 10 minutes after the bombshell dropped, the chief economist of Ingda Securities, Li Daxiao, couldn't wait to express his bullish outlook. Li Daxiao, the shoe has dropped, comrades. The hardest times are behind us. Let us bid farewell to the subprime mortgage crisis and say hello to the revenge bull market. Congratulations to you all. Embrace this hard-earned baby bottom. In contrast to Li Daxiao's baseless bullishness, Yang Delong, who graduated from Peking University's Guanghua School in 2006 with a master's degree in economics, analyzed the reasons for the stockholders. Yang Delong, the shrinkage in Huaxin Securities' net profit is primarily due to the rapid decline in commission rates, plummeting from an average of 0.158 in 2008 to 0.125, a drop far exceeding the industry average. Additionally, the pause in IPOs has caused a disruption in its investment banking business. Yang Delong here, I must criticize Huaxin Securities for being too conservative. The market signaled a reversal back in November 2008, yet for so many months they still adhered to a conservative asset allocation strategy. Their net investment income has decreased by 77% year-on-year, with investment returns plummeting by 86.28%. Their bearish attitude needs to change immediately. Opposing the market leads to dire consequences. The public criticism of the leading securities firm instantly stirred up a storm in the financial circle. As individual investors saw the post, many pounced, adding insult to injury. "Bu AI don't hurt, truly worthy of being the Air Force commander." Other securities firms have reported significant improvements in their quarterly results, but theirs has seriously declined. Wang Bu Jian Wang, this may just be a case of a large ship being hard to turn around. Having gotten used to a bear market, they haven't completed their adjustments even after several months of a bull market. Feng Qi Jian Che, no wonder the securities sector has been sluggish recently. It turns out it's not that the brokerages aren't doing well, but rather, not only economists and investors felt speechless, but Zhang Yang, upon seeing the quarterly report data from Huaxin Securities, also complained about its investment business standards in the stock discussion forum on Baidu Tieba. Less than half an hour after the post was published, the number of replies had already exceeded 400, receiving over 140 followers, with 82 new members joining the discussion group, and even the VIP research report transfer group added 33 new quasi-monthly members. On April 30th, in the morning, Zhang Yang, as usual, finished his breakfast at the cafeteria and headed to the commercial street outside the campus. As the students were still waking up, the entire street appeared particularly desolate, with only a few scattered individuals. Upon entering the leisure cafe, Jiang Xianxiao, the owner and barista, saw Zhang Yang and enthusiastically greeted him, saying, "It's so early again, Zhang Yang, you are truly diligent." Having had a latte in the morning and an Americano in the afternoon for 3 consecutive days, it was reasonable for him to know the shop owner well. Not only the shop owner, but also the pastry chef and the waitstaff recognized Zhang Yang. Knowing that he was trading stocks in the cafe, they usually did not disturb him. The news that this year's students from Hukai Investment Studies major dominated the Huaxin simulation trading competition, outperforming prestigious universities like Central University of Finance and Economics, Southwest University of Finance and Economics, and Xingbei, had spread throughout the entire academic circle. Although Jiang Xianxiao and the others were not graduates of Hudu Finance University, the majority of their customers were Hukai students, and they had unconsciously come to regard themselves as part of Hukai, often checking the Hudu campus forum. According to reports from investment graduates, the reason their competition returns far exceeded those of previous years was that someone was providing market research reports, and that person was Zhang Yang, who had topped the class in his major for 4 consecutive years. The name Zhang Yang had also been quietly noted by students and teachers from other universities. Since it was not yet 9 o'clock, the 20-something waitress Li Huei, wearing a brown apron, half-jokingly asked, "Brother Yang, I also want to trade stocks. Can you teach me?" 1 latte. Zhang Yang first took out money to order, then turned to Li Hui and asked, "How much is your monthly?" Li Hui answered honestly, 3,470 yuan. "How much time do you usually have to watch the market?" Zhang Yang asked again. Li Hui thought for a moment and said, "When I have free time, I can watch for a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes, and if you add up the fragmented time, it could be 1 or 2 hours. In your case," Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment and teased, "why not just give me the money? I would still thank you." Zhang Xianxiao, who was nearby, couldn't help but laugh. Although she had never traded stocks, her parents enjoyed trading, or rather many Hudu uncles liked to trade stocks, and through exposure, she had learned about the dangers of the stock market. As for why the Hudu uncles liked trading stocks, that traces back to December 19, 1990, when the Hudu Stock Exchange was established. At that time, the internet was still just a concept, and if one wanted to buy stocks, they could only do so through phone transactions or in-person trading. Coupled with the information blockade, this wave of benefits was mostly enjoyed by local residents. Anyone who has participated in new stock offerings knows that getting a share is akin to winning the lottery, with average returns around 300. The opening of the Hudu Stock Exchange was akin to a new stock feast. As long as you dared to subscribe, they would dare to register you, and many people's assets doubled during this feast. Once people have tasted the sweetness, they cannot turn back, which is why there are so many stock traders in Hudu. Li Hui momentarily couldn't grasp the concept and asked, "Are you saying I would lose everything?" "Pretty much," Zhang Yang nodded slightly. However, he suddenly shifted the topic and suggested, "If you really want to play, you could try long-term investment in the CSI 300 of a friend time. I don't mind trading stocks, it's a legal investment game, but you need to think it through." "Then forget it, I can barely survive in Hudu with my salary." Li Hui had given up the idea of trading stocks, thinking she was just an ordinary waitress, and it would be better to spend her money on food. "Since we just opened, your latte will take a little longer, Zhang Yang." Zhang Xianxiao reminded him as usual that the "Okay, you all take your time." Zhang Yang sat down in a corner of the cafe, opened his laptop, and began to organize the existing data. With the quarterly reports from Huaxin Securities and Huahua Bank released last night, the potential bad news was already known to the market. The FTSE Huahua A50 index, which closed at 5 a.m., had already digested this news, showing a decline of 0.43, indicating that foreign capital was concerned that Huaxin Securities, as the leading stock in the securities sector, would continue to fall. Poor performance and further declines are entirely normal. A lower opening is within market expectations. At 9:15 a.m., shares began their collective bidding. Zhang Yang was particularly focused on Huaxin Securities today, as whether there would be any market activity depended on its ability to quickly digest the negative earnings report. If there was a significant lower opening, he might strongly intervene. The reason was simple betting that Huaxin Securities would stop its decline and timely adjust its investment strategy. The poor performance of Huaxin Securities in the quarterly report was largely due to a bearish outlook. Investments were predominantly stable bonds. Those who played the stock market knew that the stock and bond markets are like a seesaw. When the stock market surges, funds naturally withdraw from the bond market, and investing in bonds at this time would yield low returns. After 6 months, nearly 7 months, even the largest ships need to adjust. The 10-minute collective bidding time from 9:15 to 9:25 passed in an instant, and as expected by the market, the buying volume was small, the bidding was scarce, and there was significant selling pressure indicating a downward trend. After a brief organization, Zhang Yang sent out a reminder to his VIP research group. Zhang Yang, today the securities sector can be a focal point. If Huaxin Securities can promptly digest the negative news from the first quarter report and lead the securities sector into an upward trend, one might consider lightly entering the market. After the group message was sent, over 100 VIP group clients understood what to focus on. Far away in Chongqing, Liao Guopei, upon seeing Zhang Yang's morning alert message, grew increasingly amazed at Zhang Yang's identity. 1. Young. 2. A top student with certifications. 3. High market awareness. He began to suspect whether Zhang Yang was from a family of finance professionals, but if he had such a background, he wouldn't have fallen to selling market research reports. Liao Guopei felt a strong urge to meet Zhang Yang. At 9:30 a.m., the shares opened. The healthcare sector remained strong, with Rhine Bio leading the charge, already achieving 4 consecutive gains, while other stocks related to manco acid were also being pursued by market funds, resulting in many stocks hitting their price limits. Jianfeng Group seemed to be hidden too deeply, with a rise of only 1, 2, and no one treated it as a second or third tier stock to speculate on. Due to a decline in revenue and net profit in the first quarter report, Huahua Bank opened flat at 3.53 yuan, then began to dip, falling to 3.48 yuan, a decrease of 1.42, dragging the entire banking sector down with it for a collective correction. Zhang Yang did not operate on the bank, but focused on Huaxin Securities and the influx of funds into the market, as these were 2 important indicators. Huaxin Securities closed yesterday at 25.23 yuan and opened today at 24.8 yuan, or a drop of 1.71. However, in less than 5 minutes, its stock price reached the support line of 24 yuan, indicating that the market clearly had doubts about its first quarter report. To be precise, doubts about Huaxin Securities' business capabilities. In a recovery bull market, buying bonds demonstrates a clear decision error. The current drop in stock price is the market's way of seeking a reasonable price range for Huaxin Securities. 23.99, 23.94, 23.87. When Huaxin Securities' stock price reached 23.87 yuan, it began its first round of rebound, climbing back to 24.11 yuan. However, by the afternoon, perhaps due to the upcoming Labor Day market closure on May 1st, some risk-averse funds began to rush out, causing Huaxin Securities' stock price to once again fall below 24 yuan. The leading securities firm failed to make a strong recovery, and Huahua Bank further dragged the banking sector into a correction, resulting in a trend of red closing today, prompting some cautious market participants to exit early. At 2:40 p.m., Zhang Yang watched the third dip of Huaxin Securities' intraday chart, which still had not broken below 23.8 yuan, seemingly showing strong support. He decisively dialed Zhong Kaifeng's phone and succinctly stated, "Buy 2.0 yuan worth of Huaxin Securities. I will help you with the transaction right away, Mr. Zhang." Zhong Kaifeng quickly operated. Zhang Yang continued to closely monitor the market. Currently, Rhine Bio had achieved 4 consecutive gains, needing 4 more trading days to reach 8 consecutive gains. To maximize profits, he needed to gather as much capital as possible. The reason he bought Huaxin Securities was simple. He was betting that Huaxin Securities would change its core investment. Why was he confident in this bet? Because the influencer Yang Delong had stirred public opinion. It didn't matter if the executives at Huaxin Securities were complacent, but now that it had reached the internet, what would the largest shareholder, Huaxin Financial, think? Would the biggest boss behind it, the executives of Huaxin Group, send someone to inquire after seeing Huaxin Securities' first quarter report and Yang Delong's critical remarks? Trading stocks cannot be short-sighted. One must look 10 steps ahead, and what Zhang Yang could foresee was that Huaxin Financial or Huaxin Group might step in to guide Huaxin Securities. No scratches, no dents, no water damage registered in 2005. Only 6,000 kilometers driven in 4 years. Wait, you haven't tampered with the odometer, have you? In the Hujishing district at the second-hand car trading market, Chen Yundo, a car dealer in his 40s wearing a dark green t-shirt customized by a used car dealership, turned to look at Su Zhuo and Su Zhiro when he saw the odometer. Of course not. Su Zhiro directly denied it. Su Zhiro, standing nearby, responded to the other's doubts, saying, "You are a professional. You can definitely check if the odometer has been tampered with." The low mileage is because she stays home a lot using only a few tanks of gas a year, so the car's condition is definitely excellent. The condition of the car indeed needs no discussion, Chinyunda conceded. Having been in the industry for over 20 years, it was the first time he had seen a Maserati that was registered for nearly 4 years with less than 6,000 kilometers on the odometer, so he questioned it. How much do you want? As soon as Chinyunda finished speaking, Sujiro immediately countered, how much can you offer? In the context of negotiating a price, responding after the other party often allows one to gain the upper hand. Chinyunda assessed Sujiro, and Sujiro, pondering to himself, driving a Maserati at such a young age means they must come from a wealthy family. Moreover, they don't seem to have much experience in buying used cars. After some contemplation, he showed a troubled expression and offered, sports cars depreciate the most, you must know this. Let's say this, since the car is in good condition, I'll offer 5,000. 5,000. Sujiro exclaimed in surprise while Sujiro frowned and retorted, this is a 2005 Maserati Quattroporte, which had a retail price of 1.63 million at the time. There's no way it can be worth only 5,000. Then how much do you want? Chinyunda countered. As a used car dealer, he knew this price was unreasonable, but when it comes to bargaining, one must start low. 1.2 million, Sujiro stated, adding, no scratches, no dents, no water damage, and with only 6,000 kilometers on the odometer, if you adjust the odometer a bit, selling it for 1.3 million wouldn't be a problem. Selling for 1.3 million. Chinyunda suddenly raised his voice, pointing at a Maserati in the distance. He said, there's another nearly new Maserati over there. Why don't you help me sell that? I'll give you a commission. Come to work tomorrow. The sudden change in attitude and the brazen tone made Sujiro feel a bit discouraged. She had never experienced this kind of negotiation before. Even Sujiro was momentarily stunned. The other party's face changed too quickly for her to react. However, she quickly adjusted her emotions and calmly said, what do you propose then? If you're genuinely looking to sell, I can offer 7,000, but if you're not, let's go. Sujiro called to Sujiro before Chinyunda could finish speaking, casually saying, if you want to invest, just ask your dad for money. There's no need to think about selling the car. This. Fine, Sujiro said. Just as she finished speaking, Chinyunda, seeing the customers really about to leave, changed his tone and said, let's talk beautiful. 9,000. I'll add another 1,000. For a second-hand car of this quality, as Sujiro mentioned, adjusting the odometer could indeed fetch a higher price. Seeing both of them get into their cars and start the engines, Chinyunda no longer thought about pushing the price down. He sincerely said, 1.15 million, I'll give you 1.15 million. I'm the only one in Huijishing who can offer this price. Think about it, beautiful ladies. Sitting in her Porsche 911, Sujiro looked at the driver's seat of the Maserati, waiting for Sujiro's opinion. After seeing her nod, Sujiro turned off the engine and replied to Chinyunda, when will the payment arrive? If the bank processes it quickly, it could arrive today. Deal. After the three reached an agreement on the selling price, the process of signing the contract went very smoothly, and it was all completed in less than half an hour. Once they left the Huijishing second-hand car trading market, Sujiro, sitting in the driver's seat of the Porsche, couldn't help but complain. You sold even your 18th birthday gift from your parents. Sujiro, you are really hopeless. Sooner or later you'll be cheated out of your underwear. Oh, you don't understand, this is a once-in-a-lifetime investment opportunity. Sujiro gazed out at the scenery through the front window and analyzed. Although I don't have much of a talent for investing, Zhang Yang does. If I give him money to create a financial website, who knows? If it becomes the next Sina Finance or Dongfang Caifu, I could strike it rich. Is that even possible? Sujiro sighed with a smile and said, the owner of Dongfang Caifu, Shinjun, started his investment company in 96 and opened Huijisheng's first securities training school in 97. As for Sina Finance, you know BlackRock, right? Wall Street Capital Jewish Consortium. With just the little money you and Zhang Yang have, how are you going to make a breakthrough in such a competitive capital market? But how would I know if I don't try? Sujiro pouted, seemingly determined. You won't lose. I studied investment, so am quite savvy. Why don't you invest a little too? I genuinely think Zhang Yang's idea is quite good. I have no money. You could sell your car too and become one of Zhang Yang's seed round investors. This would be even earlier than an angel round investment. Do you think I'm stupid? Not stupid. Then that's right. Who sells their car outright for investment? But this is an opportunity. It's a seed round. I see this isn't a seed round. It's a desperate round. Be careful. He might take your money and run. By then you won't even have tears to cry. All right. If you're not investing, that's fine. I have my own plans. Sujiro remained steadfast in her own ideas, not taking Sujiro's words to heart. In her view, Zhang Yang had consistently topped his class for 4 years, managed to make a thriving business out of market research reports, and even helped her and Lai Weijia rank in the top 10 in simulation trading competitions. His capabilities were beyond question. Such a potential stock, if not seized now, who knows if there will be another opportunity in the future. It's like investing 1 million in the seed round of Shengtian or Hangqingma 10 years ago. Sujiro couldn't even imagine how high the returns would be. Sujiro focused on driving, saying nothing more. As night fell, the bright moon hung high in the sky like a silver plate, and the stars twinkled as if writing a beautiful scroll of light. Hujishing Financial University. Investment Major Girls Dormitory. After battling through 2 sleepless nights, He Jing, with dark circles under her eyes, finally completed the 4th market research report and sent it to Zhang Yang via QQ. They say staying up late is the worst for one's health. She now had only one thought: to get into bed and sleep. He Jing did not take a shower or eat. She closed her laptop and climbed into bed, hugging her light blue cartoon dog pattern comforter and falling into a deep sleep. She had reached her physical limit. On the other side, Zhang Yang, after receiving the market research report, was not idle either. He immediately did some fine-tuning and sent it to his big client, Tao Yuan. Whether He Jing intended it or it was a coincidence, the 4th report was about the future expectations and short-term predictions of the healthcare sector. It might also be because she saw the content Zhang Yang added at the end of the 3rd report. She centered her analysis around the H1N1 influenza and specifically focused on 30 directly benefiting stocks. Among the 30 healthcare, pharmaceutical, and influenza-related concept stocks, Jianfeng Group was once again hidden within, and Zhang Yang performed in-depth optimization on the relevant content of Jianfeng Group. Due to May 1st being Labor Day, the A-shares Hong Kong stocks and Taiwan stocks in Huahua will be closed for one day. Not only the Huahua stock market, but the vast majority of countries around the world will choose to close on May 1st, with only the M country, our country Australia, and New Zealand trading stocks normally. Although the market is closed, Zhang Yang did not remain idle. Instead, he organized and reviewed his trading data. At this time, his 1 million in leveraged funds had already used 6.0 distributed among Huaxin Securities Construction Bank and Jianfeng Group. Each of the 3 stocks has its own expectations and main lines. Huaxin Securities bets on business adjustments. Construction Bank bets on favorable financial conditions. Jianfeng Group bets on the main line of Kowloon. As for the previous period's blood profit of 21, the ST Zhongfangji, which exited with a 76 return, indeed faced significant bad news in its first quarter financial report, with a net profit of only 1.4211 million, a year-on-year decrease of 91.63, yet the stock price is quite interesting. On April 27th and 28th, after consecutive limit downs on the 29th, it staged a dramatic rise and fall, first hitting the limit down, then the limit up, and even on April 30th it hit the limit up, showing a trend inconsistent with its performance. However, this is the share market. Good performance does not guarantee a rise, and poor performance does not necessarily lead to a steep decline. It is just that the release of financial reports often triggers violent fluctuations. Zhang Yang also reviewed profitable stocks such as Chang'an Automobile, Bayo Steel, and Zhanghuai Automobile, drawing lessons from historical trends. While Zhang Yang was organizing his past investment data far away in the headquarters building of Rhine Bio in the west of Gui, a fierce debate quietly unfolded in a board meeting where each director held differing opinions. What is the share market? The financing market, the establishment of the share market by the state, is to provide financing for our listed companies. Look at Chang'an Automobile. After a high-level issuance to expand production, didn't its stock price rebound? You are just being timid and not bold. A male director in his 40s wearing a white shirt with an open collar paid no heed to the feelings of the so-called However, other directors did not let him off easily. A female director responded, Chang'an Automobile first had performance support, and the hype was around the Yueshang brand automobiles. What do we have at Rhine Bio? What? Do you really think we have Kowloon? We do have it, but our production capacity and equipment are not up to par. Isn't this just an opportunity for high-level financing to order new production equipment? Importing custom equipment takes at least 6 months. I don't believe the H1N1 flu can spread globally. We should be steady and focus on our sweetener business. Why take such risks? Look at you. Some people are only thinking about the sweetener business. How can the company grow if we don't expand into new? What do you mean by only thinking about the old business? My proposal is to take it step by step, steady and sure. If we follow your ideas, high-level financing to expand production capacity, how much money does the company have to spend? There is indeed a risk of a funding chain rupture. Risk? If there is no risk in running a business, what would you call a business? In a listed company, each director represents different interests from their respective funding sources. Some want stability, while others desire aggression. At this moment, Qin Yuan, the chairman of Rhine Bio, sitting at the head of the table, furrowed his brows, lightly tapped the table to signal for quiet, and said in a deep voice, "It is good that you have differing opinions. I believe that since Rhine Bio has gone public, transitioning from a private to a public enterprise, we cannot do anything that harms the interests of shareholders. Let's set the high-level financing issue aside for now. Additionally, Jiang Chun, please organize the details of the Kowloon business orders and prepare an announcement as quickly as possible." Jiang Chun slightly nodded. As a director who had always opposed high-level financing, he provocatively scanned the directors who wanted financing, then looked at Qin Jun with a troubled expression. "By the way, Mr. Qin, the Kowloon involves export orders, and verifying the details will take a lot of time. What do you think? Just take charge of it." After saying this, Qin Jun scanned the other directors. "Are there any other opinions? Feel free to voice them now, as long as they do not harm the interests of shareholders." "None. None." In this board meeting, some gnashed their teeth, filled with a sense of helplessness, while others flaunted their authority, secretly delighted. How is it going with the private equity? Qingjun got straight to the point. Jiang Shun showed a flattering smile, rubbed his hands, and replied, "Everything is set up for you. We used information from your sister-in-law's second uncle. Now that it has risen to the limit, you will pocket 300. Not bad. The benefits you want I will arrange well later." Qingjun nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Jiang Shun smiled in response. The board meeting appeared to be a debate between the conservatives and the development faction, but in reality the so-called conservatives were nothing but the mouse faction. If the company develops, well, the money still belongs to the company, but if the company's money somehow ends up in their pockets, that is real profit. Why do mouse warehouses frequently appear? Is it merely that private equity managers are profiting from it? Not a small number of unscrupulous private equity managers do indeed eat from both ends, but most private equity managers are still eyeing the shareholders' money. They just work together covertly. It is precisely because some people are stealing that Rhine Bio's announcement of abnormal stock price fluctuations was hastily replied to with template language. Far away in Ningbo, Su Xiang also already knew about the situation at Rhine Bio, as Jiang Chun reached out to the private equity firm, which was a friend of Su Xiang, and all three parties were in agreement. The insider knowledge behind this surge belongs to Su Xiang, the private equity firm, and some people in the listed company, while shareholders remain in the dark, eagerly waiting to enter Rhine Bio. As for the good news that came during the three-day market closure from May 1st to May 3rd, it primarily originated from international sources. First is the uplifting economic data from M-Country, the U.S. Department of Commerce reported a 2.2 increase in personal consumption expenditures in the first quarter, exceeding market expectations. Perhaps many people will wonder how M-Country's economic data relates to Huagua. This is because M-Country is the largest economy in the world, and the entire world needs to do business with it to earn U.S. dollars. To put it bluntly, in 2009, M-Country was the first financier for countries around the world. This is also why M-Country's subprime mortgage crisis could affect the entire world. When its domestic demand warms up, it signifies that the global economy is also recovering. Second is the recovery of industrial production in our country. The Industrial and Mining Production Index for March, released on May 1st, showed a month-on-month increase of 1.6, marking the first rebound in 6 months, indicating that our country's manufacturing sector is stabilizing after the financial crisis, which is beneficial for the automotive and machinery equipment sectors. As the three-day holiday approached its end on the evening of May 3rd, Sunday, the new week's course schedule for the investment studies major was sent by the class monitor Lin Tian to the other students. Next week, there is only one class on Thursday, a public lecture titled Career Planning for University Students, which is optional to attend. After the weekly schedule was released, Lin Tian announced in the class group that teachers and students from Huayang Finance, Southwest Finance, and Xingbei would come to our school for a 3-day exchange starting Friday. He reminded everyone to pay attention to their schedules and not to be absent. The specific classroom will be notified later. Once the news was out, the class group, which was originally gossiping, quickly changed its tone. Dong Lulu, wow. What do these universities want? Are they here to cause trouble? Chinchuan are the 8 great sects attacking the Bright Summit. Interesting, I want personally handle this minor issue. I'll let our dorm leader Zhang Yang take care of them. Jia Pei, that them doesn't sound right. To be precise, it's you Chinchuan who sounds off. Chinchuan, what's wrong? Who doesn't know that I Chinchuan am the most respectful gentleman towards women at Huadu? At this moment in the boys' dormitory 308, Chinchuan glanced at Zhang Yang, who was still sorting documents, and said, "Dorm leader, check the QQ group. The 8 great sects are attacking the Bright Summit. If our Wada's reputation will depend on you and Sister Jing." What attack on the Bright Summit? Before Zhang Yang could respond, Wang Lu, who had just finished chatting with his new girlfriend, couldn't help but ask. Teachers and students from Huayang Finance, Southwest Finance, and Qingbai's investment studies are coming to our Huadu for a 3-day exchange. Isn't that just the 8 great sects attacking the Bright Summit? Impressive. As soon as Chinchuan finished speaking, Su Jiafeng chimed in with a classic remark. Zhang Yang switched pages, glanced at the QQ group messages, then closed the window, and said, "When the soldiers come, we will block them. When the water comes, we will cover it. We'll talk about it then." Reinhardt Bio is currently on a 4-day streak. The 8-day streak will be achieved on Thursday, and Friday is the agreed entry date with Liao Guopei. He might miss the university exchange. Moreover, with other universities coming for exchange, they will likely be looking for He Jing, as Zhang Yang's ranking in the Huaxin simulated trading competition is in the lower middle range, making him a minor character. The dorm leader is really calm. No wonder he is the top student in our investment studies. With Qingbei sending people, do you think it's possible that a junior from Qingbei will fall for me and then introduce me to a job with $1 million annual salary? Fengge, come with me to the restroom. Why? My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Just trying to wake you up. While the 3 roommates were chatting away, Zhang Yang had already struck up a conversation with Liao Guopei, who had been testing stocks to create a 2-dragon trend lately. What is testing stocks? Before speculative funds rally, they will engage in testing, which can be categorized into upward and downward testing. Upward testing specifically involves using large buy orders to significantly raise the stock price, for instance, by 7, then immediately halting operations to observe the trend following orders and selling orders above. If there are many trend following orders and few selling orders, there may be further upward actions, otherwise the stocks will first undergo a washout or abandon the target. After testing for 2 days and observing for another 2, Liao Guopei was very satisfied with the testing results of the Jianfeng Group, as most were trapped retail investors without encountering large sell orders. Even if other speculative funds exist within the Jianfeng Group, this testing result indicates their willingness to jointly boost the stock price of Jianfeng Group. If there is disagreement among speculative funds within a single stock, the prior investors will use obvious large orders to press down prices or raise prices to send signals. If they insist on raising or crashing the stock, it will evolve into a struggle among speculative funds. Zhang Yang looked at Liao Guopei's message and immediately typed, "If that's the case, let's proceed as initially agreed and announce it as a signal." Liao Guopei understood. Although Zhang Yang's capital size is quite small, Liao Guopei had no intention of belittling him, as he noticed that the number of people in the VIP research group had reached 187. At this growth rate, the accumulation of Zhang Yang's capital might exceed expectations. After all, a monthly subscription is 90 yuan, and 187 people equal 16830 yuan. If it grows to 500 people, Liao Guopei didn't dare to imagine further. He also realized what it means to have expertise in a particular field. If he were to do market research reports, he truly couldn't manage it, but if he were to handle trading, he would definitely excel. The next day, May 4th, as the rainy season receded, Shanghai basked in the bright warmth of May. In the Huadu campus, flowers swayed gracefully, green trees stretched out new leaves, and the vegetation bloomed vigorously. After waking up in the morning, Zhang Yang, as usual, went to the balcony to wash up, then went to the cafeteria for breakfast, and finally headed to Jiang Xianqiu's cafe. As he pushed the door open to enter, Jiang Xianqiu smiled slightly while wiping the bar, welcoming Zhang Yang, while glancing at the 2 people in the corner and saying, "Welcome, Zhang Yang. Your 2 friends arrived even earlier than you today." 2 friends. Zhang Yang followed her gaze. Su Zhiro and Su Jiro. Su Jiro was wearing a light yellow floral dress, paired with a beige shawl, her style sweet and cute like a neighborly sister. Beside her, Su Jiro was dressed in a Japanese-style, short-sleeved school uniform, her long black hair straight and crossed over her chest, her gaze scanning Zhang Yang up and down, her eyes flashing with a look of "I don't understand." This way, this way." Su Jiro waved her hand. "One latte." Zhang Yang first ordered from Jiang Xianqiu, then approached the Su sisters and asked, "Why are you 2 up so early?" "Ask her." Su Jiro looked at Su Jiro, her gaze occasionally glancing out the glass window, as if searching for. They knew Zhang Yang would arrive at this time because there was a stalker who reported Zhang Yang's whereabouts to Su Zai's mailbox every day. Since last Monday, Su Jiro had known that Zhang Yang would arrive at the leisure cafe around 9 o'clock. "Zhang Yang, you sit first. I have something to discuss with you." Su Jiro rubbed her delicate white hands, seemingly a bit nervous. "What is it?" Zhang Yang sat down and, "I heard from Sister Jing that you want to create a financial website. I think this idea is very good and has a lot of potential." As Su Jiro affirmed Zhang Yang's entrepreneurial idea, she took out a black gold card from the construction bank and placed it on the table, continuing, "I want to invest 15 million. Zhang Yang fell into silence. Sometimes he couldn't help but marvel at how life-changing moments can feel like a tide. In his 20s, a million could be tossed around like candy. "Is that enough? If not, I can add more." Seemingly afraid that Zhang Yang would refuse, Su Jiro hurriedly. Zhang Yang didn't rush to reply, but contemplated the value that Su Jiro's investment could bring. For him, accumulating enough capital to start a website was only a matter of time. After all, in just 3 months, he had accumulated over 200 yuan from an initial 800 yuan, soon to break 2500. It is worth noting that this is the original accumulation, and the difficulty level is akin to purgatory. Buffett started investing at 11, but about 80 of his wealth was acquired after 60, illustrating how challenging it is to accumulate funds. If Su Jiro only had money, Zhang Yang would ruthlessly reject her, as the financial website is an extremely important part of his business plan, a crucial foundation for his future revenge against capital, and must not be touched by others. As the financial network grows and expands, it may consider developing into the direction of fund sales, possibly leveraging Su Jiro's family background to obtain various financial licenses in related fields. Zhang Yang weighed the pros and cons in his heart. In his past life, he started from scratch on Wall Street. At first, he did not understand the importance of borrowing momentum and encountered numerous obstacles. However, as he gradually explored the rules of social operation, Zhang Yang also grasped the principles of borrowing momentum. To survive in society, one must first learn to borrow strength from the powerful. Just like when a person is young, their source of strength is their parents. Their achievements and social status directly determine others' attitudes. If your parents are billionaires, teachers and leaders at school will pay more attention to you and may even try to curry favor. However, if you are powerless and insignificant, seeking fair treatment becomes a luxury. At this moment, Suzuruo's family background is undoubtedly the momentum that Zhang Yang needs. After careful consideration, Zhang Yang looked at Suzuruo, whose eyes were full of anticipation, and said, I currently have only a rough idea. How about you invest and join me in founding this financial website together? Huh, is it us? Suzuruo's face lit up with joy mixed with a hint of shyness, and her heart began to race. Co-founding a financial website, does Zhang Yang actually like me? Definitely. Then I'll reluctantly agree. As Suzuruo's mind wandered, Suzuruo was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Zhang Yang to regard Suzuruo as an equal partner in the venture. Based on her understanding of Zhang Yang, he is a person with a strong sense of ambition. A person who loves his career and not women must have ulterior motives, Suzuruo speculated. However, she was mistaken about one thing. Zhang Yang did not lack interest in women. He simply wanted to seize this hard-won opportunity of rebirth and did not wish to be entangled in romantic affairs. In today's fast-paced society, emotional matters become more solid after achieving success. That's right, it's just, we will succeed. Zhang Yang smiled lightly and continued, since we are partners in this venture, I will organize the business plan and send it to you. After you review it, we can find a time to sit down and discuss it slowly. We will succeed. Zhang Yang smiled lightly and continued, since we are partners in this venture, I will organize the business plan and send it to you. After you review it, we can find a time to sit down and discuss it slowly. If you have time, you can also supervise the progress of the website's construction and its operational management. No problem, I have plenty of time. Suzuruo did not think too much and directly agreed. Meanwhile, Suzuruo squinted her eyes, sizing up Zhang Yang. She now seriously doubted that this man wanted to take advantage of both opportunities. You keep the bank card, the password is 123,123. Easy to remember, right? Suzuruo slid the black gold card in front of Zhang Yang with a smile. Looking at the black gold card with a deposit of 1 million, Zhang Yang suddenly had a bold idea flash through his mind. After confirming its feasibility, he decisively turned to Suzuruo and asked, are you free today? Why are we going to Hangzhou? Suzuruo suddenly interjected. Right, why are we going to Hangzhou? My parents aren't there. Suzuruo thought Zhang Yang wanted to confirm the funding source with her parents. Zhang Yang knew he could not hide it. A large bank transfers require the account holder to be present. He simply stated, I want to put the website project on hold and first use this 15 million to leverage 5 times the capital to manipulate a stock's trend. What? Huh? Suzuruo and Suzuruo were left dumbfounded. Leveraging 15 million with 5 times the capital means 75 million. Adding Zhang Yang's own over 1 million, the available funds were suddenly close to 7 million. With 7 million in leveraged funds, one could already step into the realm of speculative trading. Suzuruo immediately stood up, her face filled with displeasure, and said, thinking about sitting on a fortune with over 5 million, you really are daydreaming, and you are trampling on my sister's sincere support for your entrepreneurial venture. She had already thought that starting a financial website was unreliable, and now Zhang Yang wanted to use this money to leverage stocks, making her feel it was even more unreliable. She even felt that Zhang Yang was a walking financial scammer. Faced with her doubts, Zhang Yang did not explain, but calmly replied, I never do anything without confidence. Indeed, Zhang Yang never does anything without confidence. I can vouch for that. Suzuruo nodded in agreement. You're doomed. Seeing her sister's arm twist away, Suzuruo shot a glare at Suzuruo and then angrily left the scene. Watching the figure leave in a hurry, Zhang Yang did not mind, but curiously looked at Suzuruo and asked with a faint smile, aren't you afraid I'll lose all the money? Money can be earned again. Besides, I trust your investment judgment. You are a top student, no a genius. Suzuruo gave a thumbs up, her eyes filled with admiration. Hearing this, Zhang Yang was clearly taken aback. In his past life, he had navigated the realm of interest for decades, adhering to the principle of value exchange. What is value exchange? You have bread, I have milk. You want to drink milk, I want to eat bread, so we can exchange. But if you have no bread, it means you have no value, and we will not have any practical intersection. Because he adhered to this principle, Zhang Yang was constantly enhancing his own value to exchange for resources. Suzuruo's pure emotional expression made the profit-driven Zhang Yang feel ashamed. To suppress the guilt in his heart, he stood up and said, time is of the essence. You go back and get your ID, and we'll head to Hangzhou immediately. Are we driving? Suzuruo asked. Driving ourselves will be faster. Don't you have a Maserati? Zhang Yang said without hesitation while closing his laptop. I lent my car to someone else. Suzuruo felt a bit guilty. Zhang Yang paused for a moment, seemingly realizing something, and said, it's okay, we can take a taxi and still get there. No need to take a taxi, my sister has a Porsche 911. I'll borrow it from her. Suzuruo thought of an alternative. Alright, we'll contact each other by phone later. Contact by phone. The scene of Suzuruo, Zhang Yang, and Suzuruo leaving the cafe one after the other was also captured by the eyes pretending to pass by. The person quickly called Cheng Jihong, the vice president of the badminton club. Beep, beep, beep. After a while, the call was connected. Brother Hong, good news. It seems Zhang Yang had a conflict with Suzuruo. Suzuruo left the cafe looking very angry. Really? Absolutely. Well done. Keep monitoring Zhang Yang. I won't treat you poorly. No problem, bro. After hanging up, Cheng Jihong, who was still eating in the cafeteria, immediately realized that his opportunity had come. Taking advantage of the situation was his specialty. In the past, he maintained boundary-crossing relationships with no less than 3 girls by being a warm-hearted friend, or rather a confidant. The reason Cheng Jihong had others follow and secretly photograph Zhang Yang was to undermine the latter's image in Su Xi's eyes. After all, no girl would like a guy who was entangled with a bunch of girls. He was a professional at digging the wall. Zhonggu, are you really that free? Haven't your clients placed any orders yet? Lai Ziho turned to his colleague Zhong Qifeng, who was leisurely holding a coffee cup. Isn't it another case of margin call? He added. Working at a margin trading company, one gets used to margin calls. Almost every day someone experiences a margin call or adds margin. Of course, there are clients who profit, but they are few. No margin call. The client just mentioned wanting to come to our company, probably to leverage. Zhong Qifeng didn't pay much attention, as Zhang Yang had indeed made quite a bit of money during this time. Moreover, today was a collective high opening. Although the increase wasn't particularly large, the securities known as the bull market banner were leading the sector, with Huaxin securities currently quoted at 24.89, an increase of 2.64, and other securities were also collectively rising. The banking sector, dubbed the fixed anchor, also didn't fall behind. The significant rise on the 29th, a slight dip on the 30th, combined with today's small candlestick on the 4th, formed a stabilizing trend in the three-river bottom climb chart. In addition, last night's news broadcast revealed a key economic indicator: the number of passengers transported by national railways reached 2,366 million, an increase of 11. For not including the numbers for self-driving tours and tourist buses. Just the number of tourists visiting Hangzhou reached 288 million, a 25.3 increase compared to the same period in 2008. Although the number of tourists does not directly represent the national economy, it can to some extent indicate that Huaguo's consumption capacity and economic growth are gradually recovering. Matai, known for its sauce aroma technology, has also reversed its decline, currently quoted at 117.8 yuan, with an increase of 1.25. In the midst of a rising market all around were the colors of increase. However, the previously hyped medical drug sector began to show a soft and powerless trend. For example, after a high opening, Yuyue Medical was immediately hit with a standard upper shadow line. Some small speculative funds clustered around Haiwang Bio and Piluo Co. Now, Piluo Pharmaceuticals also showed upper shadow lines and were even on the verge of turning red. Why would speculative funds cluster and still turn red? The logic is quite simple. Retail investor funds are no longer following, and speculative funds and institutions find themselves isolated, merely staring at each other. In a market with widespread declines, the profit-making effect is weak and market funds cluster for warmth. In a rising market, the profit-making effect is strong and market funds scatter to dig for gold. Funds clustering lead to demon stocks. And what are so-called demon stocks? Essentially, they are products of market funds clustering for speculation. Since profits can be made anywhere, who would want to engage in high-risk funds with you? This is also the reason why there are more demon stocks in bear markets and fewer in bull markets. However, Su Xiang and the daring team controlling Rhine Bio still hit their limit, and some profit-holding shares, seeing the medical drug sector languishing, quickly threw their shares to Su Xiang and other speculators. In 5 trading days, 5 consecutive limits. Even if purchased from the first trading day, the increase has already reached 61.05. But this is far from satisfying Su Xiang's appetite. The targets he focuses on cannot be fed by just 5 consecutive limits. After nearly 3 hours of travel, around 11 a.m., Zhang Yang and Su Zhuo arrived at the office building of Hongyuan Investment. Since they had made an appointment in advance, Zhang Xiaolong was still waiting in the elevator corridor. Ding. When the elevator door opened, he greeted warmly Zhang Yang. Congratulations. Today is indeed a rising market. Your account's floating profit has reached 400 yuan. Truly, you are a remarkable figure in our Hukai investment studies. This is... He looked at Su Zhuo. Also from Hukai, her name is Su Zhuo. Zhang Yang smiled slightly and continued, we are here to boost your achievements. Boost achievements? Zhang Xiaolong was taken aback for half a second. He thought Zhang Yang had come to leverage. Just a while ago, he checked the margin account, and the profit was about to exceed 400 yuan. Yes, I want to add 18 million. Zhang Yang said succinctly. 18 million. Zhang Xiaolong completely didn't see that Zhang Yang had that much money, but he quickly thought of something, his gaze lingering on Su Zhuo's face for a moment, and he instantly understood. So it's similar to Tao Yuang. He murmured to himself. Although Zhang Xiaolong was 2 years younger than Tao Yuang, he knew that Tao Yuang got into Huaxin Securities through his connection with Yushushua. Many people privately mocked Tao Yuang for having only hard power. As they entered society one after another, Tao Yuang's reputation among his classmates changed as the initial students gradually understood a harsh truth: financial professionals without a background are worse than dogs. Zhang Xiaolong also regretted his former high-mindedness. If he had understood this truth earlier, he wouldn't have had to muddle through in a margin trading company. Although the other person was a bit overweight, around 180 gene and a bit short at 155 meters, there is a saying that goes well: it doesn't matter when the lights are off, but with a bit of grit it can still be endured. 18 million, can the annual interest still be 10? Zhang Yang continued to ask directly. Su Zhuhua contributed 15 million. The previous margin was 2,000, and he still had 3,000 in his bank card. This time Zhang Yang was going all in. Of course, Zhang Xiaolong replied without hesitation. This is because the higher the margin, the greater the discounts available, similar to large deposits at banks, where one can negotiate annual interest. Then let's sign the contract. Zhang Yang didn't want to waste a second. This way, please. Zhang Xiaolong didn't hesitate either, immediately inviting Zhang Yang and Su Zhuhua to the office to sign the contract. After signing the investment cooperation agreement, Zhang Yang led Su Zhuhua to the nearest construction bank branch to transfer a total of 18 million to the designated account of Hanyue Investment. Su Zhuhua had a black gold card, so the 15 million was not charged any handling fees. However, Zhang Yang did not have such privileges. His ordinary first-class card was charged 50 yuan for the interbank transfer of 3,000. He brought back the 2 transfer receipts to Zhang Xiaolong, who immediately went to arrange the margin trading. After a while he returned to the office. Everything is settled, Zhang Yang. It's still the same margin account and manager. Now your margin account's total balance is 694 million. If you want to see the account's specific details, you can find manager Zhong Qifeng in the trading office area. Zhang Xiaolong couldn't hide his joy. Last time Zhang Yang used 2,000 as margin to secure 8,000 in trading, the daily interest was 0.0274, requiring a payment of 218 yuan to the margin company. This time, using 18 million as margin, he secured 72 million in trading with the same daily interest of 0.0274, requiring a payment of 6 yuan in daily interest. Adding the 2 daily interest amounts, Zhang Yang would need to pay 78 yuan daily to the margin company. Zhang Xiaolong's salary composition, besides the 8,000 yuan base salary, largely relied on the commission from the daily interest of clients at a rate of 10. For this deal, he could pocket 183.5 yuan. A margin manager with abundant client resources can earn a monthly salary of 1,000 or even more. Good. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, and then asked, by the way, senior brother, if I want to trade personally, can I come here to operate? Of course, but you need to get the trading manager's consent first. Then I understand. You can communicate more with your trading manager, you know the phone number. Okay, thank you, senior brother. You're welcome. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Yang led Su Zhuhua to the workstation of Zhong Qifeng in the trading office area. Seeing Zhang Yang arrive, the other party immediately greeted him with a smile. Mr. Zhang, welcome. He already knew that Zhang Yang had added 18 million in margin, which made him a super client that needed to be catered to. Long time no see, manager Zhang. The thing is, I want to trade here personally for the next few days. Do you think that's possible? Zhang Yang kept it brief. You want to trade personally? Zhong Qifeng clearly did not expect this. That's right. Zhang Yang nodded and explained, I will trade at your workstation. If there is a need for liquidation or additional margin, you can interrupt my trading at any time. Zhong Qifeng fell into thought. It seemed there was no regulation against clients trading on site. The reason margin accounts are not in the client's hands is mainly due to the need for liquidation and additional margin operations that require the trading staff of the margin company to execute. Alright then. Zhong Qifeng didn't find it inappropriate, but still reminded him trading can only be done here. Our company's working hours start at 8:30. Noted. Zhang Yang nodded in response. On May 4th, at the end of trading, Zhang Yang instructed Zhong Qifeng to sell Huaxin Securities and Construction Bank, leaving only Jianfeng Group. Huaxin Securities closed at 25.36 yuan, with a rise of 4.58, and Construction Bank rose by 1.81, yielding a total profit of 21596 yuan. Jianfeng Group hit the daily limit today, and with previous gains, the floating profit has reached 2900. After discussions between both parties and considering the near explosion of the limit, they concluded that it was the lurking speculative funds behind Jianfeng Group. A stock contains many uncertain funds, possibly including retail investors, lurking speculators, and controlling institutions. The continuous testing by Liao Guopei should have misled others. However, this also provided useful information. The speculative funds that had entered Jianfeng Group beforehand were willing to raise the stock price together, which was very important for Zhang Yang and Liao Guopei. If there are disagreements among the funds, the amount of capital needed to raise the stock price would increase exponentially. Since there was only one optional public class this week after returning to Hudu Finance University with Su Zhuhua, Zhang Yang immediately packed his clothes and took his ID to head back to Hangqing. In 2009, as digital maps were not yet widely available and Beidou navigation was not fully established, Zhang Yang randomly found a nearby hotel to stay upon returning to the Hanyue Capital office building. On the following days, May 5th, 6th, and 7th, he appeared punctually in the trading area of Hanyue Capital. Some confused trading managers thought he was a new colleague and were puzzled as to why Zhang Yang was not wearing a shirt. But after Zhong Kaifeng's patient explanation, the other trading managers realized that this young man in his early 20s had managed to control a leveraged account close to 7 million with an initial 1.38 million. 7 million. Not just 700 yuan. A person in their early 20s able to produce 1.38 million clearly did not come from an ordinary family. Some understanding trading managers not only flattered him, but also insisted on inviting him to meals and picking up. As for some female trading managers, they were even bolder, with some directly sending Zhang Yang ultra-thin condoms, implying something that everyone understood. In these times, who wouldn't want to capture a few big clients to make money? It wasn't embarrassing. However, for Zhang Yang, who had tasted delicacies in his past life, such temptations were akin to a sow in heat, and he casually tossed the ultra-thin condom into the trash. In the evening, after waiting for a long time, the severe stock trading abnormality announcement from Rhine Biotechnology was finally released. Guoishi Rhine Biotechnology Co., Ltd., hereinafter referred to as the company stock abbreviated as Rhine Biotechnology, had a cumulative closing price increase deviation of 114.36 from April 27, 2009 to May 7, 2009, over 8 consecutive trading days. According to the Shenzhen Stock Exchange trading rules, if the cumulative closing price increase deviation exceeds 100 over 10 consecutive trading days, it is classified as a serious abnormal fluctuation in stock trading. As of May 7, 2009, the company's closing price was 26.75 yuan per share, with a static price-earnings ratio of 177.12 times and a price-to-book ratio of 3.57 times. According to data released by Huajing Index Co., Ltd., as of May 7, 2009, the company was classified in the biopharmaceuticals industry with the latest average static price-earnings ratio at 21.61 times and a price-to-book ratio of 2.16 times, which displayed significant discrepancies from the company's latest ratios. The company currently focuses on the extraction of natural sweeteners with mangiferin as a supplementary product. As of May 7, 2009, we had received 10 orders for mangiferin exports totaling 3174700 yuan. Currently, the company's stock price shows signs of market overheating, which may lead to irrational speculation and significant trading risks with a potential for sharp declines. Investors are advised to be cautious in their trading decisions. With the release of the severe stock trading abnormality announcement, it was clear to everyone that Rhine Biotechnology had been severely inflated. At this time in the stock forum, countless retail investors began spreading the news. Xiaodai Wow, a static price-earnings ratio of 177.12 times, far exceeding peers. Rhine Biotechnology is indeed a stock controlled by Su Xiang. Crazy little monkey, it's over. I just bought Rhine Biotechnology a few days ago. Will I hit the limit down tomorrow? Little Dragon loves trading. The 8 consecutive board curse is coming. I have cleared all my shares today and made over 7,000, achieving financial freedom. While countless retail investors had mixed feelings, Su Xiang remained extremely calm as he had prepared to absorb this. To him, the severe stock trading abnormality announcement was an excellent opportunity for washing out, and once the retail investors had sold off enough, he would continue to raise the stock price. At this point, some might wonder, with the stock price raised so high, what if retail investors don't follow when it's time to offload? In fact, this is a question that many speculators can't comprehend either. Why, after pushing the price so high, are there still retail investors willing to take the bait? Of course, there are speculative funds, but more often it is bottom-fishing funds. Perhaps due to human greed, or simply because there are too many retail investors in the share market, one never has to worry about a lack of retail investors chasing prices. On May 8, Friday, buses from universities such as Qingbei Southwest Finance and Central Finance successively arrived at Hudu Finance University, and the class monitor Lin Tian continuously all members in the QQ group, informing them about the classrooms used for the exchange. Zhang Yang, far away in Hongqing, took no notice. By now he had already arrived at Zhong Kaifeng's workstation at After 3 consecutive trading days of accumulating shares, Zhang Yang's invested capital had reached 1.4 million, all focused on Jianfeng Group. At this moment, the available funds in the leveraged account were still 5.52 million. 9 o'clock. 9:05. 9:10. As time ticked away, Zhang Yang had simulated this scene countless times in his mind. At this time, he was going all in. Zhang Qifeng stood to the side, unsure of how Zhang Yang would operate, but he had a gut feeling that this man would bring unexpected surprises. At 9:15, during the share collective bidding, Zhang Yang immediately placed an order at the limit down price of 4.8 yuan for a total of 100 shares amounting to 4.800, causing Jianfeng Group to instantly show a limit down. As soon as he spoke, he acted quickly. He immediately opened Rhine Biotechnology. Sure enough, Zhang Yang's lips curled slightly, as Rhine Biotechnology was also set at the limit down price, which is a common tactic used by speculators. Using the panic brought by the severe stock trading abnormality announcement to flush out the wavering internal stocks during the collective bidding phase. The stock market is not a charity. Speculators must offload as many retail investors as possible to raise the stock price at the lowest cost. It is akin to a deep-sea vessel where retail investors are like barnacles clinging to the hull, institutions and speculators are like the captain and crew. If they do not clean off the barnacles, the cost of setting sail will increase significantly. Far away in Chongqing, Liao Guopei was using 12 securities accounts to frequently place buy and sell orders, artificially creating bidding points and matching trading volumes. Perhaps many retail investors obsessed with technical analysis do not realize that aside from a few large-cap leaders, any technical indicator of small and medium-cap stocks can be manipulated. Looking at the technical aspect alone, 2 words: losing money. Looking at the performance alone, 2 words: losing money. Looking at the news alone, still those 2 words: losing money. Only by considering various factors such as news, performance, technical aspects, capital flow, and sentiment can one truly engage in value investing, qualifying as a technical trader. Ningbo Liberation South Road. VIP room of the Galaxy Securities Office. The unremarkable Su Xiang gripped the mouse tightly, his gaze fixed on the changing market before him. Beside him, the Ningbo Death Squad was continuously placing sell orders, creating the illusion of a panic sell-off to force out the chips. Su Xiang's cousin Ma Xinqi, after placing the chips from his 7 securities accounts, stretched lazily and said, "Done, it's open," and closed, instantly scaring that group of following retail investors. "I put in 20 million yesterday. I wonder how many will cut losses." Someone immediately echoed. Sun Guodong of the Three Musketeers adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying, "Based on my understanding of retail investor psychology, they must be panicking now, regretting not controlling their impulse to chase prices. Maybe that group of retail investors is crying, saying they're done, asking for their money back. Haha, give me my money back. Too funny, haha." In the VIP room, the Death Squad mercilessly mocked the stupidity of retail investors. They had long grasped the psychology of these investors. As the leader of the Death Squad, Su Xiang listened to his brother's teasing and smiled faintly, saying, "Prepare to take money from the retail investors' wallets. Once we've taken enough, we'll hit them with a ceiling price to let them know how treacherous the world is." He then turned to his cousin Ma Xinqi and asked, "Ma Gu, has the news been fermented? Don't drag your feet. Rest assured, I've had people post on various stock forums and bribe dozens of financial media outlets. The news has been fermenting since last night. We just need to wait for the chips to come to us." Ma Xinqi responded with a smile. At that moment, posts titled "Su Xiang is suspected to be selling Rhine Biotech" appeared in Baidu Taiba Stock Forum, Dongfang Kafis Stock Forum, and the financial communities of Sina Finance and Penguin Finance. Retail investors unaware of the truth saw the posts and panic spread wildly. "Cat teacher, no, Su Xiang, please don't. I just got in yesterday. I'll let it rise one more limit up and I'll exit after one board. Our country Shenkele, the one-word soul-cutting knife. Su Xiang truly lives up to his name. Once he strikes, it's a limit down. Congratulations to those who were stuck at the peak. They won't be able to get out for the next 2 or 3 years. Stock trading Phoenix. When others are fearful, I am greedy. When others are greedy, I am fearful. I directly bought 100 lots of Rhine Biotech. At worst, I'll forget this money. I don't believe Su Xiang can be satisfied with 8 limit ups. It's all about the thrill. Xiao Shuai is not handsome, awesome. You buy the chips others dare not touch. You take the shares others are afraid of. Take first, resist later. Is this how retail investors behave in our shares?" While a large number of retail investors heatedly discussed the financial media bribed by Ma Xinqi, gradually ramped up their efforts to continue creating panic. Shock. Su Xiang's securities account holdings are suspected to be exposed. Rhine Biotech has become a discarded pawn, with the latest holdings actually being unbelievable. The control master of the 8 limit up monster Rhine Biotech has already exited. What will tens of thousands of retail investors do next? Report from Rhine Biotech, only 10 orders for Kowloon. The main business is still natural sweeteners. Has the monster stock declared its fall? Besides some small media outlets, several major financial platforms are also publishing articles such as Sina Finance and Dongfang Saifu, but they are all reporting from the perspective of limit down. Under the overwhelming bombardment of public opinion, Rhine Biotech became a hot potato, and many retail investors holding Rhine Biotech hurriedly placed limit down orders, planning to cash in their floating profits. On the other side, at the top floor of the Hongyue Investment Building in Jianggan District, Hangzhou, in the trading office, in contrast to Su Xiang and others continuously placing orders to create panic, Zhang Yang, Liao Guopei, and the speculative funds within the Peak Group all canceled their limit down orders before 920, letting the retail investors with limit down orders go in front. It is worth noting that from 915 to 920 during these 5-minute, stockholders can freely cancel orders in quotes without executing trades. However, starting at 920, all orders will be locked and matching will begin based on the buyer's pending orders. After 925, transactions will be uniformly executed by the auction system. Many people will use the 5-minute window from 915 to 920 to release smoke bombs. Some inexperienced new investors, seeing limit downs and limit UPS, often make erroneous judgments. Perhaps influenced by Rhine Biotech, the entire medical and H1N1 flu concept stocks began. Previously hyped stocks like Piluo Co. and Haiwang Biotech all open limit down, as if overnight the hype of all flu-related stocks had been completely extinguished. At 930, The shares officially opened. Out of over 1600 stocks, 1200 experienced declines with 400 down by more than 3. There were 34 stocks hitting the limit down, mostly medical stocks that had been hyped earlier. By 932, the number of limit down stocks had reached 40, and the shares were in a state of reduced volume. Huaxin Securities had dropped by 1.24. At that moment in the trading area of the peak group, the buy price was 4.8 yuan limit down price, and the visible pending order quantity was 1700 lots, while the sell price was 4.81 yuan with a sell order quantity of 14200 lots. Experienced old investors know that if you want to sell at 4.81 yuan while the buy price is 4.8 yuan, you need to patiently wait for the latest stock price to rise, usually needing to reach 4.82 yuan to fully execute the 4.81 yuan sell orders. However, if you want to escape quickly, you can complete the transaction instantly at 4.8 yuan. This type of trading rules selling at 4.81 yuan is called a pending order, while 4.8 yuan is called a throw order. If you want to buy at 4.81 yuan, it's called eating the order. Simply put, eating an order and throwing an order means buying or selling at a price one tick higher or lower, while a pending order uses the latest price. At the moment, 4.8 yuan is primarily comprised of pending orders from Zhang Yang, Liao Guopei, and other speculators or retail investors waiting for other retail investors to cut losses. Perhaps Su Xiang and Ma Xinqi did not anticipate that someone was utilizing the public opinion offensive they created to buy in at lower prices. It is worth mentioning that Liao Guopei, not wanting to offend Su Xiang, only agreed with Zhang Yang to do the dual dragon trend, meaning he would invest to boost Rhine Biotech's movement. Zhang Yang, who still had over 5 million available funds, would not be content to only do the dual dragon trend. While Liao Guopei dared not offend Su Xiang, Zhang Yang was not necessarily afraid to confront Su Xiang directly. At 954, the banking sector showed signs of movement. The 4 major banks rose first, followed by Huaxin Securities, as if some funds were stabilizing the market. Seizing the opportunity of the market's rise, Zhang Yang decisively bought 1245 lots. 1 lot is 100 shares of Rhine Biotech at the limit down price of 24.08 yuan, causing a green bar to instantly rise in the volume chart below. Stock movement alert: a super buy order appeared for Rhine Biotech amounting to 997 million yuan. All investors who had added Rhine Biotech to their watch lists were startled, quickly opening the stock to see what had happened. Far away on Liberation South Road in Ningbo, the members of the death squad were collectively stunned. Ma Xinqi directly shouted who accidentally bought in. He assumed it was a mistake by someone from their side scanning the crowd in the VIP room. Not me. I didn't either. It's impossible for us to make such a rookie mistake. One of the 3 musketeers, Sun Guodong, put down the walnut in his palm and said sideways, asked the brothers from the other offices if they accidentally pressed the buy button. Rhine Biotech had already fallen into a rhythm of panic selling. Even if new speculative funds entered, they wouldn't directly push large orders, as this was a technique to ignite interest, not to accumulate chips. No need to ask. Su Xiang raised his hand to stop them, looking at the alert of movement, and said solemnly, our brothers would never make such a rookie mistake. Someone is stirring trouble with speculative funds. When the news of the anomalies at Rhine Biology spread across the entire stock trading platform, discussions among retail investors surged once again. Mingjing Jiuzhou, a super order of 3 million has been placed directly. Could it be that the market for Rhine Biology is not over yet? Jian Kai and Ichang Guai feel that it's a deliberate move by Su Xiang and the others who cannot find a buyer to create this funding anomaly. Oh, everyone be careful. Zhuzai Shaoxian knew, I bought 20 lots to see what happens if I get trapped ill, just play dead. As long as I don't sell, the speculators won't be able to harvest me. Zijian Quang Long, the speculators are very bad. Oh, everyone must be cautious and not be deceived by the false bullish signals. I'm an experienced investor. I won't harm you all. At this moment, no one knew whether the hype around Rhine Biology had ended. If you say it has ended, suddenly a super buy order of 3 million pops up. If you say it hasn't ended, there are currently 940 sell orders at Rhine Biology, showing no signs of breaking the board. In Chongqing, Guangdong, Liao Guopei looked at the anomaly alert and fell into deep thought, recalling his conversation with Zhang Yang. After a moment, he murmured, could it be that Joker is stirring trouble? Liao Guopei opened QQ and found Zhang Yang's contact, sending a message. Was that 3 million your buy? Joker: yes, it was. Zhang Yang chose not to hide the truth. Their interests were now aligned. But upon seeing the news, Liao Guopei became somewhat unsettled and quickly typed, didn't we agree to go with the 2 dragon trend? Joker, just check the group chat or the stock forum and you'll know. Liao Guopei was half convinced and opened the stock group that Zhang Yang created. The discussions inside instantly made him realize. Only one gun. Rhine Biology is 100 of bait. It's equivalent to a 3 million advertisement, just waiting for the retail investors to step in. Die Ben die. If it's not a bait, then I'll eat shit. Which funds enter the market in this manner, and it hasn't even. Xiaogo Wang. Only retail investors would intervene at this point in Rhine Biology. The MACD index volume and Klein patterns all indicate funds are fleeing. Whoever wants to buy can go ahead. Oh, I choose to watch the market. A super buy order of 3 million. Oh, do you think Zhang Yang is igniting the market? On the contrary, he is pouring cold water on Rhine biology. To be precise, he is labeling Rhine biology as a bait, making speculative funds hesitant to act rashly. If Xiang wants to wash the stocks, he should immediately open the limit down and provide a weak rebound, allowing profits from within Rhine biology to see the opportunity and accelerate their exit. But at this moment, Xiang's expression was serious. He knew very well that after a large order is placed, giving a weak rebound can shake out the indecisive shares, yet he was not accustomed to following others' rhythm. You must understand, after so many years of trading stocks, aside from the initial years, he has always been in control. Others follow his rhythm to profit, yet no one has ever made Xiang follow theirs. What is Brother Xiang doing now? One speculator from the death squad inquired. Originally, they planned to push the limit up in the afternoon, but now their plans were completely disrupted, leaving them with only two options. 1. Open the board, give a weak rebound, and then execute a large counterorder to prove this is a bait and continue to wash and absorb shares. 2. Directly force a rise to avoid any new funds entering. Let's go for a weak rebound. The market is rising right now, and later we can reasonably seal the limit down. Ma Xinqi suggested. In my opinion, let's bait all the way, transition from weak to strong, and directly hit the limit down tomorrow. New retail investors will definitely not be able to handle it. Sun Guodong had a different opinion. I do not agree with what Brother Sun said, because tomorrow is Saturday and the stock market is closed. However, I support the idea of washing the stocks within one trading day. It definitely needs to be washed. Perhaps that 3 million order was from retail investors. Let's scare them a bit, maybe they will come out. That's right. Brother Sun's suggestion is better. The members of the death squad unanimously agreed with Sun Guodong's proposal. The latter jokingly said, my bad, I forgot tomorrow is Saturday. That's fine, I'll let it ferment over the weekend and let those retail investors obediently deliver their money to us. It can only be this way. Xiang's rationality overcame his impulsiveness. At this moment, Zhang Yang's 3 million was like a small fishbone, seemingly insignificant, but truly uncomfortable when it got stuck in the throat. Before long, large orders were frequently transacted. Stock anomaly alert, Rhine biology has a super buy order of 6 million. Stock anomaly alert, Rhine biology has a super buy order of 7 million. Stock anomaly alert, Rhine biology has a super buy order of 9 million. As buy orders surged and accompanied by quietly withdrawn sell orders, Rhine biology's limit down finally showed signs of loosening. Originally set at 24.08 yuan, it rose to 24.19 yuan, but still had a drop of 9.57 compared to the previous trading day's closing price of 26.75 yuan. At this moment, Rhine biology was like the spider spirit from the journey to the west in human form, exposing its thighs and saying, come on, sir, come in. Such an obvious bait would certainly make seasoned investors shake their heads. But some new investors and stock market novices were different. In their eyes, there was no height they were afraid to chase. One after another, dozens and hundreds of lots were transacted. Originally not wanting to offend Xiang and only wanting to pursue the two-dragon trend, Liao Guopei saw the frequent large buy orders of Rhine biology and instantly understood that he had been outmaneuvered by Zhang Yang. He angrily called Zhang Yang, questioning him. I said I didn't want to offend Xiang and only wanted to pursue the two-dragon trend. You are clearly trying to make the Qianfeng group the leader of Meng Chao Swan. After being stirred by Zhang Yang, Rhine biology could see a potential decline or wash in the next 2 trading days or several trading days. Originally, with Rhine biology's limit down, Liao Guopei had already guessed that Xiang would push it up in the afternoon to shake off retail investors, allowing him to pursue the two-dragon trend without conflict. But now the problem arose, as both were Meng Chao Swan concept stocks. Rhine biology entered an adjustment trend, while Qianfeng Group surged to a limit up. Isn't that just intercepting the leading stock? If Qianfeng Group hits a limit up, will Xiang's Rhine biology follow? If it doesn't follow, the only stock that rises to its limit in the Meng Chao Swan concept stocks will surely attract speculative funds' attention. Qianfeng Group can withstand detailed scrutiny, and with 2 days until the weekend, the sentiment can continue to ferment. It only needs one more surge to attract a large amount of speculative funds. If Xiang is forced to follow, all retail investors who entered today will turn into profit margins, and their washing will completely fail. Looking at the tempting profit, Liao Guopei's desires and rationality were at odds. Desire told him that as long as he pushes it up to the limit, he could feast on it. Rationality equally warned him that if he pushed to the limit, he would completely offend Xiang and could be targeted in the future. Joker, speak up. Seeing Zhang Yang remain silent, Liao Guopei felt like a lonely boat drifting on the sea, urgently needing a place to land. I'm sorry. Zhang Yang first apologized. He didn't expect Xiang to rebound strongly, but this was precisely what he wanted. He then shifted the topic, saying, but a man should not stay under others for long. Since Xiang can make 5 billion in the stock market, why can't you with your Zen City's invisible foot? Liao Guopei was suddenly struck by lightning, and his heart began to race. Before he could speak, Zhang Yang continued, the opportunity is right in front of you. It's up to you to decide whether to be the leader or the second dragon. He now had only 2 million left, insufficient to seal the limit for Qianfeng Group, and must rely on Liao Guopei for assistance. If Liao Guopei was timid at this moment, he would just earn a little less and be second. But what if? Damn. Liao Guopei, filled with national pride, breathed heavily, and said, if I get chased by Su Xiang, I will definitely tell him about you, Joker. As soon as these words were spoken, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Yang's lips, half-jokingly saying, I haven't bought a speculative seat, yet as Su Xiang won't find me. As a second-tier speculator, Liao Guopei never expected to confront Su Xiang, the formidable leader of the Ningbo Death Squad. However, having come this far, he no longer hesitated and directly transferred 20 million to raise his main securities account's available funds to 31 million before signaling a rally. Stock irregularity alert: the Peak Group received a super buy order amounting to 1 million. In 2009, any single order exceeding 1 million was considered a super order, and shareholders who added it to their watch list could see the notifications on the irregularity page. The 1 million buy order happened to hit the threshold for capital irregularities. At this moment, other speculators in the Peak Group understood what to do. Those who needed to withdraw did so, and those who needed to buy did, by collectively pushing the stock price up. Notably, they tacitly controlled the buy order amounts, breaking them down into tens of thousands to purchase. This is because the most stable method of manipulating a stock is to raise it in increments. A continuous weak rebound will cause many retail investors to think about making a trade, thereby lowering their holding costs. As the signal flare went off, the Peak Group changed its weaving trend, with the buy and sell prices fluctuating rapidly. Buy 14.86, sell 14.87, buy 14.92, sell 14.93. The latest price is 4.92 yuan, still down by 7.7. At this moment, all speculators in the Peak Group understood that the first wave of the rally was merely to lure retail investors into making a counter trade. In simple terms, when the stock price rises, you believe it has peaked in the short term and decisively sell your shares. If, as you guessed, the stock price falls, you buy back the shares you sold, thus completing a counter trade. Counter trading is counterintuitive, and very few retail investors can master it completely. After the rebound peak was established, the speculators in the Peak Group gradually reduced their buy amounts, as they were all skilled in manipulating stocks and knew how to trap retail investors. It is worth mentioning that the decline cannot be complete. For example, if the drop limit is 4.8 yuan and the latest transaction price rises to 4.92 yuan, assuming 4.92 is the peak of the first wave, the decline cannot exceed 1, which is 4.86 yuan. Why can't it exceed 4.86 yuan? Because once it exceeds 4.86 yuan, the profits from counter trading will exceed 1, prompting some retail investors to gradually buy back. This group of retail investors is referred to in the market as financial brick movers, focusing on small gains, as every little bit counts. By controlling the retracement within one, they can launch a second wave of peaks. After several rounds, the chips of the financial brick movers will be nearly exhausted, which is a common method of reshuffling among speculators. Regardless of how the market changes, the stock market is always a battleground among institutions, speculators, national teams, and retail investors, with retail investors being the largest group and the key to the profits of the first three. As the morning session ended, the Peak Group was pushed up by Zhang Yang, Liao Guopei, and other speculators, achieving a turnover rate of 4.7, which wasn't too much and required further washing of stocks. In the afternoon, the third wave of the rally began, led by Liao Guopei, which directly surged to 5.27 yuan, just a step away from the opening price of 5.33 yuan, forcing a large number of retail investors to sell their holdings. The collective rise of everyone also did not go against the market trend. On May 8th, the share market showed a strong recovery trend, and northbound capital was accelerating its inflow during the lunch break. Experienced investors know that northbound capital has long been referred to as smart money. Many investors, including speculators and institutions, view northbound capital as a signal indicator for a rally. The leading securities firm Huaxin Securities had its latest transaction price reach 25.7 yuan, with a rise of 3.88. If one had entered at the beginning of the morning decline, the gains could now exceed 4. The four major state-owned banks, known as the stabilizing force, had previously declined due to the H1N1 flu in the U.S. and Mexico, causing global investment banks to worry about economic recovery. However, based on the signals transmitted from May 1st to 3rd, the H1N1 flu had not posed any threat to the economic recovery of the U.S. The world's largest economy held strong, allowing other countries that conducted trade with it to breathe a sigh of relief. The dollar in 2009 was internationally recognized as the world's currency. Since the world's largest economy was unaffected as a major exporter to the U.S., China could foresee an increase in orders and foreign trade, which also involves foreign exchange operations, similarly brought growth expectations to the banking sector. It is precisely for this reason that when the U.S. Department of Commerce announced a 2.2 increase in personal consumption expenditures for the first quarter, the banking sector of shares saw a 5-day consecutive rise on May 4th. With the banks stabilizing, the profit effects in other sectors were very apparent. Under such clear profit effects, the washing and rising of the Peak Group did not attract much attention. Su Xiang, Ma Xinqi, Sun Guodong, and others like Zhang Yang and Liao Guopei were all steadily navigating. However, as the clock struck 2 p.m., Zhang Yang stopped pretending and bought the remaining 1 million worth of shares in the Peak Group, sending out a capital irregularity alert. In the next second, Liao Guopei and other speculators also dropped the act. Stock irregularity alert: the Peak Group received a super buy order amounting to 10 million. Stock irregularity alert: the Peak Group received a super buy order amounting to 9 million. Stock irregularity alert: the Peak Group received a super buy order amounting to 6 million. The sudden large buy orders pushed the stock price to the sky, with the buy quantity reaching 270 hands at 5.86 yuan. Retail investors who were washed out looked at the skyrocketing stock price and suddenly lost their composure, quickly heading to the stock forum to complain. But dipped in alcohol, Fu Annie Song, I sold Peak Group during the morning rebound and have been unable to buy back since. Now it has hit the limit up, it's a skyrocket, are you even human? Quality youth of Yangqing dead speculators, I F your mother. After watching the market for a day my eyes are all dried up, I could hardly make a trade, and now you tell me it suddenly hits the limit up. Baseball King, why is the Peak Group in the cement industry hitting the limit up? Can someone explain? Street corner small investor, not my friends, but I seem to have seen media reports saying that the Peak Group is actually the domestic leader in the extraction of mango acid. After the Peak Group hit the limit up, the dozen or so financial self-media contacted by Liao Guopei began to create buzz online, with article after article being circulated in front of retail investors. Shocking. Behind the cement enterprise there lies the most mature domestic company in octagonal extraction of mango acid technology. Breaking. The Peak Group received a large influx of funds at the close, strongly hitting the limit up. Why has this cement enterprise gained favor from market capital, and who is leading its stock price? The World Health Organization recently warned that H1N1 flu has a global spreading trend. Preventative measures should be taken in advance, and mango acid, as a key raw material for flu-specific medicine, is produced by the most mature enterprise, which is neither Rhine Bio nor Haiwang Bio, but it. The overwhelming promotional articles and the sudden limit up of the Peak Group made Ma Xinqi, who was far away in Ningbo's Liberation South Road at the bank's securities office, tremble, in shock, his voice quivering as he uttered, "Not good. Someone is indeed stirring up trouble." Causing trouble? What happened with Brother Ma? Who dares to cause trouble? As Ma Xinqi's words fell, several members of the Ningbo death squad hurriedly turned to inquire. Su Xiang and Sun Guodong also looked at Ma Xinqi, waiting for more details. The Jianfeng Group has hit the upper limit of its stock. Before Ma Xinqi could continue, someone immediately interrupted him, saying, "So what if Jianfeng Group hits the upper limit? There are over 90 stocks that have hit the upper limit today. It's different." Ma Xinqi looked at the speaker and scanned the crowd, saying, "Jianfeng Group possesses the most advanced extraction technology for mango in the country, and the fundamentals of the company far exceed those of our Rhine Biotech." Everyone was taken aback. Sun Guodong furrowed his brow and questioned, "Then why did you choose Rhine Biotech instead of Jianfeng Group?" In the Ningbo death squad, everyone had their specific duties, and Ma Xinqi's responsibility was to select operable targets. Yeah, why didn't we choose Jianfeng Group back then? What are we doing now? Is it because the market cap is too large to manipulate? I just checked Jianfeng Group's first quarter report, and the total share capital is 3 billion shares with 8,000 shareholders. However, the top 10 shareholders hold 62 of the circulating shares, meaning that among the 8,000 shareholders, retail investors, institutions, or speculators hold a total of 254 billion shares. Based on the calculation that only 10 of circulating shares are needed for short-term manipulation, it would take less than 200 million to control the stock. When this statement was made, the focus turned directly to stock picker Ma Xinqi. There was no doubt that Jianfeng Group was a small-cap family business with highly dispersed shares, making early intervention to collect shares entirely feasible. Seeing that Ma Xinqi was about to be attacked, Su Xiang took a sip of coffee and said in a deep voice, "Rhine Biotech is my choice. Brother Ma has suggested more than once that I manipulate Jianfeng Group." The crowd was once again filled with confusion. Su Xiang chose the stock. Based on their understanding of Su Xiang's capabilities, he could not have made such a novice mistake. Could there be more to the story? In fact, there was indeed more to the story. Initially, both Su Xiang and Ma Xinqi were thinking about manipulating Jianfeng Group, but a friend from a private equity firm quickly advised him to switch targets upon learning that Su Xiang intended to hype the mango concept. At first, Su Xiang disagreed, but when he learned that the chairman of Rhine Biotech wanted to participate secretly, it became a different matter. Perhaps many retail investors couldn't understand why a company's chairman would collaborate with speculators and institutions to undermine his own interests. Didn't he fear harming the company's benefits? The reasoning behind this is simple. Once a company is listed, its nature changes from a private enterprise to a... Anyone who has run a company knows that the money earned by the company still belongs to the company's account. To turn it into personal wealth, one must engage in one or multiple rounds of capital operations. Generally speaking, some business owners will buy cars in the company's name, which not only helps with tax deductions, but also allows for daily fuel and maintenance to be charged to the company. There are also many jokes online, such as the company's car does not actually belong to the owner, but merely grants him 24-hour usage rights. If one wants to cash out discreetly, they can find a private equity manager to cooperate in manipulating stock prices and obtain high profits. In such a situation of cooperation, manipulating the stock movement becomes much easier. This is also why Su Xiang and Ma Xinqi changed their operational targets primarily due to the presence of an insider aiding them. However, they never anticipated that someone would want to cut the dragon. Should they follow or not? Su Xiang felt a bit if they do not follow the Mankaoan concept they have been frantically hyping will be handed over to others, elevating them to a prominent position. However, if they do follow, all the retail investors pouring in today will turn into profit-taking positions, significantly increasing their lifting costs. After half a minute of silence in the VIP room, Sun Guodong broke the tranquility, saying, "Brother Xiang, just tell us what to do now." After finishing, he quickly analyzed, the other party is clearly trying to take the upper limit. If we continue to adjust, they will replace Rhine Biotech and become the leading stock in Mankaoan. But if we hit the upper limit, what about the tens of millions in profit positions that came in today? As someone raised a soul search, if Zhang Yang's 3 million is a thorn, then the upper limit that Jianfeng Group is now reaching is like a revolver being shoved into the mouths of the Ningbo death squad, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Go check which speculators are causing trouble, and ask who holds shares in Jianfeng Group. Su Xiang looked at Ma Xinqi, his tone still calm. However, behind the calm tone was a fierce gaze. Until now, only Su Xiang manipulated others' stocks. No speculator could manipulate his. Even if institutions came who wouldn't give Su Xiang some face. 5 billion in cell phone funds is no joke, and that doesn't even account for the cell phone funds of other members of the Ningbo death squad. They'll check immediately. Ma Xinqi nodded slightly. He knew very well that Su Xiang was genuinely angry this time. They were originally counting on Rhine Biotech to get a full meal, but unexpectedly someone was competing with them for food, and it was a complete takeover. If they just followed behind to take a little, they wouldn't mind, but now this situation was a blatant provocation. Everyone. Su Xiang raised his voice, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present, and said in a deep voice, "Hit the upper limit, maintain our leading position." Understood. Received. At the moment they received the order, hundreds of stock accounts began trading, and the previously lethargic trend of Rhine Biotech suddenly became as solid as steel, experiencing a wave of rapid growth. Some retail investors who had just entered the market in the bull run and had never seen such a scene rushed to post in stock forums. "Cute little sugar, I don't understand what happened to Rhine Biotech. Why did it suddenly hit the upper limit? Goei Zizity, I just bought 5000 shares, and it's already hit the upper limit. I'm currently profiting about 2000. When can I sell? I love eating cilantro. Sure enough, following the big boss means food is guaranteed. Su Xiang, I love you." Rhine Biotech's induction trend had attracted many novices, while experienced investors regretted not acting soon. Meanwhile, on the other side at the Zhejiang Securities branch on Hongling Middle Road in Shenzhen, dressed in a black and white checkered short-sleeved shirt, and wearing a pair of stiff black frame glasses, the stereotypical image of a programmer speculator, Chen Sanrong Jumping Brother looked at the Jianfeng Group and Rhine Biotech, both hitting the upper limit, and fell into a long silence. Jianfeng Group. Rhine Biotech. He thought of Zhang Yang's private message. Initially, he thought Joker was a clown with unrealistic ideas, but he didn't expect him to be a trump card genuinely competing with Su Xiang for the leading position. Why was he so sure that Zhang Yang was competing for the leading position? Because apart from Zhang Yang, he had never seen any speculator with the guts to say they would mess with Su Xiang's stocks. But one thing puzzled him: if Zhang Yang had $1 billion in assets, why would he still engage in VIP research groups to fleece? He couldn't figure it out. He genuinely couldn't figure it out. However, as a speculator, although he was merely a third-tier speculator at the tens of millions level, Chen Sanrong immediately realized that Jianfeng Group could very well seize the opportunity successfully. Driven by profit, he did not hesitate to intervene in Jianfeng Group's stock price, using the speculator's channel, attempting to take a slice of the pie. During his obsession with trading, Bao Xingwei, the dean of the Financial College of Hudu University of Finance, stood at the school gate early in the morning, personally welcoming the visiting academic team. Next to him stood a senior professor in the finance field, Wang Xingbang, who felt somewhat out of place here. The school security guard, witnessing such a scene, stood tall and straight, shedding his usual laziness. Before long, 3 unremarkable-looking coasters gradually came into view. In China's transportation system, postal vehicles are the top tier, followed by coasters, and then other vehicles. The reason postal vehicles hold the top position is due to their exclusive road privileges. There's a saying: you can limit the height of local vehicles, but you cannot limit the height of postal vehicles. If the postal weight is not heavy enough, they can still negotiate political matters with you. Coasters rank second because this model can easily be modified into a hidden version, meaning customized by organizations. You might just have overtaken his vehicle one moment, and the next you could hear the sound of police sirens. At this moment, the engines of the 3 coasters gradually quieted down and came to a steady stop at the school gate. When the doors opened, students and teachers from the country's top universities began to disembark. Brother Xingwei, long time no see, ha. Amidst the hearty laughter was an elderly man with gray hair and a goatee named Xiong Xinghua. Like Bao Xingwei, he was also a member of the national financial think tank back in the day. After shattering the plans of Jewish capitalists to exploit Hong Kong, Xiong Xinghua returned to teach at the financial department of Peking University. Seeing an old acquaintance, Bao Xingwei smiled and assessed him, saying, "We haven't met in nearly 10 years, yet you still look so vigorous." "Indeed, it's been almost 10 years. Xiong Xinghua replied, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Their friendship was not particularly deep, but as old friends gradually faded away, a layer of temporal filter added depth to their bond. It's akin to hearing someone speak your hometown dialect in a strange city. Even if you've never met before, you feel an immediate sense of kinship. I heard that Hidechu has produced a trading genius. Dean Bao, do you know where she is?" After getting off the bus, Peng Gu, the dean of the Financial College of Huayuan University, went straight to the point. Upon seeing Peng Gu, Bao Xinghuai's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he stepped forward and said, "I didn't expect even you academician Peng to be here. I came to meet the investment genius named He Jing, but I also didn't expect you to return to Hudu instead of recuperating in Yanjing." Peng Gu was quite straightforward about his purpose for visiting Hidechu University. "I heard that there's a student named Zhang Yang who sold market research reports during the Huaxin simulation trading competition. Dean Bao, your investment students are truly well-rounded in their development." Shu Tianyi, the dean of Southwest Finance, seemed to have a hidden message in his words. Standing behind him were 5 students from Southwest Finance. Bao Xingwei, with his rich experience, naturally caught on to what they were trying to convey, smiling as he said, "We are all here to cultivate talent for the country. These students are from Southwest Finance, right? By the way, what was the yield of this year's Huaxin simulation trading competition?" Upon hearing this, Shu Tianyi suddenly found himself speechless. Their performance in the simulation trading this year was indeed somewhat embarrassing. The 5 students from Southwest Finance lowered their heads in shame. Amidst the power struggles of the big shots, it was they who ended up wounded. As for Zhang Yang selling market research reports, Bao Xingwei had learned the inside story from Wang Xingbang and did not find anything inappropriate about it. Within legal bounds, utilizing one's capabilities for profit was beyond his control. Hudu is indeed not like the northern cities. It must be around 30 degrees today, right? At this moment, Zhao Yinfeng, the dean of the financial department of Huking University, changed the topic, trying to ease the atmosphere, as he continued with a smile. "Since everyone has rushed here overnight and is a bit tired, why don't we old fellows find a place to chat privately, allowing the students to settle their luggage and familiarize themselves with the school environment first?" "Dean Zhao, your suggestion makes sense. Xiaoqing, please make the arrangements." Bao Xingwei glanced at his assistant Cheng Hongfa, then looked at Zhao Yinfeng, Peng Gu, and Shu Tianyi, saying, "Then let's move ahead and let the students organize their dorms. Let's go. Please lead the way." The several high-ranking finance deans boarded the coaster within the school gate, heading towards Bao Xinghuai's office. The visiting students collectively returned to the coaster outside the school gate, heading towards the boys' dormitory, with Cheng, Hongfa, Wang Xingbang, and others. The arrival of the finance deans and investment students from Central Finance, Southwest Finance, Qingbei, and other institutions had a clear purpose: to meet the current investment graduates of Hidechu. Because the funding from the government for higher education institutions is limited, it's like a large cake. The more Hidechu receives, the less other universities will get. To secure funding, many universities send students to participate in intercollegiate competitions each year, aiming to create evaluation metrics for funding allocations based on performance. In the boys' dormitory of the investment department, dormitory 308, Wang Lu looked at Zhang Yang's somewhat dusty desk, then glanced at the messages in the QQ group on his phone, puzzled as he said, "Where did the dorm leader go? I haven't seen him for 4 or 5 days. He seemed to have gone out Monday night and hasn't returned since," Su Jiafeng said, putting on a t-shirt with letters, also glancing at Zhang Yang's bed. "Caught while soliciting prostitution," Chun Chuan speculated. Su Jiafeng. Wang Lu. After a moment of silence, they looked at Chun Chuan with expressions of disbelief. For a handsome and academically excellent person like Zhang Yang, saying he was caught robbing a bank sounded more plausible than saying he was caught soliciting prostitution. Only those who have been handsome understand how proactive girls can be. "Stop guessing. Send a message to the dorm leader and tell him to hurry back. The 8 major sects are attacking the Bright Summit. He can't just bail at the last minute. I just sent a message." "Did he reply?" "Not yet." Zhang Yang's disappearance puzzled not only Qin Chuan and Wang Lu, but also He Jing, who wanted to invite Zhang Yang out to discuss matters, felt confused looking at the message that had gone unanswered for several hours. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yang would reply within half an hour, but today it had taken too long. By the afternoon, investment students from several universities met the investment students of Hidechu in classroom 1101, where He Jing noticed Zhang Yang was still absent. "Hello everyone, my name is Su Qin, born in Yanjing, Hudong, studying investment at Peking University. I look forward to your guidance over the next 3 days. I am Mie Xiaosu, a senior studying investment at Huking University. I'm from Sichuan and Chongqing, and I enjoy playing badminton and cycling. Please guide me over the next 3 days." I am from the Northeast Cough. Let's speak Mandarin. My surname is Zhang, and my name is Deshuai. I am a senior at Southwest Finance. Thank you, everyone. Fortunately, since it was the first meeting, the process was simple introductions and speeches from the deans of various universities. Most people did not notice Zhang Yang's absence. However, Bao Xingwei had a deep impression of Zhang Yang. After sweeping his gaze around the classroom, he subtly conveyed a message to his assistant, Cheng Hongfa. Go ask Wang Xingbang and their counselor, why is Zhang Yang absent? Understood. Cheng Hongfa quickly approached Wang Xingbang and whispered, Professor Wang, why isn't Zhang Yang in the classroom? Zhang Yang. Wang Xingbang scanned the room, but really did not find Zhang Yang's figure. Where did this kid run off to? Wasn't it informed in advance that students from other universities were coming to exchange learning on Friday? Wang Xingbang seemed to be complaining, but he was actually speaking for the counselor beside him, Zhong Bohuan. Immediately drenched in sweat, Zhong Bohuan quickly left the classroom and called Zhang Yang to inquire about his situation. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. After several consecutive calls with no answer, Zhong Bohuan admitted he was panicking, starting to recall if he had offended Zhang Yang in any way. However, after thinking it through, he couldn't come up with anything that could have upset him. Where on earth is this Zhang Yang? As the market closed at 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Yang stretched lazily, staring at the screen for a long time, had truly drained his energy, and his eyes felt somewhat dry. Jianfeng Group hit the daily limit. Rhine Biotechnology also hit the daily limit. This outcome was within his expectations. No matter whether Su Xiang followed or not, he had already fallen into a disadvantage, as the next 2 days were the weekend time for news to ferment. Barring any surprises, Jianfeng Group and Rhine Biotechnology would be thoroughly scrutinized, and the true and false leaders would become crystal clear. Liao Guopei had already discussed with Zhang Yang that over the weekend he would invest 1 million to keep the Manco acid concept alive, and authoritative media would also rally to create momentum. The activities surrounding Jianfeng Group seemed to be developing positively. Zhang. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Qifeng swallowed hard. He had never anticipated that a small retail investor relying on off-market financing could actually push Jianfeng Group to hit the daily limit. This morning he had stood beside Zhang Yang during the phone call with Liao Guopei. Upon inadvertently hearing that Zhang Yang was taking action against Su Xiang's interests, it was no exaggeration to say that Zhang Kaifeng's heart sank a little. Who is Su Xiang? The leader of the Ningbo Death Squad. If you are unaware of his renown, just remember that at this moment he holds 5 billion in available funds, and there are rumors in the industry that this man is looking to enter the private equity field. Such a legendary figure in the investment world, and Zhang Yang dared to take action against his interests using leveraged funds no less. Today Zhang Qifeng certainly witnessed what it means to be a fearless newcomer. Are you going to register the stock trading information for the financing account? Zhang Yang stood up, yielding his position back to Zhang Qifeng. No. Zhang Qifeng swallowed again and asked, May I ask if you know many first and second tier speculators? Zhang Yang paused for a moment and shook his head in response. I only have some acquaintances among a few speculators who I am not considered one of them. He deliberately used the term a few to avoid revealing too much about himself. Trading at Hongyuan Investment, while he could personally operate, the lack of privacy was indeed a concern, as he was constantly monitored by Zhang Qifeng, junior brother. At that moment, as the two were conversing, Zhang Xiaolong, dressed in a suit with polished shoes, approached quickly, his eyes sparkling with shock. You are the mysterious person who purchased 3 million worth of Rhine Biotechnology. Zhang Yang looked at Zhang Qifeng, clearly indicating that he had relayed the news. Zhang Xiaolong's words were not said in a low voice. When they reached the ears of other trading managers, they were all taken aback. My goodness, Zhang Yang is the big shot who bought 3 million of Rhine Biotechnology in the morning, precisely bottoming out and hitting the daily limit. If I remember correctly, the yield on the daily limit was about 22.2, which means he earned 666,000 in just 1 day. Zhang Yang has struck it rich. Damn. I thought Zhang Yang was just a small fish who I didn't expect him to be a shark. No wonder he didn't want to meet with me. With such trading skills and judgment, he must be quite the heartthrob at school. At that moment, the trading managers at Hongyuan Investment looked at Zhang Yang with new respect, admiring his courage to bottom fish. Zhang Yang glanced at the restless trading managers and said to Zhang Xiaolong, Let's talk in your office, it's not convenient here. Alright. After Zhang Yang and Zhang Xiaolong left, a group of trading managers surrounded Zhang Kaifeng's workstation, eager to see the returns from Zhang Yang's financing account. Without hesitation, Zhang Qifeng directly exposed Zhang Yang's financing account holdings, boasting in a way that seemed like flaunting power. Rhine Biotechnology holding 245 million shares with a cost price of 24.08 yuan, current price 29.42 yuan, increase of 22.18, total profit of 664830 yuan. Total holding value 3664830 yuan. Jianfeng Group holding 735900 shares, cost price 5.34 yuan, current price 5.86 yuan, increase of 9.74, total profit of 382700 yuan, total value of 4.31 million yuan. It is worth mentioning that Jianfeng Group required Zhang Yang's participation to drive up the price. Not every fund was a bottom-fishing investment, yet the average cost price of 5.34 yuan still remained low. Wow, a daily floating profit of 1.04 million. With just a flick of the fingers, he earned enough for a BMW 7 Series in a day. I'm now wondering, can hard work really change fate? I suddenly don't want to work anymore, or I want to earn 1.04 million in a day too. I want to follow suit. The trading managers, including Zhong Qifeng, had not anticipated that Zhang Yang earned more in a single day than they made in 5 or 6 years, and this vast income gap sparked the desire to follow his lead. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Xiaolong first took Zhang Yang to his office, then said, "No wonder you are the top student of our Hukai investment school, a daily floating profit of 1 million. It seems that it won't be long before you junior brother Zhang Yang achieve financial freedom. It's just a lucky bottom fishing." Zhang Yang modestly replied, "Whether it's luck or skill, everyone knows." Zhang Xiaolong smiled lightly, and then stated his purpose. "I came to find you because my superior, Mr. Sun, wants to meet you. He is someone who values talent very much. Oh, what do you think? Where is he?" Zhang Yang did not refuse. To succeed in society, the most important thing is to network upward. What is upward networking? In simple terms, upward networking means getting to know people who are more outstanding and of higher social status than one. Many people have heard that the key to career success is to socialize more and build connections, but they only understand it half-heartedly and end up engaging in downward networking, resulting in knowing a bunch of drinking buddies. Downward networking is where others ask you for favors. Upward networking is where you ask others for favors. Of course, asking for favors comes at a price. Others won't help you for no reason, so it requires constant maintenance of relationships, which is also why Matai and Huazi remain popular. To the office, I'll take you there. Thank you for your trouble. Why be so polite? We are all brothers. The two wandered around until they reached the door of the vice president's office, the door wide open, where a slightly balding, somewhat thin man in his 40s was sitting at his desk, his gaze fixed on the computer screen. Knock, knock. Zhang Xiaolong tapped the door frame, then said, "Mr. Sun, Zhang Yang is here." Brother. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's son, Yiheng, the vice president of Hongyuan Investment, quickly stood up, wearing a welcoming smile. Seeing Sun Yiheng's obsequious expression, not only was Zhang Yang taken aback, but Zhang Xiaolong beside him was also shocked, unable to comprehend. Sun Yiheng's valuing talent was understandable, but Zhang Yang had only earned 1 million, and that was still unrealized floating profit. It shouldn't warrant such flattery from the vice president. However, what he did not know was that Sun Yiheng was not concerned about Zhang Yang's trading situation, but was more interested in his relationship with Su Zhuo. Sun Yiheng had seen the remittance slip for the 1.15 million that Su Zhuo had transferred. At first, he thought it was a coincidence of the same name and did not pay much attention, but when a call came in from Yanjing for consultation, he immediately became unsettled and flew back to Hangzhou from Guangdong. "Mr. Sun." Zhang Yang snapped back to reality and proactively extended his hand for a handshake. "You can leave now, Zhang Xiaolong." Sun Yiheng glanced at Zhang Xiaolong, then turned to Zhang Yang and said, Come, brother Zhang, this way please." Looking at the other party's demeanor, Zhang Yang furrowed his brow slightly. He was not a naive young man, and would not foolishly think that the other party was a talent scout who had discovered his potential. The essence of social relations is the exchange of benefits. The other party's demeanor definitely did not suggest an intention to recruit, but perhaps sought to gain something from Zhang Yang. Following Sun Yiheng's guidance, Zhang Yang sat down on the sofa in the adjacent negotiation area, while the latter rinsed the teaware and began preparing tea to host his guest. "Young Master Zhang, where are you from? Your accent doesn't sound like someone from the Yangtze River Delta region." Sun Yiheng initiated the conversation. Though well aware of the other's ulterior motives, Zhang Yang maintained a gentle smile and responded with calm composure, "I'm from Yudong. Do I really speak with such a strong accent?" No. Sun Yiheng replied emphatically, then offered an analysis. "I deduced it from your facial structure. You possess sharp, defined bone contours, the kind seen in handsome men like Peng Yuyan or Chen Guanxi, what we call bone structure charisma. Men from the Yangtze River Delta tend towards softer, more delicate features, surface charm if you will. So I concluded you weren't local to this region." His seemingly logical analysis was in truth based not on observation alone, but on having already read Zhang Yang's margin trading contract, which clearly listed his non-local origin. "Oh, I see." Zhang Yang feigned sudden realization, then asked curiously, "Given your extensive regional knowledge, you must be quite the traveler, Mr. Sun." "Indeed," Sun Yiheng replied, deftly adjusting the teaware. "Whenever I have free time I travel, and I've visited Yudong no fewer than 3 times, each trip revealing something new." "When was your most recent visit?" Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, feigning mild curiosity. As the topic shifted to travel, Sun Yiheng's enthusiasm surged. He reminisced, "Just at the end of January during Spring Festival, I took my wife and children to watch the Inga dance in Chaos Han. To be honest, it was profoundly stirring. And Chaoshan's raw marinated seafood suited our palate perfectly, though there was one drawback." "What was it?" Zhang Yang followed up smoothly. "Overcharging is rampant there. I've learned my lesson. I'll bring a local Chaos Han friend next time," and remained silent throughout. Though he'd been overcharged, Sun Yihing's tone carried playful irony, not bitterness, suggesting he bore no lasting resentment. Frequent travel had taught him that price gouging of out-of-town visitors was commonplace across most tourist cities, and dwelling on it would only spoil his own journey. Having a local guide truly helps avoid such pitfalls. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. As they chatted, tender tea leaves steeped in boiling water releasing an exquisite fragrance, delicate as gossamer, into the air. Sun Yihing inhaled the aroma deeply, then poured a cup for Zhang Yang. This year's freshly harvested West Lake Longjing. Try it. I will. Zhang Yang lifted the cup, gently blew across its surface to cool the infusion, then took a modest sip. Before praising it without reserve, the buds are exquisitely tender, the liquor smooth and refined, brimming with vibrant freshness. If I'm not mistaken, this is Preaching Ming tea. Huh. So you know your tea? Sun Yiheng sounded genuinely surprised. He'd begun to realize Zhang Yang could engage fluently on virtually any subject, and his depth of experience seemed incongruous with his youth. To possess such worldly insight in one's early 20s suggested either substantial family wealth, affording first-hand global exposure, or deep theoretical study. Sun Yiheng leaned strongly toward the former. Only a modest familiarity. Zhang Yang took another sip, set the cup down, and continued. I recall Preaching Ming tea must be plucked before mid-March, before the Qingming festival, and is exceptionally scarce. You must have gone to great lengths to procure it, Mr. Sun. Indeed, some effort was required. As the conversation turned to tea, Sun Yiheng's eyes brightened. His guard dropped entirely, and his original agenda faded from memory. They spoke of tea culture for another 15 minutes. Sun Yiheng felt as though he'd found a kindred spirit, and pulled out a business card to hand to Zhang Yang. I never imagined you'd share such passion for tea culture, young Master Zhang. Summer approaches. Summer tea harvests begin soon. A friend of mine owns a tea mountain. Let's schedule a day to experience picking together. I'll certainly come. Zhang Yang accepted the card and slipped it into his trouser pocket, then added politely, it's getting late. I have matters to attend to back at school. I won't disturb you further, Mr. Sun. Hangqing isn't exactly close to Shanghai. Shall I drive you? I drove myself. Huh. Then drive. Understood, Mr. Sun, please stay. Sun Yiheng walked Zhang Yang to the building entrance, watched him depart, then returned to his office, only to sink onto the sofa and suddenly slap his thigh. Oh no. I got so caught up in tea talk I forgot the whole point. He'd intended to subtly probe Zhang Yang's relationship with Su Zhuo, but their conversation had veered so far off course that he'd completely abandoned the inquiry. A fervent devotee of tea culture, Sun Yiheng had never expected Zhang Yang to possess such nuanced. What Sun Yiheng didn't know was that Zhang Yang's knowledge of tea culture stemmed from years of engaging Chinese clients. In his past life, his primary clientele had been ethnic Chinese. Conversations extended beyond women finance and daily trivia to shared interests, tea culture, sports landmarks. He'd studied them all, cultivating the rare ability to converse fluently on any topic. Shared interests forge connection, whether in relationships or business, multiplying effectiveness with elegant ease. Seeing Zhang Yang had already left, Sun Yiheng didn't dwell. He emptied his teacup and sighed. No matter. I'll deepen rapport today and circle back next time. Though, he paused, then smiled faintly. That young man is rather intriguing. Outside Hongyue Tower, Zhang Yang checked his phone. While Sun Yiheng had forgotten his purpose, Zhang Yang hadn't. In just 20 minutes, he'd mapped Sun's personality, passions, and family background with precision. Should he choose to nurture this connection, maintaining it would now be effortless. Meanwhile, during Zhang Yang's subtle counterinquiry, Rhine Biotech and Sharp Peak Group had appeared on major securities firms' Dragon and Tiger lists. Rhine Biotech's top buyer was Galaxy Securities' Ningbo Jiefeng South Road branch, the favored trading venue of the Ningbo Daredevil squad. Its second and third buyers were Guitai Junan Securities' Shanghai Suzujiang Road branch and Orient Securities' Shanghai Baoqing Road branch, also regular venues of the Ningbo Daredevil squad and more precisely of Su Xiang himself. Retail investors erupted upon seeing the brokerage list. Suemu Xinghua, haha. So it really was a shakeout. Su Xiang hasn't exited yet. This time I'm going to get rich. Zhu Jiao, fan warrior, bought 2,000 RMB worth of Rhine Biotech, ready to soar under the captain's command. Mengxin Hongshera. I should have mortgaged my apartment and gone Allen. I only bought 2,000 RMB. Regret, pure regret. With the brokerage seats exposed, Su Xiang's and the Ningbo Daredevil squad's washout strategy collapsed entirely, and any future price surge would now need to carry today's newly minted profit-taking positions. Meanwhile, members of the Ningbo Daredevil squad stared at Sharp Peak Group's top buyer, Huaxing Securities, Chongqing Jihua 5th Road branch, and instantly recognized the seat. Only one independent trader commands capital exceeding 10 million RMB and maintains a seat in Chongqing. That's the Chongqing Shadowless Kick. It's him. Shadowless Kick is opposing us. Damn it, he's courting death. The Huaxing Securities branch on Jihua 5th Road in Chongqing felt strangely familiar, as if only one person had ever used this trading seat. Chongqing Wangjiao, brother Jiao, you are from Chongqing. Could it be you targeting the leader Su Xiang? I can understand borrowing other seats, but the speculative seat in Chongqing seems a bit too obscure. Chanqing Jiao come out and say something. Brother Jiao, are you really behind the Lingbo death squad? As the trading seat of the Jianfeng group was exposed, all fingers pointed at Liao Guopei, who trembled at the flood of private messages and mentions in QQ groups. Though his capital had reached 50 million, the opponent had 5 billion, 100 times his own, a chasm of despair. He wanted to deny it, but how could he? The trading seat was right there. Moreover, the incident had occurred suddenly, and he had no time to buy other seats in different cities. He could only play dead. Brother Jiao, let's talk. I also bought 3,000 shares of Jianfeng Group. Near the close, are you planning to go after the Lingbo death squad? Liao Guopei did not reply to the private message. He needed time to calm down. However, fearing what he dreaded came true. Sun Guodong called directly, leaving Liao Guopei hesitating whether to answer or not. After some thought, he still picked up. Hello, brother Sun. Did you pull the Jianfeng Group today? What about the 3 million you invested in Rhine Biology? Sun Guodong got straight to the point. I didn't buy the 3 million. Oh, I did participate in Jianfeng Group. Liao Guopei knew he couldn't hide it anymore. He was the only one using the speculative seat in Chongqing. He had always used the Chongqing speculative seat to learn from the Lingbo death squad, intending to brand a city with his unique label while also raising the profile of his hometown. But now this speculative seat completely exposed his identity. Not you for the 3 million. Not me. Sun Guodong pressed on with a series of questions. Knowing that Zhang Yang did not have a speculative seat and was a leverage player, he chose to remain loyal and lied. I'm not quite sure. I've been paying attention to Jianfeng Group for a long time, thinking about riding the second dragon trend. When I saw the unusual movement with Rhine Biology, I thought it would rise. So, are you saying this is a misunderstanding? Sun Guodong's tone softened slightly. In the speculative circle of Huagua, who didn't know the terrifying capital size of the Lingbo death squad? He didn't think Liao Guopei would dare to confront them. It's a coincidence and also a misunderstanding. Liao Guopei repeatedly showed weakness buying time. Far away in Lingbo, Sun Guodong handed the phone to Su Xiang. Since it was on speaker, Su Xiang could clearly hear the dialogue between the two. Su Xiang. Name your price, liquidate your position by next Monday, or... Su Xiang paused for half a second, his gaze cold as he threatened, "They'll borrow shares to force you out." Contempt. A blatant disdain. With absolute capital superiority, Su Xiang looked down on any speculative player other than the Lingbo death squad. Allowing Liao Guopei to retreat completely was already a grace he extended. Listening to the naked threat from the other side, Liao Guopei was seething with anger, but he still dared not confront Su Xiang, forcing his rage down as he replied, "I need time to account for the capital used. They'll give you 12 hours. I want an answer by noon tomorrow." Beep beep. Su Xiang hung up the phone directly. On the other side, Ma Xinqi saw this and hurriedly asked, "Are we still borrowing shares? I contacted a third-tier speculative player who has 5 million shares of Jianfeng Group." "No need." Su Xiang returned the phone to Sun Guodong confidently, saying, "As long as he's not an idiot, he will definitely seize this last chance to exit. The capital market is a game of money. The more funds you hold, the greater your control over this market. If you have 5 million, you can play with low market value junk stocks. If you have 50 million, you can try to control medium and small cap stocks. Once your capital exceeds 500 million, assuming you only need 10 of the circulating shares for short-term control, you can already exert short-term control over some large cap companies. The larger the company, the more retail investors there are, and the profits from harvesting will increase exponentially." Su Xiang did not believe that Liao Guopei would actually confront him head-on, especially since the latter did not have the strength, so he concluded that Liao Guopei would obediently back down tomorrow. "I have something to do. I'm leaving first." Su Xiang said this and left the VIP room of Ina Securities. Since his capital reached 5 billion, he found that private equity funds made money faster and with less risk than controlling stocks himself. During this time, he had also been busy applying for the private fund manager license. Far away in Chongqing, after hanging up the phone, Liao Guopei's mood was unsettled for a long time, and he fell into hesitation. If he withdrew now, he could at least preserve his capital. But if he confronted Su Xiang's sharp edge following the description from earlier, he could definitely borrow shares, and then smash Jianfeng Group madly. Thinking of this, he still called Zhang Yang to consult his opinion. Beep beep. Not long after the call was, "What's up, brother?" At this time, Zhang Yang had already boarded the bus and was on his way back to Huadu Finance University. Su Xiang just called me saying he could let me retreat completely. Before Liao Guopei could finish, Zhang Yang seized the point and asked, "Are you planning to exit?" "I have this thought, but it just doesn't sit right. Su Xiang is too damn arrogant." After Liao Guopei finished speaking, he recounted the entire situation again. "A giant won't care about the ants beneath him. What are your thoughts now?" "I don't know. Rationality tells me to liquidate, but I feel reluctant, so I want to hear your opinion." Liao Guopei expressed his intentions. "Are you afraid of being scolded?" Zhang Yang asked with a smile. Liao Guopei replied, "I'm only afraid of being poor ghosts and snakes. I'm really not afraid of being scolded." "Then it's simple. You agree to liquidate on Monday, then backtrack and push the stock limit up. The other side will likely be caught off guard. Once retail investors follow, and we can sell some shares to respond to the potential crash. Since the other party mentioned borrowing, it means they don't have shares. As long as we stabilize the early market and prevent panic selling from retail investors, Su Xiang won't be able to touch us at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Liao Guopiai's eyes lit up, but he's still worried. If I play him like this, I will really offend Su Xiang. What if he comes to find me? You have many martial arts schools in Chongqing, right? Just hire 2 bodyguards. There are more than 20 of them. That makes it easier. If you catch one, it's fighting, but if you catch a group, it's breaking up a criminal gang, and it's a political achievement. The local police would be more than happy to send them to the authorities. You know, that's actually quite reasonable. Liao Guopai seemed to have his knot untied and joked. Young people have flexible minds and lack moral limits. I learned that. The other party is already on your head, and you still talk about moral boundaries. I'm standing up for you, Zhang Yang said with a light smile. Hey you really know how to talk. Seeing Zhang Yang put it this way, Liao Guopai decided to take a risk. It's just a reputation in the circle, right? If it gets ruined, then so be it. Besides, it might not even get ruined after all. If it can make Su Xiang and the Lingbo Death Squad stumble, using a few small tricks would be justifiable. As twilight faded, the city of Hu now dawned in the new attire of the magical metropolis, showcased the radiant neon lights of Lujiazui, while the Bund exhibited its opulent charm. Breathing in the air of Hu at this moment was like inhaling the intoxicating scent of wealth. Without a vehicle, Zhang Yang exited the bus station and took a taxi, navigating through various complexities before finally reaching Hu Finance University. Upon opening the dormitory door that he had not seen for a long time, Wang Lu and Su Jiafeng were absent, leaving only the empty nest youth Chen Chuan, who was engrossed in watching teacher Bo Boss' latest art film. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Chen Chuan turned his head in surprise and exclaimed, "Dorm leader, you're finally back. I thought you had been caught for soliciting." "I was away for a while." Zhang Yang casually closed the door, then placed his suitcase down and asked as he unzipped it, "Did all the 8 major sects arrive today?" The students and faculty from Qingbei Fudan and other institutions suddenly made a collective visit, and students majoring in investment humorously referred to this exchange as the 8 major sects besieging the Bright Summit. "They've all arrived. Oh, by the way, it seems the counselor was looking for you. If you returned, he wanted you to give him a call." Chen Chuan paused the video and looked towards Zhang Yang's suitcase. Having been out for so long, Zhang Yang also bought some marinated duck to bring back to the dormitory. The school's commercial street and driving practice area are like high-priced zones. The marinated duck he purchased for 100 yuan likely had 40 yuan attributed to inflated prices. "I've already called the counselor back, and these are the duck snacks I brought for you." Looking at the sealed bag Zhang Yang handed over, Chen Chuan was deeply moved and exclaimed, "Dad, dorm leader, you truly are my biological father. Save some for the others like Lu Zi." Zhang Yang, used to it by now, took out the clothes that needed washing, found a set of clothes, and headed to the bathroom on the balcony for a shower. "Why does it smell so good? Damn. Is Chuan eating alone?" Wang Lu and Su Jiafeng returned from playing badminton and instantly caught the aromatic scent of the marinated duck. Facing the two approaching him with sweaty grease, Chen Chuan remarked with mild disdain, "What do you mean eating alone? I saved some for you. This is the dorm leader's paternal love. And you guys should go take a shower too. You're all sweaty like you've been soaked in lard." The dorm leader is back. He really is back. I just noticed the dorm leader's message after being too focused on playing ball with the junior sister. "Where have you been? You've been gone long enough. Ooh, I thought you had disappeared after soliciting." "Don't slander me." Zhang Yang picked up a clothes hanger, responding to them. "While hanging the clothes, I went to Hangzhou to accompany a friend for a few days." "A girl?" After Chen Chuan asked, Su Jiafeng chimed in, "Does it need to be asked? It must be a girl. In light of the fact that the dorm leader brought us marinated duck, I have a family recipe for kidney tonics that specifically treats kidney. My kidneys are perfectly fine." Before Wang Lu could finish his sentence, Zhang Yang directly refused. "Kidney tonics. No matter how many you take, if the body doesn't absorb it, it's useless. It's far better to do dozens of squats daily to strengthen the lower body." "What's the recipe?" Chen Chuan asked curiously. Wang Lu glanced at the pause video player and teased, "This is for treating yang deficiency. You're probably yang deficient, so it won't work. Get lost. You're the one with yang deficiency. You're the one who's useless." "I'm still a virgin. How could I possibly have yang deficiency?" Chen Chuan retorted loudly. All right, Lu Zi, give Chuan Zi some face. It's just yang deficiency. We definitely won't mention it outside. As for Chen Chuan's yang deficiency, it's enough for our dorm to know." Su Jiafeng, facing the dormitory entrance, intentionally raised his voice as if to report the time he was rejected after confessing to Chen Chuan. Zhang Yang, having finished hanging the clothes, smiled calmly and did not involve himself in their dispute. Returning to his bed, Zhang Yang wiped down the desk and chair of the lower bunk with a damp towel, then dried the moisture with paper towels. Then he took out his laptop bag from the cabinet, retrieved his Lenovo laptop, and plugged in the network cable. During the moment Zhang Yang was getting his laptop, the 3 in the dorm ceased their debate on the kidney deficiency topic, instead deciding to team up for a game later. After logging into his QQ account, Zhang Yang first scanned through the unread private messages. "Jing, I heard from Professor Wang Xingbang that the Dean of Finance at Southwest University mentioned your name. Zhang Yang, you must be prepared. Additionally, I heard this exchange will not only cover theoretical courses, but will also involve simulation competitions." On the way, Zhang Yang had already chatted with Jing on QQ, and had a rough understanding of the intentions of other universities. The term society is neither overly complex nor overly simple. Ultimately, it is composed of people, and where there are people, competition will exist. This year, Hu Financial University performed exceptionally well in the Huaxin simulation trading competition, and coupled with the need for university major ratings, their dissatisfaction is inevitable, as it involves funding allocations of over 100 billion. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment, and quickly typed a reply. We'll know what the other side has in store in the next couple of days, just observe the changes. Closing He Jing's chat window, there were still dozens of unread messages. Su Zhirua, have you returned to school? Zheng Yueqi, do you have time? Zhang Yang. It's almost May 20th, I'd like to invite you to watch a movie. Su Zhiro want to chat. After replying to all the unread messages, Zhang Yang minimized QQ and opened Baidu Tieba to continue sharing his trading thoughts in the stock trading forum. Today's trading thoughts are shared for reference only and do not constitute any investment advice. According to the latest official report from the WHO on May 1st, a Mexican national traveling from country M to Hong Kong was confirmed to be infected with the H1N1 virus. On May 2nd, South Korea reported its first imported case of H1N1 infection. On May 7th, the WHO issued emergency alerts for 6 consecutive days stating that the influenza virus originating from country M and Mexico was rapidly spreading globally. Jianfeng Group's subsidiary Gene City, Jianfeng Natural Products Company possesses the most mature extraction technology for shikimic acid in the country. Shikimic acid is a key intermediate for synthesizing the anti-influenza drug Tamiflu oseltamivir. If the flu continues to spread, the entire flu drug sector may experience an outbreak in the near future. Below is my position chart image. JPG. At the end of the post, Zhang Yang showcased his holdings in Jianfeng. As the post was published, thousands of followers immediately received notifications, and many bystanders began to observe actively. Zhang Yang had been sharing trading thoughts for a month, achieving a high success rate, which made many remember the ID Joker. When shikimic acid was mentioned again, retail investors left comments under the post. Society, your brother June, if I remember correctly, the principal amount Joker had a month ago was only a few thousand. How did it suddenly grow to 4 million invested in Jianfeng Group? Love chocolate, so Jianfeng Group is the leading stock for shikimic acid. No wonder it hit the daily limit today. Call me handsome brother, I just returned from traveling in country R, and they've already started strict controls there. The H1N1 flu may be more serious than we imagine. Little square. It seems Su Xiang is not just randomly speculating a shikimic acid like car windshields. We may not know which car sells well, but most of the windshields used come from Fuyao glass. Speculating on shikimic acid is essentially speculating on flu drug stocks. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Yang's post received over 100 replies. The responses extended from the topic of mango acid to the 2 concept stocks Qianfeng Group and Rhine Biotechnology, which had recently hit the limit up. Looking at the discussions among the retail investors, Zhang Yang felt a sense of reassurance and gained more confidence. His reasons for managing a Tieba account were twofold. 1. Monthly income from research reports. 2. To enhance his own influence. The income from monthly research reports needs no further explanation. Almost every day, a dozen or so people join Zhang Yang's VIP market research group, contributing nearly 1,000 in revenue daily, making this income relatively stable. As for enhancing his influence, the greatest benefit lies in being able to sway retail investors' judgments of the market through his words and actions. For instance, the post Zhang Yang published today has already helped some retail investors reach a consensus in the market, forming a collective force. The German proletarian worker Ernst Thälmann once said, "One finger is easily broken, but 5 fingers together form a fist." Why are retail investors frequently harvested? They cannot unite. It's similar to having a gun while others have bullets. When the speculators and market makers attack like wolves, if you want to confront them head-on with a gun without bullets, the retail investors will flee first. What threat does a gun without bullets pose? Of course, Zhang Yang does not intend to manipulate stock prices with retail investors. Although in 2009 a regulation was relatively lax, as long as it wasn't particularly excessive, the authorities would not intervene, and it was a period of wild growth. However, if Zhang Yang were to openly conspire with a few hundred retail investors to manipulate stock prices, he would probably end up singing Tears of the Iron Bars. That being said, Zhang Yang did not reach any private agreements with retail investors. He merely shared his trading ideas and positions on the internet, which does not violate any articles of the securities law. In the nearly 240-member VIP research group, the discussions about mango acid were even more intense. White Sanctuary, the God Joker, holds over 4 million in Qianfeng Group. It seems he really believes in this stock. Pink Puppy just finished reading the group leader's post and instantly felt that mango acid is a theme that can be crazily speculated upon. Just drink ice Americano. Ever since I followed the trading ideas of the God Joker, my success rate has at least doubled. Next Monday, no need to say more, I will directly chase the rise of Qianfeng Group, trusting the judgment of the God Joker. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Luohu district of Shenzhen, speculator Chen Sanrong looked at Zhang Yang's newly published post and couldn't help but but exclaim holding over 4 million in Xianfeng Group. I didn't expect Joker to have such a large amount of capital. After reviewing the replies, he discovered a terrifying fact. Although Zhang Yang did not explicitly tell retail investors which stock to buy, his analysis had already drawn considerable attention to Manco Acid. Joker, Su Xiang, Chan Cheng Wuying Jiao, Shin Sanrong muttered to himself, and continued. Retail investors, institutions, and speculators. The concept of Manco Acid is a complete mess. If it were usually, he wouldn't pay any attention to retail investors at all. Because retail investors cannot unite, they are merely lambs waiting to be slaughtered. However, if they collectively band together for Manco Acid, not even the largest speculators and institutions would dare to overlook the sharpness of retail investors. One retail investor's 100 yuan cannot create any waves. But what if there are 1000 retail investors? That would be 100 million yuan in funds. Moreover, in 2009, every retail investor had at least 100 to 200 yuan. If it comes to a real confrontation, they might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. And this is also why some high market value stocks that retail investors band together on neither rise nor fall. Scrolling through the replies, Chen Sanrong read a few again, internally muttering, so many retail investors expressed their intent to chase the high. Next week, it really can't be said which is stronger between Xianfeng Group and Rhine Biotechnology. At this moment, there were already over 20 speculators paying attention to Manco Acid, all weighing whom to follow as the leader next week. The continued hype around the Manco Acid concept even caught the attention of top speculators like Zhang Mengzhu and Gu Weidong, who quietly began weighing the benefits. Besides the speculators, private equity funds were also evaluating the concept stocks of Manco Acid. It is not an exaggeration to say that as soon as the World Health Organization announced the appearance of H1N1 flu cases in Asia, all capital markets swiftly sensed the upcoming points of speculation. On the other side, at the promotional page of Huaxin Securities Fund, Huaxiao Fund also began raising money for the first H1N1 flu concept fund managed by fund manager Tao Yuang. The next day, in the early morning, due to other universities' faculty and students coming to Huikai for exchange and study, the weekend that was supposed to be a break was temporarily arranged for classes. Since the stock market opens at 9:15, Zhang Yang has developed a habit of waking up early. Even on weekends, he can adapt to the early rising rhythm. However, his three roommates were different. Damn early morning class. I haven't had an early morning class in a long time. I feel a bit dizzy. Can I take a day off? Want to skip class? After a round of complaints, they reluctantly got up to wash up. After Zhang Yang washed up first, he checked the messages in the professional group and reminded them the first class is at 8:15, Professor Bao Xingwai's class. Don't be late, everyone. Early morning classes are torturous. I just want to graduate quickly. I've never had to wake up this early for work. Despite their complaints, they still acted quickly. After washing up, they dressed in their usual clothes and left the boys' dorm. Upon arriving at the designated classroom, not only Qin Chuan and Wang Lu looked listless, but many students who were not used to waking up early were also feeling drowsy. Since the conclusion of the Huaxin simulated trading competition, many students had not woken up early at all, often sleeping until noon. Many might wonder why they could wake up at 5 or 6 in high school, but find it so difficult to wake up at 8 in college. This is because the human body has a regulation mechanism. If you consistently wake up at 5 or 6, you will develop a corresponding biological clock, allowing you to wake up by feeling even without an alarm. However, college schedules can be irregular, sometimes filled with morning classes, and other times with none, or just a single class. This makes it difficult for the body to fully adapt and establish a biological clock. When Zhang Yang stepped into the classroom, Professor Bao Xingwei immediately recognized him, and the heavy stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell. He wasn't relying on Zhang Yang for anything, but he was worried that the latter would be absent again. Yesterday, while talking with deans from other universities, they clearly mentioned wanting to meet Zhang Yang, who sells market research reports. If Zhang Yang didn't show up, it would be quite embarrassing for him. At this moment, the front row of the lecture hall was filled with finance deans and professors from other institutions, making this class feel somewhat like a public lecture. We will now begin roll call. Professor Bao Xingwei picked up the new attendance sheet. He Jing, present. Li Shuiyan, present. He Tianlei, present. Zhang Yang, present. As soon as his name was called, Zhang Yang could distinctly feel over a dozen pairs of eyes instantly turn towards him. Particularly noticeable were a few old professors in the front row who even turned their heads to take a look. After confirming that all the students had arrived, Bao Xingwei picked up a white chalk and wrote the 8 characters on the application of investment strategies on the blackboard. He then scanned the audience and shared his experiences, saying, I started my journey in investment at the age of 17, researching arbitrage strategies in the stock market at Stanford University in the United States. In 3 years, I turned an initial capital of 200 yuan into $1.00, which is roughly equivalent to 2 million Huawei currency today. Wow! The students exclaimed in astonishment. Making 2 million in 3 years. This is the power of the Dean of Finance. A 500-fold return is terrifying. If the principal were larger, wouldn't that mean earning millions, even tens of millions of dollars? If I could turn 200 yuan into $1.00, Even if it were just Huahua currency, I could strut around like a... They never expected that this elusive Dean Bao Xingwei had such a legendary past. However, upon reflection, it seemed understandable. Without exceptional skills, how could one join the national financial think tank? Heng Ge Xiong Xinghua and other finance deans from different universities were already aware of Bao Xingwei's background and were not surprised. Turning 200 yuan into 1.0 in 3 years is achievable during favorable market conditions, such as the recovery periods in 1995 and 2005, when many could achieve returns in the hundreds of times. But when did Bao Xingwei accomplish this? In 1930, during the Great Depression in the United States. At that time, after the signing of the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell from 250 points to 230 points, a drop of 8, and subsequently plummeted further, reaching a low of 41.22 points on December 17th. It was against this backdrop that Bao Xingwei accurately invested in gold, coal, and tobacco, achieving long-term profits during a bear market. Bao Xingwei raised his hand to signal for silence, while continuing. The key to my stable profits during the 1930 Great Depression in the United States was mainly my positioning strategy. As he spoke, he wrote the words armor and sword on the blackboard. In my view, the stock market is a battlefield without bloodshed. To make a profit, we must arm ourselves. The armor represents defensive, resilient stocks such as rare metals and energy, which have sufficient resistance to downward risks. The sword, as the name suggests, helps us resist being harvested, or rather helps us harvest other stocks. During the Great Depression in 1930, cheap liquor, cigarettes, and Coca-Cola were key to my returns. Dean Bao Xingwei tirelessly narrated the techniques he used to turn 200 yuan into $1.0 in 1930. The students below silently took note of this invaluable knowledge. Even the finance academician Peng Ge had to admit that in terms of investment strategy allocation, he was not as adept as Bao Xingwei. Zhang Yang, who sat in the third row, also agreed with Bao Xingwei's strategy allocation. However, he believed that to make money in a market, strategy should follow cognition. Only by improving market awareness can one accurately judge market fluctuations. If one's understanding does not keep up, even opportunities may be missed. There is a more serious situation. Some ordinary citizens do not even realize they are in an economic crisis. For example, during the recent subprime mortgage crisis, many migrant workers did not understand why jobs suddenly became hard to find, nor did they grasp why the foreman suddenly called them back to work, much less the national $4 trillion investment plan. Perhaps it would take years, even decades, for them to learn through certain information channels that the country fell into an economic crisis in 2007, leading to fewer job opportunities. Cognition determines the lower limit. Enhancing one's understanding of the economy and capital markets is the first step towards achieving profitability. The 2 consecutive classes were all about Bao Xingwei discussing his investment strategies. When Bao Xingwei finished speaking, Xiong Xinghua, the dean of the Peking University Finance Institute, immediately took over with his course titled Macroeconomic Investment Theory. Xiong Xinghua believed that understanding macroeconomics equates to grasping the key to wealth. He centered his discussion around the Kondrativ wave, explaining the 4 stages of economic boom, recession, depression, and growth, listing investment opportunities one by one. In the same 2 classes, just before the end, Xiong Xinghua said with a faint smile, every global economic crisis is like a reshuffling of wealth. The reckless fade away while the wise become prosperous. I hope everyone can keep this in mind. Clap, clap, clap. The classroom was filled with applause. At this moment, the classroom was completely full. Even the back and the doorway were crowded with students who came to audit the class. The finance deans from top universities such as Hukai, Shikai, Central Kai, and Qingbei discussing matters is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not only the finance students, but also those from other majors like the Finance Institute and Accounting Institute were present. At this time, the post titled Deans Discuss in the Hukai Campus Forum attracted a large number of replies, becoming the hottest post recently. Finance Kid, I just watched the released video, and I can only say that it was incredibly beneficial. Is this the understanding of the Dean of Finance? Legal elite Dean Xiong spoke very well, especially about the Kondrativ wave, which I had never heard of before. Fan Xiao Xiong, is this what it means to discuss matters like a big shot? When I was studying at Hukai, I didn't have... After the news spread, students from nearby Fudan Jiaodong University and Tongji also came to attend the class. At noon, the investment students finished class and went for lunch. In the cafeteria, Chun Chuan was filled with enthusiasm, rubbing his hands together and saying, after listening to Dean Bao and Dean Xiong's lectures, I feel like I've opened my meridians. Next Monday, I'm going to conquer the world. Well, you should at least be able to get up first, someone replied. A pig that sleeps until noon should not talk about conquering the world. Don't end up getting caught, and then donate your descendants at the hospital. Even if you want to donate, there are standards. I doubt his quality meets them. I think so too. Wang Lu and Su Jiafeng chimed in, showing no mercy to Chen Chuan. Zhang Yang, who had finished eating, also joined in and said, if you thoroughly understand the lectures of the 2 deans, you might really be able to conquer the world. See, the class leader, this super scholar, says I can conquer the world. You guys are just jealous of my talent. And wait, are you sure you know about the Kondrativ wave and can skillfully apply investment strategies? Well, about that, Shin Chuan stammered, and Wang Lu mocked. He knows nothing about the convertive wave. Chuanzi only knows about Teacher Bo. Su Jiafeng K don't mumble. Their teasing left Chun Chuan speechless. During macroeconomics he indeed learned about the convertive wave, but now he had completely forgotten it. After resolving their hunger, Zhang Yang and his friends returned to the dormitory for a nap. At 2 p.m., they headed to classroom 1101 for class. Before they even reached the lecture hall, they were stunned by the throngs of students inside and out. Is a celebrity coming? Wang Lu inquired. Zhang Yang, seeing so many students, couldn't help but exclaim, perhaps Dean Bao and the others are the top influencers in the financial world. Due to class, the four squeezed into the lecture hall with repeated "excuse me, classmate" phrases, and at the podium was the finance academician, Peng Ge. Behind him, the blackboard prominently displayed the 10 characters, the investment code in financial mathematics. Clearly, he was not hiding any of his insights, but was eager to share his years of research in financial mathematics. Perhaps everyone has heard that someone abroad once used mathematics to predict the lottery and made a fortune. So what would happen if we applied mathematics to the share market? Peng Gu activated the teaching projector, revealing a chart of 120 trading days clearly displayed forever. This is the chart of the Shanghai Composite Index over 120 trading days that I captured. It rose for 74 days and fell for 46 days, giving a rise probability of 61.7. Assuming we are still in this rising cycle and not considering other factors, the probability of an increase on the next trading day is 61.7. Doesn't it seem that investing has become very simple? However, that is incorrect. To be precise, the capital market is not merely a simple probability issue, but involves the mathematical game between retail investors and institutional players, which I refer to as the variables of the game. Peng Ge lightly clicked the mouse, switching to the next page of his speech manuscript. On the projection screen appeared an image of a man and a woman with 4 Huagua coins in the blank area beneath them. Next, I will use an example to illustrate the variables in the game. He paused for half a second, collected his thoughts, and said, as shown in the diagram, the woman tells the man to play a coin game. Each holds a coin. If both coins show heads, the woman gives the man 3 yuan. If both show tails, she also gives him 1 yuan. If one coin shows heads and the other shows tails, the man gives the woman 2 yuan. If we apply probability theory, the probability of both showing heads is 1/4, the probability of both showing tails is also 1/4, and the probability of one head and one tail is 1/2. Substituting into the calculation formula E14314111220, which means the average return for the man playing this coin game equals 0. The key point is coming. Peng Gu raised his voice and continued, this game is not merely a matter of probability, but involves the choices of heads or tails made by the man and the woman. Clearly, neither party can continually show heads or tails, as both want to win money from the other's pocket. This is the variable of the game. Applying the above example to the stock market, stock prices cannot rise every day. Retail investors and institutional players are two roles engaged in mutual competition. Assuming we are the institutional players, how can we consistently harvest from the retail investors? As the question was posed, Peng Ge's gaze swept over the students present. Those who met his eyes quickly lowered their heads, unable to look at each other. Even several exchange students from the Central University of Finance and Economics also silently lowered their heads. The concepts discussed by their own finance director were entirely new to them, and they were still trying to process it. In the field of financial mathematics, this could be a pathway to the academician's door. After pondering for a moment, He Jing calmly replied, using the earlier coin game as a reference, if the woman is the institutional player, she will control the frequency of heads, because if both show heads, she loses 3 yuan, whereas if both show tails, she only loses 1 yuan. Reducing the frequency of heads thus decreases the probability of losing money. Exactly. Peng Ge looked at He Jing with appreciation and dissected the coin game. This coin game seems fair on the surface, but is not. The woman can choose to show tails to limit losses, while the man has no option for limiting losses. To maximize his profit, he must show heads as often as possible, and through the variable of the game, he can easily manipulate the psychology of retail investors. Some may argue that the man could adjust to showing tails to profit. Let me ask everyone who enters the stock market without a greedy desire to get rich. The greedier you are, the higher the probability of showing heads, which is also why the stock market is referred to as counterintuitive. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted in the classroom. As Zhang Yang clapped, he could not help but admit that what Peng Ge said was indeed correct. I will give you 3 minutes to think about how to help retail investors make a profit. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Shuyan, an exchange student from Peking University, eagerly replied, set stop-loss lines and increase position lines, strictly adhere to discipline, and achieve unity of knowledge and action. Are there any other answers? Peng Ge seemed dissatisfied with this response. Make good use of technical indicator tools such as support levels KDJ and MECD, and apply Fibonacci retracement support lines. Somewhat close. Collect stock market data and use mathematical models for analysis, such as the ARIMA autoregressive integrated moving average model and the GARCH generalized autoregressive conditional heteroskedasticity model. Good, please elaborate. Peng Gu recognized that the student mentioning the mathematical model was from his own Central University of Finance and Economics, and he intended to allow him to showcase himself in front of everyone. However, the student appeared somewhat hesitant, frequently glancing away. It was evident that he only understood part of it. The complexity contained in financial mathematics was not something an ordinary investment student could grasp, and moreover, it was not part of their major curriculum. Sigh. Peng Gu sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to reveal the answer, a deep magnetic male voice came from the left. Academician Peng mentioned the variable of the game, which is accurately termed Nash equilibrium. I believe that for retail investors to profit, they must first understand this market, and only then the game. Peng Gu, along with everyone else, turned to look in the direction of the voice. When they saw it was Zhang Yang, Bao Xingwei was surprised in his heart. Does this kid have such a broad knowledge base? He even knows the concept of Nash equilibrium from game theory. Please elaborate. Peng Gu scrutinized Zhang. They had come to Shanghai Finance mainly to marvel at He Jing's 57 for return rate, and to find out whether the circulating market research reports were indeed authored by Zhang Yang. To put it plainly, they believed Bao Xingwei's next reveal would lead Shanghai Finance to completely overpower other universities this year. When Zhang Yang entered the classroom that morning, the gazes of numerous deans and professors had already made him vaguely aware that something was off. During the lunch break, he specifically called Wang Xingbang to learn some of the underlying details. Since the other party was not here with good intentions, the best way to respond was to engage in a direct discussion. Regarding market cognition, I would like to discuss it using the coin game mentioned by academician Peng. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and organized his thoughts, assuming the man shows heads as X and tails as 1X, and the woman shows heads as Y and tails as 1Y. The man's payoff matrix would be XY yielding 3 yuan, 1XY yielding 2 yuan, X1Y yielding 2 yuan, and 1X1Y yielding 1 yuan. For the man to win money, he needs to adjust X to make his return greater than 0, while the woman needs to adjust Y to ensure the man's return is less than 0, thus leading to a loss. Based on my earlier calculations, as long as the woman maintains a frequency of 38 for showing Y regardless of any strategy the man employs, he will average a loss of 18 per round. To put it in simpler terms, the combination yielding 1x1y at a profit of 1 yuan represents a trap set by the woman. The profit of 1 yuan cannot compensate for the frequency of a 2 yuan loss, making it seem that the man has a 50 chance of winning money, while in reality his chances are infinitesimally close to 0. He let out a long breath and emphasized this means that this game has been inherently unfair since it's Zhang Yang's words were powerful and resonant, capturing everyone's attention as they focused on this recognized academic star of investment at Shanghai Finance. Without waiting for others to regain their senses, he fixed his gaze on the podium where Peng Gu stood and continued. Returning to the aspect of market cognition, I believe that for retail investors to profit in capital, they must clearly understand what kind of game they are playing. Only by grasping the underlying rules can they find their own XY profit model. As his words fell, a crisp applause rang out in the tiered classroom. It was Peng Gu who was clapping alone at the podium. Clap, 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 clap. Wave after wave of applause followed, echoing throughout the entire tiered classroom. Su Zhuo applauded while also glancing at He Jing and Lan Sisi, marveling. Although I don't understand, he truly is the man I admire. He spoke so wonderfully. I admire him too. Lan Sisi said half-jokingly. Wei Yunshi added, so do I. He is indeed impressive. He Jing suddenly felt that she and Zhang Yang were not on the same wavelength, and that there was still so much for her to learn. Among the crowd of listeners outside the classroom, Su Zhuo also displayed a look of surprise. She seemed to understand why Su Zhuo was such a fervent fan of Zhang Yang. There was indeed some charm about him. Sitting in the front row were the finance dean of Shijiao University, Xu Tianyi, the dean of the finance department at Huaqing University, Zhao Yinfeng, and deans from other universities like Beifu Jiao, all dispelling any doubts about Shanghai finance cheating. Meanwhile, in the large WeChat group for investment studies at Shanghai Finance, messages from junior students flooded in. Lin Ichi, my God, is this the legendary senior Zhang Yang? Wang Xiao, I didn't understand a word about this XYXY or XXYY, feeling a sense of helplessness as knowledge slipped through my mind. But senior Zhang Yang is really handsome. Only I want to be with this man. Li Qiqi, if senior Zhang Yang confesses to me on May 20th, I would be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a big villa. Chun Jiaxiao, strategy, macro mathematics, cognition. My goodness, I feel like I have improved after this class. Next week the share market is going to suffer. Even Jesus can't stop me. After Peng Gu finished his lecture on financial mathematics, Xu Tianyi and Dean Zhao Yinfeng took the stage one after another to share their unique insights on investment. As evening approached, the first day of the financial dean's discussions came to an end, leaving the students who received the true teachings feeling greatly enlightened. Zhang Yang, as the first to share his investment insights, proposed the concept of market cognition, and he quickly gained widespread recognition, with his name buzzing in QQ groups of prestigious universities like Tsinghua, Peking, Fudan, and Xiamen. Later that night, Bao Xingwei reviewed Zhang Yang's personal profile and had to admit that this student indeed exceeded his expectations. If his strength lay in strategic allocation and Peng Guess in mathematical models, then Zhang Yang's strength was in high-dimensional cognition. What is high-dimensional cognition? To put it simply, it refers to a person possessing a higher level of cognitive awareness using the difference in levels to generate wealth. Take the recently emerged double horse, for example. The two invested in the internet during the 1990s. At that time, how many could see such a long way ahead? Not to mention 10 years, even 2 years was difficult. However, having a long-term vision is not always better, as exemplified by BYD's chairman Wang Fu. In 2004, he launched the pure electric taxi EF3, the electric concept car ET, and the hybrid sedan Hybrid S years ahead of Musk's Roadster, yet the outcome was that due to inadequate supporting facilities, BYD abandoned the electric car project. Perhaps at that time Wang Fu did not foresee that electric-powered vehicles would a decade later force traditional fuel car manufacturers into dire straits. Those who have achieved success in their careers possess cognitive abilities that exceed common imagination. Meanwhile, in another place in the faculty apartment, financial academician Peng Gu sat on the living room sofa, a lit cigarette clutched in his hand, with blue smoke swirling and dissipating in the air. I see no need for a market sensation competition. Firstly, it is highly random, and secondly, that student Zhang Yang indeed has some skills. Moreover, with He Jing and other students from Hukai, our cohort is indeed not as capable as Hukai. As he said this, he took a deep drag of his cigarette, and then exhaled heavily. I was just thinking the same thing, responded Xiong Xinghua first. Originally, they had intended to hold a real-time market sensation competition to test whether Hukai's students possessed the judgment to handle ultra-short fluctuations. However, with Zhang Yang solving the financial game designed by Peng Gu in just 1 or 2 minutes, further testing became unnecessary. As for the esoteric concept of real-time market sensation, to put it nicely, it is called market intuition. To put it bluntly, it's trading based on a sixth sense. Of course, existence is reasonable. Some novice traders just rely on their instincts to trade. Strangely enough, most of them end up making a profit. However, as the number of trades increases, they will gradually start to incur losses. Seasoned investors and the market refer to this stage as the novice welfare period. Yet not everyone enjoys the novice welfare period. Many traders who enter the stock market find themselves losing money from the start. Those traders who do not have a novice welfare period can be considered lucky, as losing money at the outset likely means they want return. In contrast, many retail investors who were once in the novice welfare period believe they are genius traders only to see their gains evaporate, leading them to add more positions and become further trapped. The other financial deans said nothing more, already acknowledging that Zhang Yang had the capability to independently complete that market research report. Although they were older, their thinking was not rigid. As long as it was confirmed that it was not Bao Xinghuai's leak of questions, they would accept Hukai's investment major rating, whether it was an A or a. The next day, Sunday, the discussions attracted even more students' attention. If the first day belonged to the dean's demonstrations, the second day was when students revealed their brilliance. Students from Tsinghua Peking Fudan and Shanghai Jiaotong universities, as well as those from Southwestern University of Finance and Economics and Central University of Finance and Economics, who had previously drawn little attention, each delivered distinctive insights the moment they stepped onto the lectern. For instance, Li Shuyan from Peking University drew inspiration from the legendary fund manager Malcolm McLaughlin of the Lancer Voyager Fund, distilling a theory centered on concentrated stock positions. Many may not know Malcolm McLaughlin. He is a Wall Street star fund manager renowned for his concentrated investment strategy, allocating 75% of his capital across just 15 carefully selected stocks. His stock selection methodology comprises 3 core criteria. First, the stock price has declined 50 more than the broader market, indicating severe overselling. Second, the company maintains robust cash flow sufficient to meet debt obligations. Third, valuation metrics, including price-to-sales and price-to-book ratios, are low. Earnings-based metrics like the price-to-earnings ratio are disregarded, given that the firm may be operating at a loss. Beyond these 3 quantitative fundamentals, he also scrutinizes corporate share repurchase plans and insider buying initiatives. Evidence of such programs suggests limited downside risk and establishes a strong margin of safety. Li Shuyan's incisive exposition on investment resonated deeply with Xiong Xinghua, who nodded repeatedly. Though students may lack the seasoned expertise of professors or academicians, their youth embodies boundless potential. In the afternoon, He Jing ascended the podium. She presented a risk-hedging strategy, leveraging the correlation between futures options and equities to mitigate losses during equity market downturns. However, since China's stock index futures had not yet been launched in 2009, her illustrative cases were drawn exclusively from international markets. Nonetheless, risk hedging remains one of the rare arbitrage strategies capable of generating stable returns in equity markets. Bao Xingwei, a specialist in quantitative strategies, listened with profound admiration. Compared to other arbitrage models, risk hedging is both his preferred and most frequently deployed investment approach. The larger the capital under management, the greater the emphasis on stability. And gradually, he came to understand why He Jing was so determined to become a fund manager. Her unwavering pursuit was steady, reliable profitability. Once a share stock index futures receive regulatory approval, He Jing's future accomplishments may rival, or even surpass, those of Zhang Yang. Bao Xingwei murmured inwardly. This then is my understanding of risk hedging, a disciplined arbitrage framework designed to secure consistent returns. Thank you all for your attention. He Jing bowed deeply in gratitude to faculty and students alike. Applause erupted once more throughout the lecture hall. A finance dean devoted to strategy has nurtured a student who masters strategy. How intriguing. That is precisely the transmission of scholarly tradition. Were He Jing to join the national trading team, she would undoubtedly prove an exceptional profit generator. Seated in the front row, deans and professors of finance watched He Jing on stage, nodding approvingly, their eyes gleaming with genuine appreciation. As He Jing descended from the podium, Zhang Yang rose from his seat. He had no intention of speaking, but yielded at last to the persistent coaxing of Counselor Zhong Bohan, who had even declared, "The honor of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics rests entirely upon you." As a proud member of SUFE, Zhang Yang reluctantly agreed. The moment Zhang Yang stood, every gaze in the room locked onto his face. Junior students who had witnessed his astonishing computational prowess the previous day erupted into cheers. Record it, quickly. Zhang Yang, the godlike senior, is about to expound his philosophy. I sense he could become the next Chan Zhong Shua Chan. This man is extraordinary. There is only one Master Chan, but also only one Zhang Yang. I believe senior brother Zhang Yang's achievements will far eclipse the master's. She'll quiet down. As Zhang Yang approached the podium, he surveyed a sea of expectant eyes, so intense that anyone afflicted with claustrophobia or lacking inner fortitude might have trembled uncontrollably. Yet such a scene posed no challenge to him. Calmly, Zhang Yang picked up a piece of chalk and wrote his topic on the blackboard, market cognition. He placed the chalk back in its tray and gazed forward. As written on the board, my subject remains market cognition. I believe that before investing, one must first elevate one's cognitive framework and clarify one's profit objectives. What then are profit objectives? Put simply, how much do you hope to earn through investment? Suppose my objective is merely to outpace inflation. I might allocate assets as follows: 40 equities, 30 bonds, 20 gold, and 10 money market funds. Equities offer growth potential, bonds deliver steady income, gold serves as a hedge against systemic risk, and money market funds ensure liquidity. Pausing briefly, Zhang Yang shifted tone. But if your profit objective is doubling, or multiplying your capital tenfold, or even 100-fold, this allocation becomes wholly inappropriate. Investment begins with clarity of purpose, defining your profit objective, then selecting a strategy aligned with it. Next, we must master key macroeconomic indicators: the Consumer Price Index CPI, the Producer Price Index PPI, and the Purchasing Managers Index PMI for manufacturing. We may also adopt a broader perspective, for example the Kondratiev wave cycle as introduced yesterday by Dean Xiong Xinghua, to determine whether the economy we invest in resides in a phase of prosperity, recession, depression, or expansion. During prosperity, trading strategies may grow more aggressive. During recession, the optimal course is often to stand aside, or selectively target sectors or futures likely to rise amid the broader decline. As Zhang Yang shared his investment philosophy, Dean Xiong Xinghua nodded repeatedly, then abandoning pretense, turned to Bao Xingwei. Brother Xingwei, I truly believe Zhang Yang deserves advanced study. Might we consider inviting him to pursue graduate studies at Peking University? Tsinghua University also faces a critical shortage of financial talent. Zhao Yanfeng interjected promptly. Academician Peng Gu remained silent, his gaze resting steadily on Bao Xingwei. If he consented to release Zhang Yang, Peng Gu would certainly make his own bid. Don't bother. This young man intends to become an independent trader, not a scholar. What? An independent trader? To become a retail investor? No sooner had Bao Xingwei spoken than several deans visibly recoiled, their expressions alight with disbelief. They had assumed Zhang Yang would continue his studies at SUFE, eventually joining a national financial institution, or at the very least a prestigious financial firm. They never imagined he would choose the volatile, uncertain path of an independent trader. Are you certain you're not deceiving us? Xu Tianyi, dean of Southwestern University of Finance and Economics, voiced his skepticism plainly. Bao Xingwei cast him a sidelong glance and sighed. At my age, I may soon depart this world. Why would I deceive you elders? Silence fell, collective, profound, unbroken. After several long seconds, Xiong Xinghua gritted out through clenched teeth. Perhaps this is precisely what separates genius from the ordinary. Zhang Yang's ambition left the deans utterly perplexed. Yet perhaps genius by nature chooses paths unseen by others. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yang bowed solemnly. This concludes my discourse on market cognition. I sincerely hope it proves beneficial to you all. Applause thundered anew. Clear, accessible, and brilliant. Senior brother Zhang Yang is extraordinary. No wonder SUF dominated this year's Huaxin virtual trading competition against all other finance universities. Hidden masters walk among us. We pay homage to the divine master Zhang Yang. Amidst roaring applause, he returned to his seat. Yet after his departure, no other student stepped forward. Glances flickered nervously across the room. Zhang Yang's performance had cast an immense shadow. None dared claim superiority. And though modesty demanded self-deprecation, true mediocrity was unacceptable. Seeing the prolonged silence, the deans exchanged a single glance, and instantly a volunteer stepped up, steeling himself to speak. Perhaps earlier presentations had set an impossibly high bar, or perhaps Zhang Yang's theoretical rigor had simply overwhelmed them. Subsequent students stumbled over their words. After 2 grueling hours, the inter-university student symposium drew to a close. Night fell, the stars and moon hung high. Having finished dinner at the canteen, Zhang Yang swiftly packed a few changes of clothes, offered brief farewells to his dormitory mates, and hailed a taxi, departing Shanghai University of Finance and Economics for Hangzhou City. These 2 days of intellectual exchange had enriched him immensely, and his phone contact list now included the numbers of several leading finance deans, a network worth far more than gold. Dean Xiong Xinghai had even confided privately, should Zhang Yang apply for Peking University's master's program, he could select any supervisor, receive full scholarship support, and even obtain household registration in Beijing. Yet for Zhang Yang, such privileges held little meaning. He already possessed a sharply defined life trajectory. Notably, over this weekend, global financial markets had been completely overtaken by news of the H1N1 influenza outbreak. On May 10th, shortly before noon, Japan's Ministry of Health announced that 3 students and teachers returning from Canada had tested positive for H1N1 virus upon arrival at Narita Airport on May 8th. Over 100 close contacts aboard the same flight had already entered Japanese territory. Prior to this, on May 1st and May 2nd, Hong Kong and South Korea had separately intercepted travelers infected with H1N1, confirming that this flu strain originating in the United States and Mexico was rapidly spreading worldwide. Beyond the global H1N1 crisis, another major development emerged within China's financial sector. On Saturday, May 9th, China's Ministry of Commerce and Hong Kong signed the 6th supplemental agreement under the SEPA framework, established in 2003, introducing 29 liberalization measures across service trade, covering 18 sectors, including law, construction, healthcare, and finance. In finance specifically, the agreement abolished the prior requirement that Hong Kong banks establish a representative office for at least 2 years before opening a branch elsewhere in Guangdong province, significantly lowering the entry barrier for Hong Kong financial institutions into mainland markets. Additionally, the European Central Bank announced it would maintain its benchmark interest rate at 2%, while signaling possible use of quantitative easing tools to accelerate economic recovery. Meanwhile, international commodity prices continued their rebound. New York crude oil futures surged past 58 per barrel, rising over 60 since the start of the year, signaling strong tailwinds for the energy sector. Viewed collectively, despite H1N1's rapid global spread, the world economy remained unaffected and continued its vigorous recovery. Far away in Ningbo, Hangzhou, renowned independent traders Su Xiang Maxinqi and Sun Guodong scanned the stream of bullish market signals and approached tomorrow's trading with renewed confidence. Of course, beyond the favorable news, a pivotal factor emerged on Saturday, May 9th. Liao Guopei telephoned Maxinqi, agreeing to liquidate all shares of Jianfeng Group at the previous trading day's closing price, 5 renminbi, 86 per share. Given Jianfeng Group's sensitive position to prevent further market interference, Su Xiang and Sun Guodong jointly agreed to absorb Liao Guopei's entire stake. Has Zhang Yang arrived? Not yet. Based on the time he came to our company last week, he should be on his way now. He's probably having breakfast outside. I can't wait for the market to open. May 11th, Monday. After a brief 2-day holiday, the trading managers of Hanyue Investment gradually returned to work. At that moment, they were chatting in the office area, eagerly anticipating the arrival of that man. Zhang Qifeng, as Zhang Yang's trading manager, arrived at the office at 8:10 a.m., 20 minutes earlier than the stipulated 8:30. Why so early? He was too eager to make money. He was losing sleep over thoughts of earning, especially when he saw Zhang Yang transform from a leak with 2.0 leveraging 5 times into a super master with an additional 1.18 million margin, earning millions daily. Zhang Qifeng admitted he felt envious. With a glorious record of earning 1.04 million a day, how many years of work could he save if he followed Zhang Yang in buying stocks and maintained similar profits? As trading managers, they had a hidden benefit of being able to follow and copy trades. Whenever they encountered a master, they could mirror their positions. After witnessing Zhang Yang manipulate a stock with 7 million, the trading managers of Hanyue Investment all wanted a piece of the action. Zhang Yang, just like them, went to a breakfast shop to satisfy his hunger. Once out-of-school meals were no longer subsidized by the state. A breakfast cost around 5 yuan, and it wasn't as delicious as what the cafeteria chefs made. Slurp. After finishing his soybean milk, Zhang Yang left the dining area of the breakfast shop. To facilitate trading, the hotel he stayed in was less than 800 meters from Hanyue Tower, and the breakfast shop was only about 700 meters away. Walking at an adult pace of 60 to 80 meters per minute, it would take about 11 minutes to reach Hanyue Tower, just enough time for a leisurely stroll to digest his food. Arriving at Hanyue Tower, Zhang Yang took the elevator straight to the 9th floor. The moment he appeared in the trading office area, Zhang Qifeng and the other trading managers quickly surrounded him to inquire about today's investment strategy. Mr. Zhang, you're amazing. You managed to position yourself in the Mahuangsu concept stocks ahead of time. Over the weekend, I was inundated with news about the H1N1 flu spreading to Asia. Sina Finance, Tencent Finance, NetEase Finance, and Dongfang Caifu all made H1N1 flu spreading to Asia a major headline. It even trended on Weibo. Yes, it was #1 on the hot list. Mr. Zhang, is there still room for the Jianfeng group you bought? Seeing the eager looks on their faces, Zhang Yang smiled lightly and replied the H1N1 flu had signs of global spread back in April, so its arrival in Asia is no surprise. It might become a short-term concept that attracts market funds. As for Jianfeng Group, he paused for a moment, then continued, I have already invested heavily. As for what you think about this stock and whether it still has potential, I can only say that opinions differ. Zhang Yang wasn't close to them, so he dared not casually recommend stocks. If they made money, it wouldn't benefit him, but if they lost, they might come seeking trouble. Zhang Qifeng saw Zhang Yang being so cautious and couldn't help but asked, is Rhine Biology a fake leader, Mr. Zhang? True or false, or true the capital market is all about games. Zhang Yang continued to be vague. However, he wasn't just speaking randomly. In the share capital market, there is no stock that is an absolute leader. Even if its performance aligns, it doesn't necessarily make it a leading stock. For instance, Rhine Biology, with just 10 orders of Mahuangsu amounting to 30 million, could cause its stock price to surge with 9 consecutive limit ups. The market cap increase from 9 limit ups far exceeded the 30 million order of Mahuangsu. Do you consider Rhine Biology only had 10 orders, and its main business wasn't even Mahuangsu? The production line was even temporarily squeezed out. But if you say it's not a leader with 9 limit ups over 9 trading days, which Mahuangsu concept stock could compare? In the capital market, any stock has the potential to become a leading stock as long as it meets the recognition of capital. Of course, this refers to capital recognition leaders. If it's market cap leaders, you can find out who they are using stock screening to. However, these big players have large market caps and many retail investors, and without policy support, they generally won't see significant price increases. Junior brother, a voice called out from behind Zhang Yang. It was Zhang Yang's financing manager, also a graduate of Hukai, Zhang Xiaolong. Good morning, senior brother Zhang. Zhang Yang turned around and greeted him. Morning. Zhang Xiaolong responded, scanning the trading managers surrounding Zhang Yang, and said sternly, why are you all just standing there? Go back to your desks and prepare for work. Don't disturb any clients. Although trading managers and financing managers are not in a direct superior-subordinate relationship, the latter has the authority to recommend trading managers to clients they sign with. If trading managers want more clients, they must please the financing managers. After Zhang Xiaolong's reprimand, Zhang Qifeng and the other trading managers hurried back to their respective office positions. Once the trading managers dispersed, Zhang Xiaolong's tense expression relaxed slightly. He then looked at Zhang Yang and said, Junior brother, you are now a major client of our Hongyuan investment. Last week, President Sun specifically instructed me that if you come here to trade this week, he will take you to his office to trade. Zhang Yang was a bit confused and inquired, if I trade in his office, what about President Sun? President Sun has gone to your province. The company's financing business is expanding westward. Not only is President Sun there, but President Liu is also over there. Zhang Xiaolong clarified. The Liu mentioned by the other party was Liu Hua, who had also been mentioned by Zhang Yang. He had made his fortune in real estate. Hongyue Investment is just a corner of his business empire. His Hongyue Group is involved in real estate, mining, and hospitality. I see. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, and then asked, will manager Zhang Qifeng be going with you? President Sun said it's not necessary to have someone watching for now, as your account is currently over 1 million in profit. Even if it hits the limit down for a whole day, it wouldn't reach the liquidation line. We'll discuss it once the losses hit 50 of the margin. Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile. He didn't know what Zhang Yang and Sun Yiheng discussed that day, but it was clear that the two had a very pleasant conversation. Otherwise, Sun Yiheng wouldn't have opened this back door. However, what Zhang Xiaolong didn't know was that Sun Yiheng allowed Zhang Yang to use his office not only because they had a good conversation, but also because he had learned that Zhang Qifeng and other trading managers had leaked Zhang Yang's account holdings without permission, which made him realize the need to protect client privacy. But he hadn't yet thought of a good way to ensure privacy. Let's go, I'll log into your account for you. Zhang Xiaolong led the way. I'm sorry for the trouble. Zhang Yang accepted the invitation to trade in Sun Yiheng's office without hesitation. Last week during trading managers frequently came over to watch, causing him quite a bit of trouble. However, since it was a public area, Zhang Yang felt embarrassed to ask them to leave, so he could only silently endure it. Now that he had the chance to leave the public area, he naturally welcomed it. Arriving at Sun Yiheng's office, Zhang Xiaolong reminded, you can use the computer as you like, but don't touch anything else, or I won't know how to explain it. Don't worry, I'll only use the computer. Zhang Yang was also aware of his limits. Sun Yiheng lending him the office likely had a goodwill aspect to it, and although he didn't know what Sun Yiheng was after, it was beneficial for him, so he decided to enjoy it first. Familiarize yourself, I'll head back to the office now. If you need anything, feel free to find me. Alright, senior brother. After Zhang Xiaolong logged into the financing account and briefly instructed Zhang Yang, he left Sun Yiheng's office. Once the other party left, Zhang Yang first glanced around the spacious office, then walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window beside the desk, where he could overlook the entire Xinjiang International Times Square. At that moment, there was a crowd below with vehicles continuously passing by on the road in the distance. It's a long-lost feeling. Zhang Yang couldn't help but sigh. In his past life, he had a top-floor office on Wall Street, with similar panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the crowds below. Looking down gave him a sense of superiority over everyone. He didn't dwell on it too much and returned to Sun Yihang's office desk. Since it was still not even 9 a.m., he had time to check sentiment and news. Opening Sina Weibo, just as Zhong Qifeng and others mentioned the entry H1N1 flu is showing signs of globalization, was dominating the hot search list with a heat value of 4.3 million. Upon clicking the entry, several authoritative media outlets, such as the Guitai Channel and the People's Daily, had issued warnings about the flu's spread, and even the official account of the Ministry of Health had sent out reminders. Although H1N1 virus infections were promptly identified and isolated, it was only due to the capabilities of East Asian countries. No one knew whether Southeast Asian and West Asian countries could detect them. Especially India, despite being called the world's pharmacy, its medical standards are far worse than one might imagine. Once the H1N1 virus enters India, its backward medical conditions would be unable to stop its proliferation, potentially becoming a breeding ground for the flu virus. At this moment on Weibo Square, netizens were expressing their opinions. Xiao Kong, after reading the announcement from the health department, I feel the H1N1 flu could break out in Asia at any moment, so everyone should take precautions. Wuing Xiaoqin, many domestic companies have the production capacity for Ma Wangsu, so the supply of medication should keep up. What truly worries me are the surrounding poor countries. Pingtao, I've already stocked up on a few boxes of oseltamivir, just in case. Zhang Yang looked at the comments from netizens and could vaguely see the factories working overtime to produce medication through the words with Ma Wangsu being mentioned more frequently. From the current perspective, there were no issues with the news or sentiment. Jiangzhuzhang Ningbo. Inha Securities Jiefang South Road Branch. Suxiang Sun Guodong and Ma Xinqi were gathered in the VIP room, still leisurely chatting. The small days are quite carefree. More than 100 close contacts just say they're coming in. It seems H1N1 flu will break out soon, and our directional judgment was correct. At this rate, Ma Wangsu can not only be a short-term main line, but can completely serve as a mid-term main line for speculation. Retail investors will definitely follow. Damn, if it weren't for the Jianfeng Group breaking in last week, how could so many retail investors have jumped on the bandwagon, driving the cost of the rise straight up? It's all that Zen City's shadow leg. What nonsense is he causing? If I find the opportunity, I'll definitely deal with him. Indeed, he needs to be taught a lesson. Ma Xinqi didn't join in on this topic, but turned to Su Xiang and asked, how's the license thing going? Haven't you got? Not yet. Su Xiang shook his head. During this time, he had been running around making connections, but still hadn't managed to get the application for the private fund manager license. Why is it so difficult to apply? The reason is that after the subprime mortgage crisis in 2009, the authorities maintained a contractionary attitude towards the financial sector. Originally, the new securities law in 2005 mentioned that securities companies were allowed to conduct margin financing and securities lending business. The regulations on the supervision and management of securities companies issued in 2008 also clearly defined the rules framework for margin financing and securities lending. But now it's May 2009, and no securities company is offering margin financing and securities lending. Is it that securities companies don't want to offer the service? No. In fact, it's the authorities assessing financial risks, or perhaps the subprime mortgage crisis made financial experts much more cautious. It's about to open, Sun Guodong reminded. Su Xiang no longer thought about the license. He now had the key, but couldn't find the corresponding door. It looks like it's going to open high. The banks and securities are once again in the red, and there are many retail investors rushing into the Ma Wangsu sector that we bet on. Several stocks have already reached the limit up during bidding. Should we suppress the market? Wait, Jianfeng Group is limit up again. Didn't the shadow leg say he was withdrawing? How is it limit up again? Sun Guodong glanced and said calmly, the bidding buy-side volume is generally low and it's not retail capital participating in the rise. This should be a limit up caused by retail investors placing orders over the night market. What is a night market order? This is a pre-declaration function launched by securities companies allowing retail investors to submit stock trading instructions during weekends and at night when the market is closed. For example, over the weekend, the news about the globalization of H1N1 spread has become an unavoidable topic in the capital market. If you see an opportunity to rise but are worried about not being able to buy, and you can completely place an order in advance. Anyone who has declared stocks knows that if you open the order declaration, there will be corresponding order numbers inside. The earlier the number, the earlier the securities company will execute the trade. However, in 2009, only a small number of brokers supported night market orders, such as Huaxin Securities and Huaxin Jintu Securities. That was just a false alarm. I thought the shadow leg was playing us. Someone sighed in relief. As soon as the words fell, someone immediately echoed, if he dares to play us, Brother Xiang and Brother Ma will smash him flat. That makes sense. Rough words may carry truth. No one believed that Liao Guopei dared to shake the tree, and moreover, they had promised to buy out all Jianfeng Group stocks from him at the limit-up price from the previous trading day. Su Xiang didn't regard Liao Guopei at all calmly, saying, just focus on managing your own stocks. After we finish with Ma Wansu, let's go to Thailand for a good time. Thailand is great. The service industry there is truly unmatched with so many exciting programs. Indeed, I went to Thailand for half a month last time and was sore for 4 or 5 days. I almost ended up drinking traditional medicine. As the members of the Ningbo Death Squad chatted 930 quietly. However, as time went by, the smiles on Su Xiang's son Guodong and Ma Xinqi's faces gradually faded as they discovered that Jianfeng Group was still locked at the limit up. The buy one volume was not large, only 200 hands, or 2 million shares, based on the limit up price of 6.45, or the order amount was 12.9 million. What puzzled Su Xiang and the others was that the selling pressure hadn't appeared for a long time. Su Xiang glanced at Ma Xinqi and said place a limit order of 100 hands. He thought Liao Guopei was dissatisfied and wanted to leave at today's limit-up price. However, as time ticked by, the trading volume in 1 minute was only about 100 hands, mostly retail investors unloading. At that moment in the VIP room, the atmosphere became silent and oppressive, like a powder keg ready to explode. Make a phone call to ask. Ma Xinqi looked at Sun Guodong and said, the last time they spoke, it was through the number of Liao Guopei that Sun Guodong contacted. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to Sun Guodong. I'll ask. Sun Guodong took out his phone from his pocket and called Liao Guopei. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Beep, beep, beep. After several calls from Sun Guodong, his anxiety grew. Ma Xinqi was drenched in sweat. He never thought Liao Guopei would go back on his word, and now he was completely unprepared. The prolonged unavailability of the phone made Su Xiang increasingly irritable, and finally, when the 5th call went unanswered, he exploded. Bang! Su Xiang slammed the table. The loud noise startled Ma Xinqi, Sun Guodong, and the others. He glared with a grim face, gritting his teeth, and said, damn it, we've been played by the shadow leg. Yudong Zen City. In the main urban area, Liao Guopei gazed at the soaring shares of the Jianfeng Group, his breath quickening as he marveled at how fate seemed to be aiding their rise. Over the weekend, the news had fermented, giving unprecedented exposure and attention to manco acid and H1N1 influenza. Jianfeng Group even announced that its subsidiary Jianfeng Natural Products had improved the patent for the star anise manco acid extraction technology, intending to leverage the trend to boost its stock price. Liao Guopei had also analyzed the fundamentals of this stock. Although it was an old stock listed in 1993, it had not been controlled, with shares largely dispersed among retail investors. How to determine whether a stock is controlled? 1. Look at historical price increases. 2. Check the number of shareholders. Since its listing in 1993, Jianfeng Group has had 3 significant price increases occurring in 1997, 2000, and 2007, all marked by clear accumulation by certain players, with a noticeable increase in trading volume and a surge in retail investors. After the violent surge in 2007, the number of shareholders increased dramatically from 65666 reported in the semi-annual report to 82451 in the quarterly report. Where did the additional 16785 retail shareholders obtain their shares? It's obvious they were sold off by the operators, who then facilitated retail investors to step in. According to the first quarter report of 2009, Jianfeng Group's capital was 3 billion shares, with the number of shareholders decreasing by over 100, but still retaining 800 shareholders, and the top 10 shareholders held 62 of the circulating shares. This means that the remaining 800 shareholders owned 254 billion shares, averaging 1567 shares per person. With an average holding of 1567 shares, there is fundamentally no controlling stake, only a large number of trap positions and some speculative funds. After 2 years of adjustments, it is actually very simple to wash away the trap positions above. A mere downturn hitting the limit would force some of them out. According to retail investor psychology, retail investing generally goes through 3 stages. 1. Profit. 2. Break even. 3. Discounted loss. When retail investors first purchase stocks, their mindset is to hold firm and buy more as prices drop. However, as stock prices continue to decline incessantly, their mindset shifts from profit to break-even. As soon as they achieve break-even, they will impatiently unload their shares. If on top of that a sideways trend emerges after prolonged pressure, the mindset of retail investors who see no hope of break-even will further change, seeking to exit with even just a 70 or 60 recovery. Sideways trading not only wears down retail investor psychology, but also allows for cost reduction through trading. As long as costs remain low, speculative and institutional investors will drive up prices to attract new retail investors to take their place, releasing the trap positions above as part of the rise. Understanding and gauging retail investor psychology is the first step to becoming a speculative trader. However, currently, Liao Guopei, Zhang Yang, and other speculators are hesitant to engage in a downward trend, not only fearing the intervention of Su Xiang and others, but also due to strong market sentiment and funding support. At the Hongyue building in Hangzhou, in the vice president's office, Zhang Yang sat in a black leather chair gripping the mouse while intently watching the market. On May 11th, the Shanghai Composite Index opened at 2646.29, with the previous trading days closing at 2625.65, a difference of 20.64, indicating a gap up of 0.786. According to the nature of the share market, a gap up often leads to a correction commonly referred to as filling the gap. However, by 9:45 a.m. Zhang Yang had not observed any signs of correction. The banking and financial sectors were strong, releasing one-third of the previous trading day's volume in just 15 minutes, possibly boosted by the favorable news from the SEPA Framework Supplement Agreement 6. The collective rise of the market is actually not conducive to the emergence of speculative stocks. Because when the market rises broadly, the profit effect is strong, there is less need for funds to huddle together for warmth, and they tend to spread out. However, if the market falls broadly, the sentiment of loss spreads, and market funds tend to follow the trend and huddle together, making it easier for speculative stocks to emerge. It is worth mentioning that the Manco acid concept and vaccine sector, along with the medical sector, exhibited very strong performance. Stocks like Rhine Biotechnology, Jianfeng Group, Liaoqing, Qingda Piluo Co., and Haiwang Biotechnology all hit their price limits. Among them, Rhine Biotechnology and Jianfeng Group were the stocks that hit their limits the fastest. The market is now aware that Rhine Biotechnology is a stock managed by Su Xiang, while Jianfeng Group is the true leader in Manco acid production. Each has its advantages, and both have points of contention where capital is concerned. Take Rhine Biotechnology, for example. Although its production capacity for Manco acid is insufficient, it is driven by speculative funds like Su Xiang and Sun Guodong, possessing the attributes of passing the baton and making opportunistic profits. This is akin to a Ponzi scheme where early investors can not only recoup their principal, but also earn significant returns, while later investors typically lose their entire investment. Let's lock up part of the funds first. After watching the market for another 10 minutes, Zhang Yang, noticing strong support below, began to slowly offload shares, each transaction consisting of 500 lots. Is he trying to realize profits? Not really. Because Zhang Yang and Liao Guopei have relatively small capital bases to withstand the potential dumping by Su Xiang and Sun Guodong, they must effectively utilize retail investor funds to build a wall of capital. So how to utilize retail funds? Through the T1 rule. As is well known, shares operate on a T1 trading model, meaning stocks bought on the same day cannot be sold until the next day. Now, when Zhang Yang sells Jianfeng Group shares, once retail investors choose to buy according to the T1 trading rule, these shares cannot be resold within the current trading day, effectively locking up this portion of retail capital. In contrast, the funds Zhang Yang receives from selling shares can be used to repurchase Jianfeng Group or other stocks within the current trading day. This operation has the advantage of ensuring ample cash reserves while also locking in shares of corresponding value. Using the latest price of 6.45 yuan, he sold 200 shares, cashing out 1.29 million yuan, and then sent a message to Liao Guopei. Joker, I sold 200 shares, cashing out 1.29 million. I still have 53000 shares left. How about you? In a short while, Liao Guopei replied. Zen City Invisible Foot, I sold 1 million shares, and I still have 4 million shares left. I wonder when Su Xiang will dump. Being a second-tier speculative fund, he also understands the importance of reducing positions appropriately. Now the two of them together have sold 1.2 million shares, cashing out 7.74 million yuan. Regardless of whether the buyers of these shares are retail investors or speculative funds within today's trading day, these 1.2 million shares cannot be traded again, which is something small funds can do in the face of a potential dump. Joker, did he call you? Zen City Invisible Foot, 20 minutes ago, Sun Guodong called me 5 times in a row. I switched to silent mode and didn't answer. Joker, it should be soon. Zen City Invisible Foot, should I sell more stocks? I have too little cash left, less than 20 million. If the limit is broken, it could easily cause panic. Joker, selling too much isn't good either. The situation with Jianfeng Group is chaotic. Let's not get washed out. Besides, if Su Xiang waits until tomorrow to dump, it would be even worse for us. Zen City Invisible Foot, indeed. After a brief discussion with Liao Guopei, Zhang Yang switched to the fund recommendation page of Huaxin Securities, where the 3 newly promoted funds being strongly pushed today included 1. Fortune Growth Bond A. 2. Yinhua Mixed Growth C. 3. Huaxia Medical Value. Opening Huaxia Medical Value Mixed A. The fund manager's profile was clear at a glance. Tao Yuang, male, Chinese nationality, outstanding graduate of Shanghai Finance University with 11 years of experience in securities, formerly a fund manager, market analyst, and financial observer at Huaxin Securities Shanghai branch. He is set to be the fund manager of Huaxia Medical Value Mixed Investment Fund from April 30th, 2009. Watching the subscription for Huaxia Medical Value Mixed and nearing its end, just 4 away, Zhang Yang murmured, finally, nearing the end of subscriptions. Hey, let's not make any mistakes. When he learned that Tao Yuan was moving towards fund management, he calculated this into his plans, which is also the true trump card that emboldened Zhang Yang to cut the dragon. He knew very well that Tao Yuan desperately needed an opportunity to prove himself to his superiors while also needing a direction for the fund's investments. Infrastructure. Entering too late poses too great a risk. Automobiles. Entering too late too ordinary. Only funds pertaining to the H1N1 influenza concept, which have not yet been hyped and exhibit a global trend of spread, can align with short-term hotspots and meet Tao Yuan's urgent performance needs. In the market reports after April, Zhang Yang pointed out the spreading trend of H1N1 influenza and included several potential stocks, with Jianfeng Group among them. He bet that the other party would enrich themselves through the medical sector. As expected, Huaxiao Medical Value Mixta was born, raising 2 billion yuan, with the investment philosophy in the profile mentioning the words H1N1 influenza. It was precisely these words that allowed Tao Yuan's fund to gain market recognition, with many sales channels actively promoting his medical fund. Such public funds typically invest in leading stocks by market capitalization and performance. Very few fund managers chase market hot stocks unless they want to let fund holders take over while profiting privately. As the subscription period ends, the fund will be established within 7 days and will then enter a closed period during which the fund manager will invest the raised funds in stocks of related fields. However, to know the top 10 heavily held stocks, one must wait for the fund's quarterly, semi-annual, and annual reports to be disclosed, following the same process as the disclosures of listed companies' performance. It is worth mentioning that the performance of listed companies can often be leaked in advance, with funds rushing to escape. The leakage of fund holdings is even more serious. Where there are people, there are social dynamics. Where there are social dynamics, there will be interests at play. As of now, Zhang Yang has a firm grasp of Tao Yuan, Liao Guopei, Su Xiang market sentiment, and the development of events. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Jiangsu and Zhujiang at the Inha Securities office on Jiefang South Road. Realizing he had been played by Liao Guopei, Ma Xinqi immediately contacted his previous speculative friends and successfully borrowed 5 million yuan worth of Jianfeng Group stocks, but that was still far from enough. Based on Liao Guopei's capital base, to crash the other party, they must possess stocks worth 100 million. Due to a lack of prior positioning and the highly dispersed ownership of Jianfeng Group stocks, speculative funds like Sun Guodong and Miao Wei's Ningbo Death Squad have boldly entered the fray to borrow stocks, clearly intending to crash Jianfeng Group and solidify the leading position of Rhine Biotechnology. Su Xiang was also busy contacting a vice president of Jianfeng Group and directly driving to negotiate. The actions of the Ningbo Death Squad were significant. Within half an hour, some insider news spread across the internet. This was also intentional on their part, aiming to force out the retail investor shares of Jianfeng Group, as the trapped retail positions of this stock were too significant, and they needed to be made to cut losses and flee. At this moment in the discussion community of Dongfang, Caifang comments under Jianfeng Group began to waver. Little egg, there are rumors that Su Xiang and Sun Guodong want to crash Jianfeng Group. The Ningbo Death Squad is angry. What does everyone think? Air Force Fisher, I saw it too. The news is spreading in the chat group. To be safe, I already sold out. 2 Limitups helped me break even. World's #1 melon, I also sold out. This stock has trapped me for 2 years. Now that I can finally break even, I really can't continue holding. Love eating chicken feet. No way, have you all cleared out? I just bought in and I can't sell until tomorrow. The emergence of market commentary has shaken out some of the less resolute holders. Those who have been trapped for 2 years, or more generally have no thought of profit, they only want to escape quickly with their principal. This is akin to a 16 or 17-year-old youth believing that with effort he can earn millions a year, live in a luxurious duplex, and have a beautiful and virtuous wife. But as they reach the age of 25 and beyond, they gradually understand the harshness of reality. Earning $1 million, earning 2,000 a year is enough. Living in a grand villa, being satisfied with having one's own house. Time will wear down sharp edges, and trapped retail investors are like youthful ambitions worn down little by little, ultimately only wishing to break even. As the speculative funds of Jianfeng Group and Rhine Biotechnology secretly wrestled with each other, the real time of a shares came to an end. At 1104, the banking sector, which had risen for 5 consecutive days, began to correct, first showing a trend of plummeting in the early morning of the 6th trading day. The construction bank closed at 4.71 yuan in the last trading day. Today, it gapped up 0.04 yuan to open at 4.75 yuan, reaching a peak price of 4.85 yuan. However, by 1104, it corrected to the opening price of 4.71 yuan, with a fluctuation of 2.89, prompting a large number of profit takers and forming a stampede out at 1119, with the stock price dropping to 4.67 yuan, a decrease of 1.68, and still continuing to plunge. The successive corrections of bank stocks have also dampened the enthusiasm of securities stocks that had intentions to rise, with many profit takers in urgent need of cashing out. By May 11th, The market had risen for 5 consecutive days and profit takers were like a balloon about to burst. Any disturbance could trigger an explosion, even leading to a stampede of funds cashing out. What is a cash-out stampede? Simply put, retail and institutional investors see that the market may be correcting and hurriedly clear out at the buying price. Once too much capital is cashed out, the number of buy orders at the buy price may not be sufficient and will extend back. Assuming 10 yuan is the buy price with 500 lots on order 9. 9 yuan is buy 2 with 1,000 lots and 9. 8 yuan is buy 3 with 2,000 lots. If a large amount of profit capital is cashed out, the buy 1 order of 500 lots may not be enough, and the buy 2 order of 9 yuan becomes the buy 1. If buy 2 cannot absorb the sell orders, then buy 3 at 8 yuan will become the buy 1 order. Once faced with a large-scale cash-out, the market's plummet can be extremely rapid. When the share market corrects, Zhang Yang, Liao Guopei, Su Xiang, and Sun Guodong are actually quite pleased, as a poor market sentiment encourages funds to follow short-term hotspots. However, none of them anticipated that at 1128, nearing the early closing phase, a sudden alert of abnormal capital movements flooded the screens. Stock abnormal movement alert. Kowloon Biotechnology appeared with a super buy order amounting to 8 million. Stock abnormal movement alert. Kowloon Biotechnology appeared with a super buy order amounting to 12 million. Stock abnormal movement alert. Kowloon Biotechnology appeared with a super buy order amounting to 14 million. The sudden influx of large funds propelled the previously lackluster Kowloon Biotechnology into a soaring trajectory, with the stock price rising by 273 to hit its limit. The market commentary followed closely behind, targeting the frontline speculator, Zhang Mengzhu. In Jiangsu and Zhejiang, Linen is governed by Hangzhou and is a district of the city, also known as Linshui. As an ecological construction demonstration area, Linen has not been overly industrialized, earning the title of a natural oxygen bar, making it an excellent place for self-cultivation and embracing nature. At this moment in the suburban area of Linen, within the simple yet elegant Su family garden, the slightly plump and honest-looking Zhang Mengzhu is in his study, savoring the freshly brewed tea. On the other side of the tea set, there is a computer monitor displaying the time-sharing chart of Kowloon Biotech that he had just boosted. Zhang Mengzhu, named Zhang Jianping, was born in 1967, a native of Linen, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang, and graduated from Jin City Business College. In 1996, he entered the stock market with a savings of 5,000, and by 1997 his funds grew to reaching 5 million in 1999 and 30 million in 2000. Unlike Su Xiang, who experienced complete losses in the early stages, Zhang Jianping's initial stock trading was remarkably smooth, as if he were chosen by destiny. However, he too faced his own moments of defeat. In 2000, with 30 million in hand, Zhang Jianping, victorious in the shares, decided to challenge himself by abandoning the shares for the riskier and more lucrative Hong Kong Stock Exchange's growth enterprise market. At that time, the Hong Kong growth enterprise market was primarily focused on internet speculation. In 1995, with the launch and popularization of the Netscape Navigator browser, along with the rise of online services like Amazon and Yahoo, the commercial internet entered the public eye. It was at this time that the double Ma duo recognized the internet business opportunity. From 1995 to 2000, the U.S. stock market was bustling with commercial internet speculation, and the Hong Kong, Japanese, and European stock markets also saw the internet being hyped to the heavens. However, on March 10, 2000, when the Nasdaq index peaked at 5,048.62, the bubble was ruthlessly burst. This game of musical chairs came to an abrupt halt as the internet frenzy, lacking a viable profit model, collapsed, causing the Nasdaq to plummet and dragging down other countries' stock markets. Due to the absence of price limits in the Hong Kong stock market, Zhang Jianping lost nearly 29 million in just 2 days after adding to his positions. Having experienced the internet bubble, Zhang Jianping returned to the share market. In 2006, he made a name for himself with Beichin Industrial and China Merchants Energy breaking through 500 million in funds, and in 2007 he achieved legendary status, with Huahua Aluminum shattering the myth of invincibility among public offering institutions. Unlike Su Xiang's well-known 5 billion, no one knew the exact amount of available funds Zhang Jianping had, but it was widely assumed to be at least over 2 billion, possibly even reaching 3 to 4 billion Huahua dollars. How's it going? A middle-aged man with a slightly thin frame and a square face approached. Zhang Jianping put down his teacup and replied with a faint smile, "Are you asking about the tea or the stocks?" "Both." The square-faced man found a stool and sat down to check. His name is Wang Chong, Zhang Jianping's childhood friend and stock market mentor, and they often discuss trading strategies together. The tea is exquisite, fresh and sweet, with a delicate fragrance and little bitterness. As for the stocks, of course, they are hitting the limit up. Zhang Jianping continued to smile lightly. Originally, he wasn't optimistic about the H1N1 flu concept because he believed that the U.S. and Mexico could control the flu without it spreading. But the result was, he was proven wrong, and quite severely so. The H1N1 flu outbreak in March, and now approaching mid-May, the U.S. still had not developed a vaccine for it, and was still in the stage of cultivating candidate strains. Of course, vaccine development requires rigor, so a slower process is understandable. But as the world's #1 power, the U.S., being the only superpower in 2009, should have been able to control the flu's spread right. Yet 2 months later, the H1N1 flu exhibited a global trend. Zhang Yang was quite speechless, but had to accept reality and follow his friend Wang Chang's advice to invest in flu-related stocks. Have you collected enough chips? With such a quick limit up, I thought you'd want to accumulate for another 2 or 3 days. Wang Chang asked. He knew that Zhang Yang had been suppressing Kowloon Biotech's stock price, maintaining a sideways trend to accumulate shares, while he himself was also accumulating closely following Zhang's rhythm. During the weekend, the hype around the H1N1 flu concept became too hot to resist. Plus, with Reborn Biotech and Zhanfeng Group competing for the top spot, I wanted to take a bite of their fruits too. Zhang Yang smiled at the corner of his mouth, pouring Wang Chang a cup of tea. The desk in his study was custom-made for both monitoring the market and brewing tea. Haven't you accumulated enough? Zhang Yang retorted. Wang Chang took a sip of tea and replied lightly, I already went all in, you know that. I'm just surprised at how fast you pulled up. I was worried you might leverage. I wouldn't dare. What if you caused me to get liquidated? I'd really have to fly away. I want crash your position as a brother. If there's an issue, you can definitely reach me by phone. After some casual chatting, Wang Chang asked, what are your next plans? Are you going to seize the H1N1 flu speculation? Pretty much. They're speculating on Kowloon while I'm speculating on the H1N1 flu vaccine. Where the market funds go is left to fate. Zhang Yang appeared to go with the flow, but his gaze was filled with confidence. Unlike Su Xiang's flamboyant and high-profile manner, his style was relatively quiet, akin to a leopard, motionless until it strikes decisively. Just be mindful of the scale. Su Xiang is notoriously vengeful, so it's best. Wang Chang's words were cut off as Zhang Yang interjected, he can hold his grudges, but he won't be able to crush my plans. While other speculative funds might fear Su Xiang, Zhang Yang's reputation as Mengzhu among them is not. As Zhang Yang and Wang Chang enjoyed their tea and chatted, the share market, which had entered the afternoon break, was already flooded with various news. Shocking. First-line speculator Zhang Mengzhu boldly buys Kowloon Biotech H1N1 flu concept, shows a trend of universal gains. In the tail end assault tens of millions, Zhang Mengzhu strongly intervenes to hit the limit up. Can Kowloon Biotech replace Reborn Biotech? Capital market waves again. Veteran vaccine company attracts speculative funds with 300 hands of limit-up orders sealing the board. The speculative news channel of Dongfang Saifu was bombarded with mentions of Zhang Mengzhu, and Kowloon Biotech entered the retail investors' radar. Xingqiao Xiaoyao has Zhang Mengzhu finally made a move. I knew he wouldn't let the H1N1 flu speculation slip by. Yedong Jingguang, my God, if Zhang Mengzhu steps in, who will the market funds follow? And if I'm not mistaken, Kowloon Biotech is a company that produces blood products. Wang Chang, no, Kowloon Biotech also has a subsidiary that produces vaccines. While Su Xiang promotes Kowloon, Zhang Mengzhu is positioning himself in flu vaccines. The two big shots are about to clash. Far away in Jianggan district of Hangzhou, Zhang Yang, who had been keeping an eye on the market, also noticed the unusual activity of Kowloon Biotech and immediately searched the stock's basic information online. Kowloon Biotech, officially known as Kowloon Biological Engineering Co., Ltd., was established in 1992, primarily engaged in the research and production of blood products. In 1998, it became the first enterprise in the blood product industry to obtain GMP certification, recognized as a National Torch Advanced High-Tech Enterprise. From 1999 to 2002, Kowloon Biotech had already mastered the production of various blood products such as lyophilized human prothrombin complex, lyophilized human coagulation factor 8, and human hepatitis B immunoglobulin, and had received approval and launched sales, even establishing a postdoctoral research station. In 2004, Kowloon Biotech was listed on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange's SME board, and in 2005, it founded Kowloon Biotech Vaccine Co., Ltd., extending its business from blood products to vaccine production. H1N1 flu vaccine. Zhang Yang frowned slightly, feeling it was a bit tricky. He had always paid attention to companies with flu vaccine concepts, but had not thought of positioning himself in advance. Why not position himself in advance? Because based on the anchor points of his previous life's memories, flu vaccines are the successors, the concept that comes after the speculation on Kowloon. Right now, Reborn Biotech and Zhanfeng Group are still competing for the Kowloon leader, and the sudden emergence of Kowloon Biotech took not just Zhang Yang by surprise, but also Liao Guopei, Chen Sanrong, Ma Xinxi, and Sun Guodong, who were all caught in a brainstorming session. This market is really chaotic. Chen Sanrong, far in Deep City, was also perplexed, thinking that Kowloon would be the short-term main line, but unexpectedly the flu vaccine emerged. You can synthesize oseltamivir from Kowloon to inhibit the replication of the H1N1 virus, and my flu vaccine can likewise prevent it. Su Xiang was already tricky enough, and now with Zhang Mengzhu coming in, him caught in a two-front battle. Liao Guopei and Changqing frowned as the situation had gradually spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, at the Yinghua Securities branch on Liberation South Road, Ma Xinqi Sun Guodong and other speculative funds stared at each other unsure of what to say. Breaking the silence after half a minute, Sun Guodong spoke up. Even if the shadowless foot intercepts the dragon, Zhang Mengzhu actually wants to seize the H1N1 flu shortline concept. Is he treating us like clay? I just looked at the stock chart of Hualon Biotech. It underwent a stock transfer on May 6th, with a 10-for-6 split and a 2 dividend, causing a noticeable fluctuation. Zhang Mengzhu likely seized this opportunity to accumulate a lot of shares. It's worth mentioning that 10-for-6 split and 2 is a type of dividend plan for listed companies, and it also has a stock. In simple terms, a 10-for-6 means that the listed company converts its capital reserve into share capital, allowing shareholders to obtain additional shares without spending extra money. For example, if one originally holds 100 shares after the increase, they become 160 shares. Assuming Hualon Biotech has a total share capital of 10 million shares valued at 1 billion, then its single share price is 100 yuan per share. After the 10-for-6 process, the company's total share capital would become 16 million shares with the value unchanged, only the price per share changing from 100 yuan to 62.5 yuan. Don't underestimate the drop from 100 yuan to 62.5 yuan. This significantly lowers the investment threshold for investors, since the shares can be bought from 100 shares, which is commonly referred to as one lot. If the stock price is 100 yuan, one lot would be 100 yuan, making the entry threshold for this stock also 1000 yuan. However, if the stock price drops to 62.5 yuan, the capital required for one lot becomes 6250 yuan, clearly lowering the entry threshold significantly. This is also why some high-priced stocks go to great lengths to split their shares. A high entry threshold is not favorable for retail investors. As for the 10-for-6 and 2, the 2 refers to distributing 2 yuan in cash dividends based on the original 10 shares, but it essentially still comes from the shareholders' funds, because the amount of cash distributed will cause the stock price to drop accordingly the next day. If the stock price can rebound, that's fine. However, if it continues to decline, selling it would incur dividend taxes. This is why many old stockholders won't buy stocks that are about to distribute dividends unless absolutely necessary. Only new stockholders see that a listed company is about to pay dividends and think they can snag a bargain, only to end up paying dividend taxes to the state without making a profit. As Ma Xinqi finished speaking, the other speculative funds in the VIP room began to discuss among themselves. I don't understand. Does Hualon Biotech have a vaccine for H1N1 flu? I've heard that neither the U.S. nor Mexico has developed a preventive vaccine, so Hualon Biotech shouldn't be able to produce one so quickly, right? The oseltamivir synthesized from Kowloon is internationally recognized as an anti-flu drug, so I believe Hualon Biotech won't make waves. But it can't be said that way now that the H1N1 flu has spread to Asia. If Hualon Biotech has related research with Zhang Mengzhu's hype, he might really make a fortune. Since Su Xiang was not in the VIP room, the members of the Ningbo Death Squad couldn't make up their minds and found themselves in a state of leaderless confusion. At this moment, Su Xiang was driving towards Jiangsu and Zhujiang Huajin City, where the headquarters of Jianfeng Group was located at 88 Wyang East Road. Since Jianfeng Group is a family-owned business, the top 10 shareholders hold 62 of the shares, while the remaining 38 are scattered among retail investors and speculative funds. And with no controlling parties, he could only target the top 10 shareholders to crush Jianfeng Group. However, halfway through his drive, Ma Xinqi called. "What's up, brother Ma?" Zhang Mengzhu is also stepping in. "What should we do now?" After a brief explanation of what had happened, Ma Xinqi asked for his opinion. Silence. Su Xiang fell silent again. At this moment, he began to suspect whether he was cursed this year, having to deal with both Liao Guopei and now Zhang Jianping. Are they teaming up against me? Su Xiang plunged into self-doubt. He recalled the targets he had operated on before and found no conflicts with Liao Guopei or Zhang Jianping. They all tacitly harvested from retail investors, profiting handsomely. Now they all came to challenge him, and Su Xiang really felt the pressure. Seeing Su Xiang silent for so long, Ma Xinqi felt a bit uneasy and suggested why not just let it go, discuss with Liao Guopei and jointly raise Jianfeng Group. But let's do it this way. I'm driving. Ma Xinqi wanted to say something more, but Su Xiang interrupted him directly. In his view, Liao Guopei was filled with lies and not worth collaborating with. Whether it was Liao Guopei who had deceived him or Zhang Jianping who wanted to take his fruits, Su Xiang wanted to settle accounts with each of them, otherwise who would still recognize him as the master of the alliance in the future. Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, Wudong Road Campus. Unlike the previous 2 days of teacher-student discussions, the third day's course arrangement is the core practical class of investment studies. Bao Xingwei stood on the podium, picking up the attendance roster to call names. He Jing, present. Li Shuiyan, present. He Tianlei, present. As each student quickly responded, when Bao Xingwei read out the last name, Zhang Yang, the lecture hall fell silent. Everyone's gaze was searching for Zhang Yang. Bao Xingwei also raised his head and looked at the counselor Zhong Bohan, who immediately checked his phone and found Zhang Yang's leave request stating, "I will inform you after taking action." Zhang Yang, counselor, I need to take a day off on Monday for personal matters, please approve. The message was sent at 7:42 this morning, which made Zhang Bohan break into a cold sweat, having cursed Zhang Yang countless times in his mind. Now that Peng Guxiong Xinghua and other finance deans were watching, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and lie for Zhang Yang, saying Dean Zhang Yang had an upset stomach last night and asked me for a day off. He is still out seeing a doctor. Did he eat in the cafeteria? Bao Xinghuai's face darkened instantly. In the past few days, other universities' faculty and students had come to exchange ideas, and they all ate in the cafeteria. If there were any problems, it would be a disgrace for the school. It is known that a significant portion of the funding allocated to Hudou University of Finance comes from the cafeteria meals. Why provide subsidies for the cafeteria? The realistic reason is to accommodate the financial issues of students from outside the region. Students are generally dependent on their parents for their living expenses. There is a huge income disparity between Hudou and other regions. Without cafeteria subsidies, there would be an imbalance where students earn Huawei currency but spend in US dollars, which is not conducive to their studies. There might be other reasons. Zhang Bohan regretted saying that Zhang Yang had an upset stomach, worrying that several cafeterias at Hudou might face collective rectification. But having already said it, he could only continue to explain. Zhang Yang just told me that it's nothing serious, just a mild case of acute gastroenteritis, and he will be fine after resting for half a day. With so many people present, Bao Xingwei chose not to elaborate further. However, he was determined to send someone to investigate the cafeteria issue thoroughly. If the food served could not be guaranteed safe, what was the point of having a cafeteria? Zhang Yang, you have caused me so much trouble. Forgive me, cafeteria staff. Heaven bless. Zhang Bohan began to pray in his heart. Fortunately, few people overheard their conversation. After understanding the situation, Bao Xingwei also told a lie. Zhang Yang had something urgent to attend to. Let's continue with today's lesson. He did not mention that Zhang Yang went out to see a doctor, giving the family member some dignity. Su Zhiruo and He Jing couldn't help but admire Zhang Yang's courage for skipping class to trade stocks. It should be noted that during the past 3 days of academic exchanges, the professors and deans present were all titans in the financial field, with several being active members of the National Financial Advisory Group. Zhang Yang's choice of informing after taking action was actually a desperate move. If he had announced it in advance, Counselor Zhang Bohan would definitely not let him take leave and might even come to dorm 308 overnight to persuade him. Since he could foresee the outcome, leaving school first and then requesting leave became Zhang Yang's only option, though it would be a bit hard on Zhang Bohan. Although Zhang Yang was absent, the academic exchange had to continue. After an hour of lecturing on investment strategies, Bao Xingwei introduced today's teaching theme. Now we will move on to the practical class. Practical class. Great, are we going to trade stocks in real time? Is this the hidden benefit of majoring in investment? What would happen if Dean Bao trades stocks live? If we follow his lead, we would definitely make a fortune. The surrounding students whispered, all of whom were there to audit the class. Auditing classes is quite common in universities. As long as you want to learn, you can study from morning to night, and you can freely attend classes across majors without being chased out just because you are from a different field. Upon hearing that a practical class was about to start, He Jing glanced at Zhang Yang's usual seat, vaguely worried that he might get carried away with leverage trading. In investment, as long as you don't use leverage, even if faced with a 50 drop, you still have half of your principal. However, if leverage is involved, even slight fluctuations could result in total loss. Many investors who have jumped off buildings due to stock trading were invariably using leverage, either through margin financing or credit borrowing, which is also why the state has yet to allow securities companies to launch margin trading. Bao Xinghuai's assistant Cheng Hongfa opened the main website of Huaxin Securities and projected the screen onto the side of the podium. All right, Dean. Bao Xingwei acknowledged. The projection screen displayed that the Shanghai Composite Index and Shenzhen Component Index had opened high, and he posed the first question: can anyone tell me why the shares open high today? There are favorable financial policies. The Ministry of Commerce and Hong Kong just signed the Supplementary Agreement 6 of CPA, which eases the conditions for Hong Kong banks to establish branches in the mainland, benefiting investments between the two regions. The healthcare sector, driven by H1N1 flu, is showing a strong upward trend. Foreign capital is rushing in. One by one, students rush to answer, trying to showcase themselves as much as possible. Now that Bao Xingwei, Peng Guxiong Xinghua, and other financial moguls were present, if they didn't seize the opportunity to show off, how would they meet top-tier networks? It was like chatting up on the street. If you don't have contact details, don't even think about further development. Sitting in the middle of the third row, He Jing did not rush to answer, feeling somewhat distracted, as she was more concerned about Zhang Yang's outside financing issues. As a conservative player, she had never considered leveraging, feeling that the risk was too high. Unlike her worries, Su Zhuo firmly believed Zhang Yang would not get liquidated, and even if he did, he would only lose around 100,000. If worse came to worst, she could ask her parents for another 100,000. The podium's Bao Xingwei, along with the visiting faculty and students, would not have imagined that the absent Zhang Yang had already entered the fray, not only engaging in real trading, but also using leveraged funds. At noon, Zhang Yang casually found a Cantonese restaurant. While he was eating, trading managers such as Zhong Qifeng and Lu Haoyang followed him like shadows, casually sharing a table. Mr. Zhang, your stock is incredible. It has hit the upper limit again today. Yes, Mr. Zhang, the H1N1 flu concept is so hot right now. How did you know it would spread to Asia? I heard that Kowloon is out of stock and major pharmaceutical companies have issued warnings. At this moment, Zhong Qifeng and Lu Haoyang's faces were written with 2 words, greed. It's uncertain whether these trading managers were also like Zhang Yang, fully leveraging and aggressively trading peak groups. Zhang Yang sighed inwardly and reminded, pay attention to the market. The H1N1 flu concept is very complex. If you have profits, it's best to cash them out. Cash out profits. Zhong Qifeng asked, somewhat surprised, and hurriedly inquired, are you planning to crash the market, Mr. Zhang? I just got in. This. The crowd instinctively tensed up, anxiously looking at Zhang Yang. They had only just bought in during the morning session, and if Zhang Yang decided to crash the market today, they wouldn't even have the chance to cut their losses. I won't crash it today, or am just reminding you to realize your profits early. The H1N1 flu concept is too elusive, and peak group may not keep hitting the upper limit. Zhang Yang had made his point very clear. If these people continued to be greedy, even if they collectively jumped off a building, he would not feel the slightest guilt. In his past life as a fund manager at Bridgewater, he had seen far too many greedy individuals and witnessed countless moments of people jumping off buildings. Why did he deliberately emphasize his understanding in the exchange class? Many investors who went bankrupt and jumped off buildings fundamentally lacked awareness, whether it was about the market or themselves. There was a severe lack of understanding. It's like a novice entrepreneur who hears that others are making thousands a day from bubble tea shops or fast food restaurants. They think they can do it too, ignoring the location, foot traffic, and target demographic, diving in headfirst, often resulting in massive debts. Most of Zhong Qifeng and Lu Haoyang's group hardly absorbed Zhang Yang's words. They only knew that Zhang Yang would not crash the market today. These individuals were neither close nor had visible benefits. If they wanted to consult about stocks, Zhang Yang basically used polite words and vague responses. After finishing lunch, he returned to Sun Yihang's office to rest. Just resting for a moment, his Nokia phone on the desk began to beep, signaling the 1 p.m. alarm he had set. At 1 p.m., the shares reopened. The late morning session had seen a sharp drop, and the afternoon session continued the downward trend. The securities market attempted to rally, but was met with selling pressure. After 5 consecutive days of increases, most funds urgently needed to cash out. As funds withdrew from the stock market, the buying power was insufficient, leading to natural corrections. This is part of stock market dynamics. At 1:37 p.m., the Shanghai Composite Index showed a bearish engulfing pattern. What does a bearish engulfing mean? It is a candlestick pattern in technical analysis that indicates one bearish candlestick fully covers the body of the previous bullish candlestick. Simply put, the gap from May 11th has not only been filled, but also wiped out last Friday's gains. At this time, the Shanghai Composite Index was quoted at 2,589 points, having broken through 2,600 points, and was still searching for a bottom. Zhang Yang did not forget his clients in the VIP research group and immediately opened QQ to send an intraday alert. Joker, the market has risen for 5 consecutive days, and coupled with the gap up this morning, profit-taking has caused a sell-off. Friends who have already exited can continue to observe, and those who haven't exited shouldn't rush, just wait for the trend to rebound. In the medium to long term, I still maintain a bullish outlook. Snap. He lightly pressed the enter key to send the message. The already thriving VIP research group of over 300 members instantly buzzed with activity. White Holy Hall, I was just about to sell to realize profits, but since the group master said this, I will wait for a rebound before exiting to maximize my gain. Collapse. God, there indeed needs to be a correction. The market has risen for 5.5 days. If it doesn't correct today, then it's not the shares I know. TV Soros, what about Peak Group Master? I saw your holding chart and bought 10000. White Meow Joker, I also bought 5000 of Peak Group. Can you tell us how many days it can be held? Regarding individual stock questions, Zhang Yang tried to avoid answering, but when it came to Peak Group, he made an exception. Peak Group is influenced by the global spread of H1N1. It looks bullish in the short term. Remember to cash out once it meets your psychological expectations. After sending the message, he did not continue to read the group messages, but switched to the forum to edit today's trading strategy post. Since managing the Joker account, the income from market reports has become increasingly stable. However, most retail investors actually do not understand market reports. They pay to join the group, just for Zhang Yang's intraday alerts. 90 yuan is not a lot for investors, as long as they successfully avoid the top. Once the losses from avoiding a downturn can easily cover the cost multiple times. But there are also some people, or rather speculators, whose purpose in joining the group is not for alerts, but just to enjoy the excitement while looking at market reports. Meanwhile, on the other side in Jiangsu and Zhejiang Huajin City, Zhang Yang's arrival was personally received by Vice President Chao Ruiz, who inquired, Mr. Su, are you here for market research? On-site research is the most straightforward and costly method, but it is also the most effective and clear research. Take Chang'an Automobile, which was speculated on not long ago before Liao Guopei and Qin Sanrong arranged the speculation. They personally visited the mountain city to conduct market research on the Yuesheng model. It turns out that the Yuexiang model is indeed selling very well, with many offline stores stating that purchasing the car requires a reservation as there are no cars available in stock. Since the Yuexiang model is in high demand, Chang'an Automobile naturally has points for speculation. I suppose so. Su Xiang nodded. He had not interacted with Peak Group or knew anyone in the company, but in order to take revenge on Liao Guopei, he attempted to come and persuade them because he had private equity channels that could facilitate cashing out discreetly. Is it about the production line of Menkiaoan? Chao Ruiz asked again. That's right. Su Xiang nodded and continued. I heard that your company has the most mature extraction technology for octagonal Menkiaoan in the country, and I came to see it. I'm afraid this will disappoint Mr. Su Far headquarters is in the construction sector, while the biopharmaceutical division is at a subsidiary in Jincheng. Chao Ruiz replied with a smile. Su Xiang was taken aback for a moment, but quickly returned to normal, then took out 2 business cards and said, I have friends in private equity, and currently your company's stock price is quite volatile. If he trailed off, leaving it hanging. With keywords like private equity and stock price mentioned, it was clear to everyone what Su Xiang was implying. As the vice president of a listed company, Chao Ruiz naturally understood the intricacies between private equity firms and company shareholders. While astonished, he still accepted the business card and replied, I will pass it on. Does Mr. Su have any other matters? Yes, there is one more thing. Su Xiang smiled slightly and invited, I wonder if President Chao is free tonight. It's my first time in Huajin City, and I would like you to be my guide. To let the horse run, you have to feed it grass. Without giving some benefits, how could the other party sincerely help you? The two exchanged glances for half a second, and Chao Ruiz also smiled, saying, since it's Mr. Zu's first time here, I will certainly be a good host.